spot, and Miriam jerked before she could stop herself. His head popped up, and his brows drew low. "Sorry." "It's all right. I won't move again." He scanned the wound. "I think we're done here. In another week, we'll take the stitches out, and I'll have you start exercises. But for now, try to keep it still. The incision looks good. No infection or heat that I can tell." Miriam released a long breath, and with it the tension that had been building for days. His eyes creased at the corners as he started wrapping a clean bandage around the wound. "Glad that's over?" Her heart felt 10 pounds lighter, and she allowed a smile to bloom on her face. "Glad it's healing." "All right, then. I've got some work to do next door." Brian waved the direction of his and Alex's private quarters as he backed out of the room. With the splint wrapped firmly, Alex gathered the used bandage and supplies. He surveyed the bed and the work counter, as if looking for tools he missed. "I'll be back shortly," and he strode out of the room. The silence stretched as time crawled by. Hadn't Alex said he'd come back soon? At long last, the door separating their chamber from the clinic creaked, and boots thumped on the wooden floor. Alex entered with a small paper bundle under his arm. "Sorry for the delay. Brian was working on something quite interesting." A twinkle flashed in his eyes. "I suspect you'll think so, too. Anyhow, I found this and thought you might think it worth your time." He held the package out to her. Even before her hand closed on it, Miriam had no doubt what it contained. A book? She fingered the rough brown paper, then clutched it to her chest. "Thank you, Alex. Oh, thank you." A chuckle reverberated in his chest. "Open it." Her hands fumbled with the wrapping, then smoothed over the marbled vellum cover of the book. Emma was printed in large gold letters on the leather spine, and underneath it, Jane Austen. She raised her eyes to Alex's face. "Where did you get it?" He slipped his hands in his pockets and shrugged, but the excitement shining in his eyes gave him away. "Oh, just found it somewhere." She raised both brows. "Found it? In an old trunk left over from medical school?" He ducked, red creeping into his cheeks. "Something like that." Miriam's gaze fell back to the book and roamed over it. "Leah and I read some of Miss Austen's other works, and Leah told me about this one, but I've never had the chance to read it." Her eyes crept back up to his, and moisture burned her throat. "Thank you, Alex. 1,000 times, thank you." "You're welcome." He met her gaze, and his own eyes glistened. Then he cleared his throat. I need to catch up on some case notes. Would you like me to work in here?" He glanced around the little room. "Keep you company?" His kindness knew no end. "I'd love that." While Alex went to get his work, Miriam opened the book and immersed herself in the world of Miss Emma Woodhouse and the easy life of the wealthy English upper class. She almost didn't realize when Alex came back in and settled at the table with his ledger, quill, and ink pot. The relationship between Emma and Miss Taylor, her former governess and dearest friend, reminded her how close she and Leah had become. What she wouldn't give to have known Leah during her younger days. "And Highbury sounds wonderful." "What's that?" Miriam's head jerked up at the words. "What?" His brow wrinkled in confusion. "You said something about a High Surrey being wonderful." Heat rushed into Miriam's face. I said Highbury sounds like a wonderful place to live." She lifted the novel. "Where Miss Woodhouse grew up." Her eyes focused on the page. "A large and populous village, almost amounting to a town. And within a half-day's travel from London, too. Can you imagine?" Alex's eyes squinted as if he looked far away. I've heard of Highbury, I think. Dad had a cousin who married an Englishman. They still live there, as far as I know. He glanced around the small, rustic room, although I suppose it's been a few years since I've heard news of her. A cousin in England? So near to London with its high fashion and gay parties? A sigh escaped her. I've always wanted to visit London. Does your cousin attend balls and festivities there? He shrugged. Haven't the faintest. Her husband's the miller in Highbury, so I doubt they're too high up the social scale. His mouth tipped, revealing a dimple. Sorry to disappoint. That familiar heat crept to her neck, so she dipped her head back to the book. No disappointment. I'll let you get back to your work. As Miriam read the next few sentences, the author quickly drew her back into the story. Such quick prose, you could never guess what funny statement would come next. And Mr. Knightley, even with only a quick introduction, Miriam was already falling in love. His charming wit made her want to giggle at some of his all-too-honest remarks. What's so funny? Miriam glanced up at Alex. Funny? His face held a mixture of humor and frustration. With his brows raised, one side of his mouth pinched and the other pushing a dimple into his cheek. The look pulled a grin from Miriam. You were laughing. Is the book that good? Honestly, it is. I've always wanted to be a grand English lady, like Miss Woodhouse in the story. She quirked a brow at him. And you can be Mr. Knightley, if you like. Alex frowned. I'd have to read the book to see if I like. He tipped his head, examining her. You may not be English, but I think you have the lady part down, if you don't mind me saying so. Did he really just call her a lady? Her cheeks must be blood red by now. But if he saw her at work on the ranch, he certainly wouldn't repeat his comment. Killing chickens for dinner, hand-feeding the baby calves when they couldn't nurse from their mothers, tanning deer hides for leather. Her gaze rose to meet his. Do you have any idea how I was injured, Alex? You were mauled by a mountain lion. She took a deep breath and released it. Yes. I was hunting and had taken down a good-sized buck. I'd slit the hide to bleed it and should have done a better job watching around me. The cat attacked to get me out of the way so he could claim the better prize. She dipped her head. What would he think now? It was a far cry between an upper-class English lady and a half-wild mountain woman who bled deer and fought off mountain lions. Of course, that wasn't what she did most of the time. Gideon usually did the hunting. She'd only taken the shot at the deer because she'd come across it on her way back from gathering willow bark. Still, most of her chores were just as inglorious. Footsteps sounded on the floorboards. Was he leaving? But his rough leather boots appeared in her vision, and Miriam raised her head to face him. Alex perched on the edge of the seat beside the bed. He leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees. Miriam, my opinion of a lady is not someone who sits around a drawing room and gossips all day. I believe a lady is someone who works hard for the good of others, is kind and caring and fun to be around. Just like the woman from Proverbs 31. Have you read it? She held his gaze, riveted there by the amber and green flecks in those deep brown eyes. Slowly, she nodded. It had been a while, though. She'd definitely read it again now. His hand slipped forward to take hers, his thumb stroking the back of her palm in a way that sent shivers down her arms. Miriam, in my mind, you're the exact picture of that lady. Moisture burned the back of her eyes. How did he see her so completely? It was like he understood both the woman she was and who she wanted to be. And he didn't find either person lacking. But could she become the lady she wanted to be? She swallowed, trying to find words to answer. Nothing came, especially not with those wide eyes still searching hers. Chapter 10. A voice cleared in the distance, and Alex stiffened. He released Miriam's hand, then slowly turned to face his brother in the doorway. Miriam slipped behind Alex's profile so the heat had time to leave her face. What must Brian think about finding them so close together? For that matter, what should she think? Was it improper? Maybe. And besides, she was probably just a diversion for Alex. When she left the clinic and went back up the mountain, would he have more than a passing thought of her? Sorry to interrupt, but I have them ready. Brian cleared his throat. The tools for Miss Bryant. Alex jumped to his feet, scooting the chair aside. Perfect. From behind the door jamb, Brian drew 2 long wooden poles with short pieces of wood attached crossways at the top. Recognition flashed through Miriam. They were almost the same as Gideon had made for Leah when her leg was broken. Walking sticks. A smile spread across her face, and she looked up at Alex. Does that mean I can get out of bed? His brows lowered. Only for a few minutes at a time. Don't put any weight on your left leg. And if it pains you, go right back to the cot. Agreed? Of course. She would have agreed to cut her hair short if that would get her out of this bed. Brian lowered her bad leg to the floor, helping to keep the knee straight. She tried to shake out her skirts, but they were hopelessly wrinkled. As her bare feet hit the wood planks, she almost squealed and pulled them back up. Cold. Alex frowned. We'll need to get your new... Blotches of red stained his cheeks. I mean, something to cover your... to keep you warm. Even his embarrassment was charming, as he stumbled around trying not to mention her unmentionable clothing and body parts. Let me have them. She reached for the walking sticks. With one under each arm, and a doctor by each side, she wobbled to her feet. Make that foot. A surge of pain shot through her knee, and her whole body ached like she hadn't used it in a month. But she was standing. She didn't try to stop the grin from showing on her face. Miriam shuffled the left pole forward and shifted her weight to move with it. This was harder than it looked that time Leah used them. Easy there. Steady. Alex crooned like a nervous mare with her first foal, his hand cupping her right elbow. She ignored him, easing the other crutch forward with her right leg. That was it. Getting her balance and not putting weight on her bad leg would be the hardest part. But each step grew easier. She'd almost made it to the door when Alex spoke again. I think that's far enough. You don't want to overdo it this first time. But she kept moving forward, pulling out of Alex's grip on her elbow. Just let me go to the next room, and I'll sit. Miriam? She ignored him, progressing faster now. If she moved both walking sticks ahead at the same time, then swung her body forward, she could get a good rhythm. Out in the hall, then into the examination room next door. She paused to take in her surroundings like a starved baby. How wonderful to be out of that little chamber. Swinging forward again, she aimed toward a chair on the far wall. See, I'll just sit here for a while. Neither man had left her side, except when the doorway forced them to walk single file. When she reached the chair, Alex caught her elbow in a grip strong enough to slow her down. Let us help you turn and sit. His voice held stern tension she'd never heard from him. Had she pushed too far? Made him angry? A niggle of guilt tugged in her chest. All right." They each took an arm and swiveled her as she pivoted on her good foot, then eased into the chair. Sinking against the straight wood back, her body sagged. Just that little bit of activity had her working to catch her breath. But now was the time for recovery of a different kind. She turned her most charming smile on the men who stared down at her like palace guards. Alice had both hands perched on his hips, brows knit so close they almost looked like a continuous line. "That was dangerous, Miriam." His chest heaved with the words. "You could have fallen or re-injured the tendons." He threw up both hands. "Who's to say you didn't?" Miriam couldn't hold his gaze. She'd really scared him. Not what she'd meant to do. Of course, she hadn't been thinking about anything other than the joy of getting out of that room. "I'm fine, Alex. I promise." "Let's get you back to bed." Her head jerked up. "No." His face slipped again into the scowl. May I just sit here for a few minutes? You can go about your business, and I'll enjoy the new scenery. If I grow tired, I promise I'll call you for help getting back to bed." Alex's gaze flicked from her face to his brother's, his mouth twisting with the question. Brian only raised his brows at his brother as if to say, "It's your decision." Alex finally turned back to her. "All right, 5 minutes. And don't go back to the other room without one of us. Understood?" "Thank you." If he'd been closer, she would have pulled him down into a hug. He held her gaze a moment longer, and his mouth twitched as if he could read her thoughts. A movement in the corner of her eye ended the moment. Miriam turned as Brian stepped to the stove. "I'll get the coffee heating." When he'd refilled the firebox and moved the kettle forward, Brian turned to clap Alex on the shoulder. "Can I get your help for a minute, little brother?" "Sure." Alex gave her one more warning look before turning to follow. Miriam feasted her eyes on her surroundings, the work counter and long row of cabinets on the side wall, where most of the medicines and supplies stayed. The high examination table in the center. She had a faint memory of it being extremely hard, almost like lying on a piece of wood. Even the window behind her offered a different view of the large icy flakes still gliding from the clouds. A hazy moisture crept over the window, both where she breathed on the glass and around the edges. Must be the warmth from the fire. Miriam pulled at the collar of her shirtwaist. It was toasty in here. The wood Brian loaded in the stove was doing its job. Her eyes fell on the open heater vent, wide enough that she could see the orange flames dancing inside. The stove was too far away for her to reach from the chair, but if she stood, one step would bring her close enough to shut the vent. Positioning the walking sticks under her arms, Miriam pulled herself up. She stopped to steady her balance, then rocked forward on the poles, landing an easy distance from the stove. Keeping the pole under her left arm for support, she leaned the other stick against the wall. With a few flicks of her wrist, she had the vents closed, drowning out the crackling of the fire along with the heat. A gurgling sound drifted from the top of the stove. The coffee. With a towel hanging from the stove handle, she moved the kettle to a cooler part of the iron surface. The aroma was tantalizing. How many hours had it been since she'd finished her cup that morning? Taking a tin mug that hung from the stove's upper shelf, Miriam set it on the side counter, then reached for the kettle. Its handle was hot to the touch, so she wrapped the towel around it again. The pot was heavier than she expected, and Miriam's wrist strained under the weight. Her body tilted forward to compensate, and she brought her left hand down to brace herself against the warming counter. The supporting crutch under her left arm slipped. And then everything seemed to happen in slow motion, yet she was powerless to stop it. The kettle clattered against the stovetop. her hand still clutching the handle. Her midsection hit the edge of the stove, and she hovered over the surface. A searing pain exploded over her left arm, like fire burning her skin. She tried to cry out, to scream, to claw the burning pain away. Strong hands gripped her shoulders, pulling her back. Her vision blurred and voices buzzed around her, but nothing made sense. She had to get away from the agony blazing across her arm. And then her arm was submerged in a blessed coolness. Icy bliss. She blinked, forcing her eyes to focus through the pain. The first thing she saw, Alex. Shh, love. He stroked the hair from her face. His wide brown eyes glistened as he met her gaze. Something tugged at her arm, reigniting the burning sensation. She looked over. Brian bent over her arm, a long, shiny knife in his hand. Miriam gasped and jerked back. Steady now. He's cutting your sleeve so we can get to the burn. Alex's voice crooned in her ear as he moved to her side, wrapping his arm behind her. Did his hand shake? Or was that the chatter of her teeth? She bit into her lower lip, doing her best to not react to the pain of the fabric pulling her skin. She shrank into Alex's chest, and he held her securely there. The cloth of his shirt was damp against her cheek, and only then did she realize tears streamed down her face. As Brian's knife cut through the last of the fabric, the cloth fell apart. Miriam blinked, but the mottled red skin didn't change. Was that her arm? He cupped her elbow and lowered her hand into a basin of snow, scooping more slush over her forearm. Heavenly relief flooded her, and she inhaled a deep breath. The biting cold of the ice almost masked the burning in her arm. As her muscles relaxed, she sank deeper into Alex's arms. Alex cradled Miriam against his chest, willing his heart to stop racing. He closed his eyes, but the memory rushed back, hearing her scream, finding her crumbled on the floor, holding her arm and whimpering. He forced his eyes open. Inhaling a deep breath, he rocked the woman in his embrace. She still smelled like coffee, but her hair was soft against his cheek. Beside him, Brian rose to his feet. I'll get more snow. Laudanum first. Alex spoke softly so he didn't disturb Miriam, who had finally calmed in his arms. Brian paused mid-step. Good thinking. As Brian stooped to give Miriam a hefty dose of the medicine, Alex caught a glimpse of her face. Anguish pooled in her eyes. It pressed his chest so tight, breathing became painful. Burying his mouth in the blonde curls near her ear, he whispered, I'm sorry, love. If I could take this pain for you, I would. While Brian left to gather more snow, Alex ran his eyes over the situation before him. They needed to get Miriam back in bed. Both legs lay straight in front of her, as far as he could tell with her skirts covering them. Maybe God had been merciful and kept her from re-injuring her knee in the fall. The burn on her arm was a bad one. Before Brian covered it with ice again, he'd glimpsed blisters rising on the surface. If they didn't get her arm medicated and wrapped with bandages soon, the blisters might burst, and the infection that would surely ensue could easily take either her arm or her life. Alex tightened his hold. A burn like this was serious. When his brother reappeared, Alex carefully pulled away from Miriam while keeping an arm at her back to keep her upright. Miriam, I'm going to carry you back to your room. Brian will walk beside to hold the ice for your arm. All right? She nodded once, her teeth starting to chatter. Was she cold? Going into traumatic shock? He touched 2 fingers to her neck. The blood flow there pulsed fast, but not very strong. Getting her warm was priority now. With careful balance, he cradled Miriam and rose to his feet. Brian gripped the basin of ice on her other side and helped position her injured leg so Alex's arm supported it properly. Within moments, he laid her on the bed and pulled both the quilt and the gray wool blanket up around her chin. He eased the burned arm and basin to a safe place on top of the blankets. "We need more quilts." Moments later, Brian thrust 2 blankets in his hands. They worked together to apply a strong healing ointment to the burn and wrap it in clean cloth strips. The scalding liquid appeared to have burned through 2 layers of skin. By the time Alex tied the bandage ends together, Miriam had stopped shivering and her eyelids drifted shut. "I'll clean up the other room," Brian murmured as he slipped away. "Feeling better?" Alex spoke softly as he stroked a lock of curls from Miriam's face. Her voice was barely a whisper, and her eyes remained closed. "Sleep now. I'll be here when you wake." She didn't answer, but her breathing drifted into a steady rhythm. Before he could stop himself, he leaned down and pressed a kiss to her forehead. Miriam murmured something as if from a dream. Was that his name, or wishful thinking? "Alex?" Louder this time, so there was no doubt. "Yes?" But again, no answer. Her lashes fluttered, as if her mind was busy under those delicate lids. Was she dreaming about him? Warmth flooded his chest. Chapter 11. Miriam struggled to force her eyes open. This fogginess in her mind was worse than wading through waist-high snow. As her eyelids cracked, harsh white light set her head to aching again. "Ow!" she moaned, raising her hand to shield her face from the brightness streaming through the window. A throbbing ache enveloped her arm, leaving her gasping through the pain. The burn. It all came back in a torrent of anguish. Memories of pain everywhere, in her arm and her knee. So strong she could only thrash and moan. Cool cloths on her face, gentle fingers stroking her hair. Alex, soothing in that rich, magical voice of his. They helped, but nothing took away the pain. But waking up now, the throbbing in her arm wasn't quite as strong. Had it been a full night then, and now they were into the next day? A wagon rattled by outside, and she craned her neck to see through the window. Snow still packed several inches higher than the windowsill, but muddy slush covered the road, and men and horses passed in steady succession. The red door of the legal office across the street winked through the traffic. Murmuring voices drifted from the other room. Alex's deep tenor was unmistakable. A woman's voice sounded too. Older, maybe. Alex chuckled, and even muffled by the wall, the sound washed through her in warm ripples. Miriam lay there, listening for several moments, as the voices rose and faded. When the hinge on her door creaked, she startled. "Yes?" Her voice was still groggy from sleep, and from the cotton that seemed to cling inside her mouth. Alex's head appeared in the doorway. "You're awake?" At first his eyes widened, then his brow lowered into a worried furrow as he strode across the room to her bed. "Would you be feeling better now?" His hand touched her forehead. "Much better." She tried to offer a smile, but it must have been a weak one. He stepped back, eyes roaming over her face. "Your fever is gone. Let me help our Mrs. Malcolm out, then I'll be back." While she waited, Miriam's eyes drifted shut again. How much could one sleep in a day? Surely she'd napped enough this past week to last for several months. She jerked awake to find Alex entering her room, a tray in his hands with steam wafting from a bowl. "Hungry yet?" With the savory aroma of soup filling the air, The cramping in her stomach gave her a decisive answer to that question. I am. As he placed the tray on the bedside table, he gave her one of those crooked grins. I imagine so. You haven't eaten in 2 days. Her eyes jerked to the window, where the sun still shone brightly. 2 days? Finding Alex's gaze again, she was almost afraid to ask the question. Is something wrong with me? His brows rose. You mean besides a torn patellar tendon and a second-degree burn covering your wrist? Would that make me sleep so much? Alex sank into the chair beside the bed. The smile left his face, and for a few moments she could see through his perky facade. He'd been worried, and now he was exhausted. You kept a high fever after the burn. You weren't actually unconscious, but very feverish. We gave you plenty of laudanum for the pain, so that also contributed to your sleeping so much. He ran a hand through his unruly hair. It's good to see you awake now, and without the fever. As if coming awake, he lurched to his feet and reached for the tray. Now you need nourishment. Would you like me to feed you? Heat warmed her neck. Surely she was capable of doing that herself. I can. After positioning the tray across her lap, Alex settled back on the edge of the chair, less than an arm's reach away. Was he worried she'd make a mess of this like she had the coffee? The beef stew tasted better than some of the other meals Alex had served. Her eyes raised to meet his as he watched her. Did you make this? His brows gathered. Is it that bad? No, actually, it's quite tasty. Red stole up his neck. I'm learning. Poor guy. She hadn't meant to embarrass him. Is this your mum's Irish stew you told me about? His face flushed a deeper crimson. Not exactly. More like Aunt Pearl's recipe she was kind enough to share. Miriam couldn't hold back a chuckle. As her upper body shook from the laugh, the tray tilted to the side and she grabbed it. Best focus on eating before she triggered another disaster. Eating was a little awkward with her left hand bandaged, but not too bad. Raising the bound arm, she asked, How long will this need to stay wrapped? At least until the blisters are gone. Several days, probably. We'll check it later today and see how it's healing. When she lowered her arm to the bed, the loose, tattered edge of her sleeve flopped. Looks like I'll need a new shirtwaist, she sighed. And a bath. Maybe she could ask for a bowl of water and a rag. Every part of her felt sticky and dirty. Drawing forth her nerve, along with a deep breath, she didn't meet his gaze. Would it be too much trouble to ask for a basin of water and a towel? No trouble. He jumped to his feet and strode out of the room. She hadn't meant right this minute. Still, the sooner the better. After scarfing down the remaining stew, she moved the tray to the side table before he returned. Boot thumps sounded his coming, and Miriam ran a hand over her hair to push wayward curls behind her ear. A wide smile stretched across Alex's face as he entered, giving him a schoolboy look. He set down the basin and pulled a brown paper package from under his arm. Like a lad bringing flowers to his mother, he presented the bundle. I thought you might be in need of this. Miriam could feel her eyes widen. A package? A gift? But why? He couldn't quite meet her eyes, and red ears peeked out from under his dark brown locks as he turned to the table. I'll take this tray and give you some privacy. Then his gaze flicked back to hers, his face growing serious. Call if you've a need. I'll be close by. Don't do anything dangerous. Yes, Doctor. His mouth tugged at her sassy reply, but he didn't answer as he left the room. Miriam's fingers fumbled with the paper until she found the slit. The flexibility of the bundle meant it had to be a fabric, right? As the wrapping fell away, she gasped. A cream-colored shirtwaist lay folded on top, with beautiful crocheted lace gathered in rows across the front and back. It was one of the most gorgeous creations she'd ever seen. When she held the blouse up for a better look, a dark, mossy green material peeked out from underneath. More? Lifting the wool material out, it unfolded into a long, ready-made skirt. Pleats across the front gave the waist a tapered look, while allowing the hem to hang full. Together, the two formed a lovely outfit, and just her size from the look of them. Had Alex picked them out? She bit her lip. Hopefully he'd put them on the Bryant Ranch's tab at the store, not paid out of his pocket. Surely. Raising the blouse again, she examined every detail. The lace was exquisite. She hugged it to her chest. Oh, thank you, Lord. It was much harder than she'd imagined to wash and dress while sitting in bed, and with her left hand wrapped in a bandage. But Miriam took her time, indulging in the sweet bliss of being clean again. And the clothes, even the slight scratch of the wool where it brushed her leg, was a welcome nuisance. She took the time to unbraid her hair and wrap it in a knot at the top of her head. With only the ribbon to secure it, her wild tresses probably wouldn't stay in place for long, but at least she could feel stylish for a little while. About a half hour passed before a knock sounded again on her door. Come in. Miriam straightened the blankets across her skirt. Alex's face appeared as he cracked the doorway. Just popping in to see if you need anything. His eyes widened, and he stepped into the room. It's beautiful. Miriam couldn't quite meet his gaze, so she glanced down at the dainty lace. It's lovely, Alex. Forcing herself to look at him, she let her smile show. I can't tell you how wonderful it is to have clean clothes. New clothes, I mean. She was making a mess of this. Thank you. At first he didn't answer, but the Adam's apple in his throat bobbed. You're welcome. What was going on behind those glistening brown eyes? Did he regret the purchase? Was he disappointed in the way she looked in the clothes? Why did she even care what he thought? At last he spoke, his voice thick. I've never seen anything so lovely. He turned and strode from the room. Chapter 12. Alex watched Miriam from the doorway of the front waiting room as she poured coffee into cups for the two men waiting. She'd healed quickly over the last few days, especially after they removed the stitches and she started strengthening exercises. Now she moved around with the crutches like she'd used them all her life. It still unnerved him to see her so active, especially with her knee injury only 2 weeks old. But trying to keep her still was like taming the wildcat that attacked her, not worth attempting for long. Here's coffee poured for you, sirs. I'm sorry I can't carry the cups. Not a problem, missy. The burlier of the two men rose from his simple wooden waiting chair and clumped toward the sideboard. I can do the totin' for you. As a man took both tin cups in his massive hands, he leaned close to Miriam and mumbled something under his breath. Alex stiffened. Anything that couldn't be said out loud was likely not proper to speak in a young lady's ear. The burly man chuckled as he carried a mug to the frail man hunched in another seat. Miriam's face flushed pink, and Alex's fists clenched before he could stop them. This man was a patient. He had to remember that. But if the lout laid a finger on Miriam for any reason... Whoever's next can follow me. He never took his eyes from the burly miner as the man turned and ambled toward him. Need an elixir, Doc. Alex ignored him until they were both in the examination room and he'd closed the door. What's the trouble? His words came out sharper than they should have. Warmth, sympathy and understanding, Donahue. Remember your Hippocratic oath. Inhaling a deep breath, he tried to force his face into a pleasant expression. And what's your name, sir? The miner already had one boot on the edge of the exam table and was rolling up his pant leg. Baxter. My leg's bothering me something fierce. And it was soon clear why. A deep red mark gouged the back of the fellow's calf, at least the width of a man's hand. As Alex peered closer, it seemed to be a simple cut that had become quite infected. How did this happen? A heavy cough drifted through the wall from the waiting room, pulling Alex's attention as he waited for Baxter to reply. The man only shrugged. Couldn't say. How long's it been red like this? Another lift of the shoulders. About a week. Alex turned to the cabinets over the work table and gathered ingredients to make a poultice. He'd need a silver nitrate elixir for the infection, too. While he worked, the cough from the miner in the next room continued to sound every minute or two, spurring Alex to move faster. He could still picture the man's thin shoulders. Did he have the same lung illness they'd been seeing? In less than 5 minutes, he'd cared for Baxter's wound and given him instructions for the next few days. A niggle of remorse pricked his chest as he escorted the man back to the waiting room. He didn't usually rush in his care of a patient. He'd certainly done everything necessary with Baxter's wound, but his bedside manner may have been hurried. Still, from the few glimpses he'd had of the frail miner, the man's condition could be a case of life and death, and he would not lose another patient. Miriam released her pent-up air when Alex appeared in the hallway with the giant of a man. The frequent labored coughs of the poor miner in the chair tightened her nerves more than the cinch on a saddled horse. If only there was something she could do to help this poor man. Alex would have something, though. Alex strode straight toward him, bent down so he was eye level with the slumped figure, and extended his hand. I'm Doc Alex. Let's get you back to the examination room and see what we can do. The man was weak enough that he allowed Alex to wrap a supporting arm around him as they hobbled down the hall. Miriam's gaze followed until both men disappeared around the corner. Alex was so good with his patients. The care and passion with which he doctored each left no doubt he'd found his calling. God had created this man to be a physician. A shuffling sound brought Miriam's attention around. The big, burly miner. What was he still doing here? Can I help you, sir? Had he left and come back? But as he approached, something about the squint in his eyes and the curve of his mouth under the trim beard made the little hairs on Miriam's neck rise. He didn't answer, but she found herself moving a step backward with her crutches. The solid mass of the sideboard stopped her retreat. Do you need the doctor again? He released a soft chuckle. No, ma'am. But I have a powerful need for a pretty thing like you. I'm afraid I can't help you. Her voice came out a high squeak. Could he smell her fear the same way horses did? She had to get a handle on her emotions. Clearing her throat, she spoke more forcefully. If you don't need the doctor, you should leave, sir. He stood close now, towering no more than 2 feet away. His lower lip protruded in a fake pout. What fun would that be? And then a twinkle lit his black eyes. Unless you're coming with me. No. She pushed back against the solid wood behind her. Please go. Come now, Missy, we'll just have a little fun. He leaned close enough for his nauseating breath to cloud her face. Miriam fought to hold in a cough. When his rough hand touched her jaw, her whole body went rigid. I'll make it pleasant for you. That snarly grin sent goosebumps down her back. Very pleasant, even with your bum leg. His eyes lowered, as if motioning to her crutches. but they landed on her chest and held several seconds. Past the high neckline of her blouse, heat surged into Miriam's face. "Leave, sir, or I'll call the doctor." With her left hand tightly gripping one crutch, she pushed hard on his chest with her right. Hopefully that would knock him off balance and she could scoot under his arm. But he didn't even sway. What a giant of a man! Lord, help! Miriam opened her mouth to scream, but his coarse hand clamped tight over her lips. The foul odor of unwashed body convulsed her stomach. His other hand clamped around her waist, jerking the air from her lungs. Both walking sticks clattered on the floor, and she fought hard to free herself from his grasp. She needed her good leg to support her, and her burned wrist was almost worthless, so she pounded against his chest with her single strong fist. The blighter had her body pressed tight to his and started dragging her toward the door. Curses mixed with his disgusting breath. Terror welled up in Miriam's chest like a wild animal, clawing for escape. She pummeled his face and chest for all she was worth, but this man was more than twice her weight. What could she do? Alex pressed the chest piece of his stethoscope against Frank's lungs again. Yes, the inhalation was easier now that he'd given the man elecampane, but he'd need to keep him here a few days to stabilize his temperature and breathing. Pulling back, he met the man's weak gaze. "Frank, we're going to do our best to get you better. I need you to spend a few nights here at the clinic, though. All right?" The weary, pale blue eyes of the old miner dropped to the floor as he nodded. "If you say so." Setting a gentle hand on the frail shoulder, Alex rose. "Let me get a bed ready for you." Slipping out the door, he headed toward the waiting room. It might be best for Frank McGregor to stay in his and Brian's personal quarters during the day, so they could keep the front examination room open to see patients. It'd be hard to keep the back room warm enough, though. But he hated to infringe on Miriam's chamber, especially since she still needed to rest throughout the day. Maybe she'd have a better idea. His words died when he rounded the corner. Miriam, in the clutches of the big thug. Rage boiled through him, and his fists crept to his right pocket. "Release her!" Baxter looked up, and surprise flashed in his eyes before an ugly sneer spread across his face. "Not fair you get all the fun, Doc." Alex's hand closed over the ebony handle in his trouser pocket. Raising the revolver he kept there, he pulled the hammer and aimed the gun. The click filled the air, leaving behind a deadly silence. "Release the lady." Alex's gaze slipped to Miriam's face, and it was almost his undoing. Her wide green eyes shone fear, just above the grubby hand that covered her mouth. He couldn't let anything happen to her. God help me. He tightened his grip on the trigger, aiming for the man's head. "Let her go, Baxter. Miss Bryant is a patient here, and will be treated with the utmost respect and propriety. If you don't want a bullet in your thick skull, release the lady. Now." Uncertainty flickered in the bully's eyes. Then he spat a long, dark stream, shoved Miriam away from him, and whirled toward the door. The glass window rattled as the door slammed. Alex leaped forward and barely caught Miriam as she stumbled to balance herself with one good leg. She fell against his chest, and he gripped her tight. Miriam buried herself against him, and he wasn't sure which of them trembled more. He inhaled deeply, savoring the rich feel of her soft curls against his face. How had she become so important to him, more than any patient had ever been? So what to do with that knowledge? He let out a long breath. He could start by keeping her safe. "I'm sorry, Miriam." His voice cracked on her name. "I never imagined that would happen." She shuddered, taking in a long breath. Then she pulled back, her hands still resting on his chest. teary green eyes met his, and Alex swallowed down the burn in his throat. "It's not your fault, Alex. It was his." Her lips wobbled into a shaky smile. "Thank God you came to save me." He wanted to take her face in his hands, to stroke her cheeks, touch those full lips, but his arms still supported her. He swallowed down his emotions. "Let's get you back to bed." Chapter 13. Miriam stood over the large pot on the stove to wring out the last of the bedding Mr. McGregor used while he stayed at the clinic these last 3 days. The man had looked much better when he left this morning. He stood up straight now, had a little more meat on his frame, and didn't cough nearly so much. As she draped the blanket over a tall ladder-back chair, she kept one ear tuned to the male voices in the other room. Alex would call if he needed her to assist, which was becoming more regular over the past few days. He'd not left her alone with a patient for even half a minute. Instead, he'd started allowing her to help with minor operations. He'd taught her how to prepare medicines, sanitize his supplies, anything that wouldn't tax her physically or strain her feminine sensibilities. As if she hadn't killed and plucked chickens, helped birth calves, and plenty of other gory things. Still, it was nice to be treated as both a lady and partner, able to really help make a difference. These last few days had been the most fulfilling she could remember. The one piece of it all that tied a knot in her stomach was Alex. Not him exactly, but the worry lines that marred his forehead when she caught him looking at her. He hadn't left the clinic once since that ruffian attacked her. And as wonderful as it was to be working beside him, she didn't like being the cause of the worry he tried so hard to cover. A knock sounded, and Miriam glanced over her shoulder at the open doorway. Alex gave her one of his off-kilter grins that always sent her stomach into flips. "Do you mind if I bring Mr. McGrath in here? Looks like he'll need a tooth pulled. I could use your help if you're up for it." He eyed her, as if searching for any sign of doubt. She flashed a pleasant smile while she dried her hands on her apron. "What all do you need?" He stepped to the wash basin and poured clean water from the ewer. "The dental key and a dozen tiny bandage strips dipped in whiskey, about the size of your little finger." Miriam adjusted the crutches under her arms, then swung to the cabinets. A dental key? Hopefully she could remember which tool that was. Alex left the room, then returned with his patient trailing him. "Have a seat there on the table, Mr. McGrath, and we'll get you feeling better soon." The man stood about Alex's height and had a thick shock of orange hair. That, along with the spray of freckles covering his nose and cheeks, confirmed what she'd suspected by his name alone. Irish or Scottish ancestry ran strong in his blood. Seemed there were a lot of people with that lineage in Butte these days. "Aye, killing me now." With one side of his jaw swollen to almost twice the size of his other, the words came out sounding like "Acuina." But the brogue was still there. This man had to be a first-generation immigrant. After giving him something to help with the pain, Alex peered inside McGrath's mouth. The man moaned. She eyed Alex and their patient as she placed the tray of tools on the table where Alex could reach them. Straightening, his gaze found Miriam's. "I'll need to pull the tooth. You may want to leave the room." Miriam swallowed. If Alex could handle it, she could too. Right? She straightened her shoulders. "I'll be fine." "Lord, please let me be fine." Alex's lips pressed. Would he make her leave? He released a breath. "All right, but at least turn away for a minute." Nodding, Miriam hobbled over to the stove. "Call if you need anything." She busied herself drying the clean surgical instruments, but her mind assigned images to all the sounds coming from the examination table. Poor Mr. McGrath. His moans were pitiful. How bad must his pain be to bring such a strapping miner to this miserable state? "Hold tight, man." Alex's murmured words barely registered before a mighty cry sounded. Miriam whirled in time to see blood spurt from the man's mouth, and Alex withdraw his hand and the dental key. He reached for the tiny bandages she'd prepared, then stuffed them inside McGrath's mouth. The man coughed, gasped, and then moaned again as he sunk back against the bed. Miriam jerked a clean cloth from the washstand, soaked and wrung it quickly, then hobbled forward to wipe the crimson liquid dripping down their patient's chin and neck. There, Mr. McGrath. You'll be feeling better in no time now." She kept her voice soothing as she wiped the last remnants of sweat from his forehead. The man's shoulders lay slack against the bed now. His head lolled to the side, eyelids drifting closed. "The laudanum should be helping now, too. I'll let you rest a few minutes, then be back to check on you." McGrath only grunted. Alex caught Miriam's eye and nodded toward the door. With a final glance at their resting patient, Miriam tucked her crutches under her arms and swung along behind him. Once in the hallway, Alex stood uncertainly, hands out in front of him. "Do you, mind if I use the wash basin in your room? My hands are bloody still." "Of course." She followed him into the chamber where she'd slept the last few weeks. Her eyes scanned the bed and table. Good thing she'd straightened it this morning. "What was wrong with Mr. McGrath's tooth?" "Abscessed." Alex scrubbed the bar of lye soap over his blood-spattered hands and arms until it formed a pink lather. "Infection gets under the tooth. If it's not treated right away, the toxin becomes so bad the only way to cure it is to pull the tooth." He dipped both soapy arms into the basin of water. "I'll treat him for the infection when we go back in." Miriam nodded, her mind playing through the possible remedies she knew about. Silver nitrate worked well to cure infections, or maybe a garlic compress where the tooth had been. Alex reached for the hand towel, turning as he dried his arms. Her eyes caught on the ripple of lean muscle under the dusting of dark hair on his forearms. She swallowed, forcing her gaze away from the attractive sight. But her eyes seemed to wander of their own accord, up, until they landed in the rich depths of his chocolate gaze. A fire burned there, drawing her in. Alex stepped closer, their bodies only a foot apart. His clean hand touched her cheek, its warmth sending a tingle all the way to her core. "You're an amazing nurse." His words came out husky, and his breath played across her skin. Was he going to kiss her? Every part of her craved it. His eyes searched her face, his thumb caressing her cheekbone. His gaze landed on her lips, hovered there. And then he sucked in a breath, and the transformation was instantaneous. He jerked his hand from her face and stepped back, bumping into the washstand. "I'm sorry." His gaze skittered to the floor, and he turned and strode out of the room, skirting a wide path around Miriam. She could only stand there. What just happened? Had she done or said something to spook him? A long breath seeped from her lungs. Did he not feel the same sparks that shot through her when he was close? Limping forward with her crutches, Miriam turned and sank onto her bed. Working so close to Alex, day after day, it was wonderful. But how long could she do it before she lost her heart? Alex held a tense breath as the razor blade scraped down his neck. After he pulled the sharp metal away, he exhaled, then eyed his face in the mirror. Strong features, fairly evenly proportioned, although his nose was a bit larger than he'd like. Dad always said he had a real Irishman's nose. At least his brown hair was good and thick, although it needed a trim. Straight as it was, it hung down almost over his brows. He blew out a breath, ruffling the fray of bangs across his forehead. Going somewhere special? Alex jerked at the sound of Brian's voice, and he spun to face his brother. No, just cleaning up. Brian's mouth twitched. Maybe it's time you did go out. Alex raised a brow. Out where? Anywhere. The cafe, the mercantile. Go inspect mines. Rent a horse from Jackson and ride up into the mountains. Brian stopped lacing his boot and turned his full attention on his brother. You've got to get out, man. You haven't left the clinic since that lout attacked Miriam. I haven't needed to. You haven't had the nerve. Heat rushed through Alex. It has nothing to do with nerve. Brian cocked his head. Then what is it? Alex tightened his jaw. He wasn't about to admit his feelings for the woman, not with her still a patient in their clinic. It's not safe to leave her alone. So today's my day to stay here. You're off the hook. Off the hook? Like he was dying to ditch her the first chance he got? Brian threw up his hands. Come on, Alex. No person in his right mind would stay holed up in this clinic day after day. Even Miriam's dying to get out of here. He hung his hands from his hips and stepped closer to Alex. You have the chance, and I'm making you leave. He held up a single finger. 1 hour. I don't care where you go or what you do, but you'll get out of my hair for 1 entire hour today. Got it? Something Brian said wove its way back through Alex's mind. Miriam had said several times how much she wanted to see the mines. And after being cramped in this little clinic for almost 4 weeks now, she was probably dying to leave. But the idea was too crazy. Wasn't it? Would it strain her knee too much? Probably not any more than helping around the clinic. And mild exercise was beneficial for her body to heal now. Got it? His attention snapped back to Brian, and he couldn't stop a grin from leaking onto his face. Anything you say, big brother. Miriam eyed Alex as she sat by the stove in the examination room, slicing bread for sandwiches. He'd had a twinkle in his eyes all morning, and now as he wrote notes in the patient journal from those they'd seen the day before, he actually whistled. What had him in such a good mood? You're especially chipper today. He glanced up, eyes wide with innocence. Me? No, I meant your shadow. His mouth tipped, and he leaned over to peer at the dark spot on the floor by his chair. What's that? You want to go too? He cocked his head as if listening to someone. You think so? He slanted a glance at Miriam. I guess I can ask. Miriam couldn't help a grin. What a goose he was. Alex rose to his feet, jutted his chin like a pompous courier, and performed a deep bow. Miss Bryant, my shadow and I extend an invitation for you to join us today for a tour of the mines. What? Surely she hadn't heard right. You mean, leave here? A dimple pressed in his left cheek. If you can bear it. If she'd been closer, she would have flung her arms around his neck. Instead, she clapped. That would be wonderful. Luckily, he didn't make her wait long. Brian joined them for sandwiches at lunchtime, then Alex left to hire a wagon from the livery. As Miriam cleaned up the stove and filled a pot with beans to soak for dinner, Brian came in with his arms full of some kind of fabric. Here's one of Alex's old coats. It'll be big on you, but better than nothing. But where's my coat? Didn't I have it on when Gideon brought me down the mountain? Now that she thought about it, the buckskin jacket wasn't with her few meager possessions tucked under the bed in her room. It was pretty much shredded. Not sure if Gideon took it with him or not, but you'll need this if you go." That was for certain. It had been bitterly cold when she'd stepped outside to empty her chamber pot earlier. Brian laid the coat on a chair back, and by the time Alex parked the wagon in front of the clinic, Miriam was snuggled inside the oversized wool jacket. It smelled of Alex, that minty freshness that drifted around him in the mornings after he'd shaved, and maybe a touch of the carbolic acid he used during surgeries. And there was something else, a unique aroma that was his alone. She breathed it in, and warmth spread through her. Chapter 14. "Who's ready for a grand tour?" Miriam fastened the last button on the oversized coat as Alex's voice drifted from the front room. She tucked the crutches under her arms where the baggy sleeves hung low. "Coming." Alex and Brian both waited by the door as she hobbled into the front room. "I've never seen two people so excited to look at a bunch of holes in the ground," Brian grumbled as he handed Alex a thermos and a basket. He snapped his fingers. "Oh, I put some bricks in to heat. Let me get them for you." As Brian strode back down the hall, Alex's gaze took in Miriam. The corners of his eyes creased in a smile that made her stomach flutter. "That coat looks much better on you than it ever did on me." She glanced down, trying to hide the warmth creeping into her face. The jacket bunched in thick creases around her arms, and the shoulder seams spread several inches wider than her own. "Thanks." "Are we ready, then?" "Your coach awaits, my lady." He turned and extended his elbow, as if she were a real English lady and not an invalid who needed both hands to maneuver on the crutches. As he held the door open for her, a glimmer flashed in his eyes. Excitement? Pleasure? She couldn't quite tell. But what would be so special for him about this outing? He had opportunities to drive through the countryside any day he pleased. Could it possibly be the company he looked forward to? She stopped at the edge of the boardwalk and took in the sights and smells of the street. There wasn't much activity for an afternoon. Only a single wagon pulled by a pair of sorrel mules, and two men crossing over toward Ottawa Street. The frigid air nipped at her face in a way she hadn't ever fully appreciated before. Everything felt clean, fresh, not at all how she usually thought of Butte. But after being inside for weeks, even the dirty streets of this town made a welcome sight. "The stairs might be tricky with the crutches. Okay if I carry you down?" Alex's voice rumbled close to her ear. Miriam glanced down at the 2 steps to the ground. Surely she could manage something so simple. He must have read her mind, though. "I'd rather you not take chances putting weight on that knee yet." She glanced back at him and scrunched her nose. "All right." He scooped her up, and the strength of his arms around her was more than all right. It was heaven. She rested her head on his shoulder, and the day would have been perfect if she could stay exactly like that. He maneuvered the stairs and strode to the wagon, placing her gently on the seat. Every part of her body resisted as she released her arms from his neck, and he pulled back. Stopping a few inches from her face, his gaze locked with hers. Miriam's chest tightened so she could barely breathe. Alex seemed to be having the same trouble, although his shortness of breath could be from carrying her weight. Was he going to kiss her? His face inched closer. And then he pulled back, clearing his throat. His gaze fell to the wagon side as his feet shuffled back. Oh, why wouldn't he kiss her? Part of her wanted to grab his jacket front and drag his lips to hers. But the selfish, offended side of her would have enjoyed slapping the uncomfortable look right off his face. The clinic door squeaked open, and Brian marched out carrying a crate of bricks, thick steam wafting from their clay surface. "I'll put these at your feet. Then you can tuck this blanket around them to hold in the heat. He picked up a folded gray wool from over his arm. While Brian worked, Alex circled to the wagon and climbed up beside her, leaving at least a foot of space between them. Alex was quiet as they started off, and Miriam shot glances at his face. Had she offended him? He caught one of her peeks, and an emotion crossed his face like he was trying to shake off the gloom. A grin touched the corners of his mouth. Feels good to be out, huh? There was the Alex she knew. Her face pulled into an answering smile as she tilted her head back to enjoy the limited sunshine on her face. Wonderful. They passed familiar buildings, and she couldn't help but crane her head for a better look in the windows of Lanyard's dry goods. What she wouldn't give for a hairbrush and a few other personal items. Maybe we can stop there on the way back through, if you're up to it. The rumble of Alex's voice brought her attention back to him. Or if not, you can make a list for me to take to the clerk. Warmth washed through Miriam, soothing away the tension in her shoulders. He was such a thoughtful man. One of the things that made him a good doctor. Thanks. The wagon hit a deep rut in the road, and Miriam braced her good leg to keep from falling off the seat. A knife of pain shot up from her left knee, even though she tried to keep that leg relaxed. Alex eyed her. Is the ride going to be too much? He looked like he might turn back at a single word. No way was she going back to the clinic early now that she'd finally escaped. Gripping the edge of the seat under the blanket, she flashed him a confident smile. It's no problem at all. As they passed through the outskirts of town, the buildings changed from false front stores to rows of 1- or 2-room shanties. Several connected in clusters, building onto each other in order to share walls. Although some of them looked like the wind could blow straight through without ever hitting the wood siding. The shacks became less frequent, and soon a tall wood tower appeared, like a church steeple, above the tops of a grove of leafless beech trees. Miriam eyed the turret, and as they rounded a curve in the road, the entire vertical structure came into view. She gasped. What's that? The head frame for the Trevona mine. The rectangular base, maybe 10 feet by 20, tapered on one side as it rose to a square tower. It must have been at least 100 feet high. What's it for? Where's the rest of the mine? There weren't any other buildings or openings into the ground in sight. Alex reined the horses in and set the brake on the wagon. That's how the men get down to the ore, and how they bring it back up. Are there stairs inside that thing? No. Actually, it's a pulley system that lowers them. From what I'm told, the early gold was discovered near the surface of the hill, so the miners built shafts with openings in the side of the mountain. But these silver veins are hundreds of feet down, so they use this main elevator to raise and lower things, then dig tunnels inside the ground to follow the ore. A man that had been working at the base of the massive wood structure dropped the rope in his hands and strode their direction. You got business here, mister? Hello, sir. I'm Doc Alex from the clinic. He extended his hand toward the man. The miner stroked his beard and squinted at Alex under the brim of his cap. His gaze darted between the offered hand and Alex's face, then back to the extended hand. Finally, he took a cautious step forward and shook. Don't need no doctor. Alex kept his easy smile. Glad to hear it. Miss Bryant was interested in seeing some of the mines. The man's expression changed completely as his gaze took in Miriam, roaming quickly from her face down to the blanket covering her lap, and back up again. It wasn't an intrusive look, but more curious, like a man who didn't see women very often and trying to refresh his memory. Hello, Mr. She waited for his name. Halston. He did an awkward little bow and must have stepped on his own toes in the process, for he almost fell head first. Miriam bit her lower lip to hold in a smile. So nice to meet you, Mr. Halston. I was just admiring the head frame." She motioned toward the towering wooden structure. "Do I understand correctly that it lowers the men down into the ground using pulleys? Do they hang from a rope, then?" His mouth drew in a grim line. "Yes, ma'am. The pulleys raise and lower 'em, but they don't hang onto a rope. Leastways, not the way you're meanin'. They ride up and down in a cage. Pack as many men in as we can, too. It's a long way down to 100 feet underground." "Is it awfully cold down there?" Miriam pulled her oversized jacket tighter as a breeze whipped against her. "'Tis at first, but by the time the men get to pounding and carrying, they've worked up quite a sweat. When they come back up at the end of the day, it's a sight to see. Wish you could be here for it, but you'll not want to be hanging around in this weather." He peered up at the overcast sky. "What time do the men come up?" Miriam's gaze drifted back to the head frame, as if the men might come spilling out of the door at any moment. The miner squinted as he still looked upward. 2 or 3 hours still." After a few more minutes' conversation with the man, Alex gathered the reins. "We have a couple more mines to see, so we'd best head on. Good talking to you, Halston." The man tipped his cap as Alex clucked to the horses. When Miriam waved to the miner, his mouth spread into a wide, gap-toothed grin that transformed his face. She couldn't help but chuckle. The Alice and the original mines were similar to the Travona. Each head frame was a sight to behold. At the original, they dismounted from the wagon, and Miriam hobbled on her crutches over to the base of the structure. Every miner they met was more than eager to answer questions and tell his own stories of operating the pulleys or digging out the underground shafts. No matter the speaker, each tale reinforced in Miriam's mind what miserable life mining must be. Underground all day, rarely seeing daylight. Her own soul would shrivel up and die under such conditions. How did the men endure it? When they drove away from the original, Alex turned the wagon back onto the road the way they'd come. Miriam pulled the coat he'd loaned her even tighter around herself and hunkered down like a turtle in a shell. She clamped her jaw against the chattering of her teeth. What she wouldn't give for her buckskin jacket and her fur hat and gloves. "Scoot closer and we can share body heat." Alex spoke above the whistle of the wind that had whipped up. She was too miserable to worry about whether that was proper or not. Every muscle in her body ached from the cold, especially her left knee. Scooting over, she closed the gap on the seat between them and reached to thread her hand through his elbow. He raised his arm, though, and slipped it behind her, encircling her shoulders and pulling her close to his side. His warmth penetrated quickly, and Miriam burrowed deeper. Tucked under his wing, her teeth soon stopped chattering. She matched her breathing to the steady intake of his. They drove for a while. How long, she couldn't have said. Alex's warmth permeated every part of her upper body. Her toes were numb, but that didn't matter a whit. The air took on that dusky feel when the sun sinks lower on an overcast day. Too bad they couldn't see a beautiful sunset, with pinks and blues and oranges. That would have been the perfect close to a wonderful afternoon. "We'll drive right by the Travona," Alex's voice rumbled in her ear. Deep, yet soft. Intimate. "I know it's cold, but I was hoping you would get to see the miners come out of the shaft. Are you up for a quick stop?" She looked up to meet his gaze, their faces mere inches apart. "Yes, I'm fine." But she was better than fine. Close enough to touch his face with her breath, if she could have breathed. It would be so easy to brush his cheek with her lips. Her gaze fell to his mouth. But what would he think? No lady would initiate such a thing. Tucking her head back against his side, she released a long, shuddering breath. Alex's arm tightened around her, pulling her even closer into him. but it was several minutes before his steady breathing raised his chest against her shoulder. When they reined in again in front of the Travona headframe, Mr. Halston stuck his head out of the open door at the base.
"Didn't expect to see you ones back. You're just in time, though. We're fixing to bring up a cage full of miners."
Miriam sat straighter, anticipation warming her insides. A man's shout ricocheted inside the wooden structure. An awful squeak signaled the first turn of the gears, then grinding noises kept up a steady purr. Several minutes passed, with no change in the regular turning of the gears. Letting out a huff, Miriam sank against Alex's side. "Do you think they're coming?" A chuckle reverberated in his chest.
"Patience. It takes a while to travel up 100 feet.
Chapter 15. It must have been a quarter hour later when Miriam heard male voices inside the head frame. Shouts mostly. One or two sharp words called over the noise of the metal. With another ear-piercing squeal, the gears ground to a halt, leaving behind a silence so eerie it raised goosebumps on Miriam's arms. A white cloud drifted from the opening. Miriam blinked. Men walked inside the hazy fog. The dark movement of their boots was visible at the bottom, and as the cloud cleared, caps and dark faces appeared at the top. "Is that steam?" She couldn't take her eyes from the uncanny sight.
"Yep. The men have worked up such a sweat underground when they reach the cold air at the surface, their clothes freeze stiff. The steam is the heat from their bodies melting their frozen clothing."
The miners trudged toward the road, limited words spoken between them. Every few seconds, one of them would cough. Weariness weighed down every step they took, pressing down broad shoulders so they looked like a defeated lot of men. Miriam's heart squeezed, and tears burned to the backs of her eyes. Everything in her cried out to help these men, but what could she do? They'd put in a hard day's work, but it was likely the same thing they did every day, week after week. That horrible squeal sounded again, sending Miriam's heart into double time at the suddenness of it.
"The cage is going down to bring up another load of miners. Shall we head back now?"
Alex's thumb rubbed her arm through the coat. "All right." Miriam swallowed down the lump in her throat. As they drove, the image of those faces, so soot-streaked they were almost black, played over and over in her mind. "Alex?" His chin rested on her hair for just a moment. "Why would men keep working in the mines? It looks like a terrible way to live. Down in the ground all day, not coming to the surface until dark? So exhausted they can barely walk home? Why don't they find other jobs?" Alex was quiet for so long, she almost looked up to make sure he was awake. At last he spoke.
"For most of them, it's the only work they know how to do. They're not skilled at a trade like blacksmithing or carpentry. A lot of them came over from Ireland, some during the potato famine years back. There's nothing else for them to do. In the cities, they would starve to death."
He stopped speaking, and his shoulders lifted as he inhaled a deep breath.
"It's an awful life."
With a flash of awareness, Miriam saw Alex as a boy in that life. He was Irish. He'd come from a big city. Had his family almost starved to death? But his father was skilled, right? Hadn't Alex said he was an apothecary? Did that mean Alex's life had been different than so many of his countrymen? She didn't dare ask. How did one go about inquiring if a man came from a poor family? No, his speech was cultured, not the rough working-man brogue of the miners she'd met. And hadn't he and Brian both gone to a prestigious college in Canada? A single phrase came back to her then. something Pa used to say when she was a girl. But for the grace of God go I. Heart raised in silent prayer. Lord, thank you that your mercies are new every day. Soon they rolled into the outskirts of town. Miriam had expected to pass the miners on the road who they saw leaving the Tribona, but as she eyed the men milling around at the shanties, none looked familiar. Although, with the miners' faces blackened, there was a chance she wouldn't recognize them. Where are the men we saw leave the mine? She sat up straighter, putting a few inches between her and Alex. Now that they were in town, propriety was more important. Alex must have sensed her concern, because he pulled his arm out from behind her, gripping the reins with both hands. There are trails all through the woods around Butte. I imagine they took a shortcut home. Men on foot outside of town can sometimes get to a place twice as quick as a man in a wagon that has to stay on the road. By the time Alex reined the wagon to a stop in front of the clinic, Miriam's teeth chattered again, and she hunkered it down inside her coat. Let me come around. Alex set the brake and jumped from the wagon. After he'd jogged to Miriam's side, he handed her the walking sticks, then scooped her in his arms and carried her up the steps. His warmth was heavenly, and she fought the urge to burrow into his chest. Alex planted her gently on the boardwalk, and Miriam leaned against him until she had the sticks firmly planted under her arms. Are you sure you can walk? He hadn't taken his arm from her waist. Miriam forced a smile through her chattering teeth. Yes. Let's get you inside, then. Miriam blinked open her eyes and stretched, turning over to gauge the time by how much light seeped through the window. Bright sunlight streamed through the dingy glass. She bolted upright. How late had she slept? This lady of leisure stuff was making her soft. Too soft. Hurrying through her toilette, she scrubbed her face in the frigid water from the ewer, wiped her teeth with a clean rag, and finger-combed her hair before refastening the braid. In the next room, the scrape of chair legs sounded, along with the low hum of male voices. What must the men think of her? And she'd promised to take care of all the meals from now on. If they hadn't given up on her and started breakfast themselves, the Donahue brothers were surely starving by now. Fitting the crutches under her arms, she hobbled through her door and followed the voices to the examination room that also served as kitchen and eating area. Alex stood at the stove, scrubbing a bowl over a pot of water. His face brightened when he saw her in the doorway. Good morning. Morning. Miriam swung forward. Let me take care of that. Sorry I'm so late this morning. She stopped at the stove and nudged Alex aside with her elbow. He didn't budge, but nodded toward the table where Brian sat. I left a plate of food for you. He wrinkled his nose. Such as it is. Alex's specialty, rubber eggs and burnt bacon. Brian leaned back in his chair, long legs stretched in front of him with a mug of coffee in both hands. Miriam nibbled her lower lip as she turned back to Alex. Are you sure? A dimple pressed into his left cheek. Am I sure the bacon's burned? Afraid so. I went to pump more water and the fire was hotter than I figured. Go ahead and eat. That grin always melted her insides. All right, thanks. But as she hobbled to the chair and lowered herself into it, her stomach tightened so much she likely wouldn't be able to eat anything. It was time she stopped imposing on these men. She'd be forever grateful for their care and kindness, and maybe she could still come and help at the clinic to work off her debt to them. But they certainly didn't need to worry about her as a house guest. And that's what she'd become. Miriam picked at the food on her plate, forcing a weak smile when Brian slid a cup of coffee in front of her. The eggs shone golden, but were cold and rubbery as Brian had joked. With all of Alex's skill as a doctor, he shouldn't have to worry about cooking when she was perfectly capable. She inhaled a deep breath, then looked up. Her gaze skittered between the two brothers. "Do you think my injuries are healed enough for me to move to the boarding house?" Metal clanged at the stove, followed by a splash from the pan. Alex mumbled something under his breath and grabbed his right hand with his other. "Are you okay?" Miriam started to her feet, but he waved her away. He still kept his right hand against his shirt. "I'm fine," but he almost snarled the words. How badly was he injured? Miriam hesitated, her hand poised on the table to help her rise. He must have burned his hand when he dropped the mug in the pot of hot water. Should she help him tend to it? She knew as well as anyone how bad a burn could hurt. But Brian was a doctor, so he would be worried if Alex was really hurt, right? Brian cleared his throat, drawing Miriam's attention. "I suppose we'd need to do an examination to make sure. If everything looks okay, you should be fine to move." Miriam blinked. It took several seconds before she realized he was answering her question. She flicked a glance at Alex, but his back faced them as he bent over the firebox. Turning to Brian, she inhaled a deep breath. "When do you want to do the examination?" He nodded toward her food. "Finish breakfast, then we'll take a look." A half hour later, Miriam settled herself on the examination table, while Brian and Alex gathered clean water and supplies. Her stomach twisted in 100 knots, and her shoulders ached from the tension building in her muscles. Not only did her next steps depend on the outcome of this examination, but things were different now. Her relationship with these men had become more than that of a patient and doctors. Brian reminded her of Gideon more every day, with his dry humor and penchant to hoard words, like each one cost him half a day's work. And Alex. Butterflies flitted in her stomach even now as she thought of him. What did that mean? She was attracted to him, no doubt. Who wouldn't be, with the way he lit up a room just by walking into it? The way he made each person feel they were special. When really, Alex was the special one. Miriam's chest squeezed at the thought. Could she be falling in love with him? Boot thuds in the hall brought a swift end to that thought. "All right, let's have a look at that knee." Brian slipped his surgery smock over his head as he stepped forward. Alex crossed the room toward the wash basin without a word. Was he angry with her? Now that she thought about it, he hadn't given her more than a word or a nod since she sat down to breakfast. After she inched her hem up to reveal the splinted knee, Brian began unwrapping the stiff leather splint. A soft scrape of wood behind her pulled Miriam's focus from his work. Alex placed a chair at her shoulder and settled into it. The tension eased out of her muscles. Having him near was like snuggling under a warm quilt on a cold winter morning. She sent him a smile to try to convey her thanks. Just as her gaze connected with his, a knife of pain shot from her knee to her hip. Miriam bit hard on her lip to keep from crying out. Alex's hand slid into hers, encircling her palm with his long fingers. She squeezed it as another jab radiated through her thigh. He glanced at where Brian worked, then his gaze came back to find her eyes. He almost has it unwrapped. His expression was a mixture of compassion and a hint of her own pain, as if he were trying to take it on himself. She locked her focus in Alex's amber gaze, forcing aside the throbbing that rippled with every touch of Brian's surgical probe. "You're doing great," Alex murmured, as his thumb stroked the back of her hand. Time seemed to stand still until Brian finally glanced up from where he'd bent over her knee. "Everything's looking good. I'll wrap the knee with a softer splint this time. The exercises are helping, and it's good you're up and moving on crutches now." He looked to Alex. "You want to examine the arm while I wrap this back up?" Alex nodded, then pulled his hand from hers with a soft smile. He carried his chair to her other side and organized a few supplies on the edge of the bed. Miriam watched his movements as she tried to ignore Brian's ministrations to her knee. Alex's touch was so gentle as he cut the knot holding the bandage around her wrist, then carefully unwrapped it. The burn smarted when the air hit it, but only for a moment. Alex squinted as he examined all sides of her forearm and the back of her hand. Looks good. The blisters didn't pop, and they're almost completely gone. He glanced up at her. It should be fine to leave it unwrapped now. Just be careful it doesn't get dirty, and put this salve on twice a day. Miriam released the breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Maybe I can keep from getting hurt this time. A smile touched Alex's mouth as he spread the salve over the mottled red skin on her arm. Miriam swallowed. So does this mean I can move to the boarding house? The smile disappeared from Alex's lips, replaced by a grim line, but he didn't answer. Brian spoke up. I think that should be fine, as long as you're careful and we can make arrangements for someone to check in on you. His brows lowered. I don't recommend you leave town, though. Miriam forced her lips into a smile. That's not a problem. The mountain trail must not be passable yet, or Gideon would have come. While Brian finished her leg, Alex gathered the leftover supplies and dirty bandages. He didn't speak a word and wouldn't meet her gaze. A far cry from his earnest support a few minutes before. What had she done to upset him? Wouldn't he be glad to have her out from underfoot? She watched his rigid shoulders as he put away the unused bandage in the cabinet, laid the metal instruments they'd employed in the to-be-cleaned bin, and tossed the soiled cloths in the washstack. With everything put away, he strode to the doorway and disappeared, without a word. No easy smile. No cheery comments to brighten her mood or ease her discomfort. You'll be all right. Miriam's gaze shot to Brian's face. His eyes flickered a sad smile. Could she ask what was wrong with Alex? She couldn't quite bring herself to. But when she had a moment, she'd talk to Alex herself. Chapter 16. Miriam blinked. Where was she? Another blink brought her surroundings into focus. With a yawn, she sat up. Why was she sleeping in the middle of the day? She pulled her shoulders into a stretch, then leaned back against the wall at the head of the bed. She'd had a cup of willow tea to help with the pain after her examination, and it must have put her to sleep. Pushing aside the blankets, she used her hands to lift her bad leg to the cold floor. How long had she slept? After being so late waking this morning, and now a nap in the middle of the day, these doctors probably wrote her off as useless. And Miriam Bryant may be a lot of things, but useless was not one of them. In the small mirror Alex had set up for her, Miriam frowned at her appearance. She'd need to rebraid her hair. For the second time today. As her fingers worked through the task, her mind wandered to the morning's events when she'd announced her plans to move. Alex had been so strange. She needed to talk with him and find out what she'd done to offend him. Maybe over lunch, or in between patients if it was a slow day. She stilled her movements to listen. No voices drifted through the walls. It didn't sound like Alex was with anyone at the moment. Her fingers fumbled with the ribbon. Why was she shaking? Was it so hard to talk to Alex? Silly girl, he was the easiest man she'd ever conversed with. Grabbing the crutches, she hobbled toward the hall. As she entered the main examination room, Alex glanced up from the chair by the desk. He'd been reading a book, his legs propped on the wooden desk. His face formed a smile when he saw her, but it didn't quite reach his eyes.
There's coffee on the stove, and I sliced bread, cheese, and beef for sandwiches. Are you hungry? Dropping his legs to the floor, he started to rise. Don't get up, please. She'd inconvenienced him enough already. I just need coffee right now. I'll get it. It was time she cared for herself. She filled the cup half full so it didn't spill while she hobbled, and limped to sit in the chair beside the desk. Alex dropped his attention back to the book. Should she interrupt him? If she'd offended him, she needed to make it right. Miriam cleared her throat. Alex? He glanced up, his brown eyes wary. Yes? What are you reading? Chicken. He lifted the book so she could see its cover. Medical Flora of the United States. Interesting. She moistened her lips. Have I, done something to offend you? His gaze shot to her face, but he didn't answer. Just sat there, as if debating what to say. Was whatever she'd done so bad? He rose and walked to the window, staring out at a passing wagon and the mountain range beyond. At last, he spoke. Ryan stopped by Watson's boarding house. They'll have a room ready for you tomorrow. That didn't answer her question, did it? Something about her presence, or leaving, had upset him. Did he think her ungrateful? Placing her coffee on the desk, she pushed to her feet, choosing her words carefully. Alex, I can't tell you how much I appreciate everything you've both done. Everything you've done. I'd like to keep helping in the clinic if I can. That is, she crossed her arms over her chest, if I would be a help and not get in the way. He waved toward the stove. You're always a help. Everything you do around here is a breath of fresh air. Your cooking is fit for royalty compared to mine. Alex spun to face her. Patients love you, and when you're helping me with the procedure, you think 2 steps ahead of me. He strode back across the room and placed his hands on her upper arms. The warmth of his touch seared through her sleeves. I love having you here. He stopped himself before finishing the sentence, dropping his arms to his sides. What had he been about to say? I don't want you to overdo it, though. Come when you can, but don't push yourself. His forehead puckered. I'm not sure I want you coming by yourself, though. The sidewalks are still icy, and those crutches could be dangerous outside. Why don't you wait for me to come walk with you? Or I could bring you in the wagon. Miriam reached for both of Alex's wrists, sliding her hands down until they fit in his. I'll be fine. Thanks to your skills, my knee's getting better every day. I'm trying to make this easier on you, not harder. He loosened one hand and reached up to finger a curl that had escaped her braid. When his gaze found hers, the amber flecks darkened to a rich chocolate. I understand. You're the kindest woman I've ever known. His hand cradled her cheek, and Miriam couldn't help but lean into the touch. His eyes wandered to her face, coming to rest on her lips. She could feel his gaze, like a warm breath. And then it was his breath. Her eyes drifted closed as his lips touched hers. Sweet molasses, like nothing she'd ever experienced. As Alex's lips made contact with hers, a spark traveled all the way to his core. By jingo, she was sweet. He deepened the kiss, his senses filling with every part of her. The softness of her lips, the hint of coffee lacing her breath, the intensity of her response. He pressed harder, slipping a hand to her back and pulling her closer. She stumbled,
and the jolt cracked the trance of her kiss. What was he doing? Alex pulled back, sliding his arms to her shoulders, as much to steady himself as her. He struggled to catch his breath, not able to meet her gaze. "I'm sorry." He had to get out of there. His body still raged with the desire to pull her close again. "I'm sorry, But he had no words to describe what he was feeling. Wasn't even sure himself. This woman may be all he'd ever dreamed of, but she was his patient. Get out of there. Jerking his hands from her, he turned and strode out the door. Miriam fumbled for the arms of the chair behind her, then sank into its seat. What just happened? The amazing effects of the kiss still lingered inside her. She pressed 2 fingers to her lips. But the look in his eyes when he'd pulled away? Pure torture. Had it been so bad for him? She'd never kissed a man before. Had no idea it was so magical. But maybe she'd done it all wrong. It sure hadn't felt wrong, though. Miriam leaned on her crutches by the front door as she fastened the buttons spanning the front of Alex's borrowed coat. Both brothers insisted on walking with her to the boarding house. That was probably a good thing, as Alex had been stiff and formal since their kiss the day before. He seemed to take pains not to be alone with her. And when they were in the same room with Brian or a patient, he never made eye contact. When he spoke to her, red usually crept into his face and ears. If the kiss had been so bad, why couldn't he just forget it? Maybe she should apologize. But for what? For being a bad kisser? That would be awkward, and then some. At least she wouldn't be sleeping at the clinic anymore, which would lessen their chances of being alone together. All set? Brian strode into the front room with her meager bundle of possessions tucked under his arm. Alex appeared behind him, doctor's bag in hand. She raised a questioning gaze on them both. Are you going on calls after you drop me at the boarding house? Never know when we'll need it. Like to be prepared with both of us out. Alex didn't meet her gaze, but strode around his brother to open the front door. Brian gave her a good-natured smile and touched her elbow. Ready when you are. It was a long, silent walk down the block, across the street, and around the corner to Watson's. A little sun poked through the clouds, but the breeze that whipped up stung bitter cold. The coat helped, but she'd need to purchase one, or make her own, soon. She couldn't keep depending on Alex. Brian had secured a room for her on the first floor, a blessing since stairs were still tricky with her crutches. Mrs. Watson led them to the room, second door on the left, and motioned for Miriam to precede her into the small chamber. The men stayed in the hallway. You just open your door and call if you need anything, dearie. Mr. Watson and I stay at the other end of the hall, so I'll be listening for you. She was a petite woman with curly brown hair cut short so it framed her heart-shaped face. Her puffy cheeks seemed to keep a constant rosy hue. Thank you. Miriam reached for the bundle from Brian. Let me get that, hon. Mrs. Watson stepped in front of her to take it, then dropped the package on the bed. I don't usually cook meals since the cafe's right next door. She paused, tilting her head at Miriam. If I need to have something delivered, though. Oh, no. I'll be helping at the clinic still, so I'll take most of my meals there. She shot a gaze at the men. Brian eyed her with raised brows, but Alex only stared at his boot as it scuffed the floor. Had Alex not shared that news with his brother? I'll leave you be, then. Mrs. Watson eyed the men, as if she weren't sure if she should leave Miriam alone with them. Thank you, Mrs. Watson. I appreciate all your help. Miriam gave the woman a smile and was rewarded with a pat on the shoulder. Any time, dearie. You just call.
The brothers murmured their thanks as she strode past. Brian glanced around the room again. "You need anything to get settled?" Miriam nibbled her lip. She needed more than she cared to say in front of male ears. "I do need a few things from the mercantile. Is there any way I could give you a list for the next time one of you go there? You can put it on Gideon's tab." Brian nodded. "Of course. If you write it now, we'll get it today." She couldn't see Alex's face where he stood, almost behind his brother. Miriam glanced at the paper and charcoal on the nightstand. "I'll be quicker than a rifle shot." After jotting down everything she could think of, from a comb to wool material and thread for a new cape, she swung on the crutches to the door. Neither man had dared to step foot over the threshold. "You can just give this to the clerk to gather." Please. The last thing she wanted was for these men to select her toiletries. Alex stepped forward, reaching for the paper. "I'll stop back by with the supplies around lunchtime." He didn't quite meet her gaze, but it was the first time he'd spoken without being forced since the kiss. "Thank you." He was an idiot. Alex pounded the words in his head as his boots slapped the wooden sidewalk. How could he have crossed the line with Miriam like that? Kissed her, while she was a patient under his care. He ground his fingertips into his palms. He had to apologize, had to clear the air between them, promise it wouldn't happen again. And then he had to make sure it didn't. Breathing in a deep breath, he straightened his shoulders. When he brought her supplies from the mercantile, they would talk. "You know she likes you." Brian elbowed his side. Alex scowled. "She's a patient, Brian." His brother waited a few moments before answering. "True, but she won't always be. Give it time. Don't close any doors." Alex clenched his jaw. Don't close any doors? How could he see Miriam every day, work alongside her, and experience her kindness and intelligence, not to mention her good cooking, without craving her as more in his life? The only way he could do it was by slamming that door shut and boarding it up. She was off limits. No touching. Business only. Now to explain it to her in a way that didn't break her heart, because that would be his undoing. Chapter 17. When the knock sounded on Miriam's door, she slipped the ribbon in Emma to mark her page. "Coming." Holding in a groan, she pushed off the bed and fit a crutch under her left arm. She was getting good at maneuvering with a single walking stick in these small spaces. Before she opened the door, Miriam brushed loose curls back from her face, then smoothed her skirt. Would Alex be in a better mood this time? Inhaling a deep breath, she grasped the handle. The aroma of baked chicken and potatoes hit her first, even before she saw the large box piled high enough to hide the person carrying it. The crate shifted, and Alex's head peered around it. "Hungry?" "I wasn't until I smelled that." She hobbled out of the way. "Bring it on in." As he lowered his load to the floor, Miriam peered over his shoulder and realized it was 2 crates stacked. "I don't remember baked chicken on my list." He lifted covered plates, jars, and utensils from the top crate and placed them on the dresser. "Figured you'd be settling in today so you wouldn't make it to the clinic. And I wasn't sure you'd go to the cafe yourself." He shot her a look. His mouth quirked. "I would if I got hungry enough." She limped to the dresser and lifted the cloth off a plate. The warm, savory aroma blasted her face. "Oh, that's heavenly." That familiar twinkle sparkled in his eye. "Enjoy. There should be enough for dinner, too." Rising, he lifted the crate that was still half full of food and settled it under one arm. "Aren't you going to stay and eat with me?" Miriam's heart sank as she realized his intent. Alex glanced down at the wood box he held. I need to get back to the clinic. Left it closed too long already. He paused, his brow furrowing, eyes still staring at the cloth covering in the crate. Then he raised his head and met Miriam's gaze squarely. The beat in her chest quickened. Miriam, I'm sorry about yesterday. I shouldn't have done that. His gaze dropped to the floor, and red seeped into his cheeks. I mean, you're a patient, and I don't want you to be uncomfortable. I won't let it happen again. Miriam's mind spun. Was he saying he'd stopped kissing her because she was under his medical care? Suddenly, it was more important that she make certain of that than take her next breath. She squared her shoulders. So you didn't hate the kiss? His head jerked up, brown eyes widening. Hate it? No. His eyes darkened to chocolate, and the shadow of a smile touched his mouth. A far opposite from hate. And then he blinked, the red in his cheeks deepening to crimson. But I shouldn't have done it. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. With a bow, his voice slipped into the Irish brogue. I'll endeavor to be the perfect gentleman doctor, deserving of a fine lady patient such as yourself. Dipping his chin, he turned and glanced toward the door. I need to go now. I'll check on you in the morning. Is there anything else you need? No matter how she tried to hold it back, a smile forced its way onto Miriam's face. It didn't matter, though. He wasn't looking at her as he edged to the door. This is more than enough. Thank you. With one final look and a nod, Alex walked out the door, closing it behind him. Alex plunged the pen into its inkwell and slumped against the back of his chair with a sigh. What a day. After he'd left Miriam at lunchtime, there'd been a steady stream of patients into the office. At times, 2 or 3 waiting for him. And as the day progressed, the clinic grew lonelier by the minute. Too many memories of Miriam everywhere he turned. Even his patients wouldn't let him forget about her. Mrs. Malgrim had stepped in the front door, ignored his greeting, and cocked her head like she was listening for raindrops. Then she waved her cane at him, her blind eyes wide. Where's that pretty gal you were doctoring on? You didn't run her off, did you? Alex had pasted a smile on his face, so maybe it would come through his voice. No, ma'am. She's doing much better and staying at the boarding house now. A ship could have drowned in the frown lines covering her face. Don't you lose her, Alex Donahue. The smile was a little easier this time as he reached forward to take her elbow. One couldn't get upset with this spunky old woman. Yes, ma'am. Come on back and we'll see how you're doing today. She jerked her arm from his grasp. Don't patronize me. You boys have moved too far away from your mama. Somebody's got to do the job. Alex couldn't help but smile at the memory of the sassy lady. But now his patients were all gone, leaving him alone. It had been dark for at least an hour, and Brian still wasn't back from his rounds. At last, the front door opened in the next room, allowing the sound of the wind to howl in, until the click of the door shut it out. Alex leaped to his feet and strode to meet his brother. It's about time you're back. Everything all right? Brian stood just inside the room as he shucked his gloves first, then his coat. Not exactly. Alex's focus jerked to the tight expression on Brian's face. What's wrong? He let out a long breath. Frank McGregor died. Every muscle in Alex's body went taut. He didn't show up for work this morning, so they sent a man to his shack. Alex's throat worked, but no sound came out. Brian met his gaze. He was in a bad way, Alex. You knew as well as I did he might not make it. Alex stumbled back, bumped into the corner next to the hallway wall, and clung hard to the doorpost. But he seemed so much better when he left here. He wasn't coughing blood anymore, and his breathing was easier. Brian's lips pinched. His neighbor said his cough got worse after his first night home. Could hear him coughing all night through the walls. Then why didn't he come back to the clinic? Brian gripped his shoulder, the volume in his voice dropping. I don't know. You did the best you could, but I guess he knew he was dying. We can't fight God when a man's time comes. Alex's jaw clenched. Can't fight God? Why didn't God help these people? The ache in his chest that had grown through the afternoon without Miriam was strong enough now to double him over. He'd failed again. Alex squared his shoulders as he stood in front of Miriam's door at the boarding house. Would she be up yet? Maybe she wasn't planning to come to the clinic today. He didn't want her to think he needed her there, no matter how much that was true. Inhaling a deep breath, he raised his knuckles and tapped on the wooden door. Rustling sounded inside, then several soft thuds, and finally a muffled, "You can open it." Alex reached for the wood knob and slowly twisted it. As he pushed the door open, Miriam stood at the foot of her bed, crutches under both arms. She was more beautiful than he'd ever seen her. Her honey-blonde curls were pulled up into a coif that perfectly accented her elegant cheekbones. His eyes fell to the creamy skin of her slender neck. Everything about her was stunning. Good morning. He swallowed, trying to summon liquid into his dry mouth. I'm ready. She hobbled forward. Ready? He had to pull himself together. She stopped a few feet from him. Her delicate brown brows arched, and a smile played on her lips. To go to the clinic. He forced his gaze from her lips and focused on her eyes. A brownish green this morning, close to the olive color of her skirt. The skirt he'd picked out for her. Oh, all right. She still stood there, brows raised and watching him as if waiting. Alex tore his gaze from Miriam and looked around. Was she waiting on him? Well, let's go then. Right. Alex jumped to the side, then motioned toward the hall with a flourish. After you, milady. Oh, I forgot my jacket. I mean, your jacket. She turned to retrieve the coat laying on the bed. I'll get it. He almost tripped over his feet getting into the room. Smooth, Donahue. Get a handle on yourself. When they stepped out the front door, Alex took a deep breath of the biting air. A fresh layer of snow had fallen in the night, powdery and clean still, except for the single track that had formed in the middle of the street. Watch out for ice. He gripped Miriam's arm as she maneuvered the 2 stairs to the road so they could cross. Thanks. Her brow puckered as she carefully placed the crutches with each step. Thanks for coming to get me this morning. You won't have to do it every day, though. I should be fine after this first time. A smile tugged at his mouth. Such a strong-willed lass. As the clinic came into view ahead, the gloom that hovered all night settled again over Alex's shoulders. Another patient. Lost. What was he doing wrong? Do you want to talk about it? Miriam's voice was so soft, he almost didn't hear her over the breeze. Talk about what? Had she sensed something wrong? Or did she want to discuss their conversation yesterday? She cut him a glance. Whatever's worrying you.
Alex let out a long breath. How could she read him so well? And she wanted him to talk about it? But something deep inside him did want to confide in her. Not that she could do anything about it, but still. Frank McGregor died. Her quick inhale was loud enough to hear over the wind. No. He was getting better. Alex kept his focus planted on the boardwalk ahead of them. Appears he worsened not long after he left us. Alex, I'm so sorry. The grief in her words made him stop and turn to look at her. Miriam touched his arm, and the pressure sank through his wool coat, like a balm to his soul. A rush of something burned at the back of his eyes, but Miriam turned and continued hobbling down the sidewalk. He swallowed to collect himself. Do you think the pneumonia came back? Or was there something more? That was the question, wasn't it? Alex scrubbed a hand through his hair. I don't know. The pneumonia seemed to be out of his lungs. I wonder if there's something in the mind that could have triggered the relapse. He sighed. I guess we'll never know for sure. They reached the clinic door, and he opened it for her to enter. Oh, warmth. She moved straight for the examination room, where he'd loaded the stove box with wood. Beside the stove, she propped her crutches against the wall and slipped her coat off. So, what can I do first? A garlic poultice on your feet should help. Alex handed his stethoscope to Miriam as he stepped away from Mrs. Mason, or Aunt Pearl, as she was better known. Aunt Pearl wrinkled her nose. I'll stink worsen than a skunk in the outhouse. Alex chuckled. If you put it on while you're sleeping and then wash it off in the morning, you shouldn't smell a thing that day. Out of the corner of his eye, Alex saw Miriam tying garlic cloves in a piece of cloth, always right in step with him. A crash sounded in the front room, accompanied by male shouts and boot thuds. Doc! Alex jumped to his feet and ran towards the sounds. When he rounded the corner, 3 men were coming in the front door. The middle one had been badly beaten and was supported by a fellow on either side. It took several seconds before Alex's mind caught up with what his eyes took in. The battered man was Brian. Chapter 18. Bring him in here. Miriam motioned for the men to help Brian to the examination room. Her words seemed to spur Alex into action, although his face paled as white as the painted fence around the churchyard. Lance, Aunt Pearl breathed, as the men shuffled through with Brian. You take care of him, and I'll send some broth over with one of the girls. Miriam shot her a grim look. Thanks. Then she followed the men into the room. They'd need warm water to start with. There was so much blood on Brian's face, it was hard to see the damage, although one of his eyes had already swollen almost shut. Alex examined his brother while she brought in the wash basin and a clean cloth. I'll need a suture needle and thread. Miriam hobbled to the cabinets to gather supplies. Arnica would help with the swelling, and a cold compress of snow for that eye. She carried the materials back to the bedside table. I'm fine, Brian mumbled, pushing Alex's hand away. Just need rest and willow tea for this bloody headache. Willow tea. Why hadn't she thought of that? Miriam limped to the stove and poured clean water in the empty pot. How did this happen, Brian? Alex's voice held a focused tone. All business. Not sure, Brian groaned. Easy. Do you want laudanum before I do the sutures? No, get it over with. So you don't know how it happened? Were you out of mind? With the water heating, Miriam moved to Alex's side to check for anything she could do to help. Someone came and... Brian grunted as Alex inserted the needle for the first stitch. Said I was needed at Wilson's Tavern. When I got there, the place was in a brawl.
He winced, his hand coming up to his head. Don't remember anything after that. Miriam glanced around. Where had the men gone who'd brought Brian? Surely they knew what happened, but the three of them were alone in the examination room. Alex focused on his sutures, so she hated to bother him. Fitting both crutches under her arms, she swung out to the waiting room. Nobody. She returned to the examination room. Alex tied off a stitch and leaned back to inspect his work. That should do it. Now a bandage to keep it clean and salve for the other cuts. Should be on the table beside you. Miriam limped to the stove where steam rose from the pot. His brows gathered as he looked down. Thanks. Alex, did you see where the men went who brought Brian in? Said they had to go help the others. His attention was focused on his ministrations, so she didn't question him again. When Alex finally stepped back from his brother, Miriam held a mug of willow bark tea up to Brian's mouth. Have a sip. He obeyed, and she continued to coax him until the cup was empty. Would you like more? No, just sleep. His good eye drifted closed, and his words slurred. She glanced up at Alex, who stood at the stove cleaning the tools he'd used. He spoke in a quiet tone. We'll let him rest. Miriam limped over to join Alex with Brian's empty mug. I can clean these. She nudged his arm with her elbow. I'll wash, and you dry. His voice had a tired, no-nonsense tone that stopped her from insisting. She picked up a clean drying cloth from the nail on the wall. Alex didn't speak as they worked, but tension hung heavy around them. She dared a glance when he handed her the dripping wash basin, now clean after he'd almost scrubbed the porcelain finish off it. The muscles in his jaw flexed. With nothing left to wash, Alex moved the pot of dirty water to the back of the stove and dried his hands on a towel. He turned around and leaned against the oven handle, crossed his arms, and stared at the resting form of his brother. What was spinning through his mind? Miriam eyed him as she dried the basin and placed it on the work table. His back stood rigid. Every muscle in his body seemed tight enough to snap. She reached a tentative hand up to cup his shoulder. He made no sign of recognition, except the Adam's apple that bobbed at his throat. Seeing him like this started an ache in her chest. She kept her hand in place, gently sliding her thumb back and forth on the brown cotton of his shirt. They stood like that for several minutes, watching Brian as his chest rose and fell in a steady rhythm. Should she say something? But what could she say that would ease Alex's pain? How would she feel if Gideon was carried home beaten and bloody? Of course, the same way she'd felt when she and Leah had found him half dead in a cave after he'd been mauled by a bear. Scared spitless. Just months after their middle brother Abel had been killed by a grizzly, Gideon's attack had broken open too many fresh scars. Her heart raced in her chest. What could she say now to help Alex? Nothing. But she could be here for him, as long as he needed her. I can't lose another sibling. She almost jumped at the sound of Alex's voice. Raw, like a knife had scraped his throat, leaving it bloody and aching. Miriam tightened her grip on his shoulder. Have you lost another brother? Her own loss, the chasm left by Abel's death, gaped wide before her. Britt, my sister. Oh, Alex. She laid her head against his shoulder. Such a paltry gesture. But she needed to touch him. A physical way to show her grief. Several moments passed before he spoke again. It was my fault. His fault? Questions raced through her mind, but she didn't move from her spot beside him. Had he been the attending physician? Surely not. Oh, that would be too much for a person to bear. She was 7. He swallowed, and his voice grew a little stronger as he continued. Followed me everywhere I went. Britt was special. Cute red curls and freckles, and the prettiest blue eyes. People loved her. How could they help it? She could charm a rock into smiling. He cleared his throat. Dad sent me out on deliveries one day, but I was miffed because I really wanted to play ball with Brian and his friends. But she tagged along. His voice broke, and he paused. She had a breathing condition, where sometimes her lungs would only function to partial capacity. I was a stupid lout and jogged the whole way, never slowed down to let her catch up or rest. By the time we got home, she could only draw tiny breaths. Dad tried every remedy he knew, then sent Brian for the doctor. Her lungs stopped working before the man could get there. Oh, Alex. Watching her die was the worst. I'd caused it. And yet there was nothing I could do. His voice broke on a sob. Miriam wanted to hold him, pull him into her arms and console him, but she stayed in place at his side. She did, however, run her palm down his arm and slip her hand into his. After a moment, she dared to speak. You were only a boy, Alex. You didn't know what would happen. His shoulder tensed, but she forged on. Her life was in God's hands. He took her to a better place, where she didn't have to struggle to breathe. Her gaze landed on Brian. Your brother's different. Alex, is there anything life-threatening about Brian's condition? He stood quiet for a long moment. Had she gone too far? I won't know for sure if there's internal damage for a day or two. Her heartbeat quickened. Do you see signs of it? A long sigh. No. She squeezed his fingers. He's in God's hands. How long did they stand there? Time faded into oblivion. At last, Alex exhaled a long breath. Miriam straightened, pulling away from his side to examine his face. I should probably see if I'm needed at Wilson's. Tight lines gathered under Alex's eyes, a clear hint of the strain that weighed on him. Her chest ached with the desire to unburden him. I'll tend Brian. At last his gaze found hers, searching. She met his look, willing her eyes to show the love and compassion and hope that welled in her chest. He squeezed her hand. Thanks. What should I give for a stomach ailment? Miriam leaned around the open doorframe to Brian's quarters. Mrs. O'Leary's here with her 2 youngest. Said they've been vomiting all morning. His brows scrunched where he lay in a low bed in the corner. Sid and Malcolm, I'll come. Don't you dare. Whether it was her command or the pounding in his head, Brian sat up only halfway before he stopped. His hand crept up to grip his temple. Between his eye, which was still mostly swollen and glowed a mixture of red, blue, and black, and the scrunched expression of pain on his face, the poor man was pitiful. Give them each a dose of the blackberry tonic. He sank against the pillow. Tell her to have them drink peppermint tea and eat dried bread, and to keep them away from the girls. Thanks. Miriam hobbled on the single crutch back to the front examination room. As she neared the door, the sound of retching filtered into the hallway. She lengthened her stride. Poor thing. The red curls of the youngest, 2-year-old Sydney, bent over a wash basin when she entered the room. His mother cradled him while the little shoulders jerked with each heave. At last he raised his head, chest rising and falling in quick, exaggerated breaths. Miriam grabbed a cloth from the washstand, dipped it in the water and wrung it out, then handed it to Mrs. O'Leary. The lad's eyes rimmed bright red against the extreme pallor of his skin. As Miriam dosed the blackberry juice tonic, she talked through Brian's instructions with the harried mother. "Would you like me to make some peppermint tea for them to drink now?" Mrs. O'Leary scanned her sons. 5-year-old Malcolm lay on the examination table, with an arm draped over his eyes, while Sidney snuggled in her arms, a little bit of color now coming into his cheeks. "It'll be easier at home." Miriam's heart went out to the woman. She had her hands full with the children, especially with her husband working long hours at the mine. "If there's anything I can do to help, come back or send word, please." After the pitiful family left, Miriam emptied and rinsed the wash basin, then set to work cleaning the examination room. In small spaces like this room, she could limp from one support to another without her crutch. It took a lot of scrubbing to eradicate the foul smell. At last, she scanned the room. Everything looked back to rights. Her knee begged for a rest, but she needed to check on Brian again. Grabbing her crutch, she hobbled down the hallway and tapped gently on the doorframe that divided the men's quarters from the clinic. "Enter." She stepped into the open doorway. "Just stopped by to see if I can get you anything." He motioned toward the ladder-back chair beside her. "Sit and fill me in on today's patients." Miriam hesitated. She did need to rest her knee, and she supposed she could hear if anyone came in, sitting next to the doorway. Easing onto the chair, she recounted events with the O'Leary family, the poultice she'd put on Mr. Yeltsin's burn per Brian's instructions, and the other assorted cuts and colds she'd treated with Brian's advice. "I need to make case notes on everyone." Brian locked his fingers in his hair, allowing his palm to cover his eyes. "I've been doing that with each one. You can look at the book and add what I missed." She eyed the lines around his good eye. "Tomorrow." He let out a sigh. "Can't believe this laid me so low." "If you give yourself time now to heal, you'll spring back quicker." He dropped his hand and gave her a dark look. "Yes, doctor." Miriam made a small effort to bite back her smile, but kept her mouth shut. Brian glanced toward the window where the dirty layer over the glass made it hard to see whether the sun really was setting. "Alex not back yet?" She rose to her feet with the help of the walking stick. "No. Are you ready for dinner?" She needed to get started so it would be ready when Alex did come in from making Brian's usual rounds. "Whenever." His words were groggy. "See if you can get some sleep before it's ready." As she limped out of the room, the only response she heard was a "hm" from the general direction of her patient. She allowed a grin, just like Gideon, stubborn and ornery. Although in this case, God may have used Brian's hard head as his salvation. Chapter 19. Alex leaned into the clinic door as he pushed it open. The biting wind made his weary bones ache all the more. Darkness hovered over the front waiting room, broken only by a dim light flickering from the hallway. His nose picked up the aroma of fried ham, and he followed the scent. At least Miriam would have a warm dinner for him. A movement caught his attention from the open door at the end of the hallway, the door to his and Brian's chamber. Miriam appeared, with a crutch under one arm and a stack of plates in her right hand. What was she doing in their private quarters? A surge of anger rose in his chest, larger than the small amount of energy he had left to tamp it down. She smiled when she saw him. "I have your plate ready. Do you want to eat at the table, or shall I bring it to your chamber?" His insides heated another notch. Bring it to his chamber? What a question. Had she spent all day in there with Brian? "Just give it to me. I'll eat with my brother."
Hurt flashed over her features before she ducked into the examination room that held the stove. That look was enough to take the edge off his anger. As he proceeded toward his and Brian's quarters, the encounter played through his mind again. He shouldn't have snapped at her. Miriam wouldn't do anything improper, right? It just drove him crazy thinking of her being here with Brian all day long. Even if it was perfectly innocent, wasn't that how he'd come to fall in love with her? Was he in love? His mind and emotions were too tangled to finish that thought right now, and his bones were so weary. Brian lay with his eyes closed when Alex entered their chamber. "Your day go all right?" His lids never flickered as he spoke. Resentment surged through Alex's chest. "Not as well as yours." His brother's good eye cracked. "You'd rather lie here with your face and ribs busted up?" "Looks like you've been well taken care of." Alex tossed his doctoring case in the corner and threw his coat on top of it. The corners of Brian's mouth curved, but he didn't answer. Heat flared through Alex's veins. He was being a cad, but couldn't seem to stop himself. Better to get out of here before he did something he already regretted. Alex stalked toward the door where he'd just entered. "Alex!" He ignored Brian's call and almost ran over Miriam in the hallway. "Alex?" She caught herself and balanced the plate in her hand. He brushed past, locking his focus away from her face. "Get out of here." "Here's your food." Her voice echoed with confusion and hurt, like a knife twisting his gut. Through the front room, he jerked open the door. The blast of winter air slammed into him, and he stumbled forward, gulping in deep breaths. For several moments, he leaned against the side of the building, inhaling the frigid air. His pulse raced as he stared out at the mountains that rose above the tops of the buildings. Majestic. Incredible. Their awe settled over him like a calming mist. What would it be like to stand near the top of these beautiful peaks and see for miles? The clinic door creaked open, and Alex's muscles tensed. He kept his gaze on the mountains, but watched from the corner of his eye as Miriam slipped outside and closed the door behind her. She limped toward him and leaned against the wall with only a few feet between them. Where was her crutch? Even with the limp, her movements were lithe and graceful. A lady strong and capable. His chest hammered. Miriam didn't speak for several long moments, but stared out at the mountaintops along with him. His mind wouldn't focus on the peaks. Having her so close, his body craved contact. He needed to apologize. His behavior had been rude and way out of line. Exhaling a long breath, he gathered his nerve to speak. "There's something about them that draws you in, isn't there?" Miriam's words caught him off guard. Alex's eyes shot to her face, then followed her gaze to the mountains. A wash of awareness settled over him. They'd been her home for years now. "Do you miss the mountains?" "A little. I miss the peace, the quiet solitude. The views up there are pretty amazing." A smile pulled at the corners of his mouth. "I was thinking they must be. When the pass opens, I can take you up and show you my favorites." His gaze found her face. It glowed in the soft moonlight, her eyes sparkling a dark green. "I'd like that." He swallowed. "Miriam, I'm sorry I was such a lout in there." She searched his eyes. "Hard day?" He scrubbed a hand through his hair. "I don't know how Brian goes into all those hovels and mines every day. With those conditions, no wonder people are sick."
Lowering his arm, he locked his gaze with hers. But that was no reason to be so rude. A wrinkle formed in the flawless skin of her forehead. There's something else, isn't there? How was she so perceptive? He let out a breath. It's just you and Brian. His neck flamed. He was an idiot. She cocked her head, brows furrowing. Your brother's injured. I only did what was needed to help him and the patients that came in. I know. But the two of you together, all day. Why was he explaining this? He should clamp a hand over his mouth. The corners of her lips tipped up. I have to say, he's not as much fun as you. A surge of heat sluiced through him. What was she saying? Before he knew what happened, Miriam slipped under his arm. She wrapped her hands around his waist and snuggled against his side. Her head rested on his shoulder. His arms closed around her, pulling her tighter. Closer. I missed you today. Her breath caressed his neck as her words drifted up to his ear. He tightened his hold on her, breathing in the sweet scent of her hair. How did it always smell so clean and fresh? He pressed a kiss on the top of her head. The memory of her soft lips flickered through his mind. He could still taste her sweetness. But he couldn't make that mistake again. With monumental effort, he loosened his grip. Running his hands down her arms, he separated her clasp and stepped back. As cold air rushed between them, his body craved her warmth. He almost pulled her tight to him again, but instead raised her hands to his lips. He was struggling on tenuous ground here. As his gaze found hers, the same heat reflected there that washed through him. But there was more. Uncertainty? Her eyes held a question. Lord, please don't let me mess this up. I should walk you back to the boarding house. Something flashed in her gaze before she turned away, pulling her hands from his grasp. Let me get my things. As Miriam disappeared inside, a cold breeze whipped up, cutting through his wool shirt. Its bite helped drown the ache in his chest. Miriam tore her gaze from the sun shining through the dingy window. Maybe this was a good day to clean the glass. They'd had a warm spell these last few days, which put her in the mood for spring cleaning, even if it was the 1st of December. As she swept the front waiting room, her eyes drifted back through the window to the mountains in the distance. Snow still covered the peaks, but dark spots of pine trees showed where before there had only been white. Would Gideon and Leah make it through the pass soon? That thought should bring excitement, right? So why the dread knotting her stomach? It would be wonderful to see Leah again, and Gideon too, of course. To hear all the news from the ranch, be assured everyone was all right. But when they came, she would have to go back with them. Leave her work in the clinic. Leave the doctors. Leave Alex. The thought made her throat burn. Miriam swallowed down the lump. She'd even miss spunky Mrs. Malmgren, whose rusty voice penetrated the wall where Alex examined her in the next room. I'm getting along just fine, young man. Only wish I could convince my family of that. A bunch of worriers they are. Alex's deep tenor was too low for her to understand his response. The door opened, though, and he stepped out with Mrs. Malmgren's hand tucked under his elbow. They live in Carolina, in a little town called Charlotte. The man my daughter married took her all the way across the country, and I've only seen those precious grandbabies once. What a shame. Alex's voice held that soothing tone that could calm a raging bear. How old are your grandchildren? Let's see. Marcus is 25, so Claire Lee must be 21. She has the prettiest red hair and freckles, just like I had when I was her age. She sounds lovely." Alex shot Miriam a wink as they shuffled through the front room, and she couldn't help but smile. Mrs. Malmgren's head shot up, her senses acute. "Is that you, Miss Bryant?" "Yes, ma'am." Warmth crawled up her neck. "How are you today?" "Fine and dandy. Just had a nice talk with your young man here." Mrs. Malmgren patted Alex's arm. "He's, not—" Miriam turned away, resuming her sweeping while her face commenced smoking. "I'm glad you're well." Mrs. Malmgren only chuckled. "I'll see you youngsters later." Alex closed the door behind her with a chuckle, but Miriam busied herself with the broom. "She's something else, that old lady. If I have half that much spunk when I'm her age, I'll count my blessings." "You'll be a trial to everyone around you." Miriam bent to reach the broom under a chair. Then her mind caught hold of what she'd said. She jerked upright. "Not that Mrs. Malmgren is a trial. I just meant your personality with her spunk could be hazardous." That wasn't much better, but she ducked her chin and focused again on sweeping. Alex's deep chuckle drifted as he strolled down the hallway. A knock sounded on the outside door. That was unusual. Most people charged right in like they would any other store in town. As Miriam limped to the door, Alex's footsteps grew louder behind her. Her mouth formed a smile. He was still so protective, always aware and close by when patients were around. She pulled the door open and gasped. "Miriam?" "Leah!" She threw herself in her sister-in-law's arms and reveled in the warm embrace. Closing her eyes tight against the sting of tears that threatened, she breathed in Leah's familiar rose scent. "I can't tell you how good it is to see you." Leah finally pulled back and held Miriam at arm's length. "You don't look like you wrestled a wildcat." Miriam grinned. "I'm walking now." "I see that." A twinkle lit Leah's green eyes, and she pulled Miriam into another hug. "I was so worried about you." Leah whispered the words so only Miriam could hear. Miriam inhaled a steadying breath. "I will not cry." "You ladies may not feel it, but it's a mite cold out here." Miriam pulled back to see Gideon standing there, blowing puffs of steam into his gloved hands. "Well, don't stand there, Gideon. Come inside." With Leah's hand firmly in hers, Miriam turned to lead them into the clinic. She almost ran straight into Alex. "Oh!" Her hand came up to catch herself. On his chest. He grasped her elbow to help her stay upright, a sparkle in his eye. "Looks like we have special company." Slipping to the side in smooth action, he motioned them in, then reached to clasp hands with Gideon. "Good to see you, Gideon. Alex, I'd like you to meet my wife, Leah." Leah extended a graceful hand, every inch the lady in her emerald cape and kid leather gloves. "A pleasure, Dr. Donahue. I can't thank you enough for your care and kindness to our dear Miriam." Withdrawing her hand from Alex's, she slipped it through Miriam's arm and pulled her close. "It was a pleasure, madam." His eyes found Miriam as his mouth turned up. "A true pleasure." The heat crawling up Miriam's neck would show on her face any minute. Time to change the subject. "Where are you staying?" "Not sure yet. Had to stop and check on you first." Miriam eyed her brother. "Mrs. Watson told me yesterday she had an open room upstairs. I doubt she's filled it. I'm staying downstairs." "Perfect." Leah squeezed Miriam's arm. "You can ride with us in the wagon." Miriam cut a glance at Alex. I still have things I need to do here. Why don't you get settled in, then come back for dinner?" Leah raised a brow. "You have things to do here." She said it as a statement, not a question, but the look in Leah's eyes made it clear Miriam would be required to answer when they were alone. "Of course.
What say we come get you for dinner at Aunt Pearl's cafe around 6? She raised her gaze to Alex. Dr. Donahue, I hope you and your brother can join us. It's the very least we can do to thank you for your excellent care. Her eyes scanned Miriam from top to bottom. I see our sister is much recovered. Miriam bit back a grin. How wonderful it was to see her dear friend again, even if Leah was a bit too perceptive. Chapter 20. Through the afternoon, the knot in Miriam's stomach wound tighter. Gideon and Leah would expect her to go back up the mountain with them, but she wasn't ready. Had more to do here, working with Alex and Brian, helping the good people of this town. For once in her life, she was doing something that mattered. I put the closed sign up. Miriam glanced at Alex as she wiped the counters in the examination room. Penny for your thoughts? He strolled to her. She looked down at the damp cloth in her hand. Just thinking how much I'll miss this. He stopped, only a couple of feet between them. What she wouldn't do for him to wrap her in his arms and tell her to stay. When do you leave? His voice held a hollow tone. Miriam chanced to look at his face. Those amber eyes didn't hold their normal glow. Didn't share a glimpse into his soul like they normally did. Instead, they were almost shuttered. I'm not sure. He nodded and turned away, tightening the vice that already constricted Miriam's chest. Gideon and Leah were right on time, but Brian still hadn't come in from his rounds when they arrived. I'll leave a note for him and he can join us later. Alex scribbled on a slip of paper before he ushered them through the front door. Miriam eyed the wagon. You didn't have to hitch the team for me. I walk back and forth to the boarding house every day. Leah stepped forward and slipped her hand in Miriam's arm. Tonight, we'll pretend it's a carriage. With Aunt Pearl's cafe just down the street and around the corner, it wasn't long before Gideon reined the horses in. Alex leaped from the wagon bed and reached up to help Miriam down, while Gideon assisted Leah from the other side. Alex's hands were strong on her waist, lingering for several extra moments as his gaze found hers. Miriam fought the desire to wrap her arms around his neck. Inhaling a shaky breath, she stepped back. His gaze softened, and he extended his elbow. Might I escort you, my lady? Thank you, kind sir. Hopefully her cheeks wouldn't be as red as they felt. Aunt Pearl herself greeted them as the group entered the restaurant. Land sakes if it ain't the Bryants. Got a table for you right by the window. Thank you, Aunt Pearl. I've been craving your sweet cinnamon rolls for weeks now. Leah graced the woman with a soft smile as Gideon tucked her into the chair beside Miriam. Got a batch in the oven now. I'll bring 'em out while they're warm. She glanced around. I'm a bit shy of servers these days. I'll get some coffee for you folks. As soon as the woman left their table, Miriam turned to her brother and sister-in-law. Did you have trouble coming down the mountain? Not bad. Gideon's usual succinct answer. She pestered him with questions, though, until he finally brought her up to speed on the ranch and animals. Don's taking care of things for a few days. I moved the animals to the smaller south pasture so they'd be closer to his place. Their food came, and conversation lulled for a moment while they dug into the corned beef and cabbage. Leah was the first to speak. Miriam, I received a letter from Emily, my friend in Richmond. She's excited we're coming, but won't be able to tour the northern cities with us. Her sister's bedridden these days, and Emily doesn't feel she can leave for so long. Despite Leah's calm tone, Miriam could hear the threads of disappointment. I'm sorry, Leah. That would have made the trip perfect. Leah's smile was a little too bright. It'll still be wonderful. I can't wait for you to see the ocean, Mary.
As the conversation continued, Miriam couldn't help but dart glances in Alex's direction. At first he seemed to follow the topic, but after several minutes, he barely raised his gaze from the food on his plate. Brian joined them halfway through the meal, bringing an interruption that eased the tension building in Miriam's shoulders. He and Gideon chatted about the latest news around town, including word that the local banker, William Clark, had just invested a chunk of funds in the Dexter 10 stamp mill for processing silver ore. "I imagine we'll have another boom of miners and fortune hunters come spring." Brian leaned over his plate. "As long as the mines keep producing the way they've been." At last, Leah placed her cloth napkin on the table. "Gentlemen, as much as I've enjoyed this, I have some things at the boarding house I'd like to show Miriam. May we bid you good evening?" Gideon's face fell, and he started to stand, but Leah reached a hand to halt him. "Stay and visit. That'll give Miriam and I time to catch up." His mouth pulled on one side. "You'll do better without me there." The men stood with them and offered polite good nights. Miriam tried to catch Alex's eye, but he kept his face averted. Something was wrong, but she couldn't quite put a finger on it. Like a barrier had risen between them as the evening progressed. Leah was silent as they strolled arm in arm to the boarding house next door. Miriam tried to use the opportunity to sort her thoughts, but they were in such a muddle she hadn't made any progress when they stepped through the wooden front door. "I put a satchel of clothes and things in your room. Mrs. Watson opened it for me." Leah steered Miriam toward her first-floor chamber. "Thank the Lord. I can't imagine how you've managed, Mary." Leah held her at arm's length. "This is new, isn't it?" Miriam pressed a hand against the creamy lace of the shirtwaist Alex had picked out for her. "Isn't it lovely? I only had the one torn dress, so Alex brought this for me." Leah's face took on an expression Miriam hadn't seen before. Calculating, suspicious, intrigued. "Come sit on the bed and tell me about Dr. Alex Donahue." What was there to say? That he was the kindest, funniest, most wonderful man she'd ever met? That she'd lost her heart to him, but he didn't seem to feel the same? That even though he'd given her the best first kiss she could have dreamed of, he seemed afraid to get near her now? No, she definitely wasn't ready to bare her soul about Alex. Not until she could figure out where she stood with the man. Did he like her or not? He gave off too many conflicting signals. So? Miriam sat on the bed and snuggled to the pillow. "He's a great doctor. Very good with his patients." "Good with patients like you?" Leah's voice had a sing-song quality. "All his patients." "How do you feel about his other qualities?" Had Leah always been this pushy? Miriam met her gaze squarely. "He's a fine man, and that's all I plan to say on the subject tonight." Leah threw up her hands with a groan. "You're killing me!" Her shoulders slumped, and she reached for Miriam's hand. "All right, I'll let you off the hook. Tonight. Don't think I'm blind, though." With brows lowered, she gave Miriam a knowing look. "That boy's smitten, and you're not far behind." Miriam nibbled her lip. "Smitten?" Leah leaped to her feet. "Now, let me show you what I brought." "I'm so happy for you, Mrs. Garner. A little brother or sister for Henry. I'm sure Mr. Garner is beaming." Alex sat at the desk as Miriam assisted their patient to the front door. He should be making case notes, but couldn't keep his mind from following their conversation. Miriam had proved an invaluable help with his female patients who were in the family way. She calmed their unease, doted on each woman, and related in a way he never could.
He let out a long breath, but it did nothing to ease the hard knot in the pit of his stomach. Gideon said they'd be leaving tomorrow. Miriam with them. What was he going to do without her? Elbows on the desk, he dropped his head in his hands and scrubbed his fingers through his hair. God, what can I do to make her stay? Nothing. She'd healed amazingly fast. He had no right to ask her to stay on and work at the clinic. Maybe he could go up and visit her on the mountain. Half a day's ride wasn't so far, really. Not like she was going across the country. Yet. He let out another sigh. They were planning a trip back east, and from the sounds of it, she'd be gone 6 months at the very least. The journey sounded like all Miriam's dreams come true. Traveling in luxury, seeing famous sights. She deserved every moment of it. The chance to live as an elegant lady of leisure and attend balls and parties. His stomach clenched at the thought of her dancing in another man's arms. Some wealthy aristocrat. That's what she deserved, a man far superior to him. She was worth so much more than he could give her. Just a simple doctor in a mining town. Alex rubbed his eyes. He had to let her go. Miriam pushed the food around her plate as she listened to Gideon rattle on about the supplies he'd purchased at the mercantile. He had everything loaded in the wagon, strapped down and covered in case they had rain or snow on the way up the mountain. Tomorrow. Why did they want to leave so soon? That was a silly question. Of course, Gideon needed to get back to the ranch. But tomorrow? How could she leave the clinic? The patients? Alex? The brothers would have to go back to eating Alex's burned gruel and rubbery eggs. Who would keep the cobwebs away and sweep after the miners came through with their muddy, soot-covered boots? Heaven knew that hadn't been done very often before she came. And what about the babe growing in Mrs. Garner's abdomen? She'd never get to see the child. And Mrs. Malmgren. At least she could count on the feisty older lady to keep Alex in line. A grin threatened a corner of her mouth, but it wasn't hard to overcome as she thought of leaving them all. You going to eat that slice of ham? Miriam looked up at Gideon's question, then back down at the chunk of salted pork she'd been pushing around her mashed potatoes. I guess I'm not that hungry. Mind if I take care of it? Gideon's eyes held a covetous gleam. She'd barely slid her plate 2 inches in his direction before his fork swooped in and speared the meat. You'd think the man hadn't eaten in weeks. Leah's smile had a hint of apology before she turned a stern gaze on her husband. If you're still hungry, dear, I see the gentleman behind you hasn't licked the gravy from his fork yet. But the twinkle in her eye belied her sternness. Gideon gave a casual shrug, a grin tugging at his lips. Just didn't want good meat going to waste. Can't have that. Leah rolled her eyes toward Miriam. But as Leah looked back at her husband, their eyes locked in that sweet, mushy smile where they seemed to forget about everyone around them. The sight sent a pain through Miriam's chest, all the way to the core of her. Alex had looked at her like that, right before his face had twisted into a tortured expression. We'll leave in the morning at first light. Gideon popped a chunk of ham in his mouth. Leah turned to Miriam. Will that work for you, Miri? No. She swallowed. I guess. Doc Alex said your leg's healing better than he expected. You just have to keep up with the exercises they gave you. Miriam could only nod as she dropped her gaze back to her plate and recommenced spreading potatoes. Chapter 21. Are you going to tell me what's eating you? Miriam's shoulders tensed as she turned away from Leah's probing gaze. When they'd returned to the boarding house after the meal, Leah had offered to come help Miriam ready for bed.
Maybe it had been a mistake to accept the help.
Mary?
Leah's soft tone compelled her. Could she tell? Leah would probably understand more than anyone. Miriam spun to face her, straightening her spine.
I don't want to go back to the ranch tomorrow.
Leah sank to the bed and patted the spot beside her. Come, sit. Miriam obeyed, inhaling a deep breath. She raised her gaze to Leah's, and the gentle love shimmering there eased her nerves a little. So, if I had to guess, I'd say you're not talking about waiting another day. A hint of humor curved her mouth. Shaking her head once, Miriam collected her words.
I'd like to stay here and work in the clinic.
She dropped her gaze to the spray of blue forget-me-nots on the quilt square in front of her. Leah sighed. I guess I'm not surprised. How long were you thinking to stay in town? Miriam raised her head.
I haven't really thought that far. It just feels right to be here, you know? Like I'm really helping. I've become acquainted with some of the patients, and I love assisting the doctors. It's like I'm finally doing something worthwhile, helping to make a difference.
How could she explain the powerful need that had grown inside her? Reaching for her hand, Leah squeezed. Have you prayed about this? The words struck Miriam somewhere in her core. Had she? Not really. Not seeking God's direction. In fact, these last few weeks since she'd been up and moving around, she'd barely stopped to spend her usual morning time with the Lord. I'm sorry, Father. She forced herself to meet Leah's gaze. Not as much as I should have. Can we pray now? Leah's soft voice poured over her like honey soothing a sore throat. Miriam nodded, then bowed her head. Leah's words were simple, spoken from a depth of spirit so strong Miriam could almost feel the connection with their Heavenly Father. Lord, please fill Miriam with wisdom to discern your will, and show her your peace as she walks in the plan you have for her. In Christ's name, Amen. When Miriam opened her eyes, the glimmer in Leah's matched what she felt. I always knew God had big plans for you, love, but I prayed they wouldn't take you away from me. Leah pulled her into a tight hug, and Miriam sank into it. Leah was the friend and sister, and sometimes even the mother, she'd always craved. After a moment, Leah pulled back, holding Miriam's shoulders at arm's length. This wouldn't have anything to do with a certain young doctor who's smitten, would it? Heat surged up Miriam's neck, and she fought the urge to cover her burning ears. Alex has been very proper. Glad to hear it. Leah slid her hands down to grasp Miriam's. And you can be sure I'll be praying for him, too. Nibbling her lower lip, Miriam couldn't quite bring her focus up to Leah's face. Do you think Gideon will be terribly angry? He'll be worried sick. Leah squeezed her hands again. But you let me talk to him first. He'll be all right, most likely. Will you still leave tomorrow? Leah's mouth pressed. I bet we'll stay one more day. At least I hope so. Her eyes grew soft as they roamed Miriam's face. We may not be able to come back down the mountain until winter's over. Relief loosened the muscles in Miriam's neck. At least she had one final day to enjoy them. Leah rose from the bed, her posture ever erect and graceful. Now, it seems, I have something I need to discuss with your brother. Leaning close, she kissed Miriam's cheek. Good night, love. I'll see you in the morning. Alex pushed another log into the fire in the cook stove, but even the heat from the blaze inside couldn't burn away his bad mood. Miriam would leave today. Gideon had said as much at dinner 2 nights ago. She hadn't come to say goodbye yet, so they must be getting a late start. Right? His heart beat faster. She wouldn't have left without saying goodbye, would she? This last month had been too good to be true. Meeting Miriam, having her so eager to help around the clinic. She was an amazing lady. Intelligent, caring, fun. But what had he been thinking to imagine there could ever be anything serious between them? Even after she was no longer his patient, their goals were so different. She wanted to travel, live a life of luxury. And she deserved it, too. Deserved to be treated like a princess. Deserved to be so much more than the wife of a simple doctor in an uncivilized mining town. With a sigh, Alex rose and turned to look through the window at the mountain peaks on the horizon. It's a good thing he'd worked so hard to keep some semblance of a boundary between them. Except for that kiss. The memory of it flowed through him even now, over a week later. That kiss still tortured him. The hinge on the front door squeaked, and the sound of a wagon passing outside grew louder. Patients already? Or the Bryant family coming to say farewell? With a tight chest, he strode toward the front room. He almost bowled Miriam over as he turned the corner and grabbed both her elbows to keep her upright. So sorry. Oh, my. Her cheeks and nose were flushed red from the cold, and she wore a navy wool coat. Sorry I'm late. How does bacon and biscuits with gravy sound for breakfast? His stomach clenched. She was close enough he could smell the rose scent in her hair. And why was she talking about breakfast? He took a step back, releasing her elbows. You, don't need to worry about cooking today. I'm sure Gideon wants to get an early start. Her brow pinched, then smoothed as understanding and a suspicious twinkle dawned in her green eyes. They're going to stay one more day since I won't be going back to the ranch with them. By the way, would you mind if I take the afternoon off? Leah wants to take me shopping since I'll need some things for the rest of the winter. What was she saying? His mind honed in on one fragment. I won't be going back to the ranch with them. Did that mean she was staying in town? Here? All winter? His heart soared, but he couldn't let himself believe it yet. His hands gripped her shoulders. Are you saying you want to hang around here for the winter? Her face took on that shy smile. If you'll let me. Joy surged through him. He almost picked her up and swung her in a circle, but caught himself just in time. Instead, he pulled her tight against him, wrapping his arms around her. With her touching him, so close, his pulse sped, and his mind recalled that kiss again. Oh, sweet peppermint, but he wanted another. Leaning his head back, he clamped his lips against a groan. This might be the hardest winter of his life. Miriam raised the soft cotton cloth to examine the tiny checkered pattern. That would make a pretty accent material for a spring overskirt. Leah peered over Miriam's shoulder. Can you imagine it with ruffles trailing down the side and over a low bustle? Or imagine how nice it would look as a man's shirt. In her mind's eye, the fabric stretched across Alex's shoulders, tapering to his trim waist. She nibbled her lip. Would it be proper for her to make him a shirt? Probably not. Miriam dropped the cloth back on the stack. Do you want to purchase some to make a dress over the winter? Leah's gaze scanned her face. Not right now. Miriam tried to affect a casual air. Leah slipped a hand around Miriam's waist as they strolled down the aisle away from the cloth and notions. All right, but you know Gideon spoke with Mr. Lanyard. and his account is available to you at any time. If you need something, just come get it." Miriam smiled, leaning into her friend's shoulder. "I really am going to miss you. I hope you'll come to town every chance you get." "You better believe it." Leah squeezed Miriam's side. "Now tell me, what do you do at the clinic all day?" "Oh, I keep the place clean, launder dressings, and sterilize supplies. I help clean and bandage wounds, keep the inventory, and sometimes I get to assist with surgeries. Alex is even teaching me how to make some of the medicines from herbs and plants. He said we'll plant an herb garden in the spring, like the one his family has for their apothecary shop in Boston." "With all you do, no wonder the doctors can't survive without you." Even though Leah's words hinted at teasing, heat crept up Miriam's neck. How was Alex doing this afternoon? Managing okay by himself? Of course he was. He'd taken care of things alone at the clinic long before she arrived. Leah stopped to face Miriam. "I'm teasing, Mary, but I see how your face lights up when you talk about your work. I hear the excitement in your voice. You love it, don't you?" Miriam's chest squeezed. "I do. I'm finally doing something that feels like it matters." She grabbed Leah's hand and squeezed. "Don't worry about me, Leah. I'm in the right place for now." In the right place. Miriam's own words echoed through her mind as she sat on her bed in the boarding house. She fingered a corner of the linen-bound Bible in her lap, one of the items Leah brought from the cabin. It had been so long since she'd sat and talked to God. But why had she stopped? If she was honest, it wasn't because she'd been stranded at the clinic with no Bible. Hadn't Alex brought her their copy along with the other books? "I'm sorry, Lord." She whispered the words, squeezing her eyes tight. "I'm sorry for neglecting you." The quiet of the room didn't change, but Miriam's spirit seemed a touch lighter, a bit more open. Lifting her eyes, she flipped the Bible open. Leah's question from the night before still burned in her mind. She hadn't prayed about whether God wanted her to stay in Butte and work at the clinic. Hadn't prayed for his guidance. "Lord, how can I know I'm in the right place? Show me." Her fingers flipped aimlessly through the first half of the book. Wasn't there a scripture about God having plans for her? Maybe in one of the larger prophet books. It seems like she'd marked it when Leah first showed her the verse. In Jeremiah, her eyes landed on a passage, underscored by a charcoal line. "For I know the thoughts that I think toward you, saith the Lord, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you an expected end." Thoughts of peace and not evil. What a wonderful image. But how to get that expected end? She thumbed through several pages. There was a verse Leah loved at the beginning of Proverbs. Within seconds, Miriam found the page. "Trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not unto thine own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths." The words struck her like a blow to her chest. In all thy ways acknowledge him. She'd always tried to obey Scripture, but only for the easy things. No lying, stealing, or slandering. Mama and Pa had impressed right and wrong on her from her earliest days. But looking to God for direction? Her chest burned from conviction. "I'm sorry, Lord." She whispered the words. Her fingers searched the words as though compelled. She landed in Psalms, and her eyes roamed the page, settling on chapter 37. "Trust in the Lord and do good, so shalt thou dwell in the land, and verily thou shalt be fed. Delight thyself also in the Lord, and he shall give thee the desires of thine heart." Delight in the Lord.
Her soul soared as she read the words. Holding the Bible close, she pressed her eyes shut. Father, I want to be in your will. I'm so sorry I haven't sought you the way I should. Please show me where you want me. An image flashed in her mind. Alex, with that half grin on his face, eyes sparkling. Lord, even with Alex, please show me what to do. As much as I love the man, I get so frustrated when he keeps himself distant. Is that you keeping us apart? She sat still for a moment, her soul troubled. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. The words from Proverbs. Father, I give you Alex. Please direct me in your path. As she kept her eyes closed, it was like the weight on her shoulders lifted, releasing her spirit to a freedom she hadn't felt in months, maybe years. She sank against the pillow behind her, savoring the moment. Thank you. Chapter 22. Miriam poured enough water to fill the coffee pot, then slid the carafe to the warmest part of the stove. They went through more coffee than the cafe at lunchtime. At least it seemed that way. Picking up the mug she'd filled with the last of the pot's contents, she headed toward the front room where Alex chatted with Mrs. Malmgren. The sassy older woman seemed to especially enjoy his company. Although, who wouldn't? Surely the woman got lonely at times. Not only had her husband passed away last year, but now she'd lost the last of her sight. How did she manage? Even with the occasional burns and scrapes that brought her into the clinic, the woman was a marvel, and she never lost her fearless approach to life. Plenty of humor and spunk wrapped in that gray-haired package. Here you go. She placed the mug in Mrs. Malmgren's hands, making sure the woman's grip was strong before she released it. Bless you, dearie. A smile formed on her lips. I was just telling your young man I received a letter from my daughter with the most exciting news. My granddaughter's coming to spend a few months with me in the summer. I guess all their worrying might be worth it to see my Clara Lee again. Her mouth twitched. Miriam nibbled her lip at the mention of Alex as her young man. But Mrs. Malmgren's excitement was so strong, better not to douse it by correcting her. That's wonderful news. I can't wait to meet her. As she patted the woman's shoulder, a wagon passing outside the window caught Miriam's attention. The stoop of the man's shoulders and the floppy brim of his hat were unmistakable. She sprinted toward the door as fast as her limp would allow. Throwing it open, she paused to take in the wiry old man reining in his team of mules at the hitching post. Oh, Mose! He pulled up straight at the side of her, blinked twice, then doffed his hat and slapped it against his leg. Woo-wee, if it ain't Miss Miriam. Didn't expect to find anything prettier here than them homely docks. His eyes twinkled. A rush of moisture stung her eyes. Old Mose had been a dear friend of her family for as far back as she could remember. Probably as long as he and his freight wagon had carried supplies between Fort Benton and Helena. Oh, Mose, I'm so happy to see you. Come inside and visit a while. She stepped aside and held the door open. I put a fresh pot of coffee on, and there's still biscuits and ham left from breakfast. He climbed down from the wagon, his movements slow and stiff. Can't say as I'd ever turn down an offer like that. But what are you doing at the clinic, Miss Miriam? Don't look like you're sick. Figured you and your'n be high up on the mountain with this snowstorm a-comin'. I'm helping out at the clinic through the winter. Miriam followed him through the door. Have you met Doc Alex? Old Mose pulled up so quick she almost bumped into him. Miriam stepped around to see what caught his attention. Mrs. Malmgren. His face formed a lopsided grin, evident even through his whiskers, and he rolled the brim of his hat with both hands. Mrs. Malmgren, may I present a dear friend of mine, Mr. Mose?
She skimmed her memory. What was his last name? They'd called him Old Mose as far back as she could remember. Moses Calhoun, ma'am. But most folks call me Old Mose. Pleasure to meet you. Moses? Miriam's mouth tipped, especially since his posture had slackened when she said Mrs. for Mrs. Malgren's introduction. Miriam addressed her next comment to the woman. I've so enjoyed getting to know you these last several weeks. It's a pity I didn't get to meet Mr. Malgren before he passed away last year. Old Mose straightened next to her. Alex had been watching from Mrs. Malgren's side with a twinkle in his eye, but now a coughing fit seemed to overtake him, although the shaking of his chest strangely resembled laughter. Why don't the two of you sit and visit while Doc Alex and I pour fresh coffee? Miriam glided to Mrs. Malgren's side, extracted the coffee mug from her hand, and led the woman to one of the waiting room chairs. Old Mose didn't need to be told twice, but as he sank into the wooden spindle chair across from Mrs. Malgren, his feet shuffled uneasily. Have you, been in this area long, ma'am? Miriam retreated toward the hallway, grabbing Alex's hand as she passed. What are you doing? He whispered, as they stepped into the main examination room. Closing the door behind them, she released his hand and clapped hers over her mouth to cover a giggle. Did you see the look on his face? I never thought I'd see the day Old Mose was smitten silly. Alex's brows drew low. Better not to interfere. If he's interested in the woman, let him handle it in his own time. Miriam raised a brow, then sauntered to the cook stove to fill a tray with coffee mugs. I'm not interfering, just giving them a minute to get to know each other. When the mugs steamed with dark liquid and she had biscuits laid out on a plate with ham, she couldn't think of any other reasons to dawdle. Alex picked up the tray and followed her from the room. You really know Jim Bridger and Jedediah Smith? Mrs. Malmgren's voice didn't shake like usual. Sure do. Still running to old Jim at the fort ever so often. Most of the old trappers have moved on, though. Can't make a living at it like we used to. They looked up as Miriam and Alex approached. How are you liking the territory, Doc? Alex shot a glance at Miriam as he eased into a chair. Couldn't ask for a better place to call home. After several minutes of comfortable conversation, the door opened and a lanky man with a shock of orange hair stepped in. He wore a layer of dark grime on his face and coat, and clutched a rag over his left hand. Need the doc. Jumping to his feet, Alex motioned for the man to follow him down the hall. Miriam stood, too, giving an apologetic smile to their guests. I'll see if I can help. Please stay as long as you'd like. Old Mose rose to his feet. I'm overdue at the mercantile as it is. Miriam, I'd be obliged if you'd tell the doc I'll set his crates in the corner there. Darting a glance at Mrs. Malgren, she turned to smile at her old friend. Won't you at least join us at Aunt Pearl's for dinner? Mrs. Malmgren, you'll come too, won't you? The older woman hesitated, waiting for Old Mose to answer first. He obliged. I reckon I wouldn't miss it. Miss Annie, your company'd be an extra special honor. Miss Annie? Miriam fought hard to keep the grin off her face. Perfect. We'll meet you both at the cafe at 6. Old Mose, perhaps you'd be kind enough to see Mrs. Malgren home now? Warmth spread through her as Old Mose helped the blind woman to her feet and tucked her gnarled hand under his arm. I'd be pleased to introduce you to my traveling companions, ma'am. It's not often Zeke and Zeb get to meet a fine lady like yourself. A smile spread across Miriam's face as she thought about Old Mose and Mrs. Malgren. She rubbed the wet cloth over the plate's crusty surface under the dishwater. Who would have thought her old friend would find love at his age? Of course, it may be too soon for love, but there were certainly sparks flying between them. Alex stepped into the room. I found 2 new editions of the British Medical Journal in one of the crates old Mose brought. His voice was eager, like she'd just offered him warm cinnamon sweet rolls. Not a bad idea. She'd need to add cinnamon to the list for the dry goods store. Any interesting articles? She set the last plate on the stack with the others, then ran her open hand through the now dirty dishwater. Her fingers didn't find any hidden utensils. Good. Every one of them. He dropped into a chair and opened the first page. She nibbled her lip against a smile. Even grown men had a bit of the boy in them. Picking up the pot of used water, she limped toward the back door. The wooden hinge complained as she pushed it open with her hip. Her knee still had trouble holding its share of her weight, so maneuvering the single step took concentration. A couple steps off the path, she dumped the water, shifting her feet back to keep the drops from splashing her skirt. The next garment she made should be an apron. Straightening, Miriam glanced toward the outhouse they shared with the business on the street behind the clinic. A motion flashed at the corner of her eye. Miriam turned just as a powerful blow slammed into the side of her head. Oof! Her hands hit the ground, her world a flash of black and white sparks. Damp mud pressed her face. Rough hands jerked her up and through the air. Hot breath swarmed her cheek. A growl snarled in her ear. Your lover boy's gonna pay. Another force slammed into the same spot on Miriam's head, jerking her neck to the side. And then the blackness closed in. Alex's eyes scanned the opening paragraphs of the address and public medicine section of the magazine. Strides were being made in sanitary work. Excellent. A noise broke his attention, and he raised his head to listen. Silence. No, there it was again. A scuffling sound. Everything okay? Silence. Miriam? Had she fallen? The soft bump of wood on wood sounded, and the light in the hallway grew dimmer. Alex leapt to his feet. Something wasn't right. She may have gone on to the outhouse, but he needed to make sure she hadn't fallen in the yard. With his focus on the door leading to the back alley, Alex almost missed the slip of white paper on the hallway floor. Picking it up, he held the page close in the dim light so he could read the words scrawled in thick charcoal. Time to pay for what you done to my brother. His pulse lurched. What did that mean? Who'd leave the note here in the hallway? With a lurch, his senses came alive. Miriam. Alex punched open the door and scanned the yard. A figure disappeared around a building at the end of the street, close to the edge of town. The distance made it hard to tell, but the outline looked like a man carrying a large bundle, almost as wide as he was tall. A woman? Sprinting that direction, he focused on the corner where the man disappeared. God, don't let me be too late. Alex slowed beside the building where he last saw them. No one in sight now. Where were all the people? At this time in the early afternoon, at least a few townspeople should be milling about the street. The hair on the back of his neck rose. He stepped forward, scanning the street to his right, then the pine trees behind the buildings across from him. Had the man ducked into a store? Or disappeared into the woods? God, what do I do? The sharp click of a gun cocking grabbed Alex's attention. He spun around, and his blood ran cold. A man held a revolver against Miriam's lifeless form. He suspended her by clutching the back of her dress in one hand. Miriam's head lolled to the side, her arms dangling limp. The shiny metal gun barrel disappeared into Miriam's honey curls. Alex's breath stopped. Was Miriam dead? God, no! Every muscle in his body tensed as he examined her chest. Yes, it rose and fell. Maybe. It took every bit of his control not to lunge forward and grab her, knock this man aside, and run with her. He shifted his focus to the man, the enemy. A flash of recognition struck him. Langley? He searched his mind for the man's given name. Tad Langley. The whole picture crashed down on Alex with blinding clarity. Mick Langley's death from the lung fever. Tad, the younger brother, confronting them at the clinic. The note. Time to pay for what you done to my brother. His gaze drifted to Miriam, but he jerked it back to Langley. He couldn't do this if he thought too much about her. Your business is with me, Tad. Leave the lady out of it. A slow smirk spread across the man's unshaven face. You're right. My business is with you, and I plan to show you just how hard it is to watch someone you love die. Slow and miserable-like. That had to mean Miriam was still alive. His chest thumped faster, and rivulets of sweat ran down Alex's back. He had to get her away. But how? Chapter 23. Langley's eyes darted around the street, then landed on Alex again. Here. Alex barely had time to prepare as the man thrust Miriam at him. He lunged forward to catch her, scrambling so he didn't stumble and knock them both into a heap. He wrapped his arms around her, lifting and cradling her like a child. A steady pulse ticked through the fabric of her dress. He let out a breath. What had Langley done that she was still unconscious? Dread washed through him, shortening his breath. If only he could measure the pulse in her neck and raise her eyelids to see if the pupils were dilated. Had Langley used some kind of drug to knock her out? That might be the best scenario to hope for, if he hadn't overdosed her. Spin around and start walking. Alex's thoughts froze as he met the gaze of the man holding the wooden handle of the Colt. Hatred glittered there. Evil. He turned, moving slow to keep the man from fingering the trigger. What did Langley have planned for them? One wrong move and I'll shoot you first, then her. Something hard and round jammed into Alex's back. March toward those trees. With a deep breath, Alex obeyed. Langley kept the gun in his back, and with Miriam unconscious in his arms, it'd be hard to get a jump on the man. He'd find a chance, though. As they crossed the street, Alex kept his head straight forward, but his eyes roamed the boardwalk, the empty road. Where were all the people? When they reached the woods, Langley motioned toward a footpath to their right. Alex followed the direction without speaking. This must be one of the trails the miners used as a shortcut from the quarries to town. Which mine was he taking them to? Surely any of them would have people around to help. Langley's gun pressed harder in his back, and Alex lengthened his stride. A couple of times the path split, and their kidnapper directed which fork to take. They traveled up and down small hills, through rocky and sometimes overgrown terrain. Alex's arms ached, but he tightened his hold on Miriam and trudged forward. After several minutes, she stirred in his arms. A groan crept from her, sending a wash of relief through him. Whatever the man had done to knock her out was wearing off. Miriam moaned again, louder this time, and her eyes squinted as they cracked open. Shh, he whispered. Whatever Langley intended, she was probably better off without him knowing she'd regained consciousness. Her eyes opened wider, and she clutched his shirt, fear and confusion flashing across her face. He tightened his grip and shook his head just enough for her to catch the movement, but he couldn't hold her gaze long. The trail they traveled was not so obvious now, overgrown by branches and small shoots of trees clogging the path.
he slowed to step over a fallen trunk. Where were they headed? At last, they stepped into a clearing. The winter-brown grass rose to his knees, almost hiding the rocks that cluttered the ground. On one side, a hill rose up, a mixture of rock and scraggly pine trees covering its surface. Langley's gun barrel pushed Alex toward the side of the steep slope. His stomach sank as if he'd swallowed one of the stones he stepped around. A mine? As they neared the stone wall, Alex's fear developed into reality. A hole in the rock face yawned before them. "Get in," the man barked. Another jab from the metal poking his back ended Alex's hesitation. He had no other choice. Darkness smothered the instant he stepped through the opening. Alex slowed, trying to feel in front of him with his fingers. The last thing Miriam needed was for him to ram her into a stone wall. "Stop there." Alex froze, then strained to see anything in the blackness. His eyes were starting to adjust to the dim light that filtered in from the opening behind them. Langley fumbled with something, a scraping noise accompanying his efforts. Then a flash of light as a match flamed to life. It illuminated a dirty lantern, which the man lit, then tossed the match to the floor. "Move on." The hard metal jammed into Alex's back again, and he stumbled forward. Regaining his balance, he took a tentative step. The lantern light only illuminated a few inches in front of him, and the wood timbers that lined the shaft quickly closed in as the walkway narrowed. He lost track of how long he walked. With Miriam cradled in his arms, he traipsed blindly through the underground passage. He had to shift almost sideways as the tunnel contracted, so he didn't bump Miriam's head and feet against the wooden braces. Openings split off to the side in both directions. At one of these, Langley motioned for him to take a path to the right. "Turn here." Dread settled into Alex's chest as he obeyed. How much deeper would they go? After several more minutes, his foot struck something solid, knocking Alex off balance. He fell to his knees with a cry, gripping Miriam tight and twisting his body so she didn't bear the brunt of their fall. She screamed, clutching his shirt. Pain coursed through him as his knees hit hard stone and something sharp pressed into his left shin. Alex knelt there, sucking in air. His arms rested on the stone floor, still cradling Miriam. "Are you okay?" "Yes." The word came out in a whisper, but he could hear the fear in her voice. Alex withdrew one hand and felt for the item poking into his left leg. Langley shuffled closer, bringing the circle of light with him. Alex craned his head to see what lay under his limb. A wooden timber. That must have been what tripped him, too. More timbers lay to his left against the wall. His eyes followed the edge of light up and around. The shaft was bigger here, wider and maybe taller. "Get her over by the wall." Langley motioned toward an empty spot beside the stack of wood. Alex's gaze came back to Miriam. She stared up at him with wide, fear-filled eyes. Protection surged through him. He tried to give her a reassuring smile, but his tight lips wouldn't obey. He had to find a way out of this mess. Once he had Miriam settled, maybe he could overpower their captor. Alex's arms ached as he helped Miriam stand on shaky legs. He kept both hands around her as she shuffled over to the spot Langley pointed out. "Make her sit." Why did he still speak to Alex, since Miriam was awake? Trying to keep a mental distance from her? Maybe the man thought that would make it easier to kill her when the time came. If that was the case, maybe they could use that weakness against him. As much as Alex wanted to protect Miriam from having to interact with the man, maybe forcing the issue would weaken Langley's defenses. Thoughts whirled through Alex's mind as he helped Miriam settle on the stone floor. "Are you all right?" he whispered again, catching her gaze. "Shut up!" Langley roared. Alex clamped his mouth shut, but studied Miriam for an unspoken response. She nibbled her lip and nodded once, but Alex could see pain clouding her eyes. Desire to help her coursed through every part of him. As he studied her eyes, one pupil looked larger than the other. A trick of the light? Or was it a head injury that had kept her unconscious? Alex spun toward their captor, clenching his fists. The urge in his blood toward this man had nothing to do with healing. "Get that rope." Langley stood about 6 feet away with both feet planted, pistol pointed straight at Alex's chest. Alex didn't move. Locking eyes with the man, he forced himself to breathe, drawing in dank air. Could he lunge forward and tackle Langley before he got off a shot? "The first bullet goes in your heart, Doc. The second one in hers." Langley's voice dropped in the silence like boulders in a creek, sinking into Alex and leaving a metallic taste in his mouth. After one more moment, he turned in the direction Langley had pointed. A coil of rope he hadn't seen before was tucked next to the stack of timbers. "Take a piece and tie her hands tight." Bile rose up in Alex's chest as he knelt beside Miriam with the braided leather rope. Her eyes shimmered with forgiveness, courage, a whole host of emotions he couldn't stop to examine. She held up her wrists, palms facing. "Behind her," Langley growled at the words. Miriam scooted around and crossed her wrists behind her. They were so delicate and creamy, even in the dim light of this tunnel. Except for the outline of red mottled skin on her right wrist, where new flesh grew to replace burned skin. Alex couldn't bring himself to wrap the cord tight, but if he left it too loose, Langley would likely jerk the knots much tighter. He tied them as loose as he dared, then slipped his hand into Miriam's and gave it a quick squeeze. "Now her feet." Alex cringed at the gruff command, and his stomach churned at the thought of what he was being forced to do. Would Langley tie him next? Alex had to get control of that gun. Maybe he could use one of the wood timbers as a weapon. A quick glance dashed his hopes. They were as tall as he was, and looked much too heavy for him to move quickly. Maybe the lantern, then? He could swing it like a club, if he could get Langley to set it down. "Hurry up." Alex tightened his jaw as he nudged Miriam's skirt up enough to reveal her leather boots. He took as long as possible with the knots, and Langley scuffed the rock floor as he finished. When Alex looked up at his captor, the man waved toward an open area beside Miriam. "Lay on your belly, hands behind you." This was it. Alex would be at a severe disadvantage with his hands and feet bound. Couldn't let that happen. So maybe he'd have the chance to tackle the man when Langley came close to tie him. Alex laid on the floor as instructed and crossed his wrists behind him. With his head facing the man, he watched Langley set down the lantern and approach. The burly oaf eyed him, holding the Colt well in front and aimed directly at Alex. Did it shake a little? Maybe that was the dance of the flame through the lantern's glass. Langley gripped a piece of rope and tucked the pistol between his knees as he bent over Alex. His grip was like a vice as he seized Alex's wrists and jerked them up to wrap the braided cord. Alex twisted to the side in a quick motion, drawing his legs forward and kicking hard at Langley's knees. But the man was too fast. He grabbed the handgun and leaped back in a lightning-fast movement. A mighty boom rent the air, an explosion of sound ricocheting off the stone walls and vibrating the ground beneath them. Miriam screamed before she could stop herself. Her hands strained at the rope in an instinctive ache to cover her ears. Was that a nitroglycerin explosion? Would the mine cave in around them? She craned her neck to watch for falling timbers. Clouds of dust wafted through the air, but no part of the tunnel seemed to be moving. "Next time I'll aim for her." She jerked her attention back to the man pointing the pistol exactly where he'd said. At her chest. That same area seized. God, I'm not ready to die. I'll be still. Alex's voice was hard as the stone around them. Langley slowly lowered the Colt, his gaze flicking between the two of them. He muttered several words Miriam had only heard once, when a group of rough miners came into Aunt Pearl's cafe. They'd made her feel dirty then, but now they sank through her veins like ice. Langley made quick work of binding Alex's hands and feet, jerking hard on the knots with a grunt each time. Miriam's eyes scanned the cavern where they sat. Wooden beams supported the sides and ceiling every few feet. What did Langley intend to do with them? Leave them here to die of starvation? That might be the best possible scenario. It'd give them time to find a way out, even if they had to dig through to the surface. Langley pulled one final time on the rope at Alex's feet, then backed away. Get over by that A fit of coughing interrupted his words. The wet hacking struck a familiar chord in Miriam's mind. Wasn't that the same sound his brother had made before he died? Was this man suffering from the same illness? Another feeling seized her chest. It couldn't be sympathy, not when the man held a gun on them. But his pistol shook with his shoulders now as Langley tried to stop the coughs. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Alex slide his legs underneath him. Langley saw it too, because the click of his gun cocking echoed through the tunnel. Alex froze. Langley finally stopped coughing, his breath wheezing as he struggled to catch it. Get over to that wall. He motioned with the gun toward a spot on the wall where Alex would be separated from her by a pile of timbers. A wave of disappointment washed through her. If she and Alex could sit together, maybe they could try to untie each other's bonds, or at the very least, she'd have his presence, and maybe they could brainstorm an escape plan together. Their captor stepped toward the opposite wall and picked up something just outside the circle of light. A can of some sort. He tucked the pistol in the waistband of his pants, then removed the lid and strode toward her. He veered at the last moment and dumped the contents over a pile of wood a few feet to her left. As a sickeningly sweet odor permeated the air, it awakened a terrifying realization. Langley was planning to set the place on fire. Chapter 24. Terror roiled in Miriam's stomach. For the first time, it was a very real possibility they might not come out of this alive. Langley pointed to the spot he'd just doused and glared at Miriam. Sit there. She hesitated only a moment. Clenching her lip in her teeth, she scooted up and crawled over the wood planks to where he pointed. The man turned and retrieved another can, then dumped the contents onto the pile of timbers between her and Alex. He jerked his head toward it, barely glancing at Alex. You. There. Alex obeyed, scooting up to sit on the pile of wood. Once he was settled, he looked back at Langley as the man turned away from them. Your brother was a good man, Tad. Alex's voice rose steady and calming, that reassuring accent he used with patience. No hint of fear. How did he do it? Langley stopped mid-stride and glared at Alex, then spit onto the floor and tossed the empty can into the darkness. The clatter resounded against the stone walls for several seconds. Until you killed him. The venom in his words could have slain a grizzly bear. I did everything I could for Mick, but the long fever was too advanced. I know you miss him, Dad, but killing us won't bring him back. The man turned with a roar, fists clenched at his sides. For a second, it looked like he might charge Alex and tear him apart with his bare hands. You killed my brother. Langley stood there, shoulders heaving. Miriam cringed,
willing Alex not to respond. The man was obviously not in any condition to reason with. After a few moments, Langley spun and stepped back to the far wall where he'd retrieved the cans of kerosene. He knelt down and seemed to be fiddling with something. The smell of the oil so near made her stomach churn, and Miriam tried not to breathe through her nose. She glanced at Alex, but he stared at their captor, jaw set and mouth pinched in a narrow line. She sank back against the stone behind her. Was she ready to die? So many things she still wanted to do and see, and she'd never had the chance to tell Alex how much he meant to her. Even if he didn't return the feelings, she loved him with every ounce of her being. That was clear now. Another glance at him sent a surge of longing through her chest. She turned away and stared down at her skirt. Faces paraded through her mind. Mrs. Malmgren, with her spunky outlook on life. Dirty faces of miners who'd been kind and respectful, many of them with lung illness or breathing difficulty. There were so many still to help. Together, maybe she and Alex could have made a difference. God, I prayed for your will. If this is it, be with those others. Send someone else to help them. Alex stared at Tad Langley's back as thoughts tumbled through his mind. His own death wouldn't be any great tragedy. Maybe he deserved it after all the times he'd failed with his patients. With Britt. But Miriam, she didn't deserve to die. Someone so amazing, full of life and kindness, and so many talents. She deserved to marry a wealthy gentleman, travel the world, have babies to love. He swallowed past a hard lump in his throat. He wanted them to be his babies. God, why are you letting it end like this? He'd never had the chance to tell her how much she meant to him, to tell her how much he loved her with every fiber of his being, even though he didn't deserve anyone half as wonderful as her. Still, the unspoken words made his throat ache. He glanced at Miriam. She stared down at her skirt, mouth pinched in a thin line. She was so brave. Even in the face of death, she wasn't crying. No whimpering or pleading with the man, just courageous acceptance. Another wave of helplessness washed through him. God, if there's anything you can do to save her, please, help. Langley turned from his pile of materials with another can of kerosene. He doused a third stack of wood just outside the circle of the lantern's light. After leaning over his supplies again, Langley straightened with something small clutched in his right hand. He picked up the lantern from the middle of the floor, holding it close to his face. The light threw an eerie yellow over his skin as he stared into it. Shadows danced across his features, giving him a distorted look. How had Langley's mind become so twisted that he thought killing them would make up for his brother's death? Was it only vengeance he sought? Still staring into the light, the man chuckled a mirthless laugh. It turned into a cough, though, and he turned to the side as the spasms overtook him. Realization washed over Alex with unmistakable clarity. Tad Langley had the same wet, hacking cough his brother had suffered from. Was he dying of the same lung disease? The man finally straightened, struggling to catch his breath. His glazed eyes locked with Alex's. I'll not die. The way my brother did. His heaving breaths slowed his words, but the message was clear. Langley planned to perish in this tunnel with them. A cold dread washed through Alex. Lord, we need your help here. Langley raised the light again, gazing into it, the flame reflected in his glazed eyes. With a mighty roar like an Indian war cry, Langley heaved the lantern toward Miriam. It crashed against the wood, splintering into glass pieces. The flame lit the kerosene with a whoosh. Miriam's scream split the air as fire exploded around her. Alex was on his feet in an instant. A boom exploded through the cavern, and a rush of air whizzed by Alex, striking his upper arm. Pain flashed through the place it touched. A bullet? "Sit down!" Langley thundered. Alex fell back under the pile of wood, gritting his teeth as the pain now came alive, searing his arm. In the corner of his eye, Langley moved toward Alex, a flame in his hand. With a rush, fire burst around Alex. He fought against it, scooting back to the wall as the flames took hold of his trouser legs. A scream permeated his awareness. Miriam. His mind clearing, Alex rolled over, passing through the flames. Searing heat and fire lit his legs. When he was off the wood, he kept rolling. In seconds, the flame doused. As he leaped to his feet, the bond at Alex's feet broke free. The fire must have weakened it. With his hands still tied, he sprinted toward Miriam. She'd moved off her pile of burning timbers, too, but now lay in another blaze, as flame billowed from her skirts. She cried out, a sort of half-scream, half-moan. Alex fought to pull his hands free, but the rope held fast at his wrists. "Roll over!" he yelled. Was it loud enough to penetrate Miriam's pain and fear? With his boot, he pushed against her legs. She got the idea and rolled several times until the flame finally burned out. With that disaster abated, Alex spun to face the next threat. Where was Langley? Flames from the two piles of wood rose almost as tall as Alex, popping and roaring as they devoured the kerosene and wood, and the air. He spotted Langley, on his knees, doubled over as his shoulders shook in a coughing fit. Now was his chance. Eyeing the nearest fire, Alex strode toward it. He turned his back to the fire and craned to see as he shuffled backward until the cord at his wrist touched the flame. Heat seared his skin, but Alex clamped his jaw against the pain. The moment the rope pulled free, he jerked his arms away and stumbled forward, grabbing his wrists with both hands. The pain almost blinded him as he clutched his burning flesh. But he still had a job to do. God help me. Eyeing Langley, he spotted the pistol in the man's front waistband. Alex crept around behind him. He'd have to be quick enough to get the gun before Langley did, but that would be a challenge because of the way the man doubled over from coughing. Inhaling a breath, Alex lunged, wrapping his arms around the man's thick mass as he reached for the Colt. The force of his charge propelled them both to the ground. Langley cried out. Then his body went limp under Alex. Alex scrambled to turn the man over until a glint of silver appeared within the folds of his shirt. He closed his fists around the wooden handle and jerked it free, then clambered backward until he was a safe distance away. He pointed the handgun at Langley, clutching it with both hands to keep from shaking. But Langley still didn't move. No coughing, no struggling to rise. Just lay there with his body contorted into the position Alex had rolled him. Goosebumps raised over Alex's arms, despite the heat from the fire just feet away. Were they safe? Or was Langley bluffing, trying to lull him into a sense of security so he could pounce? Or had he hurt the man? Nausea rose into Alex's throat. He'd never intentionally caused injury to another human being. It warred against everything within him, against the Hippocratic oath he'd sworn to uphold. Pressure on Alex's arm jerked his attention, and he whirled to face the threat. Miriam. Pain and fear washed in her eyes through the smoky haze. He had to get her out of here. He reached for her hand, but stopped. Her wrists were still tied behind her back. Were her feet bound, too? Alex scanned the area. What could he use to cut the straps? The flames had grown taller beside them, shoulder height now. Any moment, they would spread to the timbers that lined the walls and ceiling. They had to get out. His gaze landed on Langley. The man probably had a knife, and he lay only a couple feet from the flames. Alex crouched by his side, rolling the man toward him as he checked pockets. Nothing. He jerked up the hem of his pants legs. Aha. Alex yanked the knife free by its bone handle and spun toward Miriam. Here. She turned her wrist to him, and he sliced the cord with 2 tugs of the knife. Oh! He barely heard Miriam's groan over the roar of the fire. He dropped to his knees and pushed what was left of her burned skirts aside with his arm. The heavy stench of soot clogged his nose, but he forced himself to breathe through his mouth. The first smoky breath almost gagged him, clenching his chest in a cough. The round leather of Miriam's boots had turned black. Lord, please don't let her be burned. The leather strap binding her legs together split on the first slice of the knife. As his elbow jerked with the effort, it raised the hem of her dress high enough to see red flesh where her stockings had been burned away. His stomach clenched. How much pain was she in? He had to get her back to the clinic where he could tend her wounds. The sound of coughing brought Alex to his feet. After clearing her lungs, Miriam raised her head to meet his gaze. Her eyes rimmed red. Slipping his hand into hers, Alex gave it a quick squeeze. Let's go. His words came out in a croak. His throat burned. Alex scanned the cavern. They needed a light to make their way out of the mine. He bent low and pulled a piece of wood from one of the burning piles. Most of it had burned, was still burning, leaving a 2-foot handle on one end. Stay close. He started toward the shaft they'd come through, but stopped when he almost tripped over Tad Langley. The man groaned and rolled onto his back. What should they do with him? Alex glanced at the fire, less than a foot away from the unconscious man's boot. They couldn't leave him here. The man would die in this fiery cave. Alex stared into the pale face on the ground. He tried to summon the anger that coursed through him when he saw Langley holding up Miriam's limp form. But all he saw in his mind's eye was the grief on the man's face when he broke down at the clinic after his brother's death. How could Alex leave him here to die? A fellow human being? He turned to Miriam, saw the understanding in her gaze. He thrust the torch into Miriam's hands. I'm going to try to carry him. Langley was even heavier than he looked. Alex bent low and tried to hoist him over his shoulder. The first time, they both ended in a heap. Miriam set the flame down and helped lift the man, then steadied them both as Alex crouched under the weight. Let's go. Chapter 25. Alex stumbled as fast as he could go, doubled over under Langley's weight. Miriam scampered ahead to light the way. Every ounce of his body begged to rest, but Alex pushed on. They reached the end of the shaft, and Miriam hesitated. Alex dropped to his knees, settling Langley in a heap on the floor. His chest seized from the exertion and from breathing deep gulps of the smoke hanging in the air. It had followed them, drifting down the passageway and filtering through the air they breathed. Which way? Miriam spoke in a loud whisper, the darkness around them cloaking everything in an eerie quiet. The torch she held glowed only red embers now, and it didn't do much more than reveal the outline of her face. Go left. What? Langley groaned in Alex's arms, but it turned into a fit of coughing. The man's chest shook as Alex kept him draped over his shoulder. When the coughing finally ended, Alex gave the man a little shake. Are you awake, Tad? If Langley could walk out on his own accord, they'd be in a much better spot. Alex's muscles had no power left. His arms screamed as he gripped Langley's body. He wasn't sure if he could carry himself, much less this giant of a man. Langley grumbled something, incomprehensible, which ended in another phlegmy cough that racked his body. When Langley stopped hacking, Alex pushed the man away. "Can you stand up?" Langley propped his head in a big, grimy paw and groaned. "We've got to walk out of this mine and get you help, Dad. Stand up now." Alex wrapped the man's free hand over his shoulder and slipped an arm around Langley's bulk. Miriam's glowing stick moved closer, and she positioned herself at Langley's other side. 1, 2, 3, up. With a groan and several grunts, they all three stumbled to their feet. "Now walk." Alex mumbled the words as he took an unsteady step. Langley responded with another fit of coughing. Alex's chest tightened. They had to get the man out. He needed a good dose of fresh air and medicine to open his lungs. For a split second, an image of Britt flashed through his mind, lying in bed while the cough racked her frail body until her lungs gave out. Alex clamped his jaw against the image. That wouldn't happen again with this man if it took every last ounce of his strength. The going was slow, especially when the tunnel narrowed and they had to turn sideways. Langley seemed to be coming awake and bore some of his weight. He kept up a steady stream of coughing, though. Had he ingested too much smoke? After what seemed like days, a faint lightning appeared in the darkness ahead. Daylight? A flutter of relief sank through Alex's weary limbs. The light grew, opening into a circle of brown grass and blue sky. If he'd enough strength, he would have cried out for joy. The moment they stepped onto soft ground, Miriam stumbled and went down. Like a row of dominoes, Langley fell next, then Alex. After dropping to his knees, Alex rolled to the side, out from under the weight of the brute they'd just worked so hard to save. Langley started another coughing fit. He lay face down in the grass, his shoulders jerking with each spasm. The spit that gurgled from the man's mouth dripped black and viscous. Each racking cough sounded like the last contraction of the man's lungs before they collapsed. When the coughing spell finally ended, Langley crumbled to the ground, his back rising with each gasp for air. Alex struggled to his knees and leaned close, pressing his ear against the man's back. A gurgling sound accompanied each breath. Helplessness washed through Alex like water through a pipe. He had to do something before Langley's heart shut down or his lungs caved in. He scanned the area around them. What were the chances he would find an elecampane plant? Possibly a wild cherry tree, but that would take too long to powder the bark, and he had no tools to make an extract. God, help me help this man. What's wrong, Alex? His head jerked to meet Miriam's troubled gaze. I don't have anything to help him. If you stay here and pray, I'll run back to the clinic and get what you need. A surge of anger sluiced through him. The man's about to die, Miriam. I've seen this before, and he won't last until you get back. She leaned forward to rest her hand on Alex's arm. Then pray, Alex. Put him in God's hands. That won't... He cut himself off before he spoke the blasphemous words. But bitterness quickly overshadowed the anger in his chest. Britt's lifeless form filled his mind. Pale. Just a ghost of the vibrant child she'd been before he failed her. That won't what? Miriam's voice was soft, yet probing. Alex sank onto his heels, his chin dropping as he stared at the man's heaving back. That didn't make a difference with Britt. He mumbled the words, but her quick intake of breath told him she'd understood perfectly. Another fit of coughing from Langley interrupted their silence. This one was shorter, but the convulsions more severe, if that were possible. They were going to lose him, and there was nothing Alex could do except sit there and watch. It wasn't your fault, Alex.
His hands gripped into fists where they rested on his thighs. She didn't understand. You were a 13-year-old boy. He clenched his jaw. Nothing she said would change the way he'd failed his sister. If only he could go back in time, erase that awful day, or at least take her place on that deathbed. Do you think you're powerful enough to change God's will? He jerked his head up. What? God has a plan for every person he creates. He called you to be his special instrument of healing. But if he has a better plan for the people you treat, nothing you do can change that. Her voice had an edge now, a conviction. The thought struck him like a blow to the chest, but was he getting in God's way? How can he want these people to die? How could he want Britt to die? His voice cracked on the last two words. Maybe Britt had accomplished what he created her for. The gentleness crept back into Miriam's voice. And now she's dancing and singing with him in heaven. No more pain. The image took his breath away. That's what he'd wanted for Britt here on Earth. Had she been enjoying it in heaven all these years? A blanket of peace settled over him, lightening his shoulders. Do what God called you to do, Alex, and let him handle the rest. Alex's eyes drifted shut as he absorbed the words. Let him handle the rest. He inhaled a deep breath and released it. God, how could I have it wrong all these years? I want to be your tool. Use me to help these people, but don't let me forget you're in control. Langley started coughing again, deep, shaking spasms of his whole body. Lord, I give you care of this man. Into your hands I commit him. Alex bowed his head. Help him. The voice was so clear, Alex's eyes flew open to see who had spoken. Miriam leaned low over Langley, brushing the hair from his face and speaking soothing words. Hadn't she heard the voice? Help him. Lord? Alex raised his eyes to the clear blue sky. A single white cloud surrounded by a blue so rich no artist could duplicate it. Is that you, God? Show me how. What's this? Miriam's words brought his focus down. She held up a small glass bottle. It was in his shirt pocket. Alex sucked in a breath, reaching for the jar with clumsy fingers. Could it be? The white label held words scribbled in his own hand. Elecampane root extract. Thank you, God. His face stretched into a wide smile as he gazed at Miriam. It's what he needs. Help me turn him so he can sit up. Langley was barely conscious as they adjusted his position. Miriam propped herself behind his back, since the man didn't seem to have the strength to hold himself upright. With trembling fingers, Alex poured a hefty dose into Langley's mouth. That should help right away. He held the bottle up to peer through the amber glass. There's enough here for one more dose, just enough until we get him back to the clinic. He took in Miriam with his gaze. Do you know how to get back to town from here? She looked around, and his eyes followed her stare. There seemed to be an overgrown driveway through the wood to their left. I should be able to follow that to a road I recognize. Together they laid Langley down on the grass. The man's eyes cracked open, settling their unfocused gaze on Alex. Feeling any better? The slightest of nods. I'll give you another dose in a few minutes. Alex's mouth quirked on one side. If I'd known you had elecampane in your pocket, we could have saved us all some worry. One corner of the man's mouth raised a fraction of an inch, as his eyelids drifted shut again. It's a good thing Langley didn't try to talk.
His vocal cords would likely take days to recover from the smoke damage. Miriam started to rise, and Alex scrambled to do the same. As he stepped around Langley's feet, his gaze wandered to the overgrown trail that he hoped led to a road. How far outside of town were they? It had seemed like forever on the walk out of here, but they'd probably traveled about 15 minutes. Still, that was the shortcut. What if she met up with some rowdies on the road? What was he thinking, sending a woman, this woman, off by herself in the middle of nowhere? "I'll be all right, Alex." Miriam slipped her hand into his, pulling his attention to her face. She was beautiful. Everything about her touched his heart and soul in a way he hadn't thought possible. She cared about people more than anyone he'd ever known. Even this rough miner who'd knocked her unconscious, bound her hands and feet, and tried to burn her alive. Yet, she still ministered to him with compassion and kindness. He raised his free hand to cup her face, losing himself in her sea-green gaze. "You're an amazing lady, Miriam Bryant. How could I help but love you?" Her lips parted as she inhaled a breath. He was too far gone to turn back now. "You deserve so much better. But I can't imagine my life without you. Please say you'll marry me." A sheen of moisture washed her eyes, and they glittered in the sunlight. Her mouth pressed tight, as if she were holding back tears. Had he upset her? What was he thinking to propose out here after they'd just been kidnapped and almost murdered? He swallowed. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have sprung that on you. It's just, after today, we never know what tomorrow will bring. And no matter what, I want you with me." He took both of her hands in his own and raised them to press a kiss on her fingertips. "If you want to go back east, we can. We'll tour the world if that will make you happy. Just say the words." Miriam fought back a sob of joy. Alex loved her and wanted to marry her. Oh, God, thank you! It was too good to be true. She had to get control of her emotions before Alex kept talking and had them on a ship bound for the West Indies. She pulled her fingers free from his grasp and touched them to his lips. He froze mid-sentence, and she rewarded him with a smile. "I would love to marry you, Alex." He closed his hand over hers and planted a kiss on her fingertips, then another on the fleshy part of her palm that sent shivers through her. His brown eyes darkened as he slipped a hand behind her neck and drew her close. His lips settled over hers in a touch gentle and achingly sweet. Oh, heaven. His kiss was everything she'd dreamed of, and so much more. Her whole body answered, filling her response with all the love that had grown within her for this man. With a groan, he tore himself away. His chest heaved as he lowered his forehead to hers. "Have I told you lately how amazing you are?" Miriam smiled as she worked to steady her own breathing. She cupped his face with her hands, skimming the hint of stubble that had grown since the morning. "You're pretty incredible yourself." He nipped at her little finger, holding it for a second between his lips. The act made her want to pull his mouth down to hers again. A cough from Langley broke through her thoughts. Miriam nibbled her lip. "I'd better go for help." He blinked, his brows furrowing as if he were trying to interpret her words. Then he planted a final kiss on her palm and stepped back. "I'll go. No telling who you might run into on the road." A flare of determination whipped through Miriam. "You need to stay with Mr. Langley. I'll hurry, and I'll be fine." As if to prove Alex's necessity, the man on the ground released another deep cough. Alex glanced between her and Langley, obviously torn. She squeezed his hand and stepped away. "I'll be back as quick as I can." "Wait." Miriam stopped as he closed the distance between them, gripped her shoulders with both hands, then swooped down for another kiss. This was not the gentle caress from minutes before. It spoke of his urgency, his desperation, his desire to control, even though he knew it was beyond his control. It lasted only seconds before he stepped back and released her. "Please be careful." Her mind still whirled from that kiss, but Miriam gave him a wobbly smile. "God will be with me." His shoulders sagged. "I know." Then she turned, gathered her skirts in her hands, and ran. Chapter 26. The overgrown wagon trail did lead to a road. Was it the Mullen Road that led to town? Miriam turned to the direction Butte should be. "God, please let this be the way." She started off in a jog, but the smoke still clouding her lungs made it hard to breathe. Coughing forced her down to a walk as she doubled over, her chest trying to rid itself of the foreign toxin. When the spasms finally ceased, she raised her head. The sound of a wagon drifted from around a curve in the road. Glimpses of it flashed through the trees. The murmur of a male voice drifted on the breeze. Singing? Or arguing? A rustle of apprehension ran through her. Maybe she should have let Alex come. She was capable of giving Langley medicine, wasn't she? But if something went wrong or the man grew much worse, Alex would know what to do. Miriam squared her shoulders, and she was more than capable of handling herself on the road. She'd grown up in these mountains, and could always duck into the woods if the man approaching looked unsavory. She strode forward to meet the stranger head-on. "Sweet Betsy from Pike, who crossed the wide prairies with her husband Ike." That voice. So familiar. As the wagon passed around the bend, a pair of chestnut mules came into view. And then... "Oh, Mose!" Miriam broke into a run as her heart soared. "Well, looky who it is, Miss Miriam. You're the last person I expected to meet up with out here." Her old friend reined in the animals as she reached to the wagon side and clutched it, struggling to catch her breath. "Need your help." "Sure thing, missy. What's got you worked up?" "Alex, there's a man. We were kidnapped." Why couldn't she catch her breath? "Slow down there." She spun and waved for him to follow. "Come with me. We need to get him back to the clinic." "What say you climb up here and ride whilst you find your breath?" Miriam obeyed, and old Mose gripped her arm as she climbed up onto the wagon seat beside him. "Get up there, Zeke. Move on, Zeb. We've got a man needs saving." He slapped the reins, and the pair of mules stepped into their harness in tandem. They moved achingly slow, but Miriam used the time to fill her friend in on the highlights of their adventure. "Alex only had one dose left of the medicine, so we've got to get Mr. Langley back to the clinic. Here's the turn." She motioned toward the opening in the trees. The branches and underbrush had grown up so much she would have missed it had she not known where to look. The grooves in old Mose's brow creased more than usual as he turned the team off the road. "Miss Miriam, you've laid out quite a tale there. No wonder God's put you close to my mind these last couple hours. Had me praying for you hard, he did." He reined in near where Alex hovered over the form of the large man by the mine opening. Miriam's heart clutched. Were they too late? She clambered down, biting back a cry when she landed on her bad leg. A hacking cough sounded from the man on the ground, and it triggered a flood of relief through Miriam. He was still alive. Alex stood, their eyes meeting across the distance. A world of emotions crossed between them. His relief, courage, fear, love.
Alex took a step toward her. Another. Her own feet stepped forward, propelling her. And then she was in his arms. He wrapped her tight as she clutched him, breathing in his strength and love. Alex loosened his grip too soon, but he slipped an arm around her waist as he turned to face old Mose, who stood over Langley. I just gave him another dose of Campaign. He'll need more within the hour, so we need to hurry. Can you walk, young feller? Old Mose eyed Langley, who looked up at them through barely squinted eyes. Each breath rasped as it raised his chest. Yeah, the man wheezed, but he didn't make a move to rise. Giving her side a final squeeze, Alex stepped away and squatted beside the man. If you can get that side, almost, let's lift him up. Grunts sounded as they raised Langley between them and shuffled toward the wagon. Miriam limped ahead to take off the rear board so they could lay him in the back. The men propped Langley against several sacks of cornmeal. "'Twas out making deliveries to the mines," old Mose said, motioning toward the half-dozen crates stacked beside the bags. "I'll sit back here with him." Alex hunkered down beside Langley. Miriam's heart squeezed at the sight of her beloved. Even though this ne'er-do-well had kidnapped and tried to kill them, Alex did everything possible to save the man's life. How many other men would do the same? Thank you, Lord, for bringing Alex to me. The ride to the clinic took forever. Alex had Langley propped completely upright, but the coughs still shook his entire body. This cold air wasn't helping any, especially when the wind whipped up. Brian met them on the boardwalk in front of the clinic, a hand shading his eyes against the glare of the late afternoon sun. He didn't speak, but the question on his face was clear. "This man's in a bad way. Help me get him in, to a cot." Alex rose to his knees while he motioned to his brother. Brian obeyed, murmuring a greeting to Tad as they lifted him from the wagon. Miriam had already headed inside to get things ready. "Reckon I'll go get the sheriff if you youngsters have things in hand here," old Mose said from his perch on the wagon. Brian's gaze jerked up to Alex. "The sheriff?" Alex pinched his lips together as his mind skimmed over what they'd been through. "Langley kidnapped Miriam and marched us into an old mine at gunpoint. Set the place on fire and planned to kill all three of us. The smoke knocked him out first, though, so we were able to get out." Brian jerked upright. He looked like he would step back and leave Langley to fall in a heap. "Come on, man. Help me get him inside." Alex nodded up the steps to the clinic door as he teetered under the weight of the giant. Brian's gaze skittered from the doorway, where Miriam had disappeared, to Langley, then up to Alex. "This man tried to kill you and now you're saving his life?" Brian didn't add, "Have you gone daft?" but his tone said it for him. "He's a human being, Brian. My job is to help people. It's up to God and the law to judge them." Eyes narrowing, Brian studied him. Then a hint of a smile touched his mouth. "You finally figured that out, huh?" A grin tugged at Alex's own mouth. Sometimes it takes a good woman to point things out. Brian's brows shot up. "Let's get him in." Alex spoke before his brother could and stepped forward. Brian didn't have a choice but to do the same. For once, it was a good thing his brother knew how to hold his tongue. Alex pushed his horse into a jog as the mountain trail leveled out. According to Miriam's directions, he shouldn't be far now. She'd certainly been right about it taking almost half a day to maneuver the mountain trails to the Bryant Ranch. A dog barked in the distance. He must be close. A side road split off from the main wagon path he traveled, and Alex took the smaller fork left. The trees opened to a clearing where a log cabin first caught his eye. Its structure was simple, with a railed porch spanning the front. White curtains hung in the windows,
and rocks outlined a few barren shrubs in front of the porch. Would those spindly plants produce flowers in the spring? To the left stood the barn, with fences fanning out on 3 sides. One of the large double doors opened, and out frisked a mid-sized dog. It glanced back inside the door and barked as Gideon emerged. Alex's chest tightened at the sight of the man he'd come to see. Surely Gideon wouldn't be angry at his news, would he? When Gideon saw him, his face broke into a grin and his wide steps veered from the path to the house as he approached Alex. Alex dismounted and stepped forward to shake the man's hand. "Donahue, good to see you." And then Gideon's face clouded as his grip tightened. "Where's Miriam? What's wrong?" Alex held up his other hand to stop the barrage. "She's fine. Sends her love to you and Mrs. Bryant. I just stopped by to discuss something with you." Gideon relaxed and stepped back as Alex gazed around the clearing. "Nice place you have here." He turned back to Gideon with a grin. "It's peaceful." "That's what we like about it." Gideon reached for the reins. "Come inside while I put your horse away. Leah'll have something good to feed you." That didn't sound like a bad offer, so Alex followed Gideon toward the front steps where the man let loose a whistle, then waited expectantly. Gideon's profile favored Miriam's. Her features were softer and her coloring more fair, but they had the same strong jaw and chin, the same tip at the end of their nose, the same wide eyes. His chest ached as he thought of her. Leah Bryant appeared on the front porch, wiping her hands on her apron. Her face brightened when she saw him. "You brought Miriam home?" Her gaze flitted over the horse, then drifted around the yard. "Where is she?" He felt like a heel. "Sorry, ma'am. She said she had too many things to take care of in town, and I wasn't sure her knee was ready for so many hours on horseback to get up here. She sends her love, though." Mrs. Bryant worked hard to cover her disappointment. "Well, please come in, Dr. Donahue." Her southern accent crept out as she stepped to the side and held the door for him. "I was just taking sweet rolls out of the oven, and I have coffee warm. You couldn't have come at a better time." The 3 of them chatted an amiable conversation over coffee and cinnamon rolls that melted on his tongue. Gideon was a bit reserved, occasionally eyeing him as Alex answered one of Mrs. Bryant's questions. The man was plainly curious about his business here, but he didn't seem hostile. Had Alex expected him to be? Still, Alex's palms were damp as he drained the last sip of his coffee, and not just from the heat of the mug. "I have a mare in the barn that should be foaling soon. Care to have a look at her, Doc?" Gideon leaned back in his chair, watching Alex. Alex met the man's gaze. "Be happy to." They strode along the well-worn path to the barn. Alex clenched and unclenched his fists as he tried to find a way to raise his question. The inside of the barn was dark, and Alex blinked as his eyes adjusted to the dimness. A mare nickered to them, and Gideon met her at the stall door, taking her large head in his hands as he crooned. "Howdy, girl. You feeling okay today? Brought the doc to see how close you are." Alex slipped into the stall and ran his hands down the mare's neck, over her distended abdomen and across her hindquarters. He bent down to peer at her udder, then eased his hand under to feel of its firmness. A drop of white milk appeared on the tip when he touched it. Lastly, he raised the mare's tail and eyed the loosening of the muscles underneath. He turned to Gideon, resting a hand on the horse's back. "Gideon, to be honest, you've probably seen more pregnant mares than I have. She looks close to me, today or tomorrow." The other man nodded, approval reflected in his eyes. Was it because of his diagnosis? Or the fact that he'd been honest about his experience not equaling Gideon's? Alex let himself out of the stall and draped an arm over a rail as Gideon continued to stroke the mare. Now was the time. He cleared his throat. I, would like to ask you something. Gideon didn't answer. Didn't turn, just kept running his hands down the horse's jaw as she dozed. He wasn't making this easy. I'd like to marry your sister, Gideon. I'd like your blessing, if you're willing to give it. There, it was out. But he couldn't take a breath as he watched Miriam's older brother. The man's gaze rose to somewhere in the distance, farther than the stall wall where his eyes landed. His expression was impossible to read. Finally, he spoke a single word. Why? Alex swallowed. No, not making this easy. Because I love her. She's the most amazing woman I've ever met. How did he put into words how he felt about Miriam, especially to her brother? Gideon nodded, then stood quiet for another moment. At last he sighed. It's all right with me. He turned to look at Alex dead on. But the final decision is Miriam's. Relief coursed through Alex. He wanted to let out a whoop, but settled for a grin. Thank you. Reaching into his coat pocket, Alex pulled out a paper, folded and sealed. Miriam said I had to wait until after I asked to give you this. Gideon raised a brow, but took the paper, split the wax seal, and started reading. Alex licked his lips as he eyed the man, but it was like watching an expert card sharp. No facial expression except for a single raised brow, before he refolded the paper and slipped it into his pocket. After a final pat on the mare's neck, Gideon turned to Alex and rested a hand on his shoulder. I reckon it's settled then. Let's go tell Leah the good news. Chapter 27. Did they say when they're coming down for the wedding? Miriam tugged Alex's arm as they strolled on the road skirting the edge of town. Alex had returned from Gideon and Leah's late last night, and he'd left Brian in the clinic again today, while Alex saw to business around town. Now evening had come and the clinic was closed, so she'd finally stolen him away to hear the details of his conversation with her brother. 2 weeks. He tried to convince me to wait until spring, but I held my ground. Alex shot her a grin that warmed all the way to her toes. 2 weeks is good. She turned her face up to absorb the last few rays of the setting sun. They walked in silence for several minutes, until Alex spoke. I talked to the sheriff today. She jerked her gaze to him. What'd he say? Wanted to move Langley to a cell. I told him he needed to stay at the clinic for a couple more days at least. She studied his expression. Having the man there where she worked still sent a tingle of unease down her spine. But he was so sick, barely strong enough to feed himself. They couldn't send him away just yet. And Brian had taken over the man's care completely, so she didn't have to spend time around him. Alex stopped walking and searched her eyes. Would you rather I have him moved to the jail? She forced her face into a smile, but it wasn't so hard. No, he's where he needs to be. The line of his mouth eased. You're amazing. Miriam couldn't hold his gaze as warmth crept up her neck. Did the sheriff say what he'd do with Mr. Langley when he's better? He's working on an idea. I thought it a good one myself. She raised her brows. Since Langley's mental state is questionable, he thought it best the man leaves this part of the territory. He's sending him back to Kansas. That's where the brothers hail from, and apparently Tad still has family there. The local sheriff there has a work program for his long-term inmates to make them into responsible citizens. Relief sank through her, relaxing the muscles in her shoulders and neck. That sounds like a great plan. Do you think he'll be well enough to work? I asked the sheriff to make sure he'll be under the care of a physician in Kansas. Warmth washed through her chest as she stared into Alex's eyes. "You're a good man, Alex Donahue." "The best." He looked away, red seeping into his cheeks. He started walking again. They strolled for several minutes, passing the edge of town on their left and tall grass on their right, as the hills prepared to give way to the mountains. The churchyard appeared up ahead. Even though they hadn't had a preacher for over a year, someone still tended to the building and the rose vines crawling along the fence. Would they ever have a pastor again? How wonderful it would be to join with other Christians each week and study the scripture under the direction of a man called by God. "You know, you never answered my question." Miriam's gaze found Alex again and searched his face. "Which question was that?" "Where you want to live. I promised you could decide, milady. Boston, New York, Paris?" He shot her a smile. The corners of his mouth tipped, but the grin didn't light his eyes like usual. Instead, there were tiny creases at the outside corners where his lashes met. Did he really think she wanted to be anywhere other than here? Working alongside him to make a difference in other people's lives? She stopped walking, and Alex paused, turning toward her. His jaw tightened, and his face lost all hint of a smile. "Milady?" "Alex, it matters not to me where we go. I'd just as soon stay here as long as we can keep helping these people." His brow puckered. "Stay here? But you want to travel. I'll need to settle down and work somewhere, but I have a little money saved to get us there." She raised her hand to smooth the wrinkle in his brow. "I used to think I wanted that, but I finally realized that I hadn't given that part to God, hadn't asked him to show me exactly what he has planned for me. And when I finally put my future in God's hands, you know what I discovered?" She removed her hand from the crook of his arm and lifted both his hands to her waist. Alex's arms moved reluctantly, as if he were trying to distance himself. Afraid of what she would say? "What?" He finally met her gaze and tightened his arms around her. His eyes read uncertainty, but there was resolve there, too. Miriam's heart swelled. Would he leave this place where he'd established himself just to make her happy? How did she deserve this man? Thank you, Lord. Your ways truly are higher than mine. Slipping her hands around his neck, she smiled. I realized God had something better planned for me all along. It's not seeing new sights that will make me happy. It's finding His plan for me, finding my purpose, what He created me to do. Alex's eyes widened, a tiny spark igniting them. And what's that? Working with you, helping these people, making a difference, no matter how small, being His tool. A myriad of emotions played across Alex's face, so much that he seemed to struggle to contain them all. His grip tightened at her waist, and he lowered his forehead to rest on hers. His breathing grew labored, and the tickle of its warmth caressed her skin. You can't imagine how happy that makes me. It won't be easy. I can't promise it will. But I can promise I'll love and cherish you with every ounce of my being. She fingered the thick hair at the nape of his neck, as moisture clogged her throat. That's more than I ever dreamed of. Her eyes drifted closed as his mouth claimed hers. Shall we head to the church? Eyeing herself in the mirror of her room at the boarding house, Miriam twisted a curl falling around her face. It still wouldn't lay right, but better this time. Stepping back, she pressed her hands down the front of her skirt. You're beautiful, Mary. The loveliest bride I've ever seen. She turned to Leah, nibbling her lip as she tried for a smile. Do you think I look all right?
Leah's eyes shimmered as she took Miriam's hands and held them out. Her gaze roamed from Miriam's hair all the way down to the hem of her pale blue muslin gown. "You're amazing. So beautiful it makes me want to cry." A rush of moisture stung Miriam's own eyes, and she stepped forward into Leah's arms. "Thank you." Leah clutched her tight, and Miriam squeezed her eyes against the rush of emotion churning in her. "Thank you for everything." Leah finally pulled back, gripping Miriam's upper arms. "I'm only going to say this once, because neither one of us should walk into your wedding all red and puffy-eyed. I'm so happy for you, Miriam. I have total peace that Alex is the man God has planned for you. But I'm going to miss you more than I can say. Please don't be a stranger." Miriam sniffed, but it didn't stop the moisture filling her eyes. "I love you too. I'm sorry I won't be able to go with you on our trip this summer, but my place is here." Squeezing her hand, a funny look came into Leah's eyes, and her mouth spread into a grin that lit every part of her face. "Of course it is, but I may have needed to back out of the trip anyway." Miriam raised a brow. Was Leah... Her friend's pretty white teeth flashed as she giggled. Her hand crept to her midsection. "Gideon and I have good news." Miriam squealed and pulled Leah into a tight hug. "Oh, that's wonderful! Oh, Leah, I'm so happy for you!" More tears stung as Leah clutched her tight, and they both laughed and chattered. "When will it come?" "Doc Brian says May, most likely." Stepping back, Miriam eyed her. "Brian knows about it before me?" Leah shrugged. "He's the doctor. We've been hoping." Her cheeks bloomed pink, and she dropped her gaze. "I mean, it's been so long." Miriam couldn't help a chuckle. She'd wondered more than once why 2 years had passed since Gideon and Leah's marriage, without any sign of Leah's being in the family way. "Well, I'm so happy for you I could burst." Miriam took Leah's hand and turned toward the door. "That's exactly the news to make my wedding day perfect." Leah gasped, tightening her grip on Miriam's hand. "Your wedding! We have to get you to the church." Alex shuffled from one foot to the other as he stood in the front of the church. What was taking so long? A chuckle drifted from Brian, who stood beside him. "She's coming, man. Relax." Of course she was coming. Alex adjusted the string tie at his neck. Right? Miriam wouldn't back out now. He scanned the crowd. It was amazing how many people had come for their little ceremony. So many of their patients. The sight sent a warmth through his chest. Old Mose sat in the second row beside Mrs. Malmgren. The old freighter had his hair slicked to the side, and a grin split his face like a proud tomcat. What was going on between those two? The back door opened, grabbing his attention and tightening every muscle in him. Leah Bryant slipped through, a smile lighting her face as she stepped down the aisle and stopped across from him. She gave him a secretive grin. Anticipation tightened his stomach as he focused his attention on the back door. Miriam had to be next, right? At last, the wood hinge creaked as the door opened. Gideon was the first over the threshold, and on his arm walked a woman so beautiful she took his breath away. Miriam's hair was coiled high, revealing the slender grace of her neck. A few loose curls hung down, framing her heart-shaped face. Her lips formed a gentle smile. Even now, his own mouth remembered their taste and feel. As she strolled toward him, Alex's eyes roamed up to hers. His breath caught. The love in her gaze. The devotion. The purity. It flooded his soul, swelling his heart to overflowing. Lord, help me deserve her. A peace washed through him. Yes, With God's help, he would love this woman with every fiber of his being. As Miriam reached the front of the church on her brother's arm, Alex was barely aware of the judge speaking beside him. "Who gives this woman in marriage?" "My wife and I do." Gideon's deep voice rumbled the words as he shot a glance at Leah on Miriam's other side. Miriam reached up to kiss her brother on the cheek, murmuring something in his ear. He smiled into her face, then glanced up at Alex. For a moment, their gazes locked. It was the transfer. Gideon was entrusting one of his most precious possessions, his sister. Alex accepted the offer, the gift, the treasure. As Alex received Miriam's hand, his gaze drifted down to his bride. How could she be more amazing? Radiant. He brought her fingers up and pressed a kiss on her knuckles. They turned together to face the judge, and Alex squeezed her hand. Miriam's responding pressure sent another surge of gratitude through his chest. "With your help, Lord." This has been The Lady and the Mountain Doctor, Mountain Dreams Series, Book 2. Written by Misty M. Beller. Narrated by Talmadge Reagan. Copyright 2015 by Misty M. Beller. Production copyright 2015 by Misty M. Beller.
The Lady and the Mountain Fire, The Mountain Series, Book 3. Written by Misty M. Beller. Narrated by Lenore A. Woodworth. And he said unto me, My grace is sufficient for thee, for my strength is made perfect in weakness. Most gladly, therefore, will I rather glory in my infirmities, that the power of Christ may rest upon me. 2 Corinthians 12, verse 9. King James Version. Chapter 1. June 22, 1877, Butte City, Montana Territory. Claire Sullivan hated fire, but the magnificence of this flaming sunset took her breath away. Hues of crimson, amber, and magenta lit the evening sky as they outlined the towering peaks of the Rocky Mountains. Such a far cry from the green rolling hills of the North Carolina home she'd left 2 months ago. She stood on the front porch of the cafe where she'd stopped for directions and scanned the area. Everything about this mountain town loomed wild and larger than life, not just because of the peaks easily seen beyond the buildings on all sides, but also because of the rough-looking men in workers' garb filing in and out of the cafe door beside her. Claire inhaled another deep breath. The woman in the cafe, Aunt Pearl, had said Graham's house stood just 2 doors down, facing the street behind the little restaurant. Gripping her skirts, Claire gingerly descended the 2 stairs to the dusty road. She nodded to a man who'd stepped aside, waiting to climb those same steps. "Good evening, sir." His head bobbed a single nod. Her gaze flicked to his face, then skittered away before he could mistake her for staring. A layer of black soot covered his strong features, and the muscles in his jaw flexed as he waited for her to move out of the way. Claire straightened her shoulders. It seemed he wouldn't offer even a simple greeting. Were all the men in Butte so rude? Following the directions the woman in the cafe had detailed, Claire found the path that formed a sort of alley behind the buildings and came to the little whitewashed house Graham had described in her letters. Would Graham be home? The trip from North Carolina to the Montana Territory had taken weeks longer than Papa expected. Graham was probably beside herself with worry about Claire by now. Claire swallowed as she rounded the corner of the house and stepped onto the narrow porch lining the front. She ran both hands down her wrinkled blue traveling suit. She looked so rumpled and stained after 5 days in that stagecoach traveling from Fort Benton. It was a good thing Graham couldn't see her. Claire winced. No, it wasn't a good thing. Losing her eyesight was terrible. If only Graham had been in North Carolina with them, where Papa could have treated her eye disease effectively. He could have made a difference, not let her go blind like these mining town snake oil doctors had done. Facing the door with its peeling white paint, Claire raised her fist and knocked. 3 solid taps. Lord, please let her be happy I've come. She hadn't seen Graham since she was 5 years old, but reading her letters through the years made Claire feel like she'd talked with her face to face. When the last note had arrived, penned by Graham's neighbor because Graham had lost her sight, Claire's heart had tugged so hard she couldn't resist. Her grandmother needed help. She glanced at the window to the left of the door. No sounds from inside. Was Graham not home? The steady rhythm of wagons and pedestrians drifted from behind her, the townspeople going about their business. Surely Graham wasn't out there alone. It wasn't safe. How could a blind woman traverse these streets on her own? Claire knocked again, this time louder, more forceful. A scream sounded inside, the crashing of metal. "Graham?" She grabbed the wooden knob on the door and twisted, ramming her hip against the wood to force it open. She needn't have tried so hard. The door swung easily, and Claire stumbled inside, staggering to catch her balance. A flash of fire blazed to her left. A tortured moan filled the room as Graham stumbled back from the stove. Flame leaped at least a foot off the stove's surface. Claire's mouth went dry, and her feet froze on the wood floors like they were weighted with millstones. She closed her eyes against the old images the blaze summoned. She had to think, had to help Graham. Forcing her eyes open, her gaze darted around the room. What could she use to put the flames out? The coffee pot on the back stove. Lord, please let it be full. Claire used the hem of her skirt to protect her hand as she gripped the handle and dumped the contents over the fire. About a cup of liquid and damp coffee grounds drizzled out, but it was enough to steal the power from the blaze. She smashed the base of the pitcher over the remaining flames again and again until they were nothing but acrid smoke. Who is it? The weak voice from behind made her spin. Graham bent over at the waist and clutching her right hand to her abdomen. It's me, Graham. Claire. Are you hurt? She inched toward her grandmother, then pressed a cautious hand to the thin shoulder. Can I see your hand? Claire slid her fingers down Graham's sleeve and closed on the frail forearm. Hurts. Graham's word was more of a gasp as she pulled away from Claire. I know. I need to see how badly you're burned. I can help. Graham eased her resistance, and Claire finally pulled the injured hand out where she could get a better view of the palm. Crimson skin peered up at her, mottled in spots by white blisters. Claire's throat closed as the sight merged into another image seared into her mind. Huge splotches of deep red covering the young flesh of her childhood friend. She sucked in a breath. Graham wouldn't die from this burn. Not like Mandy. She couldn't. Get water. Graham's voice quavered like it might crack. Yes. Claire scanned the room. There was a basin on the counter she hadn't seen when she was looking for something to put out the fire. She ran to it and peered inside. Water filled half the container and looked relatively clean. Good. Come sit at the table. She moved the basin to a place she could work, then gripped Graham's elbow and led her toward the chair. Graham's milky eyes stared straight ahead as the fingers of her good hand gripped the wood. She eased herself into the chair. Once Graham was settled with her hand in the water, Claire stepped back. Stay here while I get a doctor. No need. There's some cream in the bedroom. Just have to wrap it. Claire glanced at Graham's hand, the seared red palm peeking up from the water. This burn is really bad. You need more care than I can give you. Something to ward off infection, for sure. The lines on Graham's forehead deepened. We don't need to bother them. It won't be a bother, Graham. We need medical help. Lord, please let me find someone competent. Don't let me regret forcing this. Stay right here, and I'll be back as soon as I can. She didn't give her grandmother a chance to object as she rushed for the door. When Claire stepped off Graham's porch, she pulled up short. Where to find the doctor? The lady at Aunt Pearl's cafe would probably know. She hiked her skirts and ran back the way she'd come only minutes before. She was panting by the time she'd charged through the cafe's front door. A few people at nearby tables glanced up, but the steady murmur of voices never wavered. Claire searched the faces for the woman she'd spoken to before, or anyone who looked like they belonged to the establishment. No one she recognized. Skirting the tables, she marched toward a curtain that probably marked the kitchen. As she grabbed the fabric to pull it aside, the cloth jerked from her hand. A woman charged through, and Claire jumped to the side just in time. The look of shock on the woman's face turned to horror as she twisted to balance a full tray in her left hand and a pitcher in her right. Claire's instincts kicked in, and she reached for the tray. Just in time. Her hands closed on the edges, holding it steady. Let me have it. The woman, the one who'd given her directions to Graham's house, eased the tray down as Claire took possession of it. If you set it back on my hand, I can balance it. He just gave me a fright, is all. Claire held tight to the wooden sides of the heavy platter. No, ma'am. I'll carry it to where you need. The woman's shoulders sagged. Thank you, dear. Set it on the corner right here. She motioned toward a table in the second row where two men in rumpled vests and bowler hats had watched their entire incident. The woman turned back to her. Now, can I help you with something? Claire's mind sped. I need a doctor. My grandmother burned herself bad. Can you tell me where the clinic is? Aunt Pearl twisted to eye Claire as she poured coffee into a mug for one of the bowler hat men. You're in luck. Doc Bryan's right here. Where? Claire glanced at the men under the hats. The one facing her possessed a mustache that hung over the corners of his mouth like the roof on a house, making his face look especially long. Was he the doctor? Doc Bryan, this is Alice Malmgren's granddaughter. She's a-needin' ya. The long-faced man didn't look up at Aunt Pearl's words. A wave of the woman's hand brought Claire's attention to the table beside them. A soot-covered man wiped his fingers with a cloth and stood, scooting his chair back in a single fluid motion. He was a doctor? Claire squinted at him as recognition slipped in. The man she'd met by the cafe stairs after her first visit. The one who couldn't be bothered to speak a greeting. Doc Bryan's the best you'll find anywhere. Aunt Pearl patted his shoulder like a doting mother. Claire cringed at the black grime that must surely be on the woman's hand now. Could she trust this ruffian? Perhaps she could find an apothecary and treat Graham herself, but she might be too late. The man moved to the aisle, a black physician bag in his hand. His shoulders sagged as though the case weighed 100 pounds. He raised his eyes to hers, their brown depths surprisingly clear. He wasn't as old as she'd first thought. 30, perhaps. Maybe less than that, though who could tell under the grime? Is she at home? The doctor's voice shook Claire from her thoughts. Yes, follow me. She turned and motioned for him to follow her. I know where she lives. The sharp tone in his voice caught her up short. She glanced back at him. Why did his rudeness continue? He strode close behind her, as though he might run her over if she didn't get out of the way. She squared her shoulders and strode toward the cafe exit. She had to half jog to Graham's to keep up with the man's long strides. He didn't seem to be trying to leave her behind, just going about his business without regard to her or anything else besides his purpose. Lord, please let his doctoring skills be better than his bedside manner. At the very least, she'd get salve and bandages from him and care for Graham herself. Heaven knew she'd wrapped her share of injuries when she made house calls with Papa. With only a quick tap on the door, the doctor twisted the handle and pushed inside. Claire stopped to catch her breath on the threshold as she watched him scan the room. It didn't take him long to step into action, and he strode toward a washstand at the end of the work table. Claire moved to Graham's side and watched as he scrubbed his hands, bits of gray lather flicking onto the counter. After he'd dried them on the cloth, he stepped to the table and knelt beside Graham. He murmured something Claire couldn't hear as he reached for the burned hand and pulled it from the water to examine. "Silly me," Graham said. "I touched the stove top when I knew better." The lines on her face folded to a grimace as he fingered the fiery red skin. "Oh," she hissed. Claire stepped closer. "Don't make it worse. Be careful with her." Her fingers itched to jerk the man back. She gripped them in fists to fight the urge, for now. "When you do something," the doctor said, "you don't go halfway, do you?" He kept his focus on Graham as his deep voice rumbled. He rested her hand palm up on the table while he dug for something in his bag. There was a hint of a brogue in his tone. Maybe Irish? He pulled out a small bottle, removed the cork, and placed the glass in Graham's good hand. "Take a little swig of this, and you'll feel better." "What are you giving her?" Before Claire could stop her, Graham obeyed. At last, the doctor applied salve and wrapped the palm with a long bandage. Claire caught a quick glimpse of discolored spots on the angry red skin before she pinched her eyes shut against the sight. But the images in her mind were worse. Seared flesh, burns so deep they looked almost purple. Spinning around, she forced her eyelids open and stared out the window. Anything to distract herself. A woman trudged down the street, one hand holding a basket, the other clutching the wrist of a red-haired boy. A swelling in the woman's abdomen signaled the pending arrival of a new sibling within a few months. Would it be a brother or sister to the child? "There now," the doctor said. "A few days with that on, and you'll be good as new." Claire spun at his words. He'd worked in silence until now. Not a very talkative chap. "Thank you, Brian. I'm feeling better already." Graham patted his shoulder with her good hand. Claire cringed. What was it with ladies touching this man's dirty shoulder? Of course, Graham had no way of seeing how filthy he was. Even though he'd washed his hands, his face could use a good scrubbing. And his clothes? It'd take 2 tubs of water to get them clean. She cleared her throat. "You can finish washing up while I help Graham to bed." No sense in giving him an option in the matter. He only nodded as he closed the leather case and stood. His knees cracked like an old man's. Maybe he wasn't any younger than 30. Claire bit back a grimace at the unkind thought. "Sorry, Lord." Brian Donahue scrubbed the soap over his cheeks and forehead, closing his eyes as much to enjoy the clean lye scent as to keep out water. Too bad he couldn't dunk his entire head in the little tin wash basin. What he wouldn't do for a big tub of warm water in front of the cook stove like Mum used to prepare when they were kids. With the suds rinsed off, Brian eyed the stained white cloth on the counter. Had he left those gray smears when he'd washed earlier? How much more damage would he do if he used it now? This dust from the mine was like a plague, infecting everything within reach. He ignored the towel and scrubbed a palm down his face, then shook his hands dry. He turned to lean against the ledge while he waited for Mrs. Malmgren's pretty visitor to come out of the sleeping chamber. News of her arrival hadn't reached him before tonight, although Mrs. Malmgren had chattered about her coming for months. The feisty older woman got around pretty well without her sight, but it was a good thing family finally came to help her. What took them so long? Of course, the snooty lady hadn't done such a great job keeping her grandmother safe so far. She may be a pretty thing, but she'd do better to help her grandmother instead of being rude to people who were trying to do that very thing. He glanced around the dingy room. When had she arrived? It must not have been long ago. Either that, or she could do a better job of cleaning, too. Brian forced out a long sigh. That wasn't fair. She'd traveled thousands of miles to help her grandmother. He was just so blasted tired. He couldn't think straight. He crossed his arms and allowed his chin to drop to his chest. Every bone and muscle in his body ached. He'd spent most of the afternoon at the Trevona mine, helping pull timbers off trapped workers after a nitroglycerin explosion blew too early. Several broken limbs, but no deaths. This time. How many would die in the next explosion? He had to stop the dangerous conditions before it was too late. He inhaled a deep breath, then released it slowly, allowing his lungs and shoulders to collapse. After pulling injured people from the mine and stitching their wounds, he didn't have it in him to offer hospitality to a newcomer in town. He'd have to make it up to her later. "How much do we owe for your services?" He jerked his head up at the snippy female voice. The woman seemed a bit low on good manners herself. Was that what all people were like back in... Where was she from? South Carolina? Brian pushed away from the work counter. "I'll add it to her tab. Your grandmother pays at the end of the month." He scooped up his case and headed for the door. "Can I offer you coffee or—" She gazed around the messy kitchen, seemed to falter. "Or something else before you go?" Brian slowed as he neared the door and turned. "Don't bother. Pearl will have my food saved at the cafe." "Suit yourself." Ouch. He hadn't meant his words to come out so short. But she didn't have to be rude. Why was he letting her rile him? With a flick of his glance, he took in the room. "You might want to clean up around here. If her burned skin gets dirty, she could lose the hand from infection." He gave what he hoped was a polite nod, yanked the door open, and strode outside. Sleep. He'd apologize after some sleep. But for now, it took every ounce of his self-control not to slam the door behind him. Chapter 2. Claire clasped her hands and leaned into the stretch, bending sideways to avoid bumping into the wall at the head of the bed. One by one, each of the muscles in her shoulders and neck pulled out their cramps from yesterday's long stage ride to Butte City. What an evening it had been, finding Graham with her hand so badly burned, then the run-in with that sullen doctor. He may be handsome, in a sort of rugged mountain way, but he could certainly do some studying in the arts of kindness and sympathy, and cleanliness. How would Graham feel this morning? She sat up in bed. Graham. Claire patted the blanket beside her. Empty. Her chest pounded. How had Graham gotten up without her waking? Throwing the covers aside, Claire swung her feet to the floor. The coolness of the wood made her toes curl. Graham? Darkness swallowed the windowless bedroom. Had she overslept? She pulled the latch on the door and crept into the main room of the small house. Graham? No movement, no sound. God, please don't let me lose her already. Claire scurried through the room to the front door. Maybe Graham had gone to use the outhouse they shared with the residents next door. Claire stepped onto the porch and stopped short at the figure in the rocking chair to her left. Clara Lee? Claire pressed a hand to her chest, exhaling a long breath. "Graham, you gave me a start." A smile tipped the corners of her sweet, wrinkled mouth as her unseeing eyes faced the distance. "Thought I'd wandered off and got lost, did you?" Good thing Graham couldn't see the heat radiating from her face. Claire stepped over and sank into the matching rocker beside Graham. "I didn't realize I'd overslept so much." Graham motioned toward the view in front of them. "I try to be up for the sunrise every morning and visit with the Lord." Claire took in the distant horizon. Brilliant ambers, pinks, and indigos melded together where the sky met the mountain peaks. The summits were shadowed on some sides, while other sections radiated the reflection of the dazzling sky. Oh my! Such paltry words for the magnificence before them. "I told your grandpop it didn't matter where he built our home, just so long as I could see the sunrise over the mountains each morning. He always said every day's a new beginning." Graham's voice quivered with memory. Claire glanced over and smiled. A glimpse of Graham's milky eyes brought reality into clear focus. Graham couldn't see this sunrise, wouldn't see any more of these spectacular starts to the day. She reached over and grasped the wrinkled hand. Graham seemed to read her thoughts. "God's given me so many wonderful memories, Clara Lee. Now it's my time to bless him back. Sometimes I think I'd get so caught up in the beauty of the sunrise, I'd forget about the one who made it for me. Now my focus is on him." The leathery hand squeezed around Claire's fingers, and Claire fought down the knot in her throat. What a special woman her grandmother was. After a while, Claire pushed to her feet. "I suppose I'll get started on breakfast." Graham patted her arm as she walked by. "I usually have toast and an egg, darling, but fix whatever you like." "That sounds fine." Claire cringed as she stepped into the house. She couldn't let Graham know how hard that simple request would be. Eyeing the cook stove that had been the scene of so much turmoil the night before, she forced herself toward it. Would there be enough coals left so she could just add wood? "Lord, please let there be coals. Give me strength." She'd known she wouldn't always have Mama to tend the fire, and that day had come. She could do this. The stove door was warm to the touch, a good sign, but it still raised bumps over Claire's arms. Several white coals sat in a cluster inside the firebox, and Claire exhaled a shaky breath. "Thank you, Lord." Beside the stove lay a stack of split wood, and next to it, a smaller pile of kindling. Who kept Graham supplied in wood? She must pay a lad to help, for how could Graham possibly manage this herself? At home, Papa bartered services with a family down the road, ready firewood in exchange for the medicine their son needed to quell his breathing episodes. As Claire loaded the small strips of wood into the firebox, she steeled herself against the red glow of the embers coming to life. She had to overcome this fear, today. It couldn't cripple her any longer. She had work today, and people to help, namely Graham. The embers flickered into flame, and Claire closed the iron door against the red glow. At least it was started now, and she could focus on a more pleasant task, cooking. After a simple breakfast of eggs and toast, Claire unwrapped Graham's burned hand, applied the salve the doctor had left, and redressed the wound. Graham kept her mind distracted from the obvious pain by prattling on about how wonderful Doc Brian and his younger brother, Doc Alex, were. How Alex finally got smart and married up with a sweet little mountain gal who fit him better'n 2 chicks in the same egg. "It's special when you find the man God made for you, Clara Lee. More than special." She patted Clara's cheek as Claire tied the loose ends of the bandage in place. When you find him, don't waste time. Treasure every moment God gives you." Before Claire could decide how to answer, Graham sat up straighter. "Well, best we start on the bread for today. I'm getting a late beginning, but with the two of us, we'll make quick work of it." "Bread?" Her mind stumbled over the sudden change in topic. Graham rose and shuffled to the work counter, then groped along until she found her apron. "Yep, I bake a dozen loaves each morning for Pearl to use in the cafe. She's got her hands full, what with her niece leaving town. The money she pays helps cover expenses around here." Claire glanced around the room. It was small and sparse, only slightly larger than their kitchen back home. The work counter, wash basin, and cook stove spanned one wall, and the table and 4 chairs held the center of the room. A pair of upholstered chairs on the opposite wall served as the remaining furniture. The floral pattern on the seats and backs looked worn and a little shredded, most likely due to many long evenings passed there. She could picture Graham in one, her hands busy with needlework. Claire had only met Grandpop once when she was 5, but could envision him now with white hair and wire spectacles as he read to Graham. A clatter behind jerked her from the happy scene. She whirled to see Graham unfolding a flour sack. A tin bowl sat on the counter beside her with a spoon handle sticking out. That must have been the clang. "Let me help you with that, Graham." She strode to her grandmother's side and pulled the sack closer so they could both reach it. "You tell me how much to measure out, and I'll do it for you." Graham's good hand settled over one of Claire's. "Darling, there's nothing I'd like more than for you to work in the kitchen with me, but you don't have to do things for me. Work alongside." "But your hand—" Claire's lower lip found its way between her teeth. "Sorry. What can I do?" "How about you stoke the fire so it'll be ready? Then you can measure out the sourdough starter. I always make a mess of that gooey stuff." The fire. She had to overcome this. Claire moved to the fire, picked up a decent-sized log, opened the door to the firebox, and closed her eyes as she shoved the wood inside. There. Claire dusted her hands and turned to work on the bread. They settled into a comfortable rhythm, and by the time Claire pulled the 11th and 12th loaves from the oven, her feet ached from standing so long. But they'd really accomplished something. As she set the steaming fare out to cool, Graham finished wiping off the work counter, shook the crumbs into the scrap bucket, then draped the cloth over a hook. "What say we sit and rest?" Claire picked up the list she'd been making of supplies they needed. "Can I refill your coffee?" "Thank you, dear. That'd be nice." Claire filled her own mug, too, but frowned at the stuff. Cool milk would be nice right now. Maybe she could add it to her notes. While Graham nursed her brew, Claire recounted the items she'd scratched on the paper. "I have sugar, potatoes, and lard. Thought I'd get milk, too. Are there other staples we need for meals? Beans, beef?" She glanced up to see Graham shaking her head. "Put the baking supplies on the cafe's tab. I have enough of the rest. Get a pint of milk for yourself, but none for me." Focusing her gaze on Graham, Claire absorbed the words. "You don't like milk?" Graham's mouth pinched. "No, honey. Coffee's fine for me. I don't need it as rich as this either." Something didn't smell right here. She'd take a good inventory of the shelves before she left. "So when should I take the bread to Miss Pearl's?" One side of Graham's mouth tipped up. "You'd best call her Aunt Pearl. She's not been a miss for many a year, but she won't talk about the mister. She'll be expecting you soon. She'll be even happier if you're early, so she don't have to worry about the bread coming." "Would you like to walk with me?" Claire examined her grandmother as she debated the wisdom of the offering. Graham's shoulders stooped as she leaned both elbows on the table. "Believe I'll let you enjoy the town on your own this time." Graham stifled a yawn. "Me old bones would do well with a nap before we start baking the pies for tonight." Claire's brows rose as her stomach tumbled. "Pies?" Graham's smile was thinner than it had been that morning. "Yes, Claire Lee. I make the bread for lunch and something sweet for after dinner." Poor Graham was working herself into an early grave. After Claire helped Graham to bed and sorted through the foodstuffs, the inventory of needed supplies grew into a lengthy list. Was money a problem, or simply the challenge in getting to the store? Claire removed her apron and swiped a hand to straighten her skirt. No matter the reason, Graham wouldn't go without again, not as long as Claire Sullivan was here to help. Aunt Pearl did seem thankful to have the bread before the lunch rush started. She flitted about the kitchen like a whirlwind. Claire hated to make her stop so she could ask for directions to the mercantile. Aunt Pearl didn't stand still, though. While pulling a tray of chicken pies from the oven, she rattled off the 2 turns and street names. "Thank you, ma'am." Claire backed from the room. Aunt Pearl glanced up with a nod, then turned back to stir the gravy on the stove. Lanyard's dry goods turned out to be larger than Claire expected for the rustic town. With a long picture window on either side of the door, it spanned half a block. How hard must it be to get glass all the way to Montana, especially considering the week of travel in the back of a wagon traversing the mountain country? She stepped through the front door, but no bell announced her presence like the mercantile back home. Perhaps that was too much trouble to ship. She bit back a grin. So many familiar smells rushed at her in the densely packed store. Claire paused at the head of an aisle to savor them. Leather, wood, a dusty whiff, like quilts long stored in a trunk. "Can I help you, ma'am?" Claire jerked her eyelids open and glanced around for the source of the voice. A man stood behind the tall counter, about her age with a trim red mustache. Freckles stood out against his pale skin. Yes." She squared her shoulders and stepped to the counter, pulling the list from her skirt pocket. "I need to have these items delivered to my grandmother's house, Mrs. Alice Malmgren on Ottawa Street." Holding the paper so he could see, she pointed to some of the entries. "The supplies I underlined will be used for Aunt Pearl's cafe and should be charged to her account. The remainder should be posted to my grandmother's tab. I imagine you're familiar with that arrangement." She paused to take a breath, her heart beating a rapid staccato. Would he think it strange for her to be purchasing items against the cafe's account? Shouldn't she need some kind of written authorization for that? This man didn't know her from Queen Elizabeth. His orange brows knit as he studied the list. Then, without meeting her gaze, he turned toward a doorway behind him. "Just a second, ma'am." Claire laced her fingers together. Did that mean he was gathering the supplies? Shouldn't he have more questions for her? Should she stand here and wait? She'd caught a glimpse of bolt goods on a long table and would love to examine the fabrics. Maybe they'd have some material she could use to recover Graham's chairs. And wouldn't new curtains do wonders to cheer up the place? A yellow floral would be nice and pleasant. Just as Claire turned that direction, the door through which the clerk had disappeared opened again. She swiveled back. A tall, brawny man with a dark mustache and sideburns appeared, sleeves rolled to reveal sinewy muscles. The apron he wore did nothing to soften his toughness. He caught her gaze with raised brows. "Mrs. Malmgren's granddaughter?" "Yes." Claire stepped forward and dipped a quick curtsy. "Miss Claire Sullivan." His mouth pinched into a thin line. "I'm Bob Lanyard." He glanced down at the paper between his fingers. Her list. I'm afraid we can't fill everything on here. We'll send the stuff for Pearl, of course, but—" He raised his gaze to meet hers squarely. "Your grandmother has quite a tab here." Claire swallowed, but it did nothing to quiet her racing heart. Still, she didn't drop her gaze. "How much?" "Almost $30. She fought to keep from coughing as the sum registered. 30? That was a month's wages for some men. How could Graham possibly rack up that much? Didn't she pay on the account at all? And how could this man allow it? "Sir, She struggled to find the question to ask first. "How? Does she—" His face flicked a glimpse of sympathy. "We know things are hard on her, so I let her get the basic necessities. She comes and pays every week with what she makes from Pearl." A bit of steel crept back over his features. "Things cost a lot up here." That was probably true, but $30? Claire inhaled a breath, then let it leak slowly. "Okay. Let's do the items for the cafe, the beans, and half the beef." She reached into her pocket for the $5 she'd brought along just in case. It was all of her spending money, but she could part with a little for Graham. "How much will that be?" $2.50. He didn't move. Was he waiting for her to pay before he'd even packaged the stuff? And the price he'd given. He must not have understood her. "What about for just the beans and meat? The remainder should go on Aunt Pearl's tab." She tried to keep a pleasant tone. No need to make the man feel dumb. $2.50 for the beans and meat. His dark brows rose a fraction, as if daring her to question him again. Claire fought the urge to drop her jaw. This man was taking advantage. Fire stirred in her gut, spreading through her veins. She hated bullies. Forcing herself to breathe deeply, she focused on the list in the man's hand while her mind whirled. Graham had said this was the best place to shop. Of course, Graham didn't know the man was fleecing her for every half penny he could get. She could go ahead and purchase the supplies for the cafe's baked goods, then shop elsewhere for their own food. But she needed to get back to help Graham with the pies, and maybe she wouldn't have time to find another mercantile today. Graham's coffers were very close to empty, and they'd need something to eat tonight and tomorrow until she could get to another store. Eyeing the man again, she spoke through gritted teeth. "I'll take the supplies underlined for the cafe, and half the amount of beans." "How much will that be?" He glanced at the list again. 75 cents. She couldn't hold in the explosion any longer. 75 cents for a half sack of beans? His gaze locked with hers again and never wavered. "We get the beef local. The beans have to be imported from Illinois." "I'll take the beef, then." And he'd be lucky if she didn't beat him with it. The man shrugged. 50 cents. Chapter 3. Graham stirred in her chair when Claire stepped into the little house. "There's my Claire Lee. I was about to start the vinegar pies." The weight of Claire's ire with that bully of a storekeeper slid away at the sight of Graham, hair protruding at angles where she'd slept on it, and wrinkles of love caressing her face. "Are you feeling better, then?" She set the supplies on the work counter. "Like a 6-week-old kitten." The image forced a smile onto Claire's face. "So glad to hear it." She held back as Graham gathered ingredients for the crust and floured the rolling surface. It was amazing how well Graham maneuvered using her delicate sense of touch. Each movement so patient until she had the object exactly as she wanted. While Graham kneaded and rolled out the pie crusts, Claire measured out ingredients for the filling. "How many did you say we're making?" 18. Been making 15 pies each night, but Pearl said she's running short, so I said I'd make more. Those men get awful cranky when you deny 'em something sweet." 18 pies. "I don't know how you do it, Graham." Graham chuckled. "Sure puts Bob Lanyard on his toes keeping up with my supplies." All trace of a smile left Claire's mouth as she thought about that oversized shyster. $30. How were they ever to repay such a sum? "Graham, how much does Aunt Pearl pay you for the baking?" 50 cents a day, and that's just for my time. She provides the foodstuffs." So Graham had to work for 3 days just to buy a bag of beans, and if she worked every day of the week, she'd only earn $15 in a month. Claire inhaled a deep breath. How could they ever repay the bill at Lanyard's store? Maybe she could negotiate with him to settle for a lower cost. After all, his prices were nothing short of robbery. But could they even pay half that sum? No. The problem wasn't Graham spending too lavishly for her wages. The problem was nowhere near enough income. "What's wrong, Clara Lee?" Graham's voice quivered with love. Her chest squeezed. Graham and her brother Marcus were the only people who'd gotten away with calling her Clara Lee since she was 5 years old. In school, she'd hated the nickname, but the way Graham said it was special. "Graham, are there any respectable jobs for women here?" Graham's shoulders stiffened. "You're looking for a job?" "Just to earn some spending money, help pay my way." The last thing she wanted was for Graham to think she didn't want to spend time with her. "The trip out here cost more than Papa expected, so I'm almost out of spending money. Not a long job, just a few hours a day while you're napping or something." She had to stop for a breath. A smile played at the corners of Graham's mouth. "It's okay, Clara Lee. I understand you need a little something of your own to do while you're here, and I like that you're a hard worker." Claire let out a long breath. Graham's mouth puckered in a thoughtful pose, so she stayed quiet. At last Graham said, "You should check with Aunt Pearl. She's been in sore need of help since her niece married up with a rancher and moved up the mountain. She'd probably be more tickled than a robin with a worm to have you." 4 hours and 18 pies later, Claire stood at the back door of the cafe with 2 crates stacked on top of each other. A faint aroma of vinegar mixed with the savory smells already had her stomach growling. The door opened to her knock, and a black-haired woman Claire hadn't seen before stood with a spoon in one hand. A motion at the base of the woman's skirts caught Claire's attention. A toddler peeked from behind the fabric, her curls as dark as her mother's, and a fist covering her mouth as she sucked a thumb. Claire blinked. Had she come to the right door? The woman turned away to stir a pot on the stove, the child trailing behind her with a hand clutching her skirts. "Put them on the table, please." The woman's voice was so soft, Claire wouldn't have understood the words if they hadn't been so carefully enunciated. Obeying, she placed the crates on the long, sturdy table in the center of the kitchen. "Do you want me to take the pies out of the boxes?" "Yes, thank you." The woman's speech was proper and a little formal, but something about her cadence had an exotic lilt. She didn't glance at Claire again, but spooned a creamy, lumpy substance onto plate after plate. Dumplings? The aroma filling the room brought a gurgle to Claire's stomach. A noise behind grabbed her attention, and Aunt Pearl bustled into the room, an empty tray in hand. She didn't seem to notice Claire's appearance as she strode to the counter beside the other woman and began loading plates on the tray. "How do, Miss Sullivan? Hope your grandma's feeling better. 'Twas good timing of you to come when you did." "Yes, ma'am." With both women's backs facing her, she might as well have been talking to herself. "She seems much better today. We made 18 vinegar pies like she said you'd asked."
"We'll need every one of 'em. Crowd started early tonight."
With the tray loaded, Aunt Pearl hoisted it to her shoulder and turned towards the cloth separating the dining room. This was her chance. Claire's heart raced as she stepped toward the older woman. "Aunt Pearl." The tray paused, and the lady sent an impatient glance. "Can you walk and talk? Got a hungry group." And that was all the pause Claire got. She scrambled to catch up, ducking through the cloth as it swayed in Pearl's wake. "Aunt Pearl, I was wondering if you'd be interested in hiring me for a few hours a day. I can help cook or serve, either one. I'm capable in the kitchen." Claire worked to breathe and walk as she lengthened her stride to stay in hearing range of the woman. She almost plowed into her when Aunt Pearl stopped at a table and lowered her tray to the wooden surface. Aunt Pearl shot Claire a glance, but didn't answer as she handed out the plates to the 6 men eating family style at the long table. She responded with a nod to the thankful words from the diners, then picked up the empty tray and headed back toward the kitchen with undivided focus. "I'd be glad to have you. Need a server more'n I need those toes I lost to frostbite in '62. Can you start now?" "Now?" Feet already aching, Claire double-stepped to keep up. I suppose." Her mind raced to catch up with the offer. "I need to tell Graham I'll be gone for a few hours. Is that okay?" Aunt Pearl stopped then and turned to face Claire squarely, her faded brown eyes locking with Claire's. "Do what you need to. We work hard here, but I pay a decent wage. $1.50 for working, lunch, and dinner, same as Lily. I won't babysit you, but you tell me if you've a problem and I'll make it right. Sound fair?" Claire let out a breath. "Perfectly. I'll be back soon, ready to work." Brian paused on the front porch of the cafe and pulled off his cap to run a hand through his hair. No billow of dust or soot today. Staying clean from mine dust was one more benefit to days like this, when he rode into the mountains for house calls to the ranchers. He pulled open the solid wood door. A downside, though, was the late hour he usually returned. Would Aunt Pearl have anything but scraps left? Certainly nothing sweet by this time. A sigh escaped him. 3rd night this week he'd been too late for Mrs. Melmgren's pies. The dining area held only a few stragglers. Martin Daly, owner of the Alice mine, sat with Harris, one of his superintendents. The blacksmith and his wife hunkered at a small table by the wall. Aunt Pearl swept through the back curtain, rag in hand. She waved when she saw him and veered to a nearby table to scoop up a coffee pot. "Have a seat, Doc. It's chicken and dumplings tonight. We'll get a plate out directly." He settled into a chair near the back wall, so she wouldn't have to walk as far. Pearl poured dark brew into his tin mug. "You let me know if this tain't warm enough. Got a slice of vinegar pie left, too, I think." He managed a thankful smile at those words, even though his weary muscles objected. She bustled back toward the kitchen and stuck her head around the curtain, spoke a few muffled words to the kitchen staff, and then proceeded to wipe down one of the longer tables. Brian draped his arms on his table and allowed his head to drop so his forehead rested on the wooden edge. The pull in his neck muscles stretched out kinks that had built from hours of riding cloud up the mountain trails. He should have gone back to his room off the clinic and not bothered Aunt Pearl for dinner this late. Alex and Miriam had said he could stop by their new little house any time for a meal, but they were still newlyweds, even though they'd been married 6 months. It never failed at some point during the meal. They'd look at each other with lopsided, sappy-eyed smiles. No better way to make a fellow feel like he didn't belong. Yep, once a week was plenty to bother them for dinner. Normally the quiet in the clinic at night didn't trouble him, Most times it was his solace, but tonight the thought had been unbearable. So here he sat, one of the last lonely souls at Aunt Pearl's. He should take the time to filter through his recent patients, make a mental list of those he needed to follow up on. How was Mrs. Malmgren's burned hand healing? An image of her snappy granddaughter flashed through his mind. She'd said her last name was Sullivan. So was she Irish? In the light from the lantern, her hair had glistened a russet auburn, a bit more brown than his. But those dark eyes, those weren't Irish. They were bewitching. Footsteps sounded and Brian lifted his head. That pair of captivating dark eyes stood beside his table, holding a plate piled high, a pert set to her full lips. He blinked. Had he summoned her with his thoughts? "You dinner, Doctor?" She set the plate on the table where he leaned, and Brian jerked back, his eyes tracking the plate as she slid it in front of him. The aroma of this food sure made it seem like he was awake. But why was she bringing it to him at the cafe? He raised his gaze back to those enchanting eyes. "What are you doing here?" Her brows rose. "Serving you dinner. Did I leave out something you need? Perhaps a little sugar to soften you up?" The challenge in her stare was unmistakable. He dropped his gaze to the food. Maybe his question had come out a bit more direct than it should have, but he was too tired to prance around what he meant. She didn't have to be such a snob about it, though. "Food's fine." As he fingered his fork, her presence still loomed beside the table like an evening shadow. Should he say something else? Yes. Glancing up, he forced himself not to focus on those sparking eyes. "How's Mrs. Malmgren's burn?" A look flashed across her face, but he couldn't catch its meaning. "Fine." So she wanted to play that game, did she? Why couldn't they just have a civil conversation? He focused on his food and loaded a dumpling on his fork. "Bring her to the clinic tomorrow so Alex can check it. If there's infection, we need to catch it early." The shadow over him stiffened, but he kept his focus on his plate. After a few seconds, the silhouette slid away, and fading footsteps sounded her departure. Brian couldn't stop himself from watching the woman stalk back toward the kitchen. Why couldn't he keep a gracious tongue when she was around? He'd have to do something to make it up to her. But what? Claire whipped the cloth aside and stomped to the bucket of wash water in the dry sink. Who did that sham doctor think he was? As if she couldn't see if there was a problem with Graham's hand. And would it have hurt him to keep a civil tone? He minced words like he was paid extra for rudeness. She sank her hands into the water and found the wash rag. "God, I'm trying to be kind here, but something about him rubs me wrong. Help me show him your love even when he's rude." Her pulse slowed as she rubbed the cloth over a soiled plate and allowed God's grace to sink over her. "With your strength, Lord." Chapter 4. With her new job, it was 2 days before Claire found an opportunity to walk with Graham to the clinic to have her hand checked. The wound didn't seem to have healed much, so she'd made time this afternoon, preparing the cherry tarts when they'd baked the bread that morning. When they returned from the clinic, they'd only need to stoke the fire and put the tarts in the oven. The fire. She'd been doing better with it these last 2 days. The flashbacks no longer came as long as she looked away from the flame. Graham pushed open the clinic door, and Claire followed her through, then scanned the little waiting room. Not very different from Papa's back home. She soaked in the familiar smells. Antiseptic. Something tangy, like an herb. "We'll sit until the doc's ready for us." Graham used her cane to feel the way to a nearby waiting chair. She must have come here a lot to be so familiar with the layout of the room. And how did she know the doctor wasn't ready? Graham seemed clear on what she was doing, though, so Claire lowered herself in the chair beside her. The room was cleaner than she'd expected for a little mountain clinic, and pretty green calico curtains draped the front window. A male voice murmured in another room, then grew louder as a door opened in the hallway. "Send your husband for one of us when the time comes." That voice. Claire strained to hear. Could the brothers sound so similar? "Thank you, Doc Bryan. I hope it's soon." No. The woman's words struck like a bell clanging in Claire's ears. Wasn't the other brother supposed to man the clinic? Why was this ill-mannered doctor here today of all days? She couldn't look at him, even as Graham shuffled beside her and rose to her feet. The sound of the front door opening, then closing, echoed through the room. "Mrs. Malmgren." The doctor's voice held more warmth than usual. Maybe he was in his doctoring mode and wouldn't be as rude. "Good to see you again." Holding in a sigh, Claire pushed to her feet and turned to slip Graham's hand onto her arm. The doctor gave her a cursory nod. "Miss Sullivan." Then he spun and strode down the hallway. Did he expect them to follow? Claire gritted her teeth. Inside the little exam room, the well-known smells grew even stronger. Claire inhaled a breath. Graham patted her arm. "Smell familiar?" Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the doctor glance at her. Claire ignored him and leaned close to answer Graham. "I wonder how Papa's doing. Mama said she would help him while I'm gone." A smile found its way to Graham's face. "My daughter's a saint." The weight of Doc Bryan's gaze seemed to grow stronger. Why was he staring? Concerned now that he knew she had a little experience with medicine? Maybe he was worried she'd see right through his quackery. She turned to meet his gaze squarely, her eyes narrowing. Let him worry. His expression changed, and he turned to Graham. "Please, have a seat, Mrs. Malmgren. Did you come in for a check on your hand?"
"Yep. Claire's been telling me for 2 days now we should come, have you look at it. Hard to find the time."
The doctor glanced at Claire when Graham said her name. A quick flick of the eyes, but they held the same expression as when he'd stared a few moments ago. A little curious, but mostly intense. His touch was slow and gentle as he unwrapped the bandage. The first sight of burned flesh gripped Claire's stomach, bringing up memories she had to fight down. She tore her gaze away and focused on the doctor instead. He was muscular for a physician, with broad shoulders and strong forearms revealed by his rolled sleeves. The sun streaming through the window brought out the red hues in his auburn hair. The features on his face were bold and masculine, everything proportioned perfectly, as if sculpted by an artist. No wonder Graham liked the man. Of course, Graham hadn't been able to see him for at least a year now. Could she possibly like him based on his personality? Not likely. Doc Bryan frowned as he peered at Graham's injury, vertical lines gathering across the brow that had been smooth moments before. "It still hurts a good bit, doesn't it?" His voice became gentle and had that lilting quality she'd heard the first time he'd addressed Graham right after her injury.
"I can bear it."
Graham's mouth pinched so much it almost disappeared. Bryan glanced up at Claire again, and this time his gaze lingered, searching her face as if looking for something. "It's not healing as well as I'd like. Could be her age. Could be the effects of the disease that caused her eyesight loss." Claire nibbled her lip. That's what she thought, but hearing it spoken. "What can you do?" He focused again on the hand. "Keep putting the salve on it twice a day. I'll send an herbal to help fight infection. Bring her back in 3 to 4 days, or if you see the redness spread or the blisters burst." Swallowing, Claire nodded. With the extent of Graham's injury, a simple salve seemed so inadequate. Was that really all they could do? Brian closed the ledger where they kept their case notes and slid it back on the desk. The memory of Claire Sullivan's face when he'd discussed her grandmother's care played over and over in his mind. Was he doing enough to fight infection? The garlic tincture would help, as would the black walnut salve and the saleratus he'd mixed in. They needed to keep the blisters from bursting and give it time to heal. For some reason, Mrs. Malmgren's body had been slow to recover from all of her wounds these last few months. Was it just old age? Or something else he hadn't discovered? Maybe he should tell Alex to give her a full examination next time she came in. Alex. Brian lurched to his feet. He'd promised to head straight over to Alex and Miriam's house as soon as the last patient left. His brother had cornered him this morning and almost demanded Brian come for dinner that night. Good thing it was only a short walk to the little house next door to the clinic. Brian breathed in the cooling air outside as he made the trek. The sun was just starting to set behind the mountains to the west. Normally, the fiery colors of a Montana sunset infused him with inspiration and hope, but he couldn't summon those emotions tonight. Tomorrow he'd start his rounds in the mines again. So many of the miners suffered from chronic illnesses, most of them lung and breathing conditions. They couldn't leave work to attend the clinic, but at least he could go to them. Ascending the 2 stairs to the stoop in front of Alex's house, Brian tapped an alert on the wooden door, then nudged it open. "Anyone home?" "Brian, come in." Miriam looked up from pouring coffee at the little dining table. Alex sat in his chair beside her, several papers in hand. "It's about time. I just about decided to come and send the patients away so you could eat." A tickle of remorse climbed in Brian's chest. "Sorry. Got caught up in paperwork." One side of Alex's mouth pulled. "The logbook that interesting, huh?" Brian fought the burn creeping up his neck. Time to move the conversation away from him. "Smells good, Miri." He slid into his usual chair around the 4-person table. Miriam lowered herself across from him and glanced sideways at her husband as she bowed her head. "Father," Alex's voice filled the room, "thank you for the food, and especially for the people at this table. I pray you'll give us strength and wisdom as we share your love with those around us." Brian couldn't help but examine the way his brother spoke to the Lord. Earnestly. With reverence, sure, but as though he really believed God would give them strength and wisdom just because he asked. At Alex's amen, they loaded plates, and Brian waited for the usual question to issue from his kid brother's mouth. Alex filled his plate with shepherd's pie, then glanced at Brian as he waited for the boiled apples to be passed around. "Who all came into the clinic today?" Less than 30 seconds for the question to come. That had to be a record. If Alex couldn't stand to be away from his patients for 1 day a week, he should give up his day off. Brian took his time answering. He sent Miriam a polite smile when she handed the apples to him. After scooping a healthy portion on his own plate, he set the apples in front of Alex, careful to avoid the annoyed gaze shooting darts from Alex's eyes. Brian bit back a smile. His younger brother was too feisty for his own good. "Brian." It was practically a growl. He glanced up. "Yes?" "Stop it." The grin wouldn't stay. Brian smirked at his brother, took one more bite of shepherd's pie, then leaned back in his chair. "It was a quiet day. Mrs. O'Leary came in for a check this morning. The baby seems to be growing nicely. Not undersized like the last 2. Alex nodded. "Must be a girl, then. Of her 4, only the boys came out little." "A new fellow came in with an abscessed tooth," A lackey from the smelter came in with a bad burn. Speaking of burns, Mrs. Malmgren's granddaughter brought her in for a check on that hand. Healing's slow, so I changed the salve and told her to rewrap it twice a day now. He'd worked hard to hold his voice steady for that last part. A frown took over Alex's face. Mrs. Malmgren's granddaughter is here. I hadn't heard. That's wonderful, Miriam piped up. I'll have to stop by and introduce myself. Brian tried to keep a sour look off his face. You'll have to go to the cafe. Seems she's already taken a job there, although I thought her purpose in coming was to take care of her grandmother. Miriam's forehead scrunched. Aunt Pearl's? Yep. At least she'd decided to serve meals there instead of the dozen or so saloons that also sold food. That was the only good thing he could say about the lady, other than her gorgeous dark eyes that sparkled when she tried to hold in her anger. His mouth pulled as another thought struck him. Was she such a hothead with everyone? Or was it only him that brought it out? Claire forced the trip to the clinic from her mind as she loaded steaming plates onto her serving tray in the large cafe kitchen. Lily stood at the work table with her back to Claire, slicing vegetables for the goulash. Dahlia, her 1-year-old daughter, munched the cooked goulash in a chair. Neither spoke, which seemed to be the way of things in this kitchen. But something about the way Lily wouldn't make eye contact suggested pain. Not rudeness like it had seemed that first day. Raising the loaded tray to her shoulder, Claire turned and dipped her head to catch the child's eye. Is that good, Dahlia? The little girl didn't speak, just bobbed her head once and stared down at her lap. Was the child that shy, or did she take her cues from her mother? What was their story? Heartbreaking, most likely, if their skittishness were a side effect. Of course, maybe that was normal upbringing where Lily grew up. Claire had pulled enough from the woman to know she was born in Guatemala, from an English father and a native mother. No wonder she was so beautiful, with long black hair and refined features. But if Guatemalans were as prejudiced as Americans tended to be, it wasn't hard to imagine how growing up in that household could be challenging. With a last smile at Dahlia's bowed head, Claire shuffled toward the curtained doorway, straining to listen for footsteps amidst the hum of voices. Uh-huh. She stepped aside as the fabric jerked and Aunt Pearl barreled through. Claire nibbled her lip against a smile. It had taken 3 near collisions for her to learn to stop and listen before venturing through that curtain. While she delivered the plates of savory stew, Claire smiled and joked with the patrons. As much as she enjoyed spending time with Graham, meeting all these people and filling an obvious need for Aunt Pearl flooded Claire's veins with a rich satisfaction. These folks needed her and appreciated her help. What better feeling than that? A man standing by the door caught her eye. He had to be a miner, considering that layer of black dust covering his rolled sleeves and suspenders, not to mention his face and arms. He had what Papa would have called an honest face. If you'd like to take a seat, sir, I'll pour your coffee and bring a plate. Specials goulash and cornbread with cherry tarts for a sweet. He twisted the cap in his hand, shuffling from one foot to the other, and gnawing his lip. Poor man. Is there something I can help you with? Claire lowered the empty tray so it dangled from her right hand. The left arm ached from bearing the brunt of the load all evening. I need some food, 4 plates full. It's, my missus' birthday. It's hard on her now, so thought this'd be nice. His face flamed underneath the black dust, almost as bright as his chestnut hair. A smile pulled at Claire's cheeks. So you'd like us to package it? No problem. Have a seat and I'll pour a mug of coffee while you wait. He glanced around, ducking his head like a giant in a room too small. He must not make it out to eat very often. The man eased stiffly into the chair closest to the door. Claire flipped the empty mug over and filled it from a coffee pot on a nearby table. "I'll be back in a few short minutes." Back in the kitchen, Claire filled 4 jars with the goulash as Aunt Pearl bustled in. "What's O'Leary doing at the front table? Can't say as I've ever seen him in here. What with that brood he has to feed off and only a miner's wage." Claire spared a glance at the woman while her hands kept working. "Is he the man sitting by the door with the red hair? He's picking up food so his wife doesn't have to cook on her birthday. Isn't that sweet?" A hazy look filtered over Aunt Pearl's gaze as she spooned stew onto plates. It could have been from the heat of the stove, but the catch in her voice raised a question. "It's sweet, all right, what with her expectin' and 4 kids pulling her every direction." 4 kids, and 1 more on the way? She did deserve a night off. Claire's mind played back to the little family she'd seen out Graham's window her first night in town. That mother had been within a month or 2 away from full term. How many more women and children were scattered through this town full of rough men? Which reminded her. Claire glanced at Aunt Pearl's back where she'd sunk her hands into wash water. "Aunt Pearl, is there another place in town where I could buy supplies for Graham? It seems what Mr. Lanyard's charging is a halfpence shy of thievery." A chuckle drifted from the older woman. "I reckon he does seem expensive compared to pricin' back east. And Bob Lanyard's personality's about as charming as a hungry bull." She turned from the bucket and dried her hands on a cloth. "He's got decent prices, though, and quality stuff. You could try the mercantile for some things, but they're more likely to be higher. For milk and eggs and meat, you could try to find a farmer out of town that'll sell it to you direct. That's not easy, though, and 'twouldn't be much cheaper than Lanyard. Believe me, I checked." Aunt Pearl's brows drew down in a rueful grimace. "If he can get past his temperament, he's got the best place to shop." "Oh, thanks." Claire pinched her lips as she ducked her head and wrapped a 6 cherry tarts in a cloth. It was hard to believe the prices she'd been quoted were the best in town, but Aunt Pearl would know. So she might have to keep dealing with Mr. Lanyard, but as soon as she could pay off Graham's debt, she'd deal with the man on her terms. Chapter 5. "Whoa, boy." Brian eased back in the saddle and reined his gelding to a stop in front of the livery door. It had been a long 2 days making rounds through the mountains. Some of the people needed a doctor, but were too stubborn to come into town for it, or maybe too short-handed to leave their ranches. He scrubbed a hand through his hair, then slid from Cloud's back. It had been nice to stay the night with Gideon and Leah Bryant, though. That new baby girl of theirs was a cutie. Just a month old, and happy as a kangaroo in a pouch. Brian slipped the reins over the gelding's head and strolled inside the livery. "Jackson?" A nicker sounded from deeper in the barn. Brian slowed so his eyes could adjust to the dimness. "Anyone here?" A ragged groan emanated from the recesses of the building. Brian's senses came alive, nerves tingling down his spine. "Jackson, where are you?" He tossed the reins over a rail, then jogged down the long aisle. "Jackson?" Another groan, closer. Brian slowed, the darkness thick in the stalls on either side. He veered to the left into the last doorway. It sounded like the moans had come from here. The crumpled body of a man lay in the corner, surrounded by long, splintery pieces. Brian eased to his knees in front of the man. Was it a heart condition? "Where does it hurt?" "Shoulder?" Jackson said the word with a groan as he clutched his left arm. Brian reached out and touched the man's left elbow, then slowly ran his cupped hand up the arm. "Is it numb?" "Nah." Jackson sucked a breath. "Burns like a knife in me." When he touched the shoulder area, Jackson cried out, but Brian kept his hand in place long enough to feel the soft spot where the humerus bone should have been, under the layer of shirt and skin. Definitely dislocated, but that was easier to heal than a heart condition. Crouching back on his heels, Brian inspected the man. "I need better light. Think you can walk to the front of the barn?" Jackson grunted and held out his good hand. As Brian pulled him to his feet, he peered at the chunks of wood scattered around him. His gaze traveled upward. Several more wooden pieces dangled from a jagged hole in the ceiling. Had he fallen through the loft? Once on his feet, Jackson moved with stiff deliberation down the barn aisle toward the shining light filtering through the barn doors. Cloud nudged Brian when they passed. "Wait a minute, boy." The horse heaved a sigh, then stood quietly. Just inside the open front doors, Jackson turned to face Brian, as if squaring off. "Fix me, Doc." His voice was hoarse. The pain must be eating him inside. "Okay, let's lay you on the floor here." Brian motioned toward some loose hay to the side where he'd have room to work. With his jaw clenched and clutching his arm, Jackson dropped to his knees and allowed Brian to help him ease back to the ground. Brian glanced around for something the man could hang on to. A rope on a hook was the only thing handy. Grabbing it, he pried Jackson's good hand from its stranglehold on the wrist of the injured arm and slipped the braided leather into the man's grip. "Hold on to this." Positioning himself on one knee, Brian braced a foot against Jackson's left side. "I'm going to ease your arm toward me." He kept his voice low and strong as he slowly followed his own direction. Jackson moaned through gritted teeth as Brian steadily pulled the arm down and out. "Oh!" The man's grunt was followed by a sigh of relief, and his muscles relaxed in Brian's grip. That must have done it. "Feel better?" Brian leaned forward to watch Jackson's face. Jackson turned to him with exhausted gratitude shining in his eyes. "Much. Haven't hurt that bad since I broke my wrist. Maybe not even then." The man struggled to sit up, and Brian leaned forward to help. "Sit here for a minute, and let me get something to wrap your arm." A shuffling noise sounded from behind, and Brian glanced back. Had Cloud left his ground-tied position? Claire Sullivan stood in the doorway, sending his pulse into a leap stronger than the surprise warranted. Brian rose and faced her. "Miss Sullivan?" What was she doing here? Surely she didn't need to rent a horse. With the sun at her back, he couldn't see her expression, but her features tipped toward Jackson, and she took a tentative step in that direction. I heard a moan. Is he hurt?" "I took care of it." Did that harsh bark come from him? The way she shrank back made him want to lunge forward and take away the words. Why did he always lose his manners in front of this woman? Then her shoulders squared, her china doll chin rose, and she swept around him to kneel beside Jackson. The scent of honey wafted in her wake. "Where does it hurt, sir? Your wrist?" Jackson's dirt-smeared face lit like Christmas morning. "My shoulder, ma'am. Doc put it in place, but I think it might help to wrap it up." Brian rolled his eyes and folded his arms across his chest, but no one was looking at him to see it. After all he'd done, this woman had only to waltz into the livery for Jackson to go silly, just like when he was with Alex. Brian had no choice but to fade into the shadows, but he couldn't force himself to turn away from the sight. "I believe you're right." Claire reached up to stroke the man's shoulder. Jackson's face turned red as chili peppers, and he glanced down at his fingers scrunching the hem of his shirt. "Oh, I'll be all right." "I'm sure you will, Mr. What's your name, sir?" "Jackson. Abraham Jackson, ma'am." His attention jerked to her face, then skittered away. Her beauty could have that effect. It was almost too much to take in without staring. "Well, Mr. Jackson, I'm glad you're feeling better, but it would help your arm if we supported it for a few days." She spun to face Brian. "Do you have a bandage in your pack we could use to make a sling?" Now she needed him. "I do." But without uncrossing his arms or making any move toward his horse, he stood patiently in the barn aisle. Her perfectly shaped brows gathered. "Where is it?" Chagrin tugged at Brian's chest. He shouldn't let this woman get in the way of his care for those who needed him. With a sigh loud enough to let her know she was imposing, he turned toward Cloud. Once he had the bandage and sling in hand, he made his way back to where Miss Sullivan kneeled beside Jackson, fussing over him. Brian dropped to his knees behind the man. "We'll wrap your arm close to your body first, then support it with a sling. Keep this on 2 or 3 days, at least. All right?" He leaned around to glimpse the look on the livery owner's face. A scowl, of course. "I guess, if it'll keep it from popping out of place again." The agreement probably wouldn't have been so reluctant if Miss Sullivan had done the asking. While Brian wrapped the arm and strapped it up, Jackson ate up every bit of Miss Sullivan's purring and coddling. She did have a kindness about her, and she'd obviously raised the man's spirits. But why couldn't she back off and let Brian attend to business? His business. The work he'd been trained for at one of the most respected medical schools in the Northeast. "There, Mr. Jackson. You keep this wrap on like the doctor said, and I bet it won't hurt again." Jackson just grinned a goofy, bug-eyed smile. Miss Sullivan leaned back and started to rise, and Brian reached to assist. He may not like the woman, but it was time to dust off his manners. "What's this?" She reached past his proffered hand and touched his shirt sleeve above the elbow. "You're hurt." When her fingers made contact with his skin without the fabric dividing them, a quiver ran through his arm. Pain mixed with anticipation? "Get control of yourself, man." Brian twisted to see the back of his tricep muscle. A bright circle of blood stained his shirt, outlining a tear about the size of his littlest finger. Miss Sullivan stretched the ragged edges of the fabric apart. Her little intake of breath drew his eyes to her lips. "It's deep. Looks like maybe from a nail or something rusty." He jerked his attention away from her face and twisted his arm again to examine it. The gash was an inch long. No wonder it smarted. It looked deeper than a surface cut, but not enough to need to stitch. The brownish flecks around the edge of the wound did, indeed, look like remnants from something rusty. "I just need to douse it with carbolic acid." He pulled away and strode toward Cloud and his saddle pack. His supply was low, but there should be enough for this little cut. After pulling out a clean rag and the glass bottle, he turned and almost slammed into Miss Sullivan. "Pardon." "Oh!" He gripped her arm with his free hand to keep her upright. That sweet honey scent tickled his senses again. "Sorry about that." His gaze wandered down to her face, and his hold on her arm tensed, drawing her closer. For a split second, she held his gaze, her mouth tipping as her teeth found her lower lip. Those lips. His mouth went dry, but he couldn't focus on them because she turned away, pulling back from his hold. "Let me see your arm." Brian extended it, although why he obeyed he couldn't have said. But she didn't reach for the wounded area, instead touched the cuff at his wrist, her nimble fingers slipping the button loose. His breath came harder as she folded the fabric back, again and again, working her way up to his elbow. Every time her fingers brushed his skin, goosebumps crawled up his arm, over and over. No matter how he tried to look away, he couldn't break his stare. He swallowed, forcing himself to breathe. She stopped one fold past his elbow, her gaze flicking to his before she bent over and peered at the injury. If only she'd look at his face with as much interest as she eyed the bloody cut on his arm. "May I have the acid?" He stared at her extended hand before his brain kicked in. "Oh, yeah." After he placed the bottle and cloth in her hand, his eyes tracked her every movement. Why was he so mesmerized? She held up the vial and poured a tiny amount into his cut, bracing the cloth underneath to catch the liquid. Sweet flapjacks and syrup. A sharp sting lit up his arm, jolting all his senses to vivid life, tearing him from any lingering remnants of his trance. Brian sucked in a breath to keep from jerking his arm away or saying something he'd regret. Chapter 6. Claire's hands still shook as she scurried down an alley toward Ottawa Street and Graham's house. What was it about that doctor that unnerved her so? The heat of his gaze had burned up her neck as he'd watched her roll up his sleeve. It had made sense for her to do it, since she had two good hands to ease the fabric over his cut. She'd done it with other patients when she'd helped Papa. But with this man, the action had seemed so intimate. Claire allowed a long breath to leak out. Lord, help me keep my distance from him. As she approached the intersection, Claire's spirit weighed heavy. That wasn't the kind of request she should pray. He was one of God's creations, loved and formed in God's image. Pressing her eyes shut, Claire wrapped her arms across her chest and focused on that quiet place in her soul. I'm sorry, Lord. Show me if there's something you want me to help him with. She paused, and moments later, the peace she'd been looking for crept into her soul. A calm pleasure sweeping over her. A rightness. Thank you, Father. Opening her eyes, Claire resumed her journey back to Graham's house, just 3 doors down now. Maybe she'd have time to write a letter to Mama and Papa before heading back to the cafe to serve dinner. A wagon stood on the edge of the street near Graham's house, its 2 mules dozing in the sunshine. Curious that the owner hadn't parked in front of the home or business they were visiting. Unless... Claire gripped her skirts and strode faster to Graham's front door. As she paused for a second on the porch to compose herself, the sound of a man's laugh drifted through the wooden door. Not a deep baritone like Doc Bryan's, but definitely male. She grabbed the handle and pushed it open. Sitting in the 2 upholstered chairs by the dormant fireplace were Graham and an older man Claire had never seen before. His gray hair formed an indentation of a hat brim, and his face wore the color and lines of many years under the sun. Clara Lee? Hi, Graham. Claire strode to her grandmother's side and took up the outstretched hand in both her own. She eyed the stranger. Hello. The man rose. With the way his shoulders stooped, he stood at Claire's eye level. Howdy, Miss Sullivan. Your Gram was just telling me how tickled she is you're here. He stepped forward and gripped Claire's hand with a strong clasp. Hello. She'd already said that, but her mind struggled to muddle through all her questions. Who was this man? How did he know Graham so well? How much had they talked about Claire that he knew not only her last name, but also the pet name she called her grandmother? Clara Lee, I'd like you to meet my dear friend Moses Calhoun. Graham waved her good hand in an elegant sweep toward the man. He's just returned to town and stopped by to catch up. And how is it you know my grandmother, Mr. Calhoun? The man chuckled, almost a cackle, really. But the way his face folded into a toothy grin was contagious. It was hard not to smile, no matter how much she wanted to distrust the presence of a strange man in Graham's home. Well, now, the doc's wife introduced us. Awful glad she did, too. Can't say I've ever met a gal quite as special as your Graham. The doc's wife? The words resounded in her mind, ricocheting there so the rest of the man's speech couldn't infiltrate her thoughts. The doctor was married? But of course he was. Why should it surprise her? The man was handsome, gorgeous, really, with that auburn hair and a roguish hint to his expression that both challenged and drew everyone around him. What was his wife like? A blonde beauty? Maybe a feisty red-haired Irish lass with vibrant blue eyes. Someone who could put up with his stubbornness and maybe even give it back to him. Why did the thought of Brian with a wife leave a sinking feeling in her chest? Feel how soft, Claire Lee. Claire forced herself back to the present. Graham held up a folded piece of blue damask silk, a smile lighting her worn face so it shone. Claire's own heart lifted. She reached to finger the material, much softer than she'd expected. It's lovely, Graham, truly. It came all the way from Japan, across the Pacific Ocean, and over the mountains. Wasn't it special of Mose to bring it? Claire glanced up at the man, who stared at Graham as if every word she said were better than water in the desert. Yes, it was very kind, Mr. Calhoun. However did you come by it? And what in the book of Genesis was going on between the two of them? Some kind of adolescent courting ritual? Please, Miss Sullivan, call me Mose. Everyone does. He darted a glance at Graham. Or old Mose. That's the way most people say it. A flush crept into his cheeks. All right. Graham's hand slipped into Claire's, squeezing gently. Claire ran a thumb over the wrinkled surface of Graham's skin and squeezed back. This man was special to her grandmother. The least she could do was get to know him. Old Mose shuffled his feet. Well, much as I'd rather stay and keep company with the two prettiest ladies I've ever seen, Zeb and Zeke have been awful patient after this long trip. I'd best get 'em settled in. Graham released Claire's hand and pushed to her feet, then reached out to the man. He took her hand in his and slipped her fingers through his elbow, as though they were a young couple out for a moonlit stroll. Miss Claire, I'm awful glad you're here, and I'm especially glad you was here to help Miss Alice when that stove tried to fight back. He tossed a wink over his shoulder at Claire. Claire tried her best to keep the amusement from her face. I'm glad I was, too. When the pair reached the door, Claire tried not to be conspicuous while she watched them. Old Mose turned to face Graham and pressed a kiss to her good hand. I'm hoping you'll let me to pick you both up for dinner at Aunt Pearl's. It'd sure be the best company I've had since I was here last, and I can't wait to taste them blueberry pies you made. A jolt ran through Claire. Aunt Pearl. Scurrying toward the sleeping chamber, she grabbed a fresh apron and glanced at herself in the mirror above the wash basin. One more pin would help contain her hair for the long evening ahead. That done, she strode from the bedroom to find old Mose and Graham still standing by the door. The man took a quick step away from Graham. Had he been whispering in her ear? Or something more? He held Graham's hand in his as he shuffled from one foot to the other. A smile pushed its way onto Claire's face. She should probably be worried, but the two were so cute. I have to get to the cafe. Will I see you both there for dinner? Claire strode toward them and touched Graham's shoulder. Yes, dear. Moses is going to come back after he's taken the mules to the livery. We'll walk over together. Claire glanced out the open door at the animals. Sir, you may want to help Mr. Jackson. He took a fall today and needs to rest his shoulder. Mose stepped onto the porch, settling his hat on his head. I'll do it. Usually take care of old Zeb and Zeke myself anyways. His mouth twitched as he gave her a sideways glance. They tend to get ornery if things ain't done just so. That toothy grin of his was hard to resist. Good. I'll head on now. Claire lengthened her stride as she followed the path between Graham's house and the cafe. It was a blessing she'd delivered the blueberry pies earlier, as soon as the last ones came out of the oven, and a good thing she'd made that last delivery for Aunt Pearl, or she wouldn't have come upon Doc Bryan and Mr. Jackson at delivery, wouldn't have been there to tend the doctor's wound. She swallowed down the butterflies attempting to take flight in her midsection. Would he come into the cafe for dinner tonight? Did she want him to? And what about his wife? Would she accompany him? Customers in the cafe were unusually scarce that evening, maybe partially due to its being a Tuesday. By the time Graham and Mose came in, she'd served meals to the patrons and was refilling coffee cups. "I've saved a quiet table here by the window for you." She motioned toward the corner, and Mose escorted Graham to where she pointed. Claire followed them over to help Graham settle into the chair, but Mose was already on the job, easing her down, sliding her chair in. Interesting that Graham allowed him to do all that coddling. Definitely something going on between them. After Graham was settled to his satisfaction, Mose moved around to his chair across the table and perched on the edge, taking Graham's good hand in his. It looked very much like the two had slipped into their own little world. "I'll go get your food," just in case they weren't too love-struck to eat. Claire spun and headed to the kitchen. Aunt Pearl and Lily worked side by side at the stove. Claire stopped at the counter beside them and loaded 2 plates of pork and cabbage onto her tray. "Do either of you ladies know a man named Moses Calhoun?" She tried to make the question sound casual. Pearl tilted her head. "Calhoun? Oh, you mean old Mose?" "Yes, he said some people call him that." The older woman chuckled. "Honey, everybody calls him that. Your grandma's the only one he lets call him Moses to his face. Didn't even know he had a last name until I heard her mention it." Aunt Pearl's gaze grew distant, her thin lips softening in a smile. "They sure are a sweet couple, both of 'em with hearts of gold. It's about time for him to be back in town, I think." Claire nodded toward the dining area. "He's out there now, treating Graham to dinner. For some reason, I didn't know about him." She raised her brows at Aunt Pearl. "Seems like a nice man, but I had no idea he was so important to Graham." Aunt Pearl only shrugged. "'Tweren't my news to tell. Far as I've seen, they've both been smitten since the day Doc Alex's wife introduced the two of 'em." The words took several seconds to sink in. Doc Alex's wife? She felt like smacking her forehead. What a simpleton she was. How had she forgotten Brian had a brother who also worked here as a doctor? And Graham had even told her that first morning how glad she was he'd married a sweet mountain girl. Hoisting the tray onto her shoulder, Claire spun and pushed through the curtain to hide her burning cheeks. Surely people would assume the flush was from the heat of the kitchen. As she approached the table where she'd left Graham and old Mose, Claire blinked to clear her vision. Another man had pulled up a chair. His tall back and broad shoulders were all she could see as he sat at the short end of the table, facing away from her. But that familiar profile sent her chest into a heavy thumping. Brian? He wore a dark blue shirt now, not the white cotton with a torn sleeve he'd had on earlier. As she approached the table, he turned and settled those greenish-brown eyes on her. The butterflies flitted in her stomach again. No need to be nervous around him. He was just a man, same as old Mose or Papa or her older brother Marcus. Of course, this man didn't have decent manners like the others. Couldn't keep a civil tongue in his mouth. The doctor's chair scraped as he slid it back and stood with a respectful nod. That was a little mannerly. Old Mose followed suit, and she motioned them both down again. "I only brought 2 plates, but I'll go get another." She kept her gaze focused on the tables so she didn't make eye contact with him.
"I'd appreciate it."
The richness in his voice pulled her attention despite her best efforts. Claire's gaze took in the roguish tilt of his mouth, the way one brow raised a little higher than the other, the strong curve of his cheekbones. She swallowed and spun away. "I'll be back." She couldn't have said whether she spoke to Pearl or Lily in the kitchen, but as she approached the table in the front corner again, her ears strained for any words in their conversation. Old Mose was telling a story with animated expressions, his hands spreading to add emphasis to his words. He was humorous to watch, with a demeanor that brought a smile no matter what her mood. Too bad Graham couldn't see him. Claire's eyes flickered to her grandmother. Graham's milky gaze stared ahead, a smile tickling her mouth as she listened to every nuance of Moses's voice. Sight or not, she enjoyed this man. That much was obvious. A warmth washed through Claire, but a pang quickly replaced it. She'd always clung to her only memory of Grandpop, from that time they visited North Carolina when she was 5. Graham and Grandpop had so many wonderful years. Graham's letters had always shared news and messages from him. Now that it had been over a year since his death, was it that easy for her to move on? Claire counted back the months in her mind. Almost 2 years, really. Graham must be lonely in the house by herself, and how much easier would it be for her with another person around? But this man was a freighter, a man who drove his wagon across the Montana Territory for a living. How could Graham ever have a life with him? Did Graham even want that? Maybe she was jumping to conclusions. Maybe Olmos was just a friend who Graham liked to visit with when he came to town. A laugh burst from the table. Graham gasped and clasped her hand to her mouth, but she couldn't contain another chortle. Brian's deep baritone joined in, and Claire's feet carried her forward of their own accord. She placed the plate in front of the doctor and eyed the 3 of them. "Something must be funny here." Graham wiped tears from her eyes as she continued to chuckle. "Moses tells the best stories, I declare." "Just sharing life's experiences, darling." Chapter 7. "But is it safe for you to ride alone in the wagon with that man?" Claire placed a hat pin in Graham's hand and watched her feel along the brim of the straw bonnet and insert the long metal rod. "Where's he taking you?" Graham might think it was harmless, but riding by herself with a strange man was not safe, especially when she couldn't see where they were going. Graham reached out and Claire slipped her hand into Graham's. "Clara Lee, I trust Moses. He's a good man. Most of the people here have known him for years and would trust him with their lives. I trust him with my life." Was the hitch in her tone only the quiver of an aging voice? "You go to the cafe like you normally do. I'll be enjoying the beautiful sunshine and the pleasant company." Running her free hand over her hair, Claire sighed. "All right, but I'm going to ask him where he's taking you." A chuckle followed as the older woman gripped her cane and thumped from the sleeping chamber into the kitchen. While old Mose assisted Graham into the wagon, Claire extracted from the man every possible route he might take to each destination he planned. By the time he shuffled back around the front of the mules, she couldn't think of any other questions. He stopped in front of her and slipped his hands over one of hers. "Miss Claire, you rest assured I'll take the best care of your grandma I ever could. She means more to me than I'm willing to say just yet. I'm awful glad she agreed to spend her day with me, and you can bet I don't want either of you worrying." Staring into the man's face, she could see he cared. The stark earnestness outlined in his eyes by the deep grooves couldn't be simulated. "All right. You two enjoy the pretty day." When the wagon drove away, Claire stepped back inside the house. What now? She dusted and swept and scrubbed the place again this morning, so there wasn't much else to do in the little cottage. They'd already baked the bread for lunch at the cafe, and there wasn't enough time to bake the pies for after dinner. Maybe Aunt Pearl would be okay with her coming early to the cafe. Lily worked so hard to prepare the meal. Surely she'd appreciate an extra set of hands. Gathering the 2 overloaded crates of bread, Claire traipsed to the back door of the cafe and let herself in. Lily glanced up from her seat by the work table, and a hint of a smile touched her face when their eyes connected. That was progress. Even the glance was more than the woman usually gave. "I hope it's okay that I'm early. Graham went out with a friend, so I thought I could help." Claire heaved the boxes onto the counter by the stove and brushed her hands as she turned to scan the room. "Where's the little one?" Lily paused from slicing ham and pointed the carving knife toward a pallet of blankets in the corner. Claire searched the quilts in the dim area. At last her gaze found the sweet little face, eyes closed and fist balled near her mouth. So serene. "She's beautiful, Lily. When does she turn 2? "August 22nd. The woman's speech was so perfect, her enunciation distinct, but with just enough lilt to sound forced, like she was trying to be something she wasn't. "I know you're proud." Lily ducked her head to focus on the meat as she sliced. Claire pulled a loaf from the top crate and settled in the empty chair beside Lily to slice it. For a while they worked in companionable silence. What could she ask that wouldn't sound like prying and wouldn't make the woman uncomfortable? Claire pursed her lips. There was such a mystery about these two. A tragedy just under the surface. A need she wanted so much to fill. "How long have you worked here with Aunt Pearl?" That should be innocuous enough. 2.5 years. My, that's quite a while. Did you live in Butte before that, or had you just come? A couple months before. Lily's hand sawed faster at the meat. A nervous reaction from being questioned, or anger as she remembered a story from the past. Either way, Claire should stop pressing for details Lily obviously didn't want to share. After Claire had sliced all the bread in her first box, a movement from the corner caught her attention. Dahlia reached forward in a cat-like stretch, then sat up, her fine dark hair rumpled on one side. Adorable. Claire set down her knife and circuited the table to crouch in front of the little girl. "Hi, Dahlia. Did you get a good sleep?" The little head bobbed, eyes wide, until a yawn took over her face. "Would you like to come have a slice of fresh bread and butter? I made the bread with my gram." The nod was slighter this time, and Dahlia ducked a little at the end, like she wasn't sure she should have said yes. "Come over here, then." Claire held out her hand, and Dahlia's little fingers slid into it. Warmth started in Claire's palm where the precious little hand trusted hers, and the heat crept all the way up to her chest. Claire sat at the table and settled Dahlia in her lap with a still-warm slice of bread spread with blackberry jam. The jam was a splurge, but Aunt Pearl doted on the child and surely wouldn't mind. "Where's Aunt Pearl today?" Claire asked the other woman. "She took food to the doctor's clinic for sick patients." Lily brushed a lock of Dahlia's hair behind her ears before she resumed slicing the wedge of cheese in front of her. Claire's attention jumped to alert at the mention of the doctor. "I suppose you've met the doctor several times, since you've lived here so long." "Yes. Dr. Alex and his wife are very nice. Miriam is kind to my Dahlia." I haven't met them yet, actually, although I'd like to. I've only seen the other brother, Brian." A real smile actually bloomed on Lily's face. "Dr. Brian is an angel, a gift from God. He helped my Dahlia come into the world, and for that I'll always be grateful." An angel? That had to be stretching it a bit. Still, Lily seemed to have few people to rely on. Being grateful to the man who helped with the successful birthing of this little cherub was natural, although the glow on Lily's face at the mention of the doctor was a little much. Interesting. A large hole in the ground loomed in front of Brian, cables rising from the bottom all the way to the massive pulleys dangling from the top of the headframe, about 50 feet in the air. All was quiet except a periodic rumble that sounded a bit like snoring. With the pack over his shoulder, Brian stepped through the open door at the base of the towering wooden structure. A clatter sounded from the raised platform where the elevator operator worked. "Halston?" Brian craned his neck to see up. The noise of wood on wood, boot thuds, then a head of dark, bushy hair and beard peered over the edge. "Doc, didn't expect to see you today." Brian held in a grin. "Need to go down and see a few men. Do you mind?" "Nah." Halston's head disappeared from the platform edge. "Just give me a few minutes to bring her up." "Appreciate it." Within a quarter hour, the top of the elevator cage appeared, rising up from the murky hole like a slow-moving geyser. Brian slid between the wooden slats onto the swaying platform. "Ready." The rickety contraption shook and creaked and swung about as it lowered. The ride up or down always seemed to take hours. It helped if he took his mind off the cage that carried him, and he had to force himself not to think about whether Halston had inspected the cables recently. He shifted his stance to make up for the extra weight of the pack on his shoulders. The whole enclosure rattled and groaned with his activity. He stilled. No more movement until he reached the bottom of this pit. Brian inhaled a steadying breath. At least the extra heaviness in his bag was exciting. The masks Alex had commissioned from friends in Montreal finally arrived. They were a new design, made with a filter to cleanse the air of impurity as the person wearing the mask inhaled. The exhaled air was routed by a flange through a different opening, similar to the way a human's epiglottis allowed air through the windpipe but redirected food through the esophagus. An amazing design. Lord, please help these masks work. Help the men be willing to wear the things. When he stepped off the elevator at the floor of the main shaft, Brian greeted the miners he met by name. He'd worked hard over the last 2 years to build trust and rapport with the men. It helped that they didn't have to pay for his services, thanks to the generosity of Gideon and Leah Bryant, who paid his wages. Good people the Bryants were, a special breed. A loud hacking cough sounded around a corner. Not an unusual sound in these dusty mines. Brian followed the noise and spotted the first of the 3 men he'd come to see in the south shaft. O'Leary carried 3 sledgehammers over each shoulder, his back bowed under the load. After jogging to catch up, Brian settled into step beside the man. "How are you, Thomas?" He'd take part of the load if he could, but knew from experience the man wouldn't let him. Any sign of shirking could be cause for a worker's pay to be docked in the mines, and with 4 kids at home and his wife expecting their 5th, Thomas O'Leary needed every penny he could scrounge. Thomas bobbed a nod. "All right." "I just received a shipment of something I'm pretty excited about." Brian flipped open one side of his pack and pulled out one of the contraptions. "It's a breathing mask. You wear it while you're working down here, and it filters the air you breathe, so you're not taking in all this dust that makes you sick." O'Leary glanced sideways at the piece, but didn't slow his trudging. Neither did he speak. Brian extended the apparatus toward him. "Would you like to try it? I think it'll help us get rid of that cough." The man eyed the mask again, mouth pinched and brows raised. "Reckon I can. Might as well." A rush of relief surged through Brian. "Great." When they reached O'Leary's destination, Brian helped fit the mask to his patient's face, then stepped back. "I'll come back to check on you in a day or two. See how it's going." Thomas only nodded. It might take him a little while to get used to talking through the cover, but if the mask helped clear up the congestion in the man's lungs, it would likely save his life. And with so many miners dying of lung sickness, that would be a miracle indeed. Every visit to the upper level of these saloons made Brian's chest ache and left him angry enough to pummel someone. He let himself out of one of the private rooms in the Irish castle and trudged down the stairs. The weary-faced woman he left had used her own methods to end a pregnancy and nearly bled to death in the process. Finally, he'd stopped the bleeding, and if she stuck to the diet he prescribed, her blood supply should rebuild itself. She'd be hard-pressed to work in the meantime, though. If only he could change her situation completely, and that of every one of these women. At the base of the stairs, Brian slipped through the wide door leading into the main saloon. The room was surprisingly empty, even for this time of morning, and quiet. The loud clearing of a man's throat was the only sound in the stillness. Brian stopped and scanned the area, his eyes finding the bar. 2 men stood there. Chap, the giant of a bartender, had both hands raised in the air over his head. Another man, a stranger, stood on the front side of the counter. The rifle in his hand pointed at Chap, but his eyes could have glared a hole in Brian. "Drop your bag and raise your hands. You make any quick moves, and the bar keeps dead." Chapter 8. Brian obeyed the armed man's command, ignoring the sweat dripping down his back. "Now get over next to him where I can see you." The gunman bobbed his head toward Chap. Brian eased the 20 or so feet to the bar. "That's far enough." The man focused again on Chap. "Now finish filling that sack." Chap obliged, lowering his large frame to fill a leather bag with smaller satchels from a box under the counter. His movements were methodical, slow and measured. Brian took the opportunity to study their captor. The man was mid-sized and wore a neck scarf to cover the lower half of his face. A balding hairline revealed reddened skin on his forehead, like he'd spent too much time in the sun. He wore the shirt and vest of a gentleman, although the weave was a bit threadbare. The top button of his collared shirt opened to reveal dark chest hair. Nothing about the man looked familiar. After a minute or so, with Chap working in steady motions, the robber shifted from one foot to the other, and his grip on the Winchester rifle tightened. "Move quicker," the man barked. Over the course of another minute, beads of sweat ran down the gunman's forehead. His gaze flicked back and forth from Chap to Brian, and occasionally he glanced at the closed front door of the bar. He must have locked it when he cleared out the mid-morning patrons. At last, Chap had the final small satchel stuffed in the large sack and rose to his feet. "Hand it here," the man barked, reaching across the counter. Chap obeyed. He was a large man, and his methodical movements came across as slow-witted at times, but Brian knew from their conversation while he'd stitched the man after breaking up a barroom brawl. Chap had once studied under one of the finest lawyers in Boston. He'd hated the stress, though, and came to see what adventure he could find. Surely, here at the wrong end of this stranger's gun, he'd found adventure enough. Brian focused on the man behind the rifle. His movements were jerky now, probably excited to be so near pulling off his heist. would the man just leave with the money?
Lord, let it be.
Both of you, get down on your bellies. The Winchester gestured at the open floor in front of Brian. Shooting a glance at Chap, Brian eased down onto his stomach. I'll have this rifle trained on you till I ride out of sight, so don't even think about following, get it?
Yes, sir.
Chap's voice came out almost as a grunt. Brian tried to crane his neck to watch the man leave the building without raising his head. They were almost safe, and the last thing he wanted to do was rile the robber. The thief backed toward the door, the oversized sack cradled in one hand like a precious child. With the other, he gripped the rifle, still trained on the two of them. At the closed front door, he paused, seeming to struggle with how to remove the brace without losing his grasp on either precious possessions. He finally used the butt of the rifle to lift the metal bar from its holding arms. The rod clattered to the floor, and Brian forced his muscles not to jump as the noise rang through the quiet saloon. Outside sounds rushed in as the door opened and the thief backed out. He'd started to close the door when he heard the crash of wood, a loud groan, and the man crumbled to the sidewalk outside. Brian pushed himself up to his knees to get a better look. His muscles tensed, ready to spring up or flatten himself, depending on what he saw. The robber was, indeed, lying on the wooden boardwalk. The door creaked as a face peered around the edge. Lurching to his feet, Brian lunged forward. That face! It couldn't be. The door opened wider, and Miss Sullivan's wide eyes scanned the room, then landed on him.
What are you doing?
Brian stopped himself in front of the woman just before he reached her, barely stopping himself from grabbing her shoulders and shaking them.
That man had a rifle and was nervous enough to point and shoot at anything that startled him. You almost got yourself killed.
He sucked in deep breaths, trying to slow his racing pulse. She blinked, then glanced down at the heap of unconscious man beside her, lying in the midst of splintered wood and some kind of gray lumpy sauce. Dropping to one knee, Brian laid 2 fingers on the man's neck. His pulse was strong. Moving his fingers under the robber's nose, a steady flow of air tickled Brian's skin. Breathing just fine. Brian shifted to the man's eyes, raising both lids at the same time. The left pupil shrank against the bright sunlight. The right did as well, but only half as much. A concussion for sure, but the man would likely be coming around soon. Glancing up, relief flooded Brian at the sight of Chap hovering over them.
He'll wake soon with a headache, but he should be fine in a few days. Now's a good time to get him to the jail. It'll be my pleasure. Let me put this bag in a safe spot, and I'll take care of that weasel.
Chap hoisted the sack of money and disappeared into the dark interior. Brian picked up the Winchester the man had dropped in his fall, then rose and turned his full attention to the woman who'd just shaved 10 years off his life.
Don't ever approach a man who's pointing a loaded gun. Got it?
The blood rushed through him again as he took in her pretty face, a face that could easily be lying dead on the ground right now if things had turned out differently. Miss Sullivan raised those pretty brows. "You're welcome." Air left his lungs in a whoosh. He dropped his gaze and scrubbed a hand through his hair.
"I'm sorry.
She was right. He raised his eyes to meet hers.
"Thank you."
Her face softened a little, and she glanced down at the man still unconscious on the ground. "Did he hurt you?"
"No. Seemed like he was only after the money."
He scanned the viscous brown gunk splattered across the wooden sidewalk.
"What did you hit him with?"
She nibbled her lower lip. A crate full of Aunt Pearl's dumplings? I was out making deliveries, and I saw he had a gun pointed at someone inside, and I just reacted. She peered up at him. I'm glad you weren't hurt. Chap reappeared in the doorway, and in a smooth motion, reached down, grabbed the robber, and swung him onto his broad shoulder. The limp form moaned, but Chap ignored it. Brian handed over the rifle, and Chap took it with a nod. He turned toward Miss Sullivan, touched the rifle barrel to his forehead in salute, and said, Much obliged, ma'am. She dipped a quick curtsy. Glad you're okay, and glad I could help. So he didn't get away with the money? Brian kept his face stoic as he forked another beef chunk and dragged it through the gravy on his plate. Didn't get away at all. Miriam's eyes grew round as silver dollars. How'd you stop him? The crowd around them at the cafe made it hard for his silence to have its full effect. Miss Sullivan got the better of him and knocked him unconscious. Alex's mouth twisted in a curious grin, but he stayed quiet. He didn't have to talk near as much now that he was married. Miriam's brow knit in confusion, then flew up as she leaned forward. Mrs. Malmgren's granddaughter? What was she doing there? In a saloon and a brothel? He should probably clear up the reasons soon, but it was fun dragging out the suspense. A motion at the corner of his eye caught his attention. There she was, an apron covering the same blue dress she'd worn earlier, hair pulled back in a knot, eyes stunning. Miss Sullivan strode right to their table, her left arm supporting a tray of steaming plates. He tried to catch her gaze, but she wouldn't look at him. As she placed a dish in front of each person, the table fell silent. Something struck his shin under the table, but he ignored it. Miriam drummed her fingers on the table, then cleared her throat just as Miss Sullivan started to turn away. Are you Mrs. Malmgren's granddaughter? She rotated back, her gaze darting to Brian before it settled on Miriam. Now she looked at him. Yes. Miriam thrust out her hand. I've been eager to make your acquaintance. Brian's said so much about you. I feel like you're already a friend. I know your grandmother's thrilled to have you here. She sank back in her chair, with a sappy smile at Alex. She's a special favorite with us. Brian gripped his hands together under the table to keep from clamping one over the magpie's mouth. Brian's said so much about you? When had he said so much? But the damage was done. Miss Sullivan raised a brow at him, then turned back to face his mouthy sister-in-law. It's a pleasure, Mrs. Donahue. My grandmother speaks highly of you all. I've been meaning to pay a visit to check on you both, but things have been so busy at the clinic. Would it be okay if I do that? Miss Sullivan tipped her head the slightest bit as she studied Miriam, exposing her elegant neck as her hair brushed to the side. Brian swallowed to bring moisture back to his mouth. I'd like that. She motioned around the dining room. I help serve lunch and dinner, so morning or afternoon would be best. A glimmer in Miriam's eye caught his attention away from the beauty standing beside him. Perfect. That way you can tell me all the details about how you saved Brian from the robber. Brian shot her a dark look, but Miriam ignored him. A blush stole over the woman's pretty cheeks. I was in the right place at the right time, I suppose. Brian clamped his jaw against a retort. This woman's good deeds were going to get her in trouble one day. Claire stifled a yawn as she replaced the coffee pot on the stove the next morning. Images of the robber had plagued her dreams all night and stolen her energy this morning. Sometimes he held Brian at gunpoint, while all she could do was stand there open-mouthed, not even able to scream. In other images, She was the one with the cold metal gun barrel pressed to her chest, while Brian lay on the ground in a bloody mess. She scrubbed a hand over her face. Only dreams. Picking up both coffee mugs, she turned and shuffled toward the front door. Graham had risen earlier than normal this morning and already sat rocking on the front porch. "The coffee smells good." Claire eased a cup into Graham's hands, careful to keep her hold until Graham took the weight of the mug. "It does, Claire Lee." When Claire had settled into her own rocker, Graham reached over, her hand patting the wooden arm until she found Claire's. Graham's mouth formed a soft smile. "Have I told you lately how glad I am you came?" "I'm glad, too." And she was. Looking at her grandmother now, Claire's heart ached with love for the woman. For all the years they could have shared, if only the distance hadn't separated them. "I have good friends here in Butte, but there's nothing quite as special as having family to share life with." "I agree." Claire leaned against the chair and rocked, eyeing the orange rays rising over the distant mountain range. What were Mama and Papa doing at home this morning? Papa probably sat in his chair at the table, reading some medical publication, while Mama scurried around the kitchen preparing breakfast. "In fact, there's something I'd like to share now, and I'm glad you can be the first to know." Claire turned to watch Graham's face. Why the hesitation in her voice? "What is it?" A smile at her features, the wrinkles forming an expression that made her look 10 years younger. "Moses asked me to marry him." She had to blink twice before the words would register. "Mary?" A soft pressure squeezed Claire's hand. "Yes, honey, marry." "But why? When?" Why in the world would Graham think about marrying again? That would be too much for her. How dare this man ask it? Did he have no concept of what Graham was going through, trying to adjust to losing her sight? "I told him yes." "Graham, you can't mean that." Claire fought the urge to leap from the chair. How could Graham sit there and talk about this calmly? "How can you possibly... what?" Ugh. How could she say this without insulting her grandmother? "Clara Lee," Graham's voice softened. "I may be old and blind, but that doesn't mean I want to stop living. I loved your grandpop. We were a good match, together a lot of years." There was a catch in Graham's throat, and she paused. Claire looked over for signs of distress, but Graham sat peacefully, a kind of wistful smile on her face. At last Graham took a deep breath. "He's gone to a better place, though. He sure wouldn't want me to sit here and pine for him." She squeezed Claire's hand again. "Moses makes me laugh like I haven't in years. That man is special, and he makes me happy." Claire swallowed past the knot in her throat. "I'm glad, Graham. I want you to be happy. It's hard not to worry, though." She studied her grandmother. How lonely had she been since Grandpop died? It must have been hard to live so many decades with a man, then suddenly be alone. Moses and Graham did seem to enjoy each other. "Is he going to retire then and stay in town?" Graham's mouth pulled into a smile, one corner tipping higher than the other. "He offered that, but I told him I'd rather ride along with him. Might as well enjoy the countryside instead of sitting here all day." Claire sucked in a breath, but it caught somewhere in her airway, forcing coughs that bent her over. It was several moments before she could breathe a steady gulp. "You gonna make it, dear?" Nodding, Claire pressed a hand to her chest. Oh, Graham. What had her grandmother gotten herself into? As the silence settled over them, Claire sank into the rocking of her chair. What was she going to do now? Would Graham need her at all after the wedding? It didn't sound like it. So did that mean she should go home? What reason would there be to stay? Even if the idea of leaving formed a sick knot in her stomach. Chapter 9. Claire tightened her grip on the crate of food and forced her legs to move faster. According to Lily's directions, that shanty up ahead had to be the one. Good thing, because her arms wouldn't have made it much farther with this load. The sound of a child crying drifted through the cracks in the wood as Claire neared the door. She allowed the box to sink to the ground with a thunk and leaned on the sides of the box to catch her breath. Who would have thought a crate of food would be so heavy? A second child started wailing inside the shack, his voice a little older than the first. Claire rose and inhaled a final deep breath, then raised her hand to knock on the worn wood of the door. A chunk was missing from the base, and as the crying grew louder inside, a gray skirt appeared in the opening below. The door pulled open a crack, and the face of a weary woman peered down at her from the stoop. "What is it?" Claire motioned to the crate on the ground beside her and spoke up over the crying child. "I brought food. I work at the diner with Lily. Mrs. What was Lily's last name? Oh, well. She said your children were sick, so I brought stew and fresh bread that were left from lunch." Stopping for a breath, she watched the woman eye her another second. Finally, the mother stepped back and pushed the door open to reveal a child on her hip and a protruding midsection. The little red-haired lad stopped crying when he saw her, his splotchy face almost as red as his curls. "Appreciate it." The woman motioned across the room. "You can set it on the table. I gotta get back to Malcolm and the girls." She swept away, disappearing through the inner doorway that appeared to split the small home in two. The door closed behind her, muffling the whimpers and whines of the children. Claire set to work, falling into the familiar routine she used whenever she visited sick families around Charlotte. Heat emanated from the cook stove, so she wouldn't have to go near the fire inside. "Thank you, Lord." She'd been forced to feed the fire at Graham's these past few weeks, but she'd take any chance she could to avoid those painful memories. She scrubbed out the big pot on the back of the stovetop. It looked as if it hadn't seen a good cleaning for months, but the crusty layers of food were gone by the time she rinsed it off. She'd used most of the water from the bucket in the dry sink, so fetching clean water moved up on her list of things to do before she left this place. The fire was going nicely now, and as she dumped the stew from the jars into the clean pot, a tap sounded on the door. Mrs. O'Leary and the children hadn't come out of the back room. Should she answer it? "O'Leary's?" The deep voice was unmistakable. "It's Doc Bryan." A torrent of emotions flooded Claire as she stepped to the door. Her pulse quickened even while relief eased the tension in her muscles. Those poor children did need a doctor, and from what she'd seen with his care of Graham at the clinic, and again with Mr. Jackson at the livery, this man seemed to know what he was doing. Claire lifted the latch and peeked out before swinging the door wide. He stood on the stoop and blinked at her. Then his face tipped into a tense smile. "Miss Sullivan, didn't expect to see you here. Heard a rumor my friends weren't feeling so good." He peered around her. "Mind if I come in and check on them?" "Of course." She stepped aside and returned to the stove. The stew needed her attention before it scorched, or at least she could act like it did. "Mrs. O'Leary's in the back room with the children. I brought some stew." He stopped in the center of the room, and she could feel his gaze searing her back as she stirred the beef and vegetable mixture. Was he waiting for her to let Mrs. O'Leary know he'd come? "Doc Brian!" The child's voice pierced the air, and Claire jerked her head up in time to see a blur of red curls fly through the room. The doctor swung the lad up in his arms, this one older than the child Mrs. O'Leary had held. "My buddy, how goes it, lad?" Brian's rich voice slipped into an Irish brogue. The boy's freckled nose scrunched. "I feel lousy, but Mama says the girls are worse off than me and Sid, and I shouldn't complain." Brian chuckled. "Always do what Mama says." He lowered the lad to the floor with one arm, even though the boy had to be at least 5 or 6. "Let's go see what we can do to help the girls." Claire's heart ached to follow them as the pair disappeared into the back room. Who was that man with the easy smiles and affection for the child? They left the door open, and Claire strained to decipher the murmurs drifting from the room. The soft voice of the woman, higher pitches of children, and the deep baritone of the doctor. She listened so hard, she would have sliced her finger open while cutting bread if the knife were any sharper. Claire narrowed her eyes at the dull blade. Maybe she could find a whetstone before she left. The stew in the pot bubbled, and Claire shifted it to the back surface. She glanced at the open door. Would they want to eat now? Stepping softly on the balls of her feet, she crept toward the door. "Mrs. O'Leary?" She hated to disturb them, especially while the doctor was here. Doc Brian's voice murmured something low, then the woman called, "Come in." Claire's shoulders eased. As she leaned through the doorway, it took her a moment to adjust to the brighter light. A window of greased parchment on the long side of the room allowed in sun, which was more than the front living area could boast. 3 beds lined the chamber, a rope tied across the ceiling, and a sheet hung from it. Right now it was bunched at one end, separating the far bed from the first 2. 2 figures lay in each of the near beds, and Doc Brian bent over one, listening through a Cayman's stethoscope to a girl with long auburn hair. Another girl lay beside her in the bed, her face a younger version of the first. The sisters bore a striking resemblance to their mother, albeit with paler faces and without the worry lines. Brian rose and folded the medical apparatus. "Well, Kathleen, I think you're ready for some warm broth." He glanced up at Claire. "Maybe some of that good stew Miss Sullivan brought." His gaze found the other girl in the bed. "You can try it when you're ready, Miss Audrey." Mrs. O'Leary stood beside the child and stroked the mussed hair from her forehead. "Thank you, Doctor. We'd be in a fix without you. Thomas said the breathing mask you gave him already cleared up his cough." Brian's attention jerked to her face. "Did he?" The hint of a smile touched his lips, but his eyes reflected the full grin he must be holding back. "I'm glad." What kind of breathing mask? Claire scanned her mind. Papa hadn't ever prescribed such a device that she could remember. "I'll spoon soup for the wee ones." Mrs. O'Leary stepped toward her, waking Claire from her thoughts. She strode toward the kitchen area ahead of the woman. "I sliced bread for them, too, and brought jam from the cafe." When she turned to face the woman as she spoke, the bulge at her waistline caught Claire's attention. Mrs. O'Leary must be at least 8 months pregnant. Claire examined the woman's face closer. This was the woman who had passed by Graham's house that first night when Doc Brian doctored Graham's hand. A sudden kinship washed through her. "Is there anything else I can do to help? I need to get back to Aunt Pearl's, but could spare another minute." Moisture sparkled in the young mother's eyes as she scanned the food and other contents of the crate on the counter. "Not a thing." Something compelled Claire forward to place a hand on the woman's shoulder. "You have a heavy load. I'll come back and check on you tomorrow morning." Mrs. O'Leary dropped her gaze to her fingers fumbling with the edge of her apron. "You don't have to do that." Brian's voice from the other room drowned out Claire's opportunity to reply.
If you lads allow your mom an hour's rest every day, I'll bring some next time I come. Do we have a deal?
Both women turned to watch the doctor as he escaped the bedroom with a grin. Calls and choruses trailed him through the open door.
I'll need a full report, ma'am.
Brian turned the full force of the grin on Mrs. O'Leary.
So we can decide if they earned their toffee.
Something in Claire's chest yearned for that smile to turn toward her. A hint of boyishness mixed with the strength of this man. Butterflies fluttered in her stomach. "I'll do that," Mrs. O'Leary murmured. Brian's nod seemed to close the subject, and then he did turn his full focus on Claire. The butterflies multiplied.
Miss Sullivan, I'm headed to Aunt Pearl's. Would you like an escort?
She jerked her chin up. Maybe that would open the airway so her brain could start working. "Yes, thank you." Spinning back to Mrs. O'Leary, she rested a hand on the nearest chair back. "I'll stop by tomorrow morning. Send for me at the cafe if there's anything else you need." The other woman nodded. "I know where your grandmom lives, but we'll be fine. Much obliged to you both for the food and doctrine." Claire gathered the crate of empty jars and positioned it on her left hip. With a wave, she preceded the doctor from the little home. Outside, she breathed a deep gulp of fresh air as he fell into step beside her.
The air gets kinda stale in a sick house, huh?
His words were a bit of a surprise. He didn't seem the type for small talk. She shot him a closed-mouth grimace. "Didn't realize it until I came out here." Silence again. Should she break it? Do the polite thing Mama would expect and discuss the weather? She'd really like to ask about the breathing mask.
It was nice of you to bring food for them.
Brian's voice held a casual tone, not the brusque efficiency she'd grown used to. "I heard they were sick, and there was leftover food, so—" She struggled to find a way to shed the credit. "It was nice of Aunt Pearl to send it." She wanted to turn and look at him, but that would be too much like staring.
With the 4 little ones, Colleen doesn't get to rest or eat like she should, especially not at this stage.
Out of the corner of her eye, she caught the motion of his head shake.
Seems like those kids are always coming down with something. At least this time it was just the flu. Last time it was cholera.
She'd seen the wrenching effects of that terrible disease once while helping her father. The memory turned Claire's stomach. Poor things. Brian released a long sigh.
Yeah. Thomas spends most of his time at the Travona, and I know the girls try to help as much as they can. It's hard.
This was her chance. "What was the breathing mask Mrs. O'Leary mentioned?" She stole a glance at him. "If you don't mind me asking, or if you'd rather not answer." Was that red creeping up to his ears, or heat from the sun?
I don't mind. Lung conditions are a big problem for the miners, so my brother asked some friends back east to make a mask to filter contaminants from the air as the miners breathe. I just received the first 3 this week, and Thomas is trying one.
A light spread across his face as he spoke.
Hearing that it helps is the best news I've had this month.
Excitement bubbled up in her chest. "That's great. Will you ask them to send more?" Brian's mouth pinched.
Yes, certainly. They're not inexpensive, but I'm hoping maybe the mine owners will help offset the cost.
Do you think they will? He glanced at her with a wan smile.
I think it's a vain hope, but I have to try.
They'd reached the cafe, and Brian paused at the base of the front stairs. Claire didn't want him to leave. Not yet. Not when they'd finally had their first civil conversation.
Well, thanks for escorting me. I mean, letting me escort you back." He shifted his doctor's bag from one hand to the other. Was he nervous? Or maybe he didn't want to end the conversation yet either. The butterflies moved up to her chest. "Thank you." And then she forced herself to turn away and trudge up the stairs. The warmth of his gaze followed her all the way. Chapter 10. "Thank you, sirs." Claire slipped the coins in her apron pocket as the last group of miners rose and headed toward the door. Aunt Pearl had left the cafe early tonight because of a headache, but the patrons were friendly, so the extra work hadn't been a burden. Except now her feet ached all the way up to her backbone. She stacked plates as the men shuffled toward the door. The door closed behind them, leaving her to her work. In the stillness, a throat cleared. Claire jerked her head up. Doc Bryan stood by one of the front tables. He must have slipped in when the others left. He clutched his leather bag and looked as weary and soot-covered as any miner. I know it's late. Wasn't sure if you had an extra plate of food left. I can take it with me." Claire's stomach flipped as she motioned toward the only clean table in the room. "Have a seat. I'm sure I can find you something." When she ducked back into the kitchen, Lily was elbow-deep in wash water, and Dahlia sat in the corner knocking 2 wooden blocks together. "Lily, is there another plate of food left? The doctor's here and looks like he could use it." The woman nodded toward a cloth draped over the work table. "Under that." "Thanks." Claire studied the man as she carried the plate to him. With arms crossed and chin tucked against his chest, he looked asleep. But no, his brown gaze was staring at the table edge, though she doubted he was interested in the wood. As she neared, he seemed to come awake. Dropping his hands to his lap, he sent her a smile, but it died at the worry lines around his eyes. What had happened since he'd escorted her back to the cafe this afternoon? She placed the plate in front of him. "I think it's still warm. If not, let me know, and I'll reheat it." Without glancing at the food, he picked up his fork. "Looks wonderful." She stood there, watching. She should have been cleaning the rest of the tables and helping Lily with the dishes, but for some reason, her feet wouldn't move. "Is something wrong?" He took a bite of green beans and chewed, his eyes focused ahead, each bite methodical, as if it were an effort. "A fire in the Cabbage Patch district." Claire sucked in a breath, wrapped her arms around her waist, and gripped her elbows. "Is everyone all right?" "One died. Old miner who's been struggling with the lung disease for a while." His expression was stoic, his words emotionless. 8 homes burned, if you can call 'em that. Shacks, really. Worse than O'Leary's. His face turned to meet hers, and the bleakness in his gaze nearly knocked her to the floor. "Brian." She sank into a chair as the word took the last of her air. "What will they do without homes?" He let a long breath seep out as his elbows rested on the table and his gaze dropped again. "Move in with others for now. Eventually rebuild the same filthy hovels they lost. It never changes, no matter what I do, how hard I push. It never changes." The desolation in his voice nearly reached into her chest and smothered her lungs. She slipped out a hand, resting it flat on the table, just inches from his. Everything in her wanted to touch him, squeeze the passion back into his veins. "Brian, the work you're doing helps. You have to see that." Why was she saying this? Hadn't she thought him a sham just weeks ago? But seeing him with the O'Leary family, listening to work he'd been doing to help the miners, he cared. He may not always let it show,
but he cared deeply for his patients. His gaze reached up and found hers. She struggled to cope with the weight of the burden reflected in his eyes, wanted to take some of it off him. It was too much for one man.
Miss Claire.
Claire's attention jerked to the source of the little voice. Dahlia. With her dark hair floating in waves around her shoulders, she was adorable enough to make Claire's chest ache more than it already did.
Hi, honey. What are you doing out here?
But the almost 2-year-old turned toward Brian and held up her hands in the universal hold me sign.
Honey.
Claire reached for Dahlia so the doctor wouldn't feel uncomfortable, but he'd already scooped her up and perched her on his lap. He scooted his chair back a few more inches from the table's edge. Hi, little bit. Bet you'd like a bite of my blackberry pie. He reached for the spoon Claire had brought for him to use with his corn and sliced off a child-sized bite of the rich burgundy dessert. Dahlia opened her sparrow mouth, and her eyes grew wide as she closed on the treat. Good, huh? She bobbed her head dramatically, bringing a smile onto his face, the first real one she'd seen tonight. It lit his eyes from within, taking away some of the roguishness from his expression. Have you already tucked Rose into bed? He offered the question while he loaded another spoonful of pie. She nodded again.
Sleeping.
He glanced up at Claire, a twinkle flashing. Rose is a special friend. Came all the way from Raleigh, North Carolina. Turning back to the girl, he slipped the bite into her open mouth. Miss Claire came from North Carolina, too. Did you know that? Maybe she and Rose met before they both came here. The little girl turned to her, eyes still wide, a new appreciation reflected in their depths.
May Claire stay here too?
Claire swallowed, willing her throat not to close.
I don't know, honey. I might not be needed much longer.
She brushed a wisp of feather-soft hair from the girl's cheek. She didn't miss the raised brows Brian shot her way, but she couldn't quite look at him. You don't think you're needed here? He asked the question directly, the words she'd tried to ignore, now voiced out loud. She steeled her jaw to keep the tears from reaching her eyes.
Graham's getting married. Did you hear?
Could he tell the cheerfulness took all her effort? I hadn't heard. He was studying her, but once again she ignored it.
I understand Mose proposed last night. Graham's going to be riding along on his freight trips after they're married.
He didn't answer, didn't stop looking at her, until Dahlia grabbed his hand and pulled.
More, please.
He sliced another bite and slid it into the child's mouth, then leveled his gaze on Claire again. He'll take care of her. Old Mose is a good man.
I know.
And she did. Something about old Mose seemed so genuine. No matter how much she wanted to dislike him, she couldn't. How could she object to something that would fill Graham's final years with happiness? What a selfish child she could be. It's okay to worry. It's even okay to be sad about the change. Brian's words soaked through her. Dahlia had stopped begging for bites and snuggled deeper into the crook of Brian's arm. He wrapped his free hand around to cup her shoulder, cradling her in his strength. The two of them were a welcome distraction from the thoughts swirling through her mind. I hope... Brian stopped, his brows knitting. He didn't meet her gaze. She almost prompted him, but clamped her mouth shut against the words. He'd speak when he was ready. At last his voice came softer. I'm sure your grandmother wouldn't want you to leave right away, even if the wedding's soon. His voice held the tiniest bit of a quiver as he raised his eyes to meet hers. I imagine Aunt Pearl would like you to stay around too. His words hung in the air as she sank deep in his gaze. Did he want her to stay too? Did she want him to want that? But what kind of crazy thought was that? She didn't even like the man. Dahlia stirred in Brian's arms, pulling Claire's attention. Eyes closed, the little flower had fallen asleep. Her fist curled up at her mouth in the adorable habit. Brian stroked his large hand over the soft curls. "Is there a bed around here I can put her in?" Claire scanned the room, the sight jerking her back to reality. She still hadn't finished wiping down the tables, and poor Lily was washing dishes by herself in the kitchen. What in the Great Smoky Mountains had come over her to get lost in this conversation, leaving all her work undone? Claire Sullivan never shirked her duties. Jumping to her feet, she motioned for Brian to follow. As she held the curtain divider aside for the pair to enter the kitchen, Lily turned from her position at the sink. The woman's eyes softened as they landed on the sleeping form of her child. Then they darted from Brian to Claire, a hint of fear taking over her face. I am sorry." She reached for her daughter, but Brian turned his body to stop the woman. Lily's troubled eyes sought the doctor's, and Claire found herself doing the same. "It's okay?" Brian's expression probed into the young mother, and the worry lines around her mouth and eyes finally softened. "Thank you." She reached again for Dahlia, and Brian easily handed her over. "Lily, take her home now. I'll finish up here." Claire stepped forward, slipping a hand on the woman's shoulders. "I didn't mean to leave you alone with the dishes so long." Lily's gaze darted to the sink, where stacks of clean plates and mugs spread across the work counter. "They are washed. I only need to put away." "I'll do it. Go." Claire applied some pressure and encouraged the woman and child toward the door. Lily's eyes found hers and searched. Why was it so hard for her to accept a gift? She seemed to always worry she was imposing or not carrying her weight. When would Lily see she did more than any of them, preparing and cooking most of the food for the throngs that filled the cafe dining room? "Thank you." Lily's perfect pronunciation of the words came across with a hint of fragility. One day, Lily would trust her enough to share her story. It must be quite a tale. As the woman and child left, Claire turned to Brian. "You haven't even had a chance to eat yet. I'll bring you another slice of pie, too." The lines around his eyes had deepened, and the hollows underneath grown dark. "Thanks." After she delivered the new slice, Claire set to work wiping down the tables in the dining room. Brian didn't speak again. A couple times she could feel the weight of his gaze. Once she even turned to stare back. He didn't drop his focus, just lifted a corner of his mouth in a smile that didn't reach his eyes, then took another bite. When the tables were clean, Brian was scraping the last blackberry from his pie plate. "I'll take those dishes for you." She reached to swipe the plates from in front of him. Brian raised his eyes to her. "Food hit the spot." She nodded. "Lily's a good cook." His brows crept up. "You and your grandmother made the pie?" Claire dipped her chin. "Gram's pie crusts are the best." A twinkle found his eye, but he didn't say more on the subject, just pulled out a coin to pay for the meal. "Sorry to keep you so late. Do you have much more to do?" Scanning the room, Claire ran through the night duties in her mind. "Not much. I just need to put the dishes away and sweep the floors." She turned back with a nod. "Have a nice evening, Doctor." Have a nice evening, Doctor. So, they were back to that, were they? Did she even know she'd been calling him by his Christian name less than an hour before? Brian released a long breath and leaned back in the dining chair. It was probably for the best. She was too attractive for them to be alone if she was actually being nice to him. Dishes clanged from the kitchen. She shouldn't have to stay late and clean the cafe by herself because of him. Memories of the man he'd been unable to save flickered through his mind, and the families who would be homeless tonight. Where were they sleeping? On the rough wooden floors of others' shacks? That would be one of the better options. An image of his cot back at the clinic flashed through his mind. It would be luxury to those families. And yet, he couldn't quite bring himself to go there. The intense loneliness of the room was the very last thing he could face right now. He glanced at the broom leaning against the wall in the corner. Heaving to his feet, he trudged toward it. It was the least he could do. Chapter 11. Claire pushed through the curtain and slowed her steps at the sight before her. Brian, holding a broom, sweeping. He must have sensed her presence because he looked up. Was that red creeping higher on his neck? "I'm just finishing in here." I didn't. She took a deep breath. Aunt Pearl would have a hissy fit if she knew a paying customer was helping clean. She prided herself on the best service in the Montana Territory. He shrugged.
"It was the least I could do."
Opening the front door, he swept the pile of dust and food scraps out toward the street. The sound of a male voice drifted through the opening. Brian answered, but she couldn't distinguish his words. He'd been caught by someone on the street, doing her work. Claire wanted to slink back into the kitchen, but she stood her ground and faced him with a smile when he re-entered. "Thank you." He paused on the threshold and scanned the room. She followed his gaze. The tables had been straightened, the chairs stacked upside down on their surfaces, everything in order. His eyes found hers across the distance.
"What next?"
Even though he tried to hide it, his shoulders didn't hold their normal straight line. He was bone-tired. "That's all. I'll lock the door behind you before I head out the back." She stepped toward the front as he picked up his doctor's bag on the edge of the table where he'd eaten. When she reached the door, she turned, waiting for him to exit. He still stood in the middle of the room, case in hand.
"Lock that, and I'll walk out the back with you."
Why did he always make things hard? "It would be easier for you to go out this way." She propped a hand on her hip, resisting the urge to tap her toe.
"I'll see you home. It's too dark in that alley for a woman alone at night."
He wanted to walk her home? If it were any other man making the proposition, she'd refuse and flee his company. But surely she could trust the town doctor. And the way he'd snuggled Dahlia and teased the O'Leary children earlier, even Lily seemed to trust the man. "Okay." She slid the bolt into its metal slot and pivoted toward the kitchen. After they stepped out the back door, she turned and used the skeleton key. When the lock clicked in place, she spun back and eyed the doctor. The location of the key was a strict secret. Only the three of them were to know. Not even Jasper, who kept the cafe stocked with firewood each day, knew where Aunt Pearl kept it hidden. "You'll have to look away." Brian's chin jerked toward her, but she couldn't see his expression in the shadows.
"You have a secret?"
Amusement laced his voice. "Face that direction, please." She pointed toward a house on the other side of the alley. She half expected him to argue, but he obeyed. She slipped the key in the shrub beside the stoop and spun away from the spot. "All done." As they strolled down the path toward Graham's house, the crickets sounded their evening greeting. Fireflies danced under an almost full moon and a vast canvas of stars. Such a beautiful night. Peaceful, even.
"My brother Alex and his wife enjoyed meeting you the other night." Miriam talks every day about how she's going to make time to come visit you. She stays busy, though.
Claire forced a smile. I would love her visit, but I seem to stay busy myself. I've enjoyed working at the cafe, though. A tenseness seemed to take over the silence. She chanced to glance at him in the moonlight, his dark brows knit together, his lips pinched. Had she said something wrong? Honestly, this man could be so moody sometimes. He didn't make sense. At last, Brian spoke.
I was surprised you took a job when your purpose in coming was to care for your grandmother.
A flash of anger whipped through her. He was judging her? But maybe he didn't know the situation. How could he? She nibbled her lip. It might look strange to someone looking in from the outside. She could give a few details anyway, put some perspective on it. When I arrived, I quickly found Graham's situation wasn't as stable as we'd assumed. My work at the cafe helps to balance that. And Graham seems to nap most of the time I serve lunch, and comes in to eat dinner most nights too, and... She shrugged. Aunt Pearl needs the help, so it's good for everyone.
I see.
He didn't sound as resentful now, but didn't say anything further. Had she silenced his concerns? Maybe a change of topic was better. Is Alex your only brother? She hadn't meant to ask about his personal life, but the question came out before she realized. Something about this man was intriguing. What formed his reserved exterior, and why did he hide his caring nature underneath? Or was it only certain things that drew out the compassion in him, like children?
Alex is my only brother, but we had 2 sisters. Kathleen still lives at home in Boston.
Had? The minute the word left her tongue, she wanted to recall it. She nibbled her lip. Should she tell him to ignore the question, or would that be even more rude?
Britt died from a lung disorder when she was 10.
His voice grew soft, but the pain didn't sound raw. Still, how hard must it have been to lose a sibling? If anything ever happened to Marcus, he would take a piece of her with him. Brian, I can't imagine. I'm so sorry.
Kathleen's 17 now and helps Dad in his apothecary's shop. I'm not sure Mom wants her to work, but since Alex and I both left, Dad's determined to pass his legacy on to somebody.
A surge of homesickness washed through Claire. How was Papa doing without her to assist in his clinic? She couldn't think about that now. Are you the eldest brother, then? Several beats passed before, as they reached Graham's, he answered.
Yes.
The quiet resignation in the word almost took her breath. Claire inhaled a steadying breath, squared her shoulders, and pushed open the door to Lanyard's dry goods. Fester, the freckled clerk she'd met that first day, was wrapping a purchase for a customer at the counter. He looked up when she strolled forward to wait behind the patron, and the tips of his ears turned red.
Howdy, Miss Sullivan.
How are you, Mr. Fester? She turned on her sweetest southern drawl. Let the man squirm. They should know better than to scam customers the way they had Graham. The burly woman in front of her gathered her packages and turned to go, offering a polite nod as she passed Claire. Claire deposited her money on the counter, giving the man a syrupy smile. $5 to pay on Mrs. Malgram's tab, sir, and a pound of coffee, please. How much will that be? She waited for the number and handed over the exact change from her own funds. This was the last of her spending money. After this, she'd be tapping into the resources she needed for her return trip, when Graham no longer needed her to stay. But every bit of her earnings from the cafe had to go toward getting Graham out from under the ownership of this storekeeper. With the sack of coffee tucked under her arms, Claire exited the shop and paused on the threshold. Since she was already on that end of town, this would be the perfect chance to check on the O'Learys. After traipsing the 2 blocks to the little shanty, Claire knocked. It was answered by the older boy. Was his name Malcolm? Both lads shared freckles across their cheeks, but this one's hair was a darker auburn than little Sid's curls. "Hello, I'm Miss Sullivan. I came by last week. I wanted to see if you're all feeling better." He nodded, then called over his shoulder. "Mom, the lady with the food's here." Then addressing Claire again. "Nobody's throwed up since yesterday." Claire didn't try to bite back her smile. "I'm glad to hear it." Mrs. O'Leary appeared behind the lad. "Malcolm, show the lady in." She turned a tired smile to Claire as she gripped her son's shoulder and pulled him and the door to the side. "Come in, Miss Sullivan. You were a godsend the other day, a gift from the Almighty. I was just fixin' to heat the last of that stew. Won't you sit and eat with us?" The woman reached under her rounded midsection, as if helping to support it. Claire followed her into the kitchen. There in a pot on the table sat about a third of the stew she'd brought. How did they still have any left with so many mouths to feed? The children must have been sick indeed. But there wasn't enough here for the family to eat, much less adding her into the mix. "I just ate, thank you, though." Mrs. O'Leary bent to pull a crate from under the table, and Claire jumped to help her. "Let me. I was going to add these potatoes into it, too." The woman stepped back and allowed Claire to lift the wooden box to the tabletop. Mrs. O'Leary seemed to be breathing hard from the effort of leaning down. Claire softened her voice. "Why don't I slice the potatoes and finish the stew while you go rest? I can keep an eye on the children, too." She glanced around. Malcolm sat by the open door, spinning a top with a string. Where were the other 3? "Are you sure?" Mrs. O'Leary looked like she might argue the point, but the exhaustion radiating from her eyes must have overtaken any concerns. "Sid's already napping, and the girls are playing at the neighbors." "Perfect." Claire found the same dull knife she'd used the other day and set to work. Malcolm seemed to watch her as much as he did his toy. Every time she glanced up at him, he jerked his gaze away. "You're pretty good at spinning that top." Claire kept her focus on the potato in her hand, but watched the boy from the edge of her vision. His shoulders squared like a male bird preening. "Just got it for my birthday, but I'm better'n all the others." And not a bit proud of it. Claire pursed her lips against a smile. "Are you teaching Sid how to spin it as well as you?" The boy ducked his head and sent the top spinning again. "I guess." "You know, that's the most important job an older brother has, learning how to do stuff really well so you can teach the younger ones. I have a big brother, Marcus, and he was the best teacher ever." She finished peeling the potato in her hand and sliced it into chunks. The boy's brows drew lower as curiosity took over his face. "Did your brother teach you to spin a top?" "He did, and how to whistle and fish and climb trees all the way near the top." Claire picked up another potato to peel. This one had several bad spots that looked like they ran deep. She pressed harder to get to the base of the largest one. Malcolm let loose a low whistle. "Mom won't let Kath and Audrey climb trees." Claire met his gaze. "I probably shouldn't." The knife slipped, slicing into the side of her hand just above the thumb. The force of her effort drove the knife deep, but it took a couple seconds for the burning pain to set in. "What is it, Miss Sullivan?" Malcolm was at her side as Claire gripped her fingers against the sting. Blood leaked out faster than she would have expected. Claire searched the counter for a cloth. There, the hand towel looked dirty, but it was better than bleeding all over the food. "What's wrong?" Malcolm's voice had an edge of panic. "I just cut myself." Claire spoke through gritted teeth. Blood soaked through the cloth like water from a spring, and the pain shot through her arm with every pounding in her chest. "You're bleeding everywhere. I'm going to get Mom." "No." The word came out sharper than she meant, and Malcolm froze mid-step. "Your Mom needs the rest. Please don't wake her." The cloth was soaked with blood now. She must have cut an artery. Claire scanned the kitchen from top to bottom as pain pulsed through her hand. Flour sacks lay folded under the counter. She grabbed one and pressed hard against the wound. A voice from outside drifted through the open door. Where was Malcolm? But she couldn't worry about the boy right now. She had to get this wound to stop bleeding. And then another voice sounded, deeper, so familiar. Her heartbeat raced even as the tension in her shoulders eased. Chapter 12. Brian leaped up the step into the shack and paused a half-second to get his bearings. There, in the kitchen. The sight of Claire Sullivan with blood streaking her clothes took away the last of his breath. Pain and panic enveloped her face. 2 strides brought him to her. "Let me see it." He reached for the hand she cradled, clasping his palm over the flour sack she used to stem the bleeding. It was pretty well soaked with crimson. He eased the cloth away so he could see the extent of the damage. An inch-long slice ran deep in the side of her hand. Must have hit the radialis indicus artery. Blood had already sprung to the surface of the cut as he examined it, and the liquid ran in rivulets down her hand. He pressed the cloth back to the wound and glanced up to take stock of Claire's other symptoms. Her face had grown pale. Was that traumatic shock from the wound? Or had she lost enough blood to be experiencing hypovolemic shock? "Let's sit you down on the floor here." Keeping the pressure steady with one hand, he slipped the other behind her back and eased her down. "Malcolm, can you bring me a blanket, lad?" The boy was by his side within seconds, a quilt in hand. "Excellent. Slip it under Miss Sullivan's head for now." Should he ask for another to cover her? She wasn't shivering, and no bluish tint showed around her lips. Breathing seemed fairly steady. He pressed 2 fingers to her neck. Pulse wasn't quite as strong as he'd like, but not racing. Still, her skin was a bit clammy. "Do you have one more?" As he waited, Brian's gaze slipped up to Claire's face. She watched him, pain pinching her lips, but her eyes locked in his. Was that trust he saw there? He brushed the hair from her forehead. "You'll feel better soon." "I know," she whispered. Heat flooded his chest. When had he started to care so much about this woman? "Here, Doc." Malcolm knelt on Claire's other side with another quilt. "Help me spread it over her." The boy obeyed eagerly, although it took several tries before he had the blanket covering both her legs and abdomen at the same time. Brian settled the cover at her chin and couldn't help brushing a thumb over her cheeks. So soft, cool, with no clamminess. Her eyes never wavered from his face, and he forced himself to give her a smile. "Let's see if the bleeding stopped." Grasping her hand in both of his, he eased the cloth away. Only a few drops of blood pooled at the surface of the cut, almost ready to stitch. After finding a single spot on the cloth that wasn't blood-soaked, he reapplied the pressure and reached for his bag. There was no way he'd stitched the wound without giving her something for the pain, although he had a feeling she would object. "I need you to take a sip of this. Can you hold it while I raise your head?" Weariness took over her eyes as he held up the brown-tinted glass bottle. "Please." She nibbled her lip, but finally wiggled her good hand out from under the blanket and reached up for the laudanum. Blood covered the fingers, lay embedded under her nails, and ran in dry streaks over her palm and down her arm. One good sip. Too bad he couldn't measure it out, but he just didn't have enough hands. An approximate dose would be all right. He slipped his hand into her silky hair to raise her head. The delicate muscles in her neck rippled as she drank. She sank back against the folded quilt, releasing a long breath as she relaxed. "Can you keep the pressure on your hand while I ready the sutures?" He watched her for any sign of hesitation, but she merely slipped her hand under his and pressed the cloth. His skin tingled where her fingers touched his. What was wrong with him? He'd never had a physical reaction to a patient before. Not good. Of course, he'd never had a patient as striking as Claire Sullivan either. By the time he had his tools laid out and the silk sutures threaded through the needle, Claire's eyes were drifting shut. "I'll take it now." He pried her fingers from the bloody flour sack and eased the cloth away from the wound. Bleeding had stopped. "Thank you, Lord. You'll feel a sting, but try to relax." "All right." Her delicate eyelids had closed, and the words came out as a relaxed whisper. It must have been hours since she'd last eaten for such a small amount of laudanum to have this much effect. Or maybe she was especially sensitive to the drug. He cleaned the wound and stitched as quickly as he could. The sooner this was over, the better. When he had a bandage securely in place, he sat back on his heels and started packing the tools. "That should take care of it. Malcolm, where's your mum?" "Taking a nap with Sid." The boy kneeled at Miss Sullivan's feet, watching the scene with wide eyes. "I guess we better wake her. I need to get Miss Sullivan home." Claire grabbed his arm with her good hand. "No, she needs to rest. I'll finish the stew and go home when I'm done." He couldn't resist brushing the hair back from her cheek. "Relax. You're in worse shape than Mrs. O'Leary at the moment. Let someone care for you this once." A strange look flickered across her face. Was it his imagination, or did she lean into his hand where it cupped her cheek? The moment stretched as he watched her watch him, their eyes locked. "Miss Sullivan, what's happened, lass?" Mrs. O'Leary's words broke through their connection, and Claire's hand slipped from his arm. Brian leaned back, removing his hand from Claire's cheek. The loss of her warmth left his skin tingling. "Just had a little accident. I'm sorry about this mess. I'll clean it up in a minute." Claire struggled to sit up, and Brian eased an arm behind her shoulders to help. "Easy there." He gripped her shoulder with a staying hand once she sat straight. "That's far enough." She'd lost some color in her face with the activity. Given a few minutes, she might regain it. Regardless, no way was he letting her stand up and try to walk out of here on her own. Brian's eyes wandered the room as his thoughts drifted through the possibilities. He could get a wagon from the livery. That might be his only real option. His gaze focused on Claire's face. "If we move you to a chair, will you stay there until I return?" Her pretty forehead puckered. "Brian, I'll be fine. You don't need to fuss." He gave her his best doctor-in-charge look. "I know you'll be fine if you're sitting in the chair. You lost a lot of blood. It's going to take your body a few days to spring back." "Just help me up, and you'll see." Brian fought to keep a smile from showing as he helped her rise to her feet. Yes, they'd see. Claire's face had lost all color by the time she stood upright, and she swayed under his grip on her elbows. He shifted his left arm so it wrapped around her back. If he hadn't been there, she'd have landed flat on the floor again. "Help me to a chair," she spoke through clenched teeth. Was she angry because he was right, or struggling that much not to lose consciousness? She was too pitiful for him to gloat.
Easy there.
She leaned into him as he helped her to a seat at the table in the corner. Mrs. O'Leary shuffled behind them, starting to clean up the mess on the floor.
I'll help you in a moment, Colleen,
he called over his shoulder. Nonsense. She needs you more. I've had a good rest and need something to do. And he could only handle one damsel in distress at a time. Brian eased Claire into the chair, watching her expression. She seemed to be holding her breath through the effort, then released it in a long, slow leak as she relaxed. He gathered one of the quilts and tucked it over her lap.
Will you stay here while I go get a wagon? Not try to move?
He searched her eyes for the truth. She met his gaze, fatigue radiating from those striking eyes. His chest ached to take away the weariness. Yes, she murmured. Go. She was too beautiful. His hands craved the feel of her cheek again. He balled his fists to keep them at his side.
I'll be back soon.
As soon as he could possibly make it. The errand turned out to be quicker than he'd expected. He caught sight of Robert Schmitz passing with a delivery from the mercantile, and the man didn't hesitate when Brian asked for a ride for his patient. Sure thing, Doc. Robert reined the team to a stop in front of the O'Leary's shanty, and Brian strode back up the step to gather Claire. He dropped to one knee in front of her as he peered into her face. She had better color now.
I found you a ride. Can you walk out to the wagon, if I help you?
Of course. She turned those bewitching eyes on him, and even in her weakened state, they made his heart seize. He gripped her elbow as she struggled to her feet. Colleen O'Leary approached with his doctor's bag, and Claire handed the quilt back to her with a weak smile. Thank you. I'm sorry for the mess. Pshaw. The woman waved the apology aside. You're a blessing, Les. The wagon seat was wide, and as he assisted Claire up into it, she scooted to the middle so he could sit as well. He'd been planning to walk, but when he settled onto the bench beside her, Claire inched closer to him. She did know him better than Robert. Still, Brian was achingly aware of her closeness. Claire's elbow brushed his arm, and Brian glanced at her face. Colorless. Was that a tinge of blue around her lips? She looked like she might fall over any second. He reached his left arm behind her for extra support, and she leaned against him. She fit perfectly there, her head nestled against his shoulder. She let out a long breath. Good. As long as she relaxed, her body could heal itself. If only he could get his own racing heartbeat to slow. What was he going to do about his reaction to this woman? Chapter 13. Brian tapped on the door of Mrs. Malmgren's cottage the next morning and waited as a shuffling sounded across the wooden floor inside. The door opened to reveal Mrs. Malmgren. Her milky eyes appeared to stare in the distance, but she held her chin up, senses alert to identify him.
Hello, ma'am. It's me, Doc Brian.
He spoke quickly, so she wouldn't have to ask. A smile spread over her face before he finished the ma'am. Well, my goodness, Doctor. Come in, come in. We just put more loaves in the oven and was sitting down for coffee. Brian peered inside as the woman shuffled toward the table. Claire stood at the wash sink in the kitchen, one hand deep in a basin of water. What was she doing up and working this morning? He'd told her to rest today. No working for Pearl, no wandering about town helping neighbors. He was 3 strides into the room before he stopped himself.
Calm down, man. You're overeager.
Good morning. The soft voice from the sink focused his attention on the woman. It was hard to tell from the dim light whether her color was better or not, but a soft smile lit her features.
Morning.
She was beautiful. The white apron strings gathered into a bow at her waist, the loops almost longer than her slender figure. Something was different with her hair today. She'd pinned it up, not tied it back in a loose ribbon like yesterday. As much as he loved that hair, this look accentuated the length and curve of her neck. Stunning, to put it mildly. A noise to his right pulled Brian's attention. Mrs. Malmgren settled into a chair at the table, the wooden legs scraping the floor. She leaned back, a smile quirking her mouth. "I guess you came to check on our Clara Lee." Brian darted a glance at Claire as he cleared his throat. "Yes, ma'am." "I don't guess we're used to so much personal service around here," the older woman's voice teased. Brian tried to ignore it, but the heat crept up his neck anyway. Claire turned from the sink, wiping the fingers of her good hand on her apron. "I'm much better now. Thanks for checking, though. Would you like coffee?" "Yes, I suppose so. Thanks." Brian glanced from Claire to her grandmother. What did he do now? More than anything, he'd needed to rest his eyes on the woman and know she was recovering from the loss of blood. Maybe if he played along with the coffee, she'd give him the chance to... To what? Examine her hand? Talk? Claire approached the stove and held her hand about 6 inches over the top surface. Only the side of her face was visible from where he stood, but the frown was clear. She bent and reached for a log from the stack beside the cook stove. With a rag over the handle, she stepped back as far as she possibly could while still gripping the knob. Nudging the handle up, she released the door to the firebox and swung it wide. Her head turned to the side, eyes squinted shut, as she threw the log into the fire and slammed the iron door shut. Brian strode to her side and rested a hand on her shoulder. "Are you hurt? Smoke in your eyes." She exhaled a long breath, then opened her eyes and straightened. "I'm fine." But she wasn't. Her face had gone pale as newly fallen snow. "Are you lightheaded? Come sit in a chair." He gripped her elbow to assist, but she jerked it back. "I'm all right, really. I just don't like fire." She spun away and marched to the work counter. He stared at her back. Didn't like fire. He didn't like radishes, but he didn't go ashen when he had to look at them. He eyed the stove. "Do you want me to add another piece of wood?" "If you'd like." But there was a hint of relief in her voice. He loaded 2 logs into the firebox, then closed the door and locked the handle in place. After moving the coffee pot to the front of the stove, he turned back to watch Claire again. She picked up a used plate from in front of Mrs. Malmgren and carried it to the wash bucket in the sink. Her steps seemed sturdier, her color much improved. Mrs. Malmgren seemed to know he was watching her. "Why don't you 2 young'uns take your coffee to the porch? It's such a pretty day, and the light's better out there so you can see to put more salve on Clara Lee's hand." Claire twisted to look at her. "Do you want to come out with us, Graham? We can bring another chair." "No, honey. I think I might walk next door and see how Mrs. Walker is getting on." Was the older woman doing some matchmaking? Interesting. Claire gathered the coffee pot from the stove and filled 2 mugs. She handed him one. His work kept him too busy to think about courting anyway. Sure, Alex had done it, but there was more Brian still wanted to do to help the miners. So many lives left to save. Paying court to a woman would just distract his focus. In fact, he should be out at the mines already. Just a few more minutes here, then he'd head to the original. "You comin'?" Claire stood in the open doorway, her face shadowed as the morning light framed her silhouette. "Yes." A few minutes to redress her bandage wouldn't hurt anything. Mrs. Malmgren followed him out, using her cane to feel for the steps, then gripping the rail to assist her down. I'll be back after a good visit, unless she's not home," she called over her shoulder. "Clara Lee, don't forget about the bread in the oven. I'll get it, Graham. Enjoy yourself." Brian studied the twin furrows between Claire's brows, then followed her gaze to her grandmother.
She gets around well.
It was several moments before Claire answered. "There are just so many ways she can get hurt." A memory flashed through his mind. Her grandmother had been burned that first time he'd met her. Hadn't it been from a fire at that very cook stove? He hesitated. Should he press the issue? Finally, he asked the question.
"You're worried she'll burn herself again?"
Her shoulders tensed. "That and everything else." Something about fire seemed to hit a nerve with her. Best to leave that topic alone. But should he address the everything else? Remind her she had to allow her grandmother a modicum of independence. Claire released a sigh. No, I need to let her have a little freedom." She turned those piercing brown eyes on him. "I'm trying." Brian swallowed. How had she read his mind so completely? He motioned to the rocking chairs.
"Do you want to sit?"
He waited for her to settle into the nearest, coffee mug curled in her good right hand. Then he settled in the other chair and sipped his own coffee.
"This is good."
A smile touched her lips. "I keep wishing we had milk to make it even better."
"I see you like the finer things in life."
He couldn't resist the goading, although the last thing he wanted to do was awaken her snippy side. A half chuckle drifted from her, light and airy, easing Brian's muscles even as he strained to hear more. "We have a milk cow back home, and she's a great milker. Seems like we're always trying to use up the milk before it spoils." He allowed his own grin to leak out.
"Practical, then."
An easy quiet settled over them as they sipped coffee. He should get on with refreshing her bandage, but in a minute. "I plan to make an extra pie this morning and take it to visit your sister between the lunch and dinner crowds." He raised a brow at her.
"She'd love that. You don't have to take food to be welcome, though."
Pink seeped into her cheeks. "I know, but she probably doesn't get much time to bake, working at the clinic and all." Brian snapped his fingers.
"Actually, she's home today. Her brother and sister-in-law have come down from their ranch in the mountains, so she's home visiting."
He lowered his brows to a wry grin.
"Miriam and Leah are thick as thieves."
Something flashed through Claire's eyes. Longing? It disappeared before he could be sure. "I won't bother them today, then." He leaned forward in the chair.
"No, this is the perfect time. If you feel up to it, I mean."
What was he doing telling her to make house calls when she should be in bed resting?
"I mean, you'd like Leah. She and Gideon are the reason I'm here in Butte. They outfitted the clinic and sent a letter to the president of my school inquiring whether a doctor from my graduating class would be interested in coming to Butte."
He eased back in his chair.
"I guess they figured a younger man would be more willing to come this far away from the civilized East."
Claire tilted her head as she studied him. "Sounds like a smart woman. I'd like to meet this lady." He nodded, keeping his focus on the mountains in the distance.
"Gideon told me last night they've sent for a minister, too. The little church has been empty for a year and a half now."
"Really?" A decided interest crept into her voice. "Did I tell you my brother Marcus is studying to be a minister?" He glanced over. The pride that filled her voice shone in her face.
"Good for him. Does he know what church he'll be going to?"
Melancholy took over her features as her pretty brows gathered. "He just graduated, I think. The ceremony was to take place while I journeyed here." Brian wanted to reach up and stroke away the sadness.
I'm sorry.
She blinked, her full lips pinching. He struggled for something else to say, something to ease the ache so obvious. Claire broke the quiet as she held out her injured hand. Would you like to check it now? Yes, doctoring he could do. Brian placed his empty mug on the floor beside his chair, then pulled the supplies he'd need from his bag.
Let's have a look.
Claire studied Brian from the corner of her eye as he examined the stitches on the side of her palm. He was so much more handsome than she'd thought that first day. His strong jaw, those piercing green eyes, every one of his masculine features crafted the most attractive man she'd ever met. But that was crazy thinking. Her future wasn't here, but his was. She'd come to this territory to help Graham, and soon Graham would be married, and there'd be nothing left for Claire to do, except pay off Graham's bills at the dry goods store, then go back home. But what then? Help Paul with his medical practice? Plan another benefit for the Charlotte Ladies' Aid Society? It all seemed so dull, so routine compared to every moment in these beautiful Montana mountains. Compared to this moment, with this man. She swallowed to bring moisture back in her throat. Brian glanced up and gave her an off-kilter smile. He reached for a clean bandage and the salve. Had he read her thoughts? Lord, no. Heat flooded her face.
Did I tell you we have a new dentist in town?
His baritone drawled like one of the old men playing checkers back home. Claire blinked, trying to catch up with a topic so very different than her thoughts. A dentist?
Mm-hmm.
He caught his tongue between his teeth as he tied off the bandage. Will that be bad for your business? You know, competition? He looked up with an earnestness that clenched her chest.
Not at all. We have more work than Alex and I can handle, unfortunately. And dental work is a specialty.
He cocked his head.
I just hope the man knows what he's doing.
A rich, yeasty scent drifted on the breeze, tugging at Claire's senses. My bread! She jumped to her feet and lunged toward the door. The top surface of the loaves was a darker brown than she would have liked, but not officially burnt. She loosened the bread from the sides of the pans and emptied them onto the counter, then refilled the metal tins with the dough for the last 4 loaves. After she slid them into the oven, she turned and offered Brian a smile. Sorry about that. Would you like a slice of warm bread? I think we may have a smidgen of blackberry jam left. His eyes lit like Marcus's had as a boy opening birthday gifts.
Sure.
Claire turned away to hide her grin at his reaction. She pulled a knife from the jar where Graham kept them and positioned it over the bread.
Wait.
The command made her jump, and Brian was by her side in less than a second. One of his hands cupped her shoulder while the other tried to extract the knife from her grip.
I'll do it.
Part of her wanted to sink her elbow in his side, but the rest of her couldn't help but smile as a warm, fuzzy feeling crept into her chest. He was trying to protect her. I can do it, you know. It wouldn't be fun to give in too easily.
Humor me this once.
He was so close, one arm practically around her shoulders and the other hand covering hers on the knife handle. She chanced a sideways glance at his face and froze. Her breath stopped as her gaze locked with his, falling into the depth of those eyes. Normally more green, they darkened to almost the richness of coffee. His breath caressed her face. At least he could breathe. His hand slid from her shoulder down to her waist. She turned into him, resting her hands on his chest, as he lowered his mouth to hers. Sweet mercy. She was lost the moment he connected. Who would have thought a kiss could consume every part of her so completely? Chapter 14. Sweet maple sugar. Brian savored the richness of her, running his hands up her arms, into her hair. She poured passion into her kiss the same way she did every other part of life, so much better than he'd dreamed. She released a little moan, and it surged through him. He had to get control, or he was going to lose himself completely. With every ounce of his strength, he tore himself away, at least a few inches, as his forehead dropped to rest on hers. She seemed to struggle for air as much as he. He slid his palms down to cup her face. "You're beautiful." His chest ached just watching her. His body held strong to the memory of that kiss, too strong to apologize for it just yet. "Brian." His name came from her in a breathy whisper. Good or bad, it was more than he could stand. He went back for another kiss, this one slow and lingering. When he finally pulled away, he held her close, one hand at the small of her back, the other cupping her cheek. Her face was still upturned to him. As her eyelids fluttered open, they held a dreamy, unfocused look. Her parted lips were plump from the rush of blood. Tempting, so tempting. His gaze wandered back up to her eyes, starting to sharpen now. "I should probably apologize." One of those beautiful eyebrows lifted. "You should?" His mouth pulled in a grin. "I'd rather not." Her chest rose and fell in what might have been a mind-clearing breath. Then she stepped back. I'll get the jam if you want to slice the bread." He had to blink. Bread? Right. Brian sawed 3 slices from the loaf. He needed to say something to ease the awareness sparking between them. "At least I didn't let you hurt yourself with a knife." She had no visible reaction to his words, just reached down to pull 2 plates and a spoon from a lower shelf. With deliberation, she straightened and turned to face him squarely. Her lips pursed, but a twinkle flashed in her eye. "Your methods, sir, are suspect." Brian didn't even try to hold back his grin. He was going to like getting to know this woman. "Here you go, gentlemen. You won't find a better beefsteak anywhere in the territory." Claire passed out each of the 4 plates from the tray propped in her left hand. "Nor a prettier server." Claire raised her brow at the man to hide the heat crawling up her neck. "Now, Mr. Lincoln." The town's wiry postmaster raised a hand in defense, ducking behind it. "No offense intended, Miss Sullivan. Just stating facts." Mr. Houseworth elbowed the man in the ribs. "Hush, Frank. Let the woman serve the food." Claire chuckled as she scanned the table. "Just call if there's anything else you need." Mr. Lincoln nodded through a mouthful of steak and potatoes, and one of the men across from him raised a thumb in the "all's well" sign as he stuffed a biscuit between his jaws. The bell at the door jingled, and Claire turned with her empty tray to greet the newcomer. She'd not seen the man before, so she gave him a pleasant smile, and her official greeting. "Welcome to Aunt Pearl's Cafe, sir. Take a seat wherever you'd like." The man removed his hat with a nod. "Thank you." Claire ducked behind the curtain into the kitchen and set her tray on the counter beside the stove. "Do we have more coffee ready?" "You can take these 2. Aunt Pearl stepped away from the stove to allow access to the pitchers. "You need the tray refilled too?" "Just 1 plate for now. A new man I haven't seen before." Claire grasped the handles of the 2 coffee pots by the towels tied around them and backed away. "A minor?" Looked like a businessman. Don't have time to introduce myself. Pearl poured gravy over the plate of beefsteak in her hand. Lily and Dahlia were both feeling poorly today, so Aunt Pearl had told them not to come back after the lunch meal. Lily's quick efficiency was sorely missed tonight, though, and keeping up with the patrons really did take 3 sets of hands. How had Pearl and Lily managed for so long with only the 2 of them? Let me pour coffee, and I'll come back for his plate. As she filled the stranger's coffee cup, Claire tried not to stare at the man's curled handlebar mustache. Supper tonight is beefsteak and mashed potatoes with gravy and a biscuit. Aunt Pearl makes the best beefsteak in the territory. She's filling your plate, so I'll have it out shortly. Thank you, Miss... He waited for her to fill in her name. Sullivan, sir. She bobbed a curtsy. The man nodded. Miss Sullivan, I'm Dr. J.W. Beale. I'll be opening a dental clinic here in town. Claire stepped back as excitement surged. I heard there was a new dentist in town. That's excellent. She barely bit her tongue before she asked if he was any good. Truly, she needed to focus on thinking before she spoke. Humor touched the man's eyes. I'm glad you think so. I hope the other townspeople feel the same. Claire backed away from the table. I'll be back with your plate shortly. She stopped to refill coffee mugs at 2 tables before returning to the kitchen. The bell jingled, and she looked up. Brian. Her chest thumped as butterflies flitted in her stomach. His gaze found hers, and a grin spread across his face. He turned his steps toward her, and Claire could do nothing but stand in the middle of the aisle and watch him approach. He was so handsome. For a moment it looked like he might step close and kiss her. Her heart beat faster. But he stopped a couple feet away, his gaze hovering on her face. Good evening. Good evening. She couldn't have said how long they stood there, staring at each other. Howdy, Doc. The greeting forced its way through the fuzz in Claire's mind. Brian glanced behind her. Hello, Simon. How's the hotel doing? Just fine. Had to get out of there for some quiet, though. A smile touched Brian's face, and he turned back to her. Do you have an extra plate left? The words jolted Claire. Of course. Have a seat. The poor man had come to eat, and she'd kept him standing in the aisle. There's a table in the corner, or... She stepped closer and dropped her voice to a whisper. Our new dentist is sitting right there. She nodded toward the man sipping coffee. Brian raised both brows at her. Guess I should introduce myself. As he turned toward the man, Brian cupped her elbow, brushing his thumb across her upper arm for a quick moment. It was a simple gesture, but the contact sent a skitter of bumps up her shoulder. Scurrying back to the kitchen, she gathered 2 plates and a clean mug on her tray. When she re-entered the dining room, Brian sat across from Mr. Beale. The 2 chatted easily as she approached. I've been at Alder Gulch for the last 10 years or so, the dentist was saying. I've missed a larger town, though. The way they say Butte's growing, I imagine it'll be quite a city in a few more years. Brian glanced up with a soft smile as Claire filled his mug. Harris, the superintendent of the Anaconda, came by way of Alder, and Lockton from the original. Is the gold still flowing there the way it did in the 60s? As the dentist responded, Claire slipped away. She didn't often see this side of Brian, the part of him who was comfortable debating with any businessman, who not only knew the names of the most influential men in town, but knew the men personally, knew their stories. With Brian so near, it was hard to keep her focus on work, but the demands of the coming and going patrons soon had her scurrying. Both Brian and Mr. Beale had finished eating when she made it back to their table to refill coffee mugs. Are you ready for dessert? Mr. Beale leaned his tall frame back in the chair. None for me tonight. The food was as good as you said, though. "Thank you, sir." She smiled politely and turned to Brian. His gaze dripped with remorse.
I'd better not. Need to stop by Alex's before it gets too late.
Another time, then. Or maybe she could wrap a piece for him to take, surprise him with it. After thanking them both, she scurried back to the kitchen and prepared a generous slice of the pecan pie.
"I can do that for you."
Aunt Pearl turned from the sink where she was elbow-deep in wash water. "I've got it. Doc Brian doesn't have time to stay for dessert, so I'm sending a piece with him." She glanced up to make sure Aunt Pearl was fine with the idea. The woman bobbed her head.
"Good."
When Claire pushed through the curtained doorway, her eyes landed on the table where the doctors sat. Empty. She scanned the room. Brian wasn't there. The front door was just closing, however, and she sprang forward. Maybe she could catch him on the porch. As she charged through the door, the two men on the porch stopped conversing and turned to her. Oops. She hadn't meant to be quite so eager. "Sorry, I was trying to catch Doc Brian." Dr. Beale tipped his hat.
"I'll take my leave, then. And thanks for the information, Dr. Donahue."
They both watched the dentist descend the stairs and stride down the quiet street.
"Seems like a decent fellow."
Brian's deep baritone merged with the sounds of the crickets. "I'm glad." She held out the bundle in her hands. "I wrapped a slice of pie for you to take. It's pecan." One of his long steps brought him closer, a few feet separating them.
"Thanks."
A smile laced his voice, but shadows hid his face.
"I was pretty disappointed I wouldn't get a piece."
As he took the package, his fingers brushed the side of her hand, shooting warmth up to her elbow.
"Claire."
The uncertainty in his voice grabbed her attention. She searched out his gaze, but the darkness made him impossible to read. "Yes?"
"Would you like to go for a ride with me on Sunday? We could take a wagon and see some of the prettier views in the mountains, or—"
His brows furrowed.
"Do you know how to ride horseback?"
Claire's heart sped, and her head seemed to lose half its weight. "I love to ride, and—" She stopped to inhale a deep breath. "Cool it, Sullivan. I would enjoy seeing the mountains." Her mind ran through the coming Lord's Day. "I have to serve lunch, but the cafe's closed for dinner, so I could leave right after." A flash of his white teeth showed in the darkness.
"Good."
He stood quietly for a moment. What was he thinking? Did he remember their kiss? The memory still lingered in all of her senses. Did he want to repeat it? The sound of male voices drifted on the breeze. They came from the direction of Main Street and grew louder. Claire's shoulders sagged. No privacy now. Brian stepped back as the men meandered into sight.
"I'd better go."
Claire tried to force a smile, even though he probably couldn't see it. "All right." As Brian strode down the stairs, he passed the newcomers on the street. His polite "gentleman" drifted through the night air, and she couldn't help but cling to the sound as she watched him walk away. Sunday was just 2 days away. It couldn't come soon enough. Chapter 15. Brian rubbed his damp palms against the sides of his jacket. Even in Montana, men shouldn't be expected to wear a suit and tie in the middle of July. He clenched his fist to keep from tugging at the knotted string around his neck. What would the men think of his proposal? These 3 mine owners held the fate of 3/4 of the miners in the grip of their whim. Would they hear him out? It had been a near act of God to get the 3 of them to meet with him, together. But maybe that hadn't been wise. Peer pressure could work against him just as easily as for him. Should he talk about the cost of the masks right away, or wait until they asked? Forthrightness had always been his policy. showed men you weren't hiding things. The door opened and an older woman wearing an apron stepped out. "The gentleman will see you now, Doctor." He picked up the breathing mask and pushed to his feet. "Thank you, Miss Percy." The woman's smile shone across her ebony face as he passed by her through the doorway. "You keep your chin up, Doc Bryan. You's doing a good thing." The whispered words sent a warmth through his chest. Miss Genevieve Percy was one of the most big-hearted women he'd ever met. Martin Daly better know what kind of gem he had in her. Bryan strode across the large parlor to greet the men seated around a long, low table. They stood to shake hands with him. One would never know by watching the group they were fierce competitors. When they'd settled back in the seats, Martin held up a brandy glass. "What'd you drink, Doctor?" Bryan scanned the various bottles and decanters on the tray beside the man. He had to take something. There, a silver coffee urn. "Coffee, thanks." While Martin poured, the other men turned their full attention to Bryan. Best get started. "I appreciate the three of you meeting with me." William Clark nodded. "You said it was important to the health of our workers." He spread one hand wide. "So, naturally, we're interested." Clark was too much of a politician to make everything he said believable, but that might be a card Bryan could use. The man would want to keep up the appearance of goodwill toward his men. Bryan leaned forward and rested his elbows on his knees, his eyes roaming to hold each man's gaze as he spoke. "The men working in the mines have been suffering from an increasing amount of lung conditions, usually showing as congestion that worsens over time, then develops into fever and frailty a few weeks before they die. So far, this has been the cause of death for at least 30 men over the past year." He paused for breath and let that sink in. "I'm currently treating hundreds more for the same symptoms, all suffering in various stages of the disease." Daly rested his drink on his knee, the lines deepening across his broad forehead. "What do you think is causing the illness?" "I think it's something they're breathing in the mines. It may simply be lack of quality air, or might be a component in the dust that coats everything down there." "Are you seeing it more in any particular trade?" "The blasters, perhaps?" Martin sounded as if he really cared. "No." Bryan thought through the jobs of the men who were especially sick. "It's not constrained to the men working with explosives. I've seen it across all trades, I think." Augustus Heinz crossed his arms over his chest. He had a reputation as the more tight-fisted of the group. "So what is it you think we can do about that?" Bryan inhaled a fortifying breath, then picked up the mask from beside his feet. "I've been corresponding with some physician friends back east who create medical tools. They've made a breathing mask to filter the air the men take in." He showed them how the filter worked and where the spent air released. "I've had 3 miners try them for the last several weeks." He leveled his gaze on Martin. "Their lung capacity is already better, their congestion lessened. I'm hopeful if they keep wearing the masks, the damage done to their lungs can be reversed." Clark spoke up, his overgrown brows raised. "You really think that's possible?" Bryan met his stare. "At the least, we can stop further harm. We can save lives. Your men can work harder and faster when they don't have to stop and catch their breath all day." If only he could tell them the true conditions of some of the sickest men, how they could barely stand, much less work. Yet they still showed up at the mines day after day. But would they be upset to hear some of the men weren't pulling their weight on the job? And there was no way he could tell the stories without making it a personal attack on these mine owners sitting before him. How could they possibly let men work in that condition?
And I suppose you want us to pay for masks for everyone? Heinz crossed one leg over the other and slouched in his chair, with his arms still braced over his chest. It was clear he had already made a decision. My friends are willing to send them for barely above the cost of supplies and shipping. They're physicians by training, and they want to see the miners helped. It will take some time to manufacture enough for all the men, but... Are there any other options besides the breathing masks? Daly again. His interest had to be a good sign. Anything that would get the men out of the contaminated air. Brian shrugged. Breaks through the day where the workers could come to the surface would be best, but it'd be too hard for them to ride the elevators so many times. Wouldn't get any work out of them, Heinz muttered under his breath. Brian did his best to ignore him and focus on Martin and Clark. It might help if they had shorter workdays, where the men could spend time in the sun. I'm not sure yet if lack of sunlight is a contributing factor. Clark's lips pinched and his brows furrowed. Shorter workdays didn't seem to be an idea he liked. Best get back to the more plausible option. I can order another crate of masks to let more men test them, but I think we should act soon. The men grow worse every day. Martin sat up, seeming to come awake from his thoughts. He glanced at the other two men. Well, gentlemen, I'm sure you'll join me in thanking the doctor for his most enlightening conversation. Brian sank back into his chair. 10 minutes. Less than a quarter hour to plead his case. Would it make any difference? As Brian left the Daly house, the conversation replayed itself in his mind. Had he said enough? Said too much? Maybe he should have told individual stories of some of the men. Tad Langley, who went crazy from grief after his older brother died of the lung disease. That was a cautionary tale if there ever was one. Tad had focused his grief on Alex's inability to save Tad's brother's life. He'd kidnapped Alex and Miriam to make them suffer a slow, torturous death like his brother had. It was only by the grace of God and Tad's own weakened state that Alex and Miriam had escaped. How many more people would suffer such grief as they lost loved ones to the mine's angel of death? A wagon passed near Brian, and he stepped to the side. He glanced around to get his bearings. Otto Street. Claire's grandmother's house stood just 2 doors further. Why had he come this way? The clinic was 2 streets over on Elm. Brian glanced at the sun. Mid-afternoon. Claire might be between shifts at the cafe. Would she be home or out on one of her missions of mercy? Did he really want to stop by? Yes. But what excuse did he have for a visit? The door of her house opened, and the focus of his thoughts stepped out onto the porch with a broom. As she turned, her eyes swept the street and landed on him. He was close enough to see them widen, then light as a smile spread across her face. His feet pushed forward, carrying him to the bottom of the steps. "What are you doing here?" Her smile turned to curious pleasure. He raised his brows. "I'm not allowed to visit patients." The pink in her cheeks was the perfect highlight to her dark eyes. "Of course, I mean..." So cute when she was flustered. Finally, she stepped back, motioning toward the door. "Would you like to come in? I just pulled cherry pies from the oven." Normally, that would have started his taste buds going, but his stomach still roiled from the intensity of the meeting. What he really wanted was this woman's company. "Thanks." He followed her into the house and glanced around. "Where's your grandmother?" And then he heard the soft rise and fall of snoring from the bedchamber. His eyes found Claire's, and she smiled with a nod. "Her afternoon nap." She motioned toward a chair. "Have a seat while I cut the pie." "Maybe hold off on the pie for now." Her gaze flew to his face, searching.
What's wrong? Now he was stuck, but a thread of relief eased the weight on his shoulders. It would be nice to have someone to talk to. But would she care about his concerns for the miners? Would she think he was trying too hard, not hard enough? Come sit down. She touched his arm, reining in his thoughts. A line creased her forehead. He sank into a chair at the table, and she settled into the one caddy corner from his. She leaned forward on her elbows, waiting. How did he start? Brian took in a deep breath. I had a meeting today with 3 of the largest mine owners. I proposed some changes. And? You should see the conditions the miners have to work in. The words poured out of him as he described the situations, all those faces he'd treated, the pain in their every breath. For once he had the chance to share his struggles, his fears for the men. He told of his hopes for the masks, his concern that greed would overcome the chance for this lasting help. She shook her head. You can't think they would refuse to buy a tool that could save the lives of their workers, especially with all that profit. Brian cringed. When she put it like that, I should have had you talk to the owners today. Claire leaned forward and gripped his arm. I'll do anything to help. His mouth found a small smile. Her passion flamed like fire in those dark chocolate eyes. Must be the hint of auburn still in her hair, left over from the Irish roots of her Sullivan name. I think they need a few days to think through what I told them. Daly seemed like he might be open to the idea, and he owns the largest mine. Claire sank back into her chair as she released a breath. I'm so glad you talked to them. I'm glad you're doing something. An ache formed in his chest. Seemed like he'd been doing something to help others since he was a boy, but it was never enough. A muffled clatter sounded behind him, and Brian turned as Mrs. Malmgren shuffled from the bedchamber. Doc Brian stopped by to visit Graham. Claire rose and stepped to the cook stove. I'll pour us all some coffee. Brian stood and stepped away from his chair. He'd seen the older woman take that seat at the table before. How are you today, ma'am? Tickled as a hoppy toad now that you're here, son. Claire Lee, have you cut him some pie? Brian spoke up before Claire could do her bidding. I'm afraid I need to be leaving. I've a few house calls to make before it gets too late. A knock rapped on the door. Silence spread over the 3 of them, and Claire tilted her head as if she were trying to calculate who it could be. Reckon who it is? Mrs. Malmgren said in a loud whisper. Should he answer the door? Hair on the back of Brian's neck stood on end as he glanced at the thin wooden divider. Slim protection for 2 women if anyone dangerous did try to come in. Claire had already stepped to open the door, and Brian was behind her before his senses kicked in. She opened it a crack and peered around the edge. Then with a jerk, she flung the door open and threw herself in the arms of the man on the porch. Chapter 16. Brian's chest seized. It took all his self-control not to reach out to pull Claire back. Marcus, what in the world are you doing here? Marcus. The name had such a familiar ring. Brian peered closer at the man's grinning face as he awkwardly patted Claire's back. Her brother? There was a definite resemblance between them. The same dark, piercing eyes, almost the same hair color, although the man's was a little darker brown. Claire stepped back, still clutching the man's arm. Come, meet everyone. Of course you remember Graham. Is that my Marcus? Mrs. Malmgren's voice quivered as she reached out a hand. Marcus stepped forward and clasped it. Graham, you're a sight for sore eyes. His voice had a relaxed drawl to it. He hugged the older woman, towering over her, but the grin on his face brimmed with affection. At last the man's eyes found Brian, searching, taking his measure. "Marcus, this is Dr. Brian Donahue. He's been helping Graham." Claire stood in the space between them, looking as if she didn't know which man to side with. Brian's chest tightened. This shouldn't be hard on her. Her brother had come. It was a happy day. He stepped forward and extended a hand. "It's good to meet you. Claire's talked a lot about you." Too late, he realized he should have said Miss Sullivan. Marcus's grip was firm, and he met Brian's gaze, raising one brow higher than the other. Then he shifted his focus to Claire. "I hope she hasn't told you any incriminating stories." "Not yet." Claire stepped closer and slipped her arm through her brother's. "So, what are you doing? Please tell me you didn't come all this way just to check on me." She rolled her eyes to Brian. "Marcus can give a whole new meaning to overprotective." "As if you don't need it." He gave a playful punch to his sister's arm. "But that's actually not the main reason I came." He stood a little straighter. "I've taken a church here in Butte." Claire sucked in a breath, then let out a little squeal. "You have? Oh, Marcus, that's wonderful." She threw her arms around his waist again. The grin on Marcus's face was a bit off-kilter as he patted her back and glanced at Brian. His gaze said he didn't quite know what to do when his sister embarrassed him like this. "Congratulations," Brian offered. So this was the new preacher Gideon had sent for? Claire sure seemed to be excited about that fact. What would this do to his chances with Claire? What if Marcus didn't approve of him? Would he try to come between them? How had this woman become so important to him? Marcus nodded and held his sister at arm's length. "So, tell me, how are the two of you doing?" His eyes roamed between her and their grandmother, then zeroed in on the older woman's still bandaged hand. "Is Claire not taking good care of you, Graham?" His tone was teasing, and Claire gave him a playful swat. "That happened before I got here, thank you very much." Her own bandage caught his glance, and he snatched her wrist, holding it up as his brows lowered. "And you too. What's going on around here?" His gaze roamed over Claire, then cut to Brian. Accusing? Claire pulled her wrist away and elbowed him with her good arm. "Just a little cut from cooking. Not half as bad as the scrapes you come home with." Marcus's expression softened as he watched his baby sister. Claire had a way with him, and it was cute to watch the two of them bicker. Brian had known they were close, just by the pride in Claire's voice when she talked about her big brother. But the sheer joy on her face now that he was here, his chest ached. If only he could be the one to put that expression there. At least she had her brother, and he knew all about being overshadowed by a brother. Seemed it was time for him to bow out. Brian edged toward the door. "I need to be leaving." Claire pulled away from her brother and took a tentative step toward Brian. "Are you sure? Don't you want to stay for pie?" Her eyes said she was sorry their conversation had been interrupted. Her eyes, windows to her soul, revealing the purity there. It made his chest pull even tighter. If only he could step forward, brush his fingers across her cheek. But not with her brother eyeing the two of them. He swallowed. "I need to get back to the clinic." And bury himself in work. She needed space and time with her brother. "All right." As Brian stepped outside and closed the door behind him, he couldn't shake the feeling his relationship with Claire had just changed. It was too good to be true. Claire fought the urge to grip Marcus's arm again. "Come and sit down while I cut us all some cherry pie." Marcus's face took on that silly grin she remembered from forever. "Cherry pie?" Warmth flooded her chest, Sit down, both of you. Graham peppered the boy with questions while they settled into chairs around the table. Marcus filled them in on his graduation from seminary and how Dad had heard through one of his contacts in Richmond that Butte was looking for a pastor. So here I am. Marcus leaned back and spread his hands, palms up. But how did you get here so soon? Claire slid loaded plates in front of them both and settled down across from her brother. You still had 3 weeks before graduation when I left to come here. He wrinkled his nose at her. I took a faster boat than you. It was too good to see him to get riled. So that's it? You're here for good? Where's all your stuff? She glanced at the door. He'd not come in carrying anything. I agreed to a trial period, 6 weeks of sermons, then we'll talk and make sure they like me. He gave a quick, rueful raise of his brows. They'll love you. Claire leaned forward on her elbows. Is your first sermon tomorrow? Next week, when I get settled. I'm to check in at the doctor's clinic to meet up with Gideon Bryant. I've heard of him. He's related to the doctor's wife. A flush of heat ran through Claire. The other doctor, Brian's younger brother. Marcus raised a brow at her, looking like he might ask more. Better change the subject. Are your things outside? My trunk and bag are at my new house. Marcus leaned back in his chair like a proud papa. They gave you a house with the deal? This was almost too much to take in. It's like Marcus had taken on a different life while she was away. Where? He nodded toward the door. 1 street over and a little farther north, close to the church. And you went there before coming to tell us you were in town? Claire propped her hands on her hips. Just dropped my stuff and asked the first stranger I saw where to find the 2 prettiest gals in town. He drank a swig of his coffee, then set the mug back on the table with a clunk. Course, when I got to that saloon he sent me to, I found a better way to ask directions. Eventually, someone told me how to find the 2 of you. That self-satisfied twinkle in his eyes was all too familiar. Marcus. All she could do was shake her head. Claire was pouring coffee for a table full of miners that evening when Marcus came in with Graham on his arm. That tall profile with the broad shoulders sent her heart into a leap of joy. It was better than the 4th of July to see him. You 2 come sit right here. She motioned at the special table in the corner where she usually put Graham. Marcus glanced at it, and his forehead creased. Mr. and Mrs. Bryant said they would come have supper with us, and maybe the doctor, too. Claire's stomach flipped. Brian was coming. Why don't we pull this other table next to it? She scooted the 2 together, so there were enough seats for 6. Once Marcus and Graham were settled, she poured coffee in their mugs. We're having goulash and cornbread tonight. Lily makes it better than Mama. Wait till you taste it. Your Mama's an excellent cook, Graham piped up, her mouth coming to rest in a pinch. Claire's gaze flicked to Marcus, and he met it with a smirk. I know, Graham. You taught her well. I think you'll like Lily's stew, too, though. The front door opened, and Miriam Donahue walked in, an infant swaddled in the crook of her arm. An elegant woman trailed her, brown hair coiffed under a fashionable hat that matched her dusky blue day gown. Behind them entered a tall, dark-haired man Claire hadn't met, followed by Doc Alex. Marcus rose as the group strolled toward them. Mr. and Mrs. Bryant, Dr. and Mrs. Donahue, so glad you could all join us. Miriam stepped forward. It's a pleasure, sir. Claire, I'm so glad you're here, too. I've been dying for you to meet Leah. And look at my niece, Emily. Have you seen such a precious angel? She paused for only a breath to beam at the sleeping face in her arms, then glanced up again. Leah, this is Mrs. Malmgren's granddaughter and Marcus's sister, Claire Sullivan. She's beautiful, isn't she? and just as sweet as she is pretty." The heat that flooded Claire's face made her duck and take a step back. "I'm not... I mean..." She forced herself to meet Leah's gaze. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Bryant." The group settled into seats, and Claire poured coffee for each. Where was Brian? His family and close friends were all here, so surely he would have made an effort to join them. Had a patient come in with an emergency? Did she dare ask? Maybe if she found the right opportunity. Claire escaped to the kitchen, while Marcus peppered the men with questions about the town. Barely a minute later, she was back out with a tray full of steaming soup bowls. Lily's goulash smells wonderful," Leah said as Claire positioned a bowl in front of her. "Thank you, Miss Sullivan. You're lucky, Mary. You have access to food that you don't have to cook any time you want." Miriam sank back in her chair, as far away from the soup as she could without making it obvious. Her face had paled and took on a greenish hue. Claire rested a hand on her shoulder and leaned close, as if admiring the babe in her lap. "Shall I bring you something different to eat?" she whispered. Miriam turned weak eyes on her. "No, thanks. I'm not quite myself tonight, but I'll be fine." Her glance shot to her husband at the end of the table. She needn't have worried he would notice, though, as he was deep in conversation with the others. Just like a man to miss what was happening under his nose. Claire eyed Miriam once more and saw Leah doing the same. "If you change your mind, let me know." Before she left to check on the other patrons, Claire swept one last glance around the table. Graham seemed to be doing fine with her food. Marcus leaned close to tell a story that had her grinning. The others all had full plates and mugs. She nibbled her lip. Was now a good time to ask? "Is there any chance you could join us, Miss Sullivan?" Doc Alex had noticed her lingering. "Oh, no, I was..." "Just ask." Claire squared her shoulders. "Should I bring another bowl of stew? I mean, will your brother be joining you?" The doctor's gaze shifted toward the front window. "He hadn't returned to the clinic when we left, so I imagine he's working somewhere. We left a note for him to come here, but you never know if he'll be back in time." "Oh." Disappointment surged over her like a bucket of cold water. At least she'd have time with Brian tomorrow on their ride. She spun to leave, but a hand on her arm turned her back. Miriam's pasty face held a weak smile. "If you get a chance to come by tomorrow, Claire, please do. Leah and I really want a chance to visit with you." Her chin bobbed downward. "And I want to show off this sweet one when she's awake." Claire glanced toward Leah. The woman's mouth tipped in a gracious smile. "Thank you. I'll come in the morning if I can." And just maybe she'd run into Brian while she was in that part of town. Chapter 17. Claire had every intention of rising early the next morning, but she'd tossed for hours before finally succumbing to sleep. She forced her groggy eyes open and pushed up in the bed. The smell of coffee told her Graham must already be outside. Marcus was coming for breakfast today, and he'd always been an early riser. She bet a day's wages he was sitting in the rocking chair beside Graham, sipping weak coffee and watching the sunrise. After slipping into a dress and tying her hair back with a ribbon, Claire opened the bedroom door. A male voice drifted from the porch. "Yep, Marcus." Claire poured her own cup and stepped outside. "Good morning, sunshine." Marcus beamed at her from the chair. She raised a brow at him. He always had been too chipper in the morning. Claire focused on her grandmother. "How are you today, Graham?" "Fine, darling. Count my blessings. It's eggs, cooked oats, and toast for breakfast. Sound all right?" She glanced between them. Marcus rubbed his lean stomach. "I'm ready." Over breakfast, Marcus described his new 2-bedroom home. It's plain compared to our house in North Carolina, but it suits me. He stuffed a spoonful of oats in his mouth and followed it with half a slice of bread. Sounds like a palace compared to what some of these people live in. She didn't mean the comment to sound as bitter as it came out. Marcus swallowed the bite that puffed his cheeks. So you've met some people in town. Can you introduce me? I'd like to start getting to know the folks. Sure. Marcus? Graham's voice quivered a little. I'd be happy to introduce you around too, and there's someone special I want you to meet. Has Claire told you my news? Claire's heart thudded faster. Marcus turned raised brows on her. No. Claire wrinkled her nose to return his jab. Maybe playfulness could make the news absorb more easily. Marcus was so protective. He'd never take kindly to a new man in Graham's life unless he approved of him first. Graham reached over to pat her grandson's arm. Marcus Timothy, I'll be getting married soon. Marcus surged to his feet, his chair tumbling backward in the process. What? Graham's face held a soft smile, not perturbed by his explosion. His name is Moses Calhoun, and you're gonna love him. He's such a good man. Turning flashing eyes on Claire, Marcus rested his fists on the table. His voice dropped a register. What in Solomon's name is going on here? Marcus, your language. Claire spoke the word as a warning. Marcus never added color to his words, and maybe she could use a scolding to distract him from his ire. He raised a finger at her. Don't split hairs with me. Why haven't you stopped this, Claire Lee Sullivan? Why hadn't she stopped this? Well, there was one thing she could stop here and now. Marcus had pitched his hissy fit. Time to bring him back to reality. Claire straightened her spine and squared her shoulders. I haven't stopped this, Marcus, because Graham is a full-grown woman, capable of making her own decisions. Mose is a good man, God-fearing from what I've seen. Ask any person in town. Folks around here have known him for years. And the long and short of it, he makes Graham happy. With those facts in his favor, I didn't see a need to put a stop to it. She leaned back and crossed her arms. Marcus eyed her, still leaning over the table. Then he glanced at Graham. I still don't like it. Graham reached forward to rest her hand on his. Moses should be back in town this week. I want you to meet him, get to know him. If you can see your way to it, I'd like you to marry us, Marcus. But if you don't feel comfortable with it, I understand. Marcus sucked in a quick breath. He didn't speak for several moments as he stared at her. I'll think about it. He slipped his hand over Graham's. I better get going now. Thanks for the breakfast. Then he nodded to Claire and strode toward the door. As it closed behind him, Graham's chest shook in a chuckle. What are you laughing at? Of all the emotions Graham could be feeling, laughter was the very last she expected. The lines around Graham's mouth formed a lively grin. Oh, I suppose that went better than I anticipated. Claire hoisted the stacked crates of bread onto one hip so she could unlock the cafe's back door. When she pushed it open, Aunt Pearl sat at the table inside, slicing ham. Hello, dearie. I told Lily to take a day off, so it's just you and me for the lunch crowd. Easing the crates onto the work counter, Claire turned and immersed her hands in the wash basin before she unpacked the loaves of bread. She did look pretty worn out last night. That's exciting about your brother coming to town, eh? A real preacher. And you didn't say a word. I had no idea. Claire pulled the bread knife from its hook on the wall and started slicing a loaf. It was as much a surprise for me. It's great that he was able to find a church right here in Graham's hometown. Pretty amazing how it all worked out. Looks like the Lord's hand at work to me. Claire inhaled a breath. Why hadn't that occurred to her? Yes, I suppose you're right. I'm sorry for not thinking of you first, Lord. Oh, I almost forgot. Doc Bryan stopped by and said he wouldn't be able to keep the meeting this afternoon. Said he was heading up into the mountains to birth a baby. A knife of disappointment sliced so deep into Claire's chest, she almost had to sit down under the weight of it. Did he say when he'd be back? Aunt Pearl shrugged. Didn't say. Could easily take all night, I reckon. There's no telling about these things. Claire swallowed. I don't suppose there is. She sat for several minutes, mindlessly slicing bread. Her whole body felt numb. But why should she let this bother her? She had to pull herself together. Bryan hadn't planned to cancel their outing. It was simply his work that pulled him away. And if there was anything she knew about, it was the demands placed on a doctor. But couldn't he have stopped at Graham's to tell her himself? Graham had kept her busy all morning making things for Marcus's new home, so she hadn't even been able to visit Miriam and Leah. She would have been home had he tried to find her. Stop it, Sullivan. Give the man the benefit of the doubt. Claire straightened her shoulders. Bryan would be back in the cafe tomorrow, and all would be well. Bryan didn't come into the cafe the next day, or the 2 days after that. By Thursday evening, Claire could barely keep a smile on her face as she served dinner to the regulars. How dare the man go so far as to kiss her, then just walk away? She should have known better, should have seen this coming. And why was she letting his absence bother her so? She knew better than to let any man get to her. The bell on the cafe door jingled, and her head jerked up. An infuriating reaction. The man who stepped into the dining room was familiar, but her heart still plummeted. Doc Alex. His features were close enough to Bryan's to know they were brothers, but Alex's face was a bit more refined, more playful, with a shock of straight dark hair that brushed across his forehead. Bryan's masculine features spoke of strength, his eyes a silent intensity, especially when they shone green against his auburn hair. Alex stopped in front of her, and Claire motioned toward an empty table. Welcome to Aunt Pearl's. Have a seat, and I'll start you off with coffee. He gripped the brim of his hat. Actually, I need to take food home with me. 3 plates, if you have them. Claire nodded. Certainly. Just 3? Alex's mouth formed a thin line. Yep. Gideon and Leah took the wee one back up on the mountain this morning, so Miri stuck with just Bryan and me. He raised a rueful brow. Not such great company. Might be why she's feeling poorly. His forehead formed twin creases. I hope it's nothing more. I thought dinner from the cafe would be a nice surprise. Claire tried to smile. I'm sure it will. Although, if Miriam's illness was from the cause she suspected, food may not help much. She wrapped up 3 plates for the doctor, forcing her mind not to dwell on the fact that Bryan would be eating with them. Why didn't he just come into the cafe? Should she ask Alex if he was all right? When she handed him the bundle of food, Alex smiled. Much obliged. Tell Miriam I'll be by to check on her tomorrow. I'm so sorry I haven't come sooner. Things have been busy helping Marcus settle in and keeping up with the baking for the cafe. She motioned toward the kitchen. She'll be thrilled whenever you get to come. Alex turned toward the door. This was her last chance. Doctor? He twisted back. Yes, ma'am? How to ask it? Is your brother, is Doc Bryan all right? He hasn't been into the cafe in a while, so I wondered. She let her voice drift away. What exactly did she wonder? If he was healthy? If he cared about her at all? Alex snapped his fingers. That's right. He told me earlier to tell you he has to make rounds on the mountains for the next couple days. He'll see you later this week." He held up the bundle of food. "He's been working long hours lately. Probably won't get in to eat this until long past bedtime, but I'll leave it for him anyway. Don't know why he does it exactly. There weren't any emergencies that I know of. He's just out making rounds. It's like he's determined to prove something." He shrugged, a sadness clouding his features. "I haven't figured out if he's trying to prove it to others or to himself." As she watched the man walk away, a cold weight settled in Claire's chest. Of course. She should have seen it from that very first day, when he was so exhausted he couldn't find the energy to be civil. He worked himself into the ground, but something drove him. Was it to help others? Certainly, but the shadow that so often cloaked his mood pointed to a deeper ache. But what? With everything in her, she wanted to help this man. How could she do it? Brian trudged down Elm Street, weariness weighting every one of his bones. Jackson at the livery had already retired for the night, so it had taken extra minutes to wipe down Cloud and settle him in his stall. The horse deserved it, though, after their long excursion into the mountains. As Brian passed the street that held the cafe, his eyes drew toward that building, just 3 doors down from the corner. Light shone through the windows, sending out a cheery radiance, inviting. Claire would be in there. Everything in him wanted to turn and approach the glow, find Claire, take her in his arms and make up for these last days he'd stayed away. He clenched his fists, forcing his feet to walk straight on Elm. Claire needed time with her brother. The way her face had lit, hanging on every word the man said. She obviously adored him. And why not? From just those first few minutes, it had been clear Marcus was charming and held a deep affection for his baby sister. He released a long breath. He was tired. Tired of working so hard for so little success. Tired of playing second fiddle to charming young men. Not just with Claire. All his life with Alex. As much as he loved his brother, couldn't he have just one person who liked Brian better? Without him having to work his soul away to earn it? Was that really too much to ask? Brian yanked open the door to the clinic, then slammed it shut behind him, stomping down the hallway to the private chamber he occupied alone. He tossed his doctor's bag on the ladder-back chair by the door. His eyes scanned the room. This room he'd lived in for 2 years now, first with Alex, and now very much alone. The same 4 walls, same wash basin with his shaving kit laid out, the chest of drawers beside it. 2 trunks now filled the gap where Alex's bed had stood, and that was it. The extent of his home. Sparse was a kind word for it. Drab, colorless, lonely. His mind drifted to Claire. She brought so much life and vibrancy everywhere she went. At the cafe, the customers adored her. In her grandmother's home, the place seemed to come alive with her presence. His eyes took in his meager surroundings again. What would she think of this place? Think him too boring to waste time with? Brian sank onto the bed and stretched out, boots, sweaty shirt, and all. He let his eyes drift closed, scrubbing a hand over his face. He didn't care anymore. Wouldn't care. He was too tired. Tired of working so hard. Tired of being judged and found lacking. Chapter 18. Claire pressed the rolling pin into the dough for the cinnamon rolls, even as her eyes wandered to the window. 6 days since she'd seen Brian. What was he doing? What was he thinking? What had she done to scare him off? Alex said he wasn't sick, just working too hard. What made him push himself so? She pressed harder on the rolling pin, then wrinkled her nose when the dough split. She tossed the wooden cylinder aside and balled the dough in her fists. If Brian didn't show up at the cafe tonight, she was going to find him. She wanted answers. The thump of boots sounded on the porch outside, and Claire whirled, still clutching the lump of dough. Brian? A knock sounded on the door. Her heart catapulted in her chest, and her feet lunged forward. He'd finally come. Just as Claire touched the handle, a voice outside called a greeting.
"Good afternoon, ladies. It's old Mose back in town."
The stab of disappointment was stronger than any knife in her chest. Claire sank against the wooden divider, her weight pressing on the knob. Not Brian. She fought down the burn in her throat, tears stinging behind her eyes. Get it together, Sullivan. She squeezed her eyes shut, inhaling a long breath. As it filled her lungs, she forced her mind to focus on the kindly man waiting on the other side of the door. Smile. She raised her eyelids, then stepped back and pulled the door open.
"Wowee, Miss Claire. It's awful good to see ya."
Old Mose stood on the porch, hat clutched across his chest. Thank you, sir. Won't you come in? She stepped to the side and swept a hand for him to enter. Graham's napping, but you're welcome to cinnamon rolls and coffee until she wakes. He glanced around the room, then shot her a toothy grin.
"Can't say as I'd pass that up. Thank ye."
As Mose settled in a chair at the table, Claire pulled out a plate and scooped 2 rolls onto it. Should she wake Graham or let her finish the nap? He would have to get used to adjusting his schedule to fit Graham's needs, so might as well let him start now. How was your trip? She set the plate and mug in front of him, then moved back to the dough she'd been working with before his arrival.
"Smooth and steady."
He sipped the brew, then released a long sigh.
"That's the best coffee I've had in weeks."
Thank you. I'm not sure if you've heard, but my brother Marcus is in town. He's the new preacher. She eyed the man out of the corner of her eye. He dropped both hands to the table and leaned forward, twisting to look at her with one of his grins.
"No foolin'? That's the best news I've heard all day."
A smile pulled at Claire's face. We're pretty excited. He took another sip of the coffee, still half-turned in his chair.
"A preacher in Butte again. Thank the Lord."
He mumbled the words.
"And it's our Marcus. Who'd have thought?"
Boots sounded on the porch outside, and Claire's heart jumped into her throat. Brian? The knob turned, and the door pushed open as a familiar profile filled the door. Marcus. She gripped the edge of the work counter as she bit her lip against the disappointment pressing down. Would Brian ever come?
"Hello."
Marcus's voice held a strong note of caution as he eyed old Mose at the table. The older man stood and stepped around the table, hand extended.
"Howdy."
Claire wiped her hands on her apron and scurried to join the men, preparing to act as a buffer if necessary. Mr. Calhoun, I'd like you to meet my brother, Marcus Sullivan. Marcus, this is Graham's friend? Fiancé? No word seemed right. This is Mr. Calhoun.
"Just call me old Mose like everyone else does."
Mose gave his usual charming grin as they shook hands, but Marcus seemed to be armoring himself against its effects.
"I've heard of you."
Marcus, come sit down for a sweet roll and coffee. Claire gripped her brother's elbow and tugged. Where was Graham when she needed her? Her brother acquiesced, moving stiffly to his usual chair across from the one old Mose had occupied. While Claire prepared another plate for Marcus, She kept an ear tuned to every nuance of sound from the men.
"So, tell me about yourself."
Marcus's voice was deeper than usual, like an overprotective pa vetting a suitor for his daughter.
"Well, let's see. Spent my younger days a trappin', back when trappin' was big time. Worked with the best of 'em, too. Jedediah Smith, Jim Climbin, Hugh Glass, and a couple others you might not 'a' heard tell of."
Claire had never heard of any of them, but she kept that to herself. She placed the plate of cinnamon rolls in front of Marcus. He acknowledged it with a single nod, not taking his eyes off old Mose.
"Trapped for a lot of years, then sold my snares and bought Zeke and Zeb and the wagon. Been seeing the countryside ever since, running freight between Butte, Helena, and Fort Benton."
The bedroom door opened, halting Marcus's reply as all three of them turned to look. Graham appeared, her hair arranged nicely, not the usually bed-rumpled look after her nap. She must have heard the male voices.
"Mose is here, Graham, and Marcus, too,"
Claire called. From the smile that touched Graham's lips, she was pretty sure Graham picked up on the undertone in her voice.
"My two favorite men in all the world."
Graham extended a hand as she stepped toward the table. Both men stood as Graham approached, and old Mose strode forward to take her outstretched hand.
"Darlin', you're a sight for sore eyes."
He raised the fingers to his lips, and Graham's smile bloomed in full color. Claire tried to catch Marcus's eye, but he studied the pair intently. His brow wrinkled, and he looked as if he were trying to comprehend every word, every nuance between them. It wasn't the wary, guarded expression from before. This one looked like he was trying his best to understand. Poor Marcus.
"Graham, come sit and have cinnamon rolls with the men."
Claire turned to prepare yet another plate. She might as well be at the cafe for all the serving she was doing. As the three sat and visited, Graham maneuvered the conversation well, asking Olmos questions that gave him opportunities to share tidbits about himself. By the end of a quarter hour, Claire felt like she'd known the man for years, and she had a better inkling of why everyone who knew him thought so highly of him. Claire glanced out the window, where afternoon shadows seemed to be taking over. It was almost time for her to be at the cafe, and this last batch of cinnamon rolls still needed to rise and bake. She nibbled her lip as she turned to face the threesome at the table. Marcus caught her look.
"What's wrong, baby sister?"
"I need to leave for the cafe, but it'll be another hour before these rolls are finished. Graham, could you put them in the oven in half an hour? I'll come back to get them after they've baked."
"Of course, darlin'."
Graham waved a hand.
"I'm just sorry I slept so long it made you do all the baking today. How's about we bring the rolls to you when they're ready?"
Old Mose spoke up. The weight rolled from Claire's shoulders.
"That would be wonderful."
An hour later, Claire was working beside Lily in the cafe's kitchen when the knock sounded on the back door.
"I'll get it."
She stepped back from the work counter where she'd been slicing zucchini and wiped her damp hands on her apron. When she pulled open the door, the smiling couple stood at the base of the step. Old Mose held out 2 stacked pans of cinnamon rolls, covered with a cloth.
"Special delivery for you, ma'am."
Warmth surged through her chest.
"Bring them on in. Would you two like to eat dinner while you're here?"
"Thank you, dear, but I told Moses I'd fix a special dinner for him tonight."
Graham reached out a hand.
"Come here, though, Claire Lee. I want to tell you something."
Claire slipped past Mose as he brought in the rolls, then took Graham's hand and descended the single stair. Graham pulled her several steps away.
"Marcus stayed around for a while to get to know my Moses."
She spoke in a conspiratorial whisper.
"They seem to be getting along pretty well. Marcus agreed to marry us in his new church."
"Oh, Graham, that's great."
Claire pushed aside the emotions warring in her chest and squeezed Graham's hand. I really am happy you found someone special. Do you have a date planned for the ceremony? A grin spread across Graham's face. Sunday after the first service. Claire inhaled so quickly, the breath caught in her throat, and coughs doubled her over. Graham patted her back as Claire struggled to catch her breath. Finally, she straightened, wheezing to pull air into her lungs. You all right, darling? Claire swallowed, blinking away the moisture in her eyes. You're getting married Sunday? As in, day after tomorrow? That's our plan. There's not really a reason to wait, is there? You don't think you're rushing into it a bit? Graham's hand found Claire's, while her other arm slipped around Claire's shoulders to pull her into a sideways hug. I've been thinking about this a while now, Claire Lee. I'm not rushing into anything. I don't know how many days I'll have left, so best not dawdle once I make my mind up. Besides, honey, you'll be wanting to get back home and on with the rest of your life. I don't want you to feel obligated. Tears choked Claire's throat, so she couldn't respond right away. Graham, I want to be here. It was all she could manage. Graham only squeezed her hand. What in the great state of Georgia was she going to do now? Claire carried the coffee pot toward the cafe's kitchen as she pondered her options. She couldn't stay at Graham's house after the wedding, not with newlyweds and only one bedroom. She blinked that thought away before images began to form. Maybe Marcus's new home? It had 2 bedchambers and needed a woman's touch as bad as Marcus needed his next meal. Miss? Something touched her elbow as the word registered. Claire whirled to face the source. A tall, homely man sitting at one of the cafe tables jerked back. She forced a smile onto her face. Yes, sir? What little she could see of his face above the beard flushed red. I'm, just wanted more coffee, please. He scooted his mug forward, then his chin dipped like a turtle retreating in its shell. Remorse pricked her chest. Of course. As she poured the brew, the bell on the door clanged, jerking Claire's attention up. The familiar face of Miriam Donahue sent a surge through her. She yanked the coffee pot up as the liquid reached the top of the mug, used her apron to swipe at the drops she'd spilled, and almost ran to greet the Donahues. Miriam, Doc Alex. Her heart plummeted as he turned to shut the door. Where was Brian? Claire swallowed, trying to force down her disappointment so she could paste on a smile. Lord, I need your strength. Claire, how are you? Miriam reached for her and pulled her into a hug, coffee pot and all. Claire breathed in the scent of roses, closing her eyes to savor the embrace. It's good to see you. After several moments, Miriam drew back and held Claire's shoulders at arm's length. Her brows drew together, forming twin lines between them. Are you feeling all right? One side of her mouth pulled. You look as pale as I feel, but the circles under your eyes are worse than mine. What's wrong? Claire had to turn away, or the sting of tears would give her away completely. I'm fine, just busy. She forced cheeriness in her voice as she pointed to an empty table. Would you like to sit here? The burn of Miriam's gaze followed her as Claire poured coffee in the 2 empty mugs, and Alex assisted his wife with her chair. Claire kept her head down. I'll be back soon with your food. She turned and fled to the kitchen. Behind the curtain, Claire clunked the pitcher on the table and bent over it, gulping in steadying breaths. This was her chance to ask about Brian, and she could not cry when she spoke the question. Are you all right? Lily's voice pulled Claire's attention, and she looked up to find the woman's dark eyes brimming with concern. "Yes." Aunt Pearl swept through the curtain, saving Claire from having to say anything else. "Lily, I have a group of 6, hungry as vultures." The younger woman turned back to the stove and scooped food onto plates. Claire straightened from the table. "And I need 2 plates when you can, Lily. No rush." Because it'd take several minutes before she'd work up the nerve to face Miriam again. Lily was overly efficient, though. Too soon, she slid 2 plates of pork and pickled cabbage across the table toward Claire. "Is there more you need?" Claire swallowed. "No, thank you." As she approached the table where the Donohues sat, Miriam glanced up, a smile spreading across her face. "Thanks, Claire." Inhaling a breath, she forced her mouth to open. "How are you both?" Miriam looked up to catch Claire's gaze. "Much better now, thanks." Her eyes flicked toward her husband, and her head gave the slightest of shakes. Had she still not told her husband the news? Claire bit back a nervous smile. Miriam already had a glow shimmering from her face. The secret didn't seem to bother her. But what was she waiting for? Miriam looked to her husband. "Do you think we should take Brian a plate?" Claire's nerves did a flip in her stomach. Alex shrugged. "Probably. Doubt he'll eat otherwise." "Is he okay?" There, she'd asked. But now she couldn't breathe as she waited for the answer. Miriam's mouth twisted. "There's nothing medically wrong with him, if that's what you mean. He's been working like a fiend, though." She sank back in her chair. "Hasn't come in before 10 any night this week. If no one calls for him, he goes out to check on people that are perfectly fine." The hint of sarcasm in her voice was laced with affection. Alex chucked. "He's just a bit hard-headed, but that's not one of the official maladies we learned in medical school." Anger burned through Claire, sparking in her gut and flaming as it rose upward. Relief that he was healthy did little to slow the fire. He was avoiding her on purpose, working himself sick so he wouldn't have to see her. Well, too bad. When he finally came back from hiding out for the day, she'd be there waiting, and she would get some answers. Chapter 19. Claire didn't move from her place in the shadows by the clinic door as the weary figure trudged toward her on the street. Watching the outline of his slumped shoulders and drooping head made her chest ache. She wanted to reach out and stroke away whatever was bothering him, pull him into a hug, take on all his worries. She straightened her spine as he slogged up the steps. She'd come here for answers, and answers she would have. Squaring her shoulders, she stepped out of the shadow, into the moonlight streaming onto the boardwalk. "Brian?" His head jerked up. "Claire?" The word rasped, as though he'd drug it across a rocky desert. "Brian, what's wrong?" That wasn't what she'd planned to say, but the sight of him so dejected, the desolation in his voice, it reached into her chest and squeezed until she ached. She kept her feet planted, though, refused to take another step toward him, lest she fly into his arms. "What are you doing here?" He seemed to have gathered himself from that moment of raw emotion. His voice was distant now, wary. Claire propped her hands on her hips. "I came for answers. I want to know why you've been avoiding me. Is it something I did?" She hardened her tone. "Or is kiss and run your usual way of getting to know your patients?" That might have been a low blow, but she had to know how he'd react, his true colors. Brian's head whipped up, wide eyes picking up a glimmer from the moonlight. His nostrils flared. "No, Claire. I thought you wanted time with your brother. I was giving you space." She fought to close her dropped jaw. "Space? Why in the city of Jerusalem would I need that?" She took a step forward, peering up to see his face better. An emotion flashed across his features. Pain?
You seemed so happy to see him. I didn't think he'd want me around.
That was the most preposterous thing she'd heard in months. Claire dropped her hands to her sides. Did you ever think maybe I'd want you around? And Marcus too? You don't think he'd want to get to know you?
Brian shrugged, his hands finding his pockets. Why would he? He came here to see you and your grandmother. I'm no one to him.
Claire took another step forward, bringing them less than 2 feet apart, but she kept her hands at her sides. How could you say that? Even if you meant nothing to me, Marcus would still enjoy your company. The two of you are so much alike. You both care so much about people. She thought of her crazy brother. He's a little reckless sometimes, but I think you'd like him if you gave him a chance. He raised his chin.
Gave him a chance? He could have come to see me if he'd wanted.
She lifted her brows. Really? 'Cause I had to wait till long after any decent hour to find you tonight. Dare she say what she really wanted? He might not like it, but someone had to speak the truth. You know what your problem is, Brian Donahue? He tilted his chin, eyeing her.
What?
Ire rushed through her veins. You work too hard, and not just long days helping patients. She poked a finger at his chest and took a tiny step closer. You work too hard to make people like you. You try to earn their respect and friendship when all it would take is to let them see the real you. She smoothed her hand over his heart. The you I've seen. He gripped her wrist, holding her hand in place. The rapid beat of his pulse thumped through her palm.
I don't know how to do that.
His words were soft, achingly sincere.
It's different with you. You accept me even when I have nothing left to give.
She stretched her other hand up to rest on his shoulder, a smile tugging her lips. You mean I don't put up with your sass? A crooked grin touched his face.
You bring it out in me.
The grin started the familiar flutterings in her stomach. Her gaze wandered up and fell into the depths of his. The earnestness there took her breath away. He brought her fingers to his lips and pressed a warm kiss on her knuckles.
I've missed you.
He could have knocked her over with a breath, but she couldn't resist a bit of teasing. You could have fooled me. His gaze narrowed, and he slipped a hand around her waist, pulling her closer.
Very sure.
His mouth lowered to hers, and the touch was ecstasy. So soft, so rich. His hand came up to caress her cheek. The kiss ended far too soon, and Brian pulled back a few inches. She forced her eyes open. He watched her.
Claire.
His voice came out breathy, but still so rich. Her heart answered him, no words needed. She touched the stubble on his cheek, the rough texture awakening the nerves in her fingers.
Can I take you and your grandmother to church tomorrow?
His voice was husky now.
I hear we have a fine new preacher, one I'd like to get to know.
The way his lips quirked, she couldn't resist raising on her toes to plant a soft kiss. I'd love to, but Graham's already spoken for. He didn't let the kiss fade, but swooped back down for another, his lips strong on hers. Mama had once said, never decide whether you're in love when you're with a man. Wait to pray about it when you're apart. But if she could judge by how she felt at this moment, she would admit she was falling so quickly for this man. He was so good and kind. The way he cared for others, even the way he was so hard on himself. And he was such a good kisser. They were both breathing hard as he pulled away and rested his forehead on hers.
I better get you home. You shouldn't have come here by yourself.
He caressed her cheek. I had to. With a groan, he pulled back, pushing himself away from her, then dropping his hands to his sides.
Let's go before I lose the last of my senses.
The cool night air rushed over her skin where his touch had been. Claire gripped her arms across herself. He motioned for her to precede him down the steps. As they strode the moonlit street, he kept himself at least a foot away.
So, did you say Graham's spoken for tomorrow? Is old Mose back?
You could say that. He picked up on the dry tone in her voice, giving her a sideways glance.
Meaning?
They're getting married after the service. Brian pulled up short.
Tomorrow?
She pursed her lips. At least she wasn't the only one shocked. Graham says she wants to make good use of what days she has left. He harumphed and kicked at the ground.
She's hardly ready to keel over.
He ambled forward, staring at the ground as his brow furrowed.
So what are you going to do now?
A knot formed in Claire's stomach. I haven't decided yet. She'd been trying not to think about it, and tonight wasn't the time she planned to start. Tomorrow, after the wedding, would be soon enough. Old Mose is coming for breakfast in the morning before we walk over. Will you come too? She watched him out of the corner of her eye.
Will Marcus be there?
She wrinkled her nose. Said he has too much to do getting the church ready, even though we've already spit-shined the place. They were in front of Graham's house now, and Brian held out his hand at the base of the steps. She slipped her hand into his, warmth sweeping up her arm. At the top, he turned her to face him.
That's too bad. I was hoping I'd have a chance to talk with him. I hear we have a lot in common.
Be here at 8, then. She reached up and kissed his cheek. Good night, Brian. His
good night
followed her inside. Claire settled into the pew between Graham and Brian. There couldn't have ever been a day as glorious as this one. From the first rays of the fiery sunrise this morning, she'd had the feeling it would be a new beginning. As Marcus strode up the center aisle to the front of the church, the set of his broad shoulders sent a rush of pride through her chest. He'd done it. The goal he'd worked so hard for. Her brother had his very own church in this wonderful town. Standing behind the little pedestal where his Bible rested, Marcus looked out over the crowd. The room was full to capacity, and some men stood along the back wall. Sunday was the one day the mines didn't run, and even Aunt Pearl had closed down the cafe to mark this grand occasion.
I can tell you what an honor it is to stand before you all. Many of you I've met over the last week, and you can bet I'll be getting to know each of you. I'll want to hear your stories, what brought you to the place you're in. So for now,
he clapped a hand over his chest,
I'll share a bit of mine.
Marcus went on to tell about his own road to salvation, how he'd accepted Christ as a boy of 7, then spent the next 8 years trying to earn his way to heaven. As Claire listened to the tale she'd heard before, a thought crystallized in her mind. Marcus's story could almost be Brian's, if you changed the ages a bit. Brian was still working himself weary trying to earn his way. Was it just to win the favor of others? Or God's goodwill, too? He told her about how he became a Christian as a boy. But maybe he, like Marcus, was still trying to earn his way into the free gift he'd already received. She slipped her hand into Brian's, lacing her fingers with his. He gave her a gentle squeeze. Lord, help him see he already has you. Let him feel your overwhelming love.
So, you see, you don't have to earn God's favor. You can work your whole life to be good enough. but God wants you just as you are, just as He made you."
Marcus pushed his hands into his pockets and scanned an earnest gaze through the crowd.
"For a while, I felt guilty about accepting the gift. Not the kind of guilt you have when you've done something wrong, like the time I used Mama's favorite wedding quilt to build a fort after she told me not to."
That got a chuckle from the crowd.
"I'm talking about false guilt, the kind you carry as an extra weight, an unnecessary burden that you just can't release."
His eyes touched hers. Intentionally?
"That burden of false guilt can only be released when you open yourself to the Heavenly Father and let Him show you the truth. Then you can move forward clean, a new beginning."
False guilt. The words radiated through her mind. She closed her eyes, and the dreaded images flashed behind her closed lids. Mandy, burns and raw skin covering her arms, tears streaming down her face, the guilt crushing. She'd known Mandy's stepfather left marks when he punished her, the broken arm, the constant bruises. She should have said something, should have done something, before it was too late, before Mandy lay in that bed, disfigured and praying for death. A squeeze on her hand pushed against the memories. Claire forced open her eyes. Brian watched her, concern wrinkling his brow.
"Are you okay?"
He mouthed the words. She took in a breath, then released it. Yes. She had to be okay.
She was beautiful. Brian never took his eyes from Claire, standing beside her grandmother as the wedding ceremony progressed. She took his breath away, the love in her gaze as she watched her grandmother take Moses's outstretched hand. She poured that same love onto everyone she met. This woman cared about people, cared enough to take action, to give of herself to make things better for others. He swallowed. One day, he wanted to be up there, standing across from her in the front of the church. God, what do you think? He let the idea settle over him as he watched Claire through the vows and the final blessing. After Marcus presented Mr. and Mrs. Moses Calhoun to the crowd, Claire enveloped her grandmother in a hug. People surged around the newlyweds, all laughing and chattering. Brian stood but didn't leave his spot in the pew as he tracked each of Claire's movements. Lord, please make your will clear to me. She extracted herself from the throng of well-wishers and turned to pick her way toward him. Her gaze shone as she met his, but as she came closer, he could tell her smile was a little wobbly. He held out an arm, and she slipped into it, pressing against his chest as he wrapped her close. There were people everywhere to watch, but he didn't care. She needed a hug, and holding this woman felt more right than anything he'd done in years. Chapter 20. Brian nodded at Marcus as the preacher joined them on the lawn about halfway through their picnic lunch. Most attendees had brought food to celebrate the happy couple, and Brian had kept Claire close as they sat with Miriam and Alex. They finally let you stop to eat? Claire eyed her brother as she sat on the blanket, propped against one hand. Are you kidding? At every blanket, they piled something new on my plate. I don't think I'll need to eat again for weeks. Marcus rubbed his stomach, then looked over at Brian. I like your town. Good people here. The swell of pride took him off guard. Thanks. They are good people. A hard-working lot. I reckon we'll fit in just fine, won't we, baby sister? He gave Claire a nudge, then glanced sideways at Brian. When Claire was a kid, she used to do her chores, then go over to the neighbor's house and finish their chores, too. Never did know when to stop that one. Brian eyed Claire.
That pretty pink in her cheeks came from more than just the sunshine.
I think she's done that a few times lately, too.
She sat up straighter. I was just doing what I was asked.
Ha!
Marcus turned to Brian again. She might have been a hard worker, but doing what she was told was not one of my baby sister's strong points. Hard-headed. He shook his head, as if she were a hopeless case. Hey, now. Claire's sassy side reared its head as a twinkle lit her eyes. At least I wasn't reckless with everything. She turned to Brian with the same conspiratorial tone Marcus had used. Mark couldn't look at a tree without climbing it and then jumping from the branches. He'd broken bones 15 different times before he turned 10. I think that's why Papa became a doctor. Couldn't afford to pay someone else to fix all Marcus's injuries. Brian grinned. These two were quite a pair. He'd been close with Alex and their sisters, but not with quite the same devotion Claire and Marcus showed. That alone spoke volumes for her older brother's character. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to get to know the man. Later that evening, Brian stepped into the little back room off the clinic and tossed his hat on a chair back. He glanced around the drab room, so cramped compared to the great outdoors where he'd spent most of the day. If he planned to marry Claire, he'd need to start thinking about better living arrangements. Claire's pretty face played through his mind, and Brian sank onto his bed. She was amazing. Her kindness, the genuine way she cared about others, her spunk, her heart. He dropped his face into his hands. What was he thinking? A woman like that would never think of marrying a curmudgeon like him.
God, why did you ever bring her into my life?
God wants you just as you are. The words from Marcus's sermon rippled through his mind. God didn't want him the way he was, not with all the ways he messed up, the way he got so many things wrong, surely. Just as he made you. The words sat for several moments in Brian's mind before their true meaning began to blossom. God had made him like this. But didn't God expect him to work to improve himself? My grace is sufficient for you. My strength is made perfect in your weakness. The scripture Marcus had read as he closed the sermon. Brian scrubbed a hand over his face, then raised his eyes heavenward, past the wooden timbers lining the ceiling.
Lord, I don't know what to do with your grace. How do I live without trying to prove myself?
No thunderclap, no audible voice from heaven. Brian lit a lamp and grabbed his Bible from the shelf. Where had Marcus read that scripture? 2 Corinthians, wasn't it? He flipped there quickly and scanned the pages. Finally, in chapter 12, And he said unto me, My grace is sufficient for thee, for my strength is made perfect in weakness. Most gladly, therefore, will I rather glory in my infirmities, that the power of Christ may rest upon me. Glory in my infirmities. Now there was a new thought. How freeing would it be to stop trying to make himself what others wanted? Instead, he could focus on doing what he truly loved. Helping patients, yes. Spending time with a lovely young lady? Absolutely. His eyes found the passage again.
Lord, you're going to need a lot of grace to cover my weakness. Help me lean on you. I want to.
Oh, how he wanted to. Brian loosened his boots and lay back on the bed, clothes and all. For the first time since he could remember, the weight that pressed down on him was gone. Something wasn't right. Claire pushed herself up in bed and scanned the room. Light filtered in through a window. A window. That's right. Her breath leaked out with a whoosh. Marcus's spare bedroom. She'd officially moved in with Marcus after the wedding festivities, so the newlyweds could be alone where Graham would feel most comfortable. Hair prickled on the back of her neck. Something didn't feel right, didn't smell right. Then her brain came alive. Smoke. She threw the covers aside and landed on the floor, running the 2 steps to the open window that looked out on the west side of town. Nothing unusual that she could see. Goose prickles skittered across her arms as she dashed out of the bedroom, through the parlor area, and flung open the front door. The smell was stronger now. In the distance, a red glow hung over the eastern side of town, surrounded by a dark haze. "Marcus!" She sprinted back to her room. "Marcus, the town's on fire! Get up!" She threw on a skirt, not even worrying about a shirtwaist. Her nightgown was modest enough to perform the task. As she laced her work boots, the thuds sounded from Marcus tromping through the kitchen. "I'm going to help put out the fire," he yelled. "Go check on Graham, then see if you can help the injured." "Be careful." But he'd already slammed the door. Blasted boots. She only laced them halfway, then tied them off and lunged for the door herself. At every house she passed, Claire banged on the door with all her strength. "Fire!" As soon as stirring sounded inside, she moved on to the next. They were only 2 streets over from Graham's, and she caught glimpses of the house every so often. The fire wasn't close yet. It still looked to be farther east, most likely Elm Street. Panic welled in her chest. The clinic was on Elm Street, and the cafe not far from it. Claire sprinted toward Graham's. She yelled as she ran. Maybe the inhabitants would hear the warning. Leaping onto Graham's porch, she banged hard on the door. "Fire! Mose! Graham! Get out! There's a fire!" It took an eternity as she fought to catch her breath, but she finally heard the bar slide away from the door, and it pulled open. Old Mose was pulling up a suspender over his shirt. "Where at? Where can I help?" She was already jogging back down the steps. "Get Graham out of town where she'll be safe. Maybe take her to the church." Claire raised her skirts and sprinted through the alley, stopping at the cafe to bang on the back door. Would Aunt Pearl hear from her apartment upstairs? "Fire!" It was only a few seconds before the door yanked open. Aunt Pearl, in her usual determined focus. "Grab these pots and bring them with us." She pointed to the row of cookware hanging from hooks on the wall. Claire clutched one in each hand and another under her left arm. Aunt Pearl held the others. Together, they hauled the equipment toward the street, heading toward Elm. When they reached the crossroads, Claire froze. Bright red flames lit the night sky, leaping from building after building like a fiery wall. The roar of the flames filled the air, crackling. Her mind spun. Her chest ached, struggling to pull in breaths. Images. Flames. Skin ravaged by the fire. A hand gripped her arm. She screamed, jerking backward. "Claire!" The yell sounded just louder than the noise of the fire. She forced open her eyes. Miriam gave her arm a tug. She leaned closer to be heard. "We're taking the wounded to the grassy area by the church. Can you help spread the word, then meet us there?" Claire nodded, forcing herself to inhale deep gulps of the smoky air. She had to slow her racing heart. "Are Brian and Alex both safe?" "Alex is moving the injured. I think Brian might be with him." Miriam gave her arm another squeeze. "Be careful." As her friend jogged away, Claire took in the sight one more time. She forced her eyes not to focus on the flame. Wounded. They would need bandages and medicine. The fire was consuming the building next to the clinic. An office of sorts. It didn't look like the clinic had been touched yet. She sprinted toward it. At least she could see for herself that Brian was out. When she opened the front door, the air was thick and hazy, dark. She fumbled forward, leaving the door open to allow in moonlight. She'd only been in here that one time with Graham, but she followed the wall toward where she hoped was a hallway. "Brian?" No answer, but she found the door to the examination room. Good. When she pushed it open, light streamed in through the window. A break front along the right wall housed all manner of medicines and bandages. She grabbed empty wooden crates from a stack in the corner and started filling them from the cabinet. "Brian!" Still no reply. Thank you, Lord. He'd probably been one of the first helping to put out the fire or clearing victims from their homes. He was the kind of person who would disregard his own safety to help others. Such a good man. A cough sounded from another part of the clinic. She froze, her heartbeat accelerating again. Surely she'd heard the sound wrong. It had to be noise from the fire outside. Buildings falling or something. She dropped the crate on the floor and surged toward the door. "Brian?" She screamed his name. Still no reply. Was he lying unconscious? The smoke was much thicker in the hallway now. Had the fire reached the clinic already? She felt along the walls on both sides. With the darkness and the thick smoke, she couldn't even see her extended hands. Was this what Graham felt like since she'd lost her sight? Never sure what lay around her. Unnerving was an understatement. She touched a door on her right, found the latch and pushed it open. "Brian?" Still no answer. With light from the window, this looked like a smaller examination room. A cot rested on the far wall. No one inside. Where was Brian? Maybe that cough had been her imagination, her mind playing tricks. Still, she had to know for sure. Her nerves wound in knots, and she moved back to the hallway. Her fingers brushed a door on the other side. Pushing it open, hot, acrid outside air rushed in. Must be the back exit. "Brian?" No more doors until she found one at the end of the hall. The handle almost burned her fingers. Hands shaking, she used her skirt to protect her as she turned the knob. Smoke billowed from the room, blasting Claire in the face. "Brian?" Coughs caught her, bending her over with their intensity. Raising her outer skirt to cover her nose and mouth, she forced her way in. Bright red lit the far room. Fire. Moonlight shone through gaps around the leaping flames. She forced herself to spin around, couldn't let the fire paralyze her. Moving as quickly as she dared, she felt her way along the wall, almost tripping over a chair by the door. Empty space next. Then her toe caught on a bed. Her eyes were adjusting to the dim light now. Either that or there were more flames giving off light. Heat radiated on her back through the cotton of her nightshirt. She ran her fingers along the quilt covering the bed. They struck something. Solid, but not hard. Cloth. "Brian?" A moan sounded from the bed. Chapter 21. "Brian!" She reached toward his head, gripped a shoulder, shook it. "Brian, you have to get up! Fire!" Another groan. "Oh, God, I've never needed you more than I do now. Please help me get him out of here." She shook him again, then felt for his arms. He lay on his side, facing away from her. She rolled him on his back, then pulled him up to a sitting position, using her whole body for strength. "I'm up." The mumbled words were barely distinguishable. He was conscious? "Thank you, Lord." "We have to get out of here, Brian. Can you stand?" No response. She pushed his feet to the floor. He was in his stockings, but at least he felt fully clothed. "Can you stand?" Still no answer. She looped his arm around her neck, like Papa used to do with their neighbor when he drunk too much at the tavern to walk home on his own. "Stand up." Her sharp command must have gotten through, because he made an effort to rise. She finally got him on his feet, but he leaned so hard to the side, he pulled her down. Before she could find some leverage, he'd fallen back on the bed, dragging her almost on top of him. That wasn't going to work. The flame was mere feet away now, spreading along the walls at least a foot per minute. "God, help me!" She turned back to Brian again. She gripped his wrists and pulled him up to a sitting position, then turned and looped his arms over both her shoulders, like she was carrying him piggyback. "Stand up!" With the noise of the fire so close, he might not have heard her, but she could feel him pushing up as she pulled him to a standing position. The smoke pressed down hard on her chest. She needed to cough, but she'd lose all balance with Brian's weight on her back. Bent half over, she pushed forward in the direction she'd come. Brian's feet moved too. At least she wasn't completely dragging him. She teetered under the weight, but her shoulders struck the door frame, helping her regain some balance. They were through the door now. Claire pushed forward blindly down the hall until a glimmer of moonlight indicated the back door. Almost there. With the last bit of strength she had, Claire stumbled forward several strides into the grassy area behind the clinic. Then she collapsed, allowing Brian to roll off her back as she landed on the ground beside him. Coughs overtook her, and she rose up on her knees as her body racked. Pains shot through her chest with each cough, and finally she sank back to the ground. She had to get aid, had to help Brian. Every part of her body craved rest, but she couldn't collapse until Brian was cared for. Glancing back at the building, she could see the red flames leaping in the sky on the other side of the roof. The first priority was getting Brian farther away from the building. Pushing herself up, Claire stumbled around the side of the clinic farthest from the fire. Men swarmed the street just a little ways down. Some had formed a line, passing buckets between them. She ran that direction. "Help!" She grabbed the arm of the largest of the men in the line. "Brian was in the clinic. He's hurt." Without a word, he broke from the line and jogged after her. Claire lifted her skirts and ran as fast as she could. She stumbled several times and would have gone down had the man not grabbed her elbow. At last they reached Brian, still crumbled on the ground. "Get him away from the fire." The man scooped Brian up, tossing him over his shoulder like a sack of flour, then jogged in the direction of the church. Claire fought back a protest against the way Brian was being carried. His hands clutched the man's shirt, which meant he must be awake. "Lord, please don't let him die." She snagged the arm of another young man they passed. "Inside the clinic, in the first treatment room, there's a box of bandages and medicine. Get everything out you can and bring them to the grass by the church." "Yes, ma'am." As the fellow trotted away, she scurried to catch up with Brian's helper. Her chest ached, but she kept running. Her mind scanned its recesses for everything she knew about how to treat smoke inhalation. The main thing was to make sure his breathing was unobstructed. "Lord, please don't let him be burnt." The old images of her childhood friend tried to resurface, but she pushed them back. A crowd had started mingling in the grass beside the church. The man lowered Brian to the ground, and Claire rushed forward to cradle his lolling head as he fell back. There were enough lanterns around that she got her first good look at him. A sob caught in her throat. Brian's face was swollen and soot-darkened. She reached out, afraid to touch him. How much pain must he be in? Her chest ached. His breathing was ragged, but he was breathing. His eyes were closed. The way his head had dangled, had he slipped unconscious? She had to help him. Raising her head, Claire scanned the area. People seemed clustered in groups, all murmuring in low voices. Was Doc Alex here? That's who she needed. She rose and strode through the crowd. "Alex?" she called out in a low voice. Hopefully she wouldn't disturb the injured. She had to find Brian's brother. Here. The familiar voice sent a rush of relief through her. Claire spun and ran toward him. Brian's hurt. He was in the clinic and I barely got him out. His face is swollen, but he's breathing. He's not conscious. Alex started in the direction she'd come. Where is he? They wove back through the huddled people. When they were about 15 feet away, she pointed to Brian, still lying on the grass where she'd left him. Alex ran forward and crouched by his brother. He placed 2 fingers at Brian's neck to check his pulse. Then he knelt down to press his ear to his chest. Alex closed his eyes as he listened. Claire couldn't breathe herself as she watched and waited for a prognosis. Alex raised back up and touched Brian's swollen face. How you feeling there, big brother? His voice cracked on the first word, from the smoke or emotion. A groan sounded as Brian's eyelids flickered, then opened to small cracks. Rather be dead. His voice was so hoarse, it was barely audible, but he'd spoken. Claire couldn't contain herself any longer. She dropped to her knees on Brian's other side, taking his hand. She cradled it in both of hers. I'm so glad you're alive. He turned his head slightly to look at her. Me too. His eyes drifted shut, and he squeezed her hand. A light pressure, but the message was strong. She leaned forward and pressed a kiss to his forehead, near the hairline where he wasn't as swollen. No matter that Alex was watching. She looked up at the younger doctor. Is it okay if I find water to wash his face? Alex had a funny expression, but he nodded. That would be good. Men had brought over barrels of water, and the women of the town had brought blankets and cloth to use as bandages. The man she'd ordered to gather supplies from the clinic was just arriving with a helper, and they placed the crates with the other supplies. She pressed a hand to the man's arm. Make sure only Doc Alex disperses these, all right? The man nodded. Yes'm. The last thing Alex needed were the remnants of his supplies passed through the crowds, especially when the people may not know which tonic to use for which ailment. With a basin of water and cloth in hand, Claire wound her way back to the doctor's. She resumed her place beside Brian, then glanced up at his younger brother. They brought several crates of supplies from the clinic. They're over by the water barrels, but I told the men not to allow anyone to use them except you. Doc Alex rose. I'll see if there's anything I can give Brian for the pain or to help him breathe. Then I need to get back to the others. I'll have Miriam come over when she can. Claire forced a competent smile, but it was probably more of a grimace. I know there are a lot of people who need help. I'll let you know if we need anything. Wringing the water from the cloth, Claire focused on Brian's face as she smoothed the damp fabric over it. The soot wiped away easily enough, and his face wasn't as swollen as she'd first thought. His breathing was steady now, though still rough and raspy. Was he awake? She dipped the cloth back in the water, squeezed the excess from it, and then wiped Brian's forehead again. A tiny shadow of a smile curved the corners of his mouth. Feels good. He struggled with the words, and a coughing fit overtook him. Claire reached under his shoulders and helped him turn on his side to help with the coughs. He seemed to be gagging for a moment. Then a thick, dark substance spewed from his mouth. He sank back against the ground, a trail of the dark liquid leaking down the side of his jaw. The effort seemed to have drained the last of his strength. Claire wiped his face, her chest aching at the sight. Was he going to make it? The thought petrified her, feeding a fear that threatened to overwhelm. She pressed her eyes shut. God, touch his body. Heal him, please. I can't lose Brian, too. A warm hand touched her knee, resting there. Claire opened her eyes and stared at Brian's strong hand, thick auburn hairs brushing its surface. Even with the agony he was suffering, he still thought of her. The idea clenched her chest tighter. She raised her gaze to watch his face. So much pain played across his features, the loud rasp of his breathing so labored. Could she trust God with his life? Truly relinquish her fears? Would God heal him? Did God care about Brian as much as she did? For I know the thoughts that I think toward you, saith the Lord, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you an expected end. Then shall ye call upon me, and ye shall go and pray unto me, and I will hearken unto you. The words from Jeremiah filled her mind, one of Marcus's favorite passages. He'd even written the scripture in the letter he'd sent from school as she was preparing to travel to Butte. Pray unto me, and I will hearken unto you. She stared up into the night sky. Smoke from the fire snuffed out the stars, but the moon still glimmered through the haze. Lord, will you please heal Brian? For the first time that night, as the prayer lifted from her lips, it took with it the shroud of fear over her heart. She inhaled a deep breath and released it, peace settling into her soul. Thank you, Father. Chapter 22. Claire stayed with Brian for the next several hours, offering him sips of water each time he awoke, helping him roll over when he coughed up the sooty phlegm, stroking his hair and soothing him as he slept. With each quarter hour, the love inside her grew stronger. She may not have known him long, less than 2 months, but her soul connected with this man beyond what she'd ever thought possible. If God chose to heal him, and she prayed constantly for God's healing, this was where she wanted to spend the rest of her life, by this man's side, helping and supporting him in whatever role God assigned. Every time worry threatened her peace, Claire raised another prayer toward heaven. The night sky was lightening now. Dawn would be on them soon. This night couldn't end soon enough. Claire sat with her hands clasped around her knees, watching the minimal activity in the clearing. News had come a half hour ago that the fire was out. All the wounded were in this gathering, under the watchful care of Alex, Miriam, and a horde of exhausted townspeople. Most were resting now, worn out from the long night behind them. You should lay down. Brian's hoarse voice sounded beside her. She glanced at him. His eyes were more alert than they had been since the fire. Rest. Tenderness surged through her as she reached to stroke his shoulder. I'm okay, love. It's almost morning. He raised a hand to finger the cloth at her elbow. I'm sorry. You've had to take care of me. Just like this man to put others before him. She took his hand from her arm and raised it to cup her cheek. I'm glad I finally have a chance to spend time with you. The smallest hint of a smile touched his mouth. Me too. After a moment, he looked around on the ground. Is there water? She took up the canteen and slipped a hand behind his head to help him drink. He was able to swallow more than a sip this time, drinking several gulps before he pulled away. As she replaced the cork, he struggled to rise. Wait, lie still, Brian. Rest. He didn't rest, though. Help, he grunted as he strained. The man was hard-headed. She helped pull him to a sitting position, then slipped an arm behind his back for support. He tugged her other arm. Sit beside me. She eyed him warily. His color seemed better now, or maybe that was the effects of the dawning light. The swelling had almost left his face, though his lips were still a bright red. She slowly eased in beside him. Brian slipped his arm around her, but a coughing fit caught him, and he turned away. The sounds and the way it racked his body hurt her own chest. When it finally subsided, Brian took another gulp of the water, then replaced the cork and eased out a long breath. What a night.
haven't felt this bad since... never."
He slipped his arm behind her again, and Claire settled into him, turning to see his face. "I'm just thankful you're alive." He squeezed her waist. "Me too." They sat for several minutes like that. The silence was wonderful. Everything was wonderful, just having him next to her. At last he spoke.
"How did I get out? Do you know?"
She eyed him. He didn't remember. "I carried you." He raised both brows.
"You?"
His hand gave her waist a little pinch.
"I don't believe it."
And from his teasing tone, it sounded like he really didn't. She straightened her spine. "I did." He studied her eyes for a long moment.
"You pulled me out of the clinic, out of the fire."
She swallowed. He knew her fear, knew what it had taken for her to go toward the fire. She could only nod. He grazed the side of her arm with his finger, sending a skitter of bumps across her skin.
"Can you tell me about it? Your experience with fire?"
He didn't say fear, but they might as well call it what it was. "My fear?" A nod was his only response, his eyes not wavering from hers. She inhaled a breath. She needed to tell him about it. "Lord, this will take your strength." With a prayer on her heart, she opened her mouth and began her story. Brian listened without a word as she told about her early years playing with Mandy, how they'd built their own playhouse in the woods, climbed trees, followed Marcus around. She told him about the way they loved to stretch out on the grass in the pasture to enjoy the sunshine. And then she told about the bruises that always covered Mandy's arms, about the broken arm, the broken fingers, the burns on her palms, how afraid Mandy was of her stepfather, how Mandy would scarcely breathe the few times Claire saw her around him, and finally that awful day when Mandy fell into the fireplace. Mama said Mr. Steinberg swore it was an accident. Mandy had been ladling soup from the pot hanging over the fire and lost her balance. He'd been drinking that night, though. Mandy had seen him with the bottles of his home-brewed liquor and was afraid to go home. She was more afraid of him missing her, though. I wanted to say something to Mama and Papa, but I knew I'd be tattling. Mama hates anything that looks like gossip, and I was afraid she'd wash my mouth with lie. The shame washed over her anew. Because she'd been worried about punishment, her friend lost her life. False guilt. Marcus's words from the sermon came back to her. She pressed her eyes shut. Had the guilt she'd struggled under all these years been of her own making? Brian's fingers brushed her arm again.
"Did you see her with the burns?"
Claire inhaled a long, shaky breath as the images rushed in. "Yes." His other arm came around her, encasing her in the strong shelter of his grip. Claire burrowed. She was supposed to care for his wounds, be strong for him. But as a sob escaped, she clutched his shirt and allowed the tears to fall. Brian held Claire in his arms, brushing from her face the hair that escaped her braid. The wrenching sobs tearing through her were enough to shatter the last bit of reservations he had about this woman. He loved her, more than he could ever imagine loving a person, and her tears were breaking his heart. She needed it, though. Mom had always said tears were cleansing for a woman, and from the sound of it, she was wiping clean the slate of fear and guilt she'd carried since she was a 5-year-old child. After minutes, or hours, her sobs faded to shudders. He never loosened his grip, even though his chest ached like the fire still raged inside of it. A little bit of physical pain was nothing compared to the struggles Claire had been through. Who would let a 5-year-old child see the burns that killed her friend? That kind of damage would have disfigured the girl, probably beyond recognition. He tightened his hold. God, bring her peace. At last she pulled back, wiping her eyes with her sleeve. I'm sorry, Brian. I didn't mean to do that. He took her chin in his fingers, pulling it up so she looked at him with those red, puffy eyes. I'm glad you did. He hated the hoarse scratching of his voice, but it didn't seem to bother her. Thanks for telling me your story. She offered a weak smile. It's a cautionary tale. So much came clear to him now. Why she hated any hint of a bully. Why she poured so much of herself out for others. That was her nature, too, but she did it like she was driven. Was she trying to pay some kind of penance? He pulled her head against his chest. It wasn't your fault, you know. It was his. She stiffened, then released a shuddering breath. I think I'm beginning to see that. It's hard, though, changing everything I've held on to. For better or worse, that fear and guilt had been part of what shaped her. He fingered a lock of hair. You know what your problem is. You work too hard. A shaky chuckle shook her shoulders. Seems I've heard that before. He allowed his fingertips to brush her neck. It was good advice. Silence took over for several more minutes. It was more than enough just to hold her. She pointed toward the sky. Look. His gaze followed her finger to a display of fiery splendor only heaven could create. It's beautiful. Too perfect for words. The only kind of fire I've been able to tolerate is the sky with the rising and setting sun. It's not as majestic in North Carolina as it is here, though. Her words were wistful, an undercurrent of longing. Was she thinking about going back to Carolina? Over his dead body. But there would be a better time and a way to tell her. For now, he pulled her closer. You know what the fire and the sunrise represents, don't you? She turned a questioning gaze on him. What? A new beginning. 2 days later, Brian heaved a piece of charred wood onto a stack of debris piled high. All around him, men called to each other and grunted from their labors. The town had come together in remarkable ways to help those who'd suffered from the fire. Basically, starting at one end of the damage and working their way to the other, clearing out anything that couldn't be salvaged. The flames had affected at least a third of the buildings in Butte proper. His chest still ached, and his voice rasped more than he'd like, but at least he could work for an hour or two at a time before he had to stop and rest. Good to see you out, Doctor. Brian turned to see Martin Daly, mine owner extraordinaire, with his shirt sleeves rolled up. He didn't look very soiled, but still, at least he wasn't hiding behind his front door while the rest of the town worked. He nodded at the man. Good to be out. I heard you got caught in the fire and we almost lost you. Brian nodded again. Martin wasn't one for small talk, so there must be a reason for this. Brian wished he'd get to it. I'm glad we didn't lose you. You're a good man, Donahue. This town needs more men like you. The words struck Brian in his chest. The town needs more men like you. And this from Martin Daly, one of the most influential men in town, a man who'd shown pretty good judgment from what Brian had seen. He swallowed, trying to gather his wits. Thank you, sir. Martin glanced at the debris from the wash house Brian was helping to clear. I've been thinking about what you said about my men and their lung sickness. His gaze lifted to Brian's. I'd like to talk more about purchasing some masks. Maybe a larger trial, 50 or so, to make sure they're the right approach. Brian forced his gaping mouth to close. That sounds good, sir. I've placed an order for 20 more, but I'll send word to up the count to 50.
I really do think they'll make a difference, but a larger test is a good idea. Make sure we're not missing something important."
He was prattling on, but the excitement beating in his chest made it hard not to.
"Sounds like a plan. I'll cover the cost of all 50.
Martin stepped forward and extended a hand. Brian glanced at his own, his palm solid black from soot.
"It's all right, man. You're fine as you are."
Martin spoke quietly. Brian raised his gaze to meet the man's eyes. Respect shimmered there. He reached out and clasped Daly's hand, gripping it solidly.
"Thank you, sir." "All right, then." Martin stepped back. "I'm off to negotiate with Lanyard. Trying to get the old coot to provide some of the necessities at his cost for the families whose homes were wiped out. He's a tough cookie, that one. Doesn't give things away well."
His mouth twisted in a sardonic smirk.
"Good luck."
Brian watched Martin pick his way around piles of burnt timbers as he headed back to the street. Had that really happened? Martin was willing to pay for a trial of 50, then possibly for all his mine workers.
Lord, it's too good to be true.
"You're fine as you are." Had Martin meant that, or was he simply saying he didn't mind getting soot on his hands? For man looketh on the outward appearance, but the Lord looketh on the heart. The scripture he'd read that morning came back to him. Daly's respect would be nice, but it really didn't matter. God saw Brian's heart. Footsteps sounded behind him, daintier than the men clomping across the boards. Brian turned to a sight that cranked up his heart rate. He let a slow grin spread across his face.
"You're the best picture I've seen all day."
Claire smiled at his words, ducking her chin as pink flushed her cheeks. "You're not so bad yourself." And right there in front of half the town, she stepped closer and planted a kiss on his lips. It was a chaste kiss, to be sure, but scandalous nonetheless. A few whistles and calls sounded from around them, but Brian ignored it all. He didn't hold back his grin, though.
"You better watch it, or I might ask you to repeat that. And you'll get more than you bargained for."
The pink in her cheeks turned bright red. This woman was beyond perfect, a combination of sassy and pure innocence. She held up a bucket of water and a ladle. "Would you like a drink?" He took the ladle and scooped it.
"Is this a service you're offering to all the men?"
She raised a pert brow. "Of course. I'm not stingy with my help." A chuckle rumbled in his chest, almost bringing on a coughing fit before he stopped it.
"I guess that's all right. I wouldn't love you as much if you were."
The impudent expression softened into sweet tenderness. "It's mutual." That sealed his decision. Enough waiting around. It was time to claim this woman as his. Although she'd pretty much just done that with the kiss in plain view. Now it was his turn. He squared his shoulders.
"Are you busy tonight, Claire?"
Confusion clouded her gaze as she cocked her head against the sun. Just helping Aunt Pearl."
"Can you ask off for tonight?"
A smile played at the corners of her mouth. "I guess. Can I tell her the reason?"
"I need you."
And that was the honest truth, but probably not the way she would take it. She inhaled a breath. "All right, then. What time should I be at the clinic?" Always trying to help. That was his Claire. He tapped her button nose.
"I'll pick you up from Marcus's. 6 o'clock, all right?"
"Fine." She gave him another curious glance. She wasn't getting another word from him on the matter, though. He stepped closer and lowered his mouth for a touch on her lips.
"You'd better share the water with the others, or they'll mutiny."
Chapter 23. Claire studied the dresses laid out on her bed. The gray-polished muslin with lace frills on the sleeves and bodice. If they would be working around the fire-ravaged areas, that was definitely not the right dress. But a relaxed dinner at the cafe, it would be perfect. The yellow calico was a much better fit for working around the fire, with its frayed edges and chemical stains on the skirt from working in Papa's clinic. But nothing about it was flattering, and it certainly wasn't appropriate for an evening spent with a suitor. So what exactly were their plans for the night? Brian had been so cryptic, and for some crazy reason, she hadn't asked for details. At last she settled for a beige shirtwaist with layers of flounces on the sleeves and a becoming cut at the waist. With her forest green skirt, it was somewhat elegant, yet still practical. She sighed. It didn't matter if she had to wear flour sacks, as long as she was spending the evening with Brian, but it would still be nice to turn his head a little. The knock sounded just as she inserted the last hairpin in her coif. The loose curls, tumbling from the knot, wouldn't hold if the work Brian had planned was too strenuous, but she'd deal with that if the time came. Through the thin walls, she heard Marcus open the front door. The men's greetings drifted in as she stepped back for a final glance in the mirror. Tilted her head. Not her best effort, but it would have to do. "Clara Lee, Brian's here." Marcus's voice boomed from the next room as if she were completely deaf, as if the walls weren't the thickness of a single plank, transmitting the sound with little barrier. "I'm coming, dear brother." A little too much honey dripped from her tone, but he'd get the point. No matter how much she told him to lower his voice, the boy couldn't do it. As she stepped into the parlor area, Claire's gaze found Brian instantly. He was magnificent. Not only did his plaid waistcoat pick up the green tint of his eyes, and the string tie at his neck accentuate its strength and thickness, but he actually wore a jacket with wide lapels, unbuttoned though it was. She'd never seen him in anything other than waistcoat and shirt sleeves, usually rolled at that. Her simple shirt-waist and skirt were pauper's clothes compared to the way he'd turned out. I need to go back and change," she whirled to escape. "Wait." The word stopped her in her tracks. She slowly turned back as Brian took 2 long strides across the room. He clasped her hand and held it out as he looked her over. Admiration shimmered in his eyes when his gaze met hers. Poor man. Either he was still regaining his faculties from the fire, or he'd been gone from fashionable society for far too long. "You're beautiful, Claire. Stay just like you are." He raised her hand to his lips, but turned it over at the last minute and pressed a kiss to the fleshy part at the base of her palm. Merciful heavens. Bumps skittered up her arm. Ahem. Marcus cleared his throat from behind them. "You two, need an escort tonight?" He placed particular emphasis on the word escort. Was that red creeping into Brian's cheeks? He turned to face Marcus, though not loosing his grip on Claire's hand. She twisted it so she could lace her fingers through his. Brian's voice was genial as he answered, "We'll be fine, but you're welcome to come if you'd like." Oh, gravy. The last thing she needed was Marcus sitting between her and Brian, the third wheel telling childhood stories she'd rather forget. "We'll be fine." She strode toward the door, pulling Brian behind her and sending Marcus a sweet smile. "And Pearl said she'd save a seat for you tonight." Marcus raised a brow at her, but didn't move to follow. They strolled along the streets of Butte, heading north toward the outer edge of town. Brian filled her in on his conversation with Mr. Daly, one of the mine owners he'd met with about the masks. Her heart soared at the outcome. "Brian, that's wonderful." She slipped her hand into the crook of his arm. "You're wonderful. You've done it, you know, finally brought about change for the miners. He ducked his chin, brows lowering as he kicked the ground. It's a start, but we've a long way to go still. True, but they'd get it done. She had no doubt. How you feeling today? He raised his head, giving her an off-kilter smile. Ready for Miriam and Alex to stop fussing over me. She rolled her eyes. You almost died in a fire. Let them fuss for a few days. I might do my share of it, too. His gaze darkened as he stared squarely into her eyes. That I might allow. Heat flamed up her neck, and she looked away. Maybe they should stick to a lighter subject for now. Has Miriam finished cleaning and reorganizing what didn't burn at the clinic? The men had been able to stop the fire midway through the smaller examination room, so the main treatment room and the waiting area were still intact, along with the supplies Claire hadn't dumped into crates the night of the fire. She wouldn't stop until she had it completely spotless. He gave her a dry smile. My sister-in-law's nothing if not hard-working. Claire chuckled. She fits in the family, then. They were nearing the church now. The trampled grass on the far side, another reminder of that awful night. When do you think you'll start rebuilding your room off the clinic? Or will you stay with Miriam and Alex? No. He gave a hearty shake of his head. The newlyweds need their space. He cast a sideways glance at her. And room for expansion, too. Claire studied him. Do you mean... He nodded. A grin pulled her face. She finally told. I couldn't figure out why she was keeping it a secret so long. His brows pulled close. You knew. She gave him a patient look. It was hard not to notice if you watched her try to eat a meal. Poor thing was miserable. Brian pursed his lips and shook his head. I completely missed it. Alex didn't say anything either. Probably best to let that one go. So, when do you start rebuilding? A funny look took over his expression. I was thinking to start tomorrow, at least with the planning and ordering of materials. What did his expression mean? Part uncertainty, part question, part eagerness. They reached the grass beside the church, the undisturbed side, and he motioned for her to step off the street. Do I get to know where we're going? She kept a teasing tone in her voice, but his secrecy was killing her. Just right around there. He motioned toward the back of the church. When they turned the corner, Claire pulled to a stop. A blanket was spread across the grass, held down by a basket, jar of purple flowers, and a canteen. I hoped we could have a quiet dinner. There's something I need your help with. Brian's voice rumbled in her ear as he stood right behind her. I'd love to. It was perfect. After they settled on the blanket, Claire unpacked the food from the basket. Fried chicken, cobs of corn, sourdough bread and jam, and her favorite, cinnamon sweet rolls for dessert. Is there a chance I made any of this? She joked as she loaded a plate for him. He chuckled. It's possible. Everyone knows Aunt Pearl serves the best food around. She sank back on the blanket and sampled the sweet roll first. I don't usually stop to eat these, but I love them. The gooey sweetness exploded on her tongue, and she closed her eyes to savor the flavors. Cinnamon, of course. A touch of nutmeg, honey, her favorites. When she opened her eyes, Brian was watching her. If you ever enjoyed my company half as much as that cinnamon roll, I'd be the happiest man alive. She raised a brow, fighting an embarrassed grin. Who says I don't? His green eyes darkened, but he didn't move closer. Instead, he took in a deep breath and met her gaze. Claire,
I'm not good with words, so I'm just going to say this. Will you marry me? I know we haven't known each other that long, but I already love you more than I ever thought possible."
Her breath stopped. Had he just... The words caught her so off guard. From enjoying a cinnamon roll to "will you marry me" in less than 10 seconds. And then her wits caught up with her. Brian just asked her to marry him. Oh, Lord, you are truly good. She pushed her plate aside, wiped cinnamon icing from her fingers, and rose up on her knees. She leaned forward and pressed a kiss to Brian's lips. He didn't seem startled this time, like he had earlier when she bussed him in front of all the others. That had been shamefully improper, but it had seemed like a good idea at the time. Now he gripped her sides and pulled her closer, sitting her almost in his lap as he claimed her lips with intensity. Blood rushed through her, warming every part of her core. This man loved her. Far too soon, Brian eased her back, his breathing coming in ragged jerks. She pressed a hand to his chest. Are you all right? Did that hurt? Why had she done such a crazy thing when the man could barely breathe on his own? He stroked a loose curl from her cheek. I'm all right, but we better save the rest of that for a time when we're not so alone. One side of his mouth crooked. Was that a yes? She settled back into her spot on the blanket and took up her plate. Then with a pert glance up at him, she said, I suppose so. Good. His grin was wide as he pulled his own plate onto his lap, but his breathing still wasn't steady. She'd have to do a better job watching him the rest of the evening. Alex had said symptoms could worsen several days after the fire. So you asked about rebuilding the clinic. She looked up at the drawl in his tone. I was thinking we should look at house plans tomorrow, if you have a few minutes. Claire straightened. House plans? She tried to keep her smile from spreading too wide. You're not building the room on the side of the clinic? Is that what you want? He looked doubtful. She nibbled her lip. I guess I hadn't thought about it. She had tried not to think in any detailed terms about a future with Brian, in case he never asked her. But now... Well, I've thought about it. I was thinking it would be nice to have a separate house, like Alex and Miriam. If there's room, we can put it on that empty tract between the clinic and the law office. His brow wrinkled. I might be able to purchase the land where the office was, if Turner's willing to sell. He met her gaze. Would you like that? Or would you rather be closer to your Graham or Marcus? Her chest might as well split open from the joy swelling there. Graham has old Mose now, and they aren't likely to be home much anyway, if they keep hauling freight. The same for Marcus, really. He sleeps at his house but spends every waking moment out visiting people. He might as well come visit us, too. A thought struck her, and she fingered a pleat in her skirt. Brian, do you think you could ask Marcus for my hand? She braved a look up at him. Since Papa's not here for you to talk to him, would he think her petty? It would mean a lot. He said it was fine with him, but that if you said yes, I should write your father, and he'd put in a good word for me. A twinkle flickered in Brian's eyes. You already asked? Of course he had. Why had she doubted? Yes, my love. He set aside his plate and moved closer, sitting beside her. Why do you think he didn't tag along tonight? I should have known. Claire sank back against Brian's shoulder, and they stared up at the mountain peaks surrounding them. The evening sky was beginning its array of colors as the sun slid behind the horizon. Crimson orange and vibrant purple. Brian wrapped both arms around her waist, and she rested her hands on his.
You know, maybe we should build out here, where we can see the sunsets better.
His deep voice resonated through her back. Most of the rasp he'd picked up from inhaling the smoke was gone, leaving behind that baritone she loved. I'd love that. Sunrises, too. Gram told me once that when Grandpop asked where she wanted to live, she said it didn't matter, as long as she could see the sun rise over the mountains each morning. He settled his chin on her hair.
That works for me.
They sat there as the colors shifted. She'd be content to stay like that for the rest of her life. The orange melted into a fiery red at the base of a peak, closest to the sun, and a thought brought a smile to Claire's lips.
What is it?
He touched a kiss to the top of her head. You know what I like most about fire?
What?
His tone held amused curiosity. Fire brings new beginnings. Epilogue. Claire smoothed the ivory silk of her gown, pressing down the butterflies in her stomach at the same time. She'd been waiting 3 long months for this day. It didn't seem possible for it to have finally arrived.
Nervous?
She glanced up at her father. His smile was so much like Marcus's, enough of a teasing glimmer to put her at ease. Usually. It's just hard to believe the day's here, finally. He took her hand and squeezed it.
Your mama and I came as soon as we got all your letters. I have to say I was concerned when I read Brian's, mildly amused when I read Marcus's, but the minute I read yours, Mama and I packed our bags and took the fastest steamer here. I knew I had to meet the man who'd stolen my baby girl's heart.
His voice cracked on the last words, and Claire stepped forward and wrapped him in a hug. Thank you. She couldn't say more, or she'd be crying before she ever walked into the church. The ripple of the pianoforte sounded through the church doors, and Claire pulled back, inhaling a deep breath. She looked up into Papa's eyes. I guess it's time. His gaze held a sheen of moisture, but he smiled through it, extending his elbow to her. I suppose so. She took his arm, and they waited for the change in music. How wonderful that Gideon and Leah had sent for a piano, an exquisite McPhail pianoforte at that. And who would have ever thought Lily would prove such an accomplished pianist? There was more to that woman than Claire had ferreted out, but as their friendship grew, she'd learn more. The beginning notes to the bridal march sounded, and Papa pushed open the church door. As her eyes adjusted to the dimmer lighting, Claire found Brian at the front of the room. His gaze never wavered from her, but she wasn't close enough to read his expression. Even as they neared, she still couldn't quite interpret what she saw in his eyes. Love, certainly, but there was more. When Marcus asked who gave her in marriage, Papa placed her gloved hand in Brian's. His grip was strong, sure. As they turned to face Marcus, Brian ran his thumb across the back of her hand, a small smile tipping his mouth. Pleasure washed through her. She was finally marrying this man. The words of the ceremony sank deeply into her, and she locked them away to treasure for days to come. There was nothing more she wanted than to love, cherish, honor, and obey Brian, and together they would do the same with God. When Marcus finally released him, Brian gave her more than the peck on the lips that she'd expected in front of her parents and half the population of Butte. She deserved it, though, for embarrassing him that day after the fire. And the red that probably stained her cheeks was the only part of it she regretted. Mama and the other women had put together a small feast on the church lawn, and Claire was able to maneuver it so that she and Brian ate on a blanket positioned almost exactly where he had proposed. Marcus had plans to build tables and chairs for the church, so events like this wouldn't always require blankets on the grass. but she wouldn't have traded it this time for anything. After Brian helped her lower herself to the blanket, it took several moments to straighten the mass of her skirts. This had been Mama's wedding gown, and a few modifications made it fit Claire perfectly. The style was classic, and even had a short lace train in the back. When she looked up, Brian had both brows raised and the corners of his mouth tipped up. "Like this spot, do you?" She raised her chin. "Very much." He leaned forward for a quick kiss. "Me too." Over the course of the next hour, they had a steady stream of visitors to their little blanket, townsfolk offering their best wishes as they passed to and from the food tables. Every one of them knew and loved Brian, but after a while, his foot started to tap against the blanket. Poor man. When they had a few seconds to themselves, Claire leaned closer and murmured, "You know what I'd like to do?" He raised his brows. "What?" "See our new home." His face lit. They'd carefully worked out a floor plan together, but when it came time for the actual building, he'd not let her get past the front porch. "You ready?" "Past ready." Brian helped her to her feet, which was a challenge to do without tearing the lace on her gown. "I have a buggy parked in front." A buggy? Jackson's livery had sustained quite a bit of damage in the fire, losing most of his inventory of wagons. They said their goodbyes, Claire giving more hugs than handshakes. Mama was crying as they embraced, and Claire made the hug quick so her own tears didn't break loose. "I'll see you both when we return from the wedding trip. You'll still be here, right?" She pulled back as Mama nodded, sniffing. "We're going to stay for another month at least and help Marcus get some things done around the church." "Good. I'll see you in 2 weeks." She kissed her mother's cheek, then turned to allow Brian to assist her into the buggy. They waved goodbye as Brian steered the horse onto the road. Then Claire slipped her hand into the crook of his arm and snuggled close. She breathed in a deep breath of the fall air and relaxed into the quiet. The house came into sight within minutes. "I like where you positioned it at the end of Elm Street. We get a good view of the mountains, but we're still close to the clinic." Brian grinned as he jumped down from the seat, then reached up to assist her. "Wait till you see the views from inside." He held her hand as they mounted the 2 steps to the porch. At the top, he stopped her, then slipped his hand behind her back. "I think there's a custom we have to follow here." Brian lifted her into his arms like she weighed less than a child, and Claire slipped her hands around his neck. Inside, he placed her feet on the sturdy wooden floor, but kept his arm about her waist. Claire pressed into him as she took in the surroundings. The walls were painted beadboard. A long hallway down the center led to arched doorways on both sides. "Brian, it's beautiful. And so big." She spun to face him. "How did you build this in so short a time?" One side of his mouth quirked. "At one point, I was thankful your parents hadn't arrived yet, so I'd have more time to finish it." He squeezed her side. "But not for any other reason." He followed as she explored the parlor, the kitchen with its separate dining room, and a spare bedchamber. He pointed toward a closed door. "I'll show you that room in a few minutes. It's ours." He grinned, his eyes darkening as he said the words. "I want you to see something else first. But I did want to tell you the bedroom has windows to the east, so we can watch the sun rise in the mornings." Claire's stomach started flips again. Their bedroom. She was torn between running back out the front door and pulling him closer for a kiss. "Come on." He took her hand, eliminating both choices, and led her back to the kitchen. He walked through, opened another door, and led her out onto a back porch. The warmth of the evening sun soothed as Claire scanned the area. "Oh, Brian, I love it." He'd placed 2 rocking chairs against the house, and built a rail around the outer edge of the porch. "We can see the sunsets from here." He motioned toward the horizon, where the brilliant color palette was already forming. Claire stepped to the rail and rested against it, breathing in the peace and wonder of this new home. Their home. Brian stepped up behind her, slipped his arms around her waist, and rested his chin on her head. "Here's to a new beginning, Mrs. Donahue." And here's a peek at the next book in the series, The Lady and the Mountain Promise, Marcus's story. Chapter 1. October 1877, Butte, Montana Territory. "I now pronounce you husband and wife. Brian, you can kiss your bride." Marcus Sullivan turned his gaze away from the couple, trying not to watch this man he barely knew kiss his baby sister in front of half the town. It was an honor to officiate over Claire's wedding ceremony, the second one he'd performed in the 3 months since he'd taken this position at the church in Butte. His church. Correction, God's church. And the flock he'd called Marcus to shepherd. Mining families, hard-working people, faithful people, the people he felt called to serve. Once the lovebirds pulled apart, Marcus caught the blush spreading across Claire's face. Something tightened in his chest, but he pushed aside the emotion and sent her a wink. How could he trust her care to another man? Brian seemed like a good enough fellow, but Claire was his sister. Inhaling a breath, he raised his eyes to the crowd and motioned toward the happy couple. "I now present to you Mr. and Mrs. Brian Donahue." Cheers and whoops from the surging crowd flooded the small chapel. Marcus stepped back from the clamor. Music echoed from somewhere to his right, a flowing sound like a brook rushing over stones. A sound so lovely, it pushed back the crowd noise and brought a smile to Marcus's face. He glanced over. He didn't recognize the woman seated upon the stool. Rich black hair styled in a simple knot, delicate features, dark eyes that were almost haunting. She was the loveliest thing he'd ever seen. Where had Claire found her? And how had he gone 3 months in this town without ever seeing the mysterious pianist before today? "Good job, preacher." Someone clapped him on the shoulder. Marcus turned. "Old Mose." "Thank you, sir." The man, his new grandfather, offered a toothy grin. "Put me in mind of when you married your Gram and me. You're a good man." The man's smile was always infectious. Marcus couldn't help but grin in response. "Thanks. I appreciate it." The piano music faded, and Marcus glanced back to the woman sitting at the instrument. She started to rise. This was his chance to introduce himself, see if she'd like to play the Sunday morning hymns. He gave a reciprocal clap to old Mose's wiry shoulder. "If you'll excuse me, I need to catch someone." "Sure, son." Marcus swiveled, his foot poised to stride toward the piano, but the woman had disappeared. He glanced into the crowd. She couldn't have strayed far in this mass. He scanned for anyone with black hair. A few grubby miners, but they sure didn't fit the bill. What color had the woman been wearing? Something dark. Navy? Or it could have been green. Why hadn't he paid closer attention? Marcus wove through the people, searching for a glimpse of her. A few hands snagged his arm. "Liked those verses you spoke, preacher." "Done good with the weddin', parson." He nodded and waved to each person, never stopping his search. As hard as he'd worked these last 3 months to get to know the folks of this town, a guilty twinge settled in his midsection as he sloughed them off now. But he needed to find that woman. He burst through the open back door of the church. Sunlight glared in his eyes. He raised a hand to shadow his face. A crowd milled in the yard, preparing for the celebratory picnic Mama and Aunt Pearl had planned. No dark-haired woman. Where could she have gone? The lady couldn't have disappeared into thin air. "Are you hungry, son?" His father stopped beside him. "I think your mama's trying to get everyone on the lawn, and I imagine she'd appreciate you shepherding your flock in that direction." Marcus forced a nod to his father. "Yes, sir." As disappointment weighed heavily in his chest, he turned to deliver the invitation to the congregation still lingering inside. Thank goodness she'd slipped out of the church before anyone from the wedding could accost her. Lily Arundel settled into the rocking chair and set the wooden runners in motion. The minister's words of hope still echoed through her thoughts. That and the intense expression behind his smile. She pulled her cloak tighter around her shoulders. Winter nipped at the heels of autumn, making the nights especially cold. Soon she'd need to start building a fire in the tiny warming stove before they went to bed, which meant she'd need to buy firewood, either buy or gather. But she hardly had time to traipse outside of town with her 2-year-old daughter to gather chunks of wood. After turning up the wick on the lantern, she picked up the leather-bound book and pencil from the table beside her. She stroked a hand over the surface, her fingers finding every groove and indentation in the binding. She opened to the first page, her own handwriting, The Musings of Lily Marie Arundel. Flipping faster, she found the first empty page. She'd almost reached the end of the book. A pang tightened her chest. This was one of the few possessions she had left of Papa's. Soon, she'd have to move on to a new volume. Fitting the pencil between her fingers, she opened her soul and wrote, To my better self. Today, I played the pianoforte for the first time since leaving England. It was the most rapturous, heart-rending thing I've done since Papa died. I fingered the cold ivory keys, heard and felt the familiar melodies soaring in my chest. I think it might have completely broken my heart had I not sat before so many people. It was a good thing their eyes were captured by the more beautiful scene of love before them. Claire was a lovely bride, with her flashing eyes and the white lace train on her dress. And the way she looks at her amour, she never gave a thought to music, most likely did not hear a single note. Yet, I am thankful I could add even a small amount of beauty to Claire's special day. It is my own tiny way of partaking in what will never be. Dahlia stirred in the bed near the corner of the room and curled in a tighter ball. Lily closed the book, replaced it on the table, then rose to lay another blanket on her daughter. As she drew near the bed, blanket in hand, Lily drank in her daughter's sweet innocence. This precious child. The one solace she'd been granted for the remainder of her days. The one bright flame amidst the darkness. Lily settled the extra cover over her daughter, then raised a corner of the covers and slid into her spot next to the child. Together, they would fight against the chill. Together, they could fight against anything.